In a secluded courtyard in Zhuojuan City, Lu Jin, dressed in coarse linen clothes, sat on a wooden stool, gazing up at the sky. The Zhang brothers were about to lead the followers of the Taiping sect in a violent uprising, bringing chaos and suffering to the common people. The sudden shock of being transported to this era filled Lu Jin with anxiety, feared he wouldn't survive the coming turmoil. His current identity was that of a descendant of Lu Liang, the king of Zhao, a legitimate member of the Han imperial clan. Unfortunately, the policy of Emperor Wu had stripped the royal family of their power. Many, like Lu Jin, now had to make a living by weaving straw sandals. His father, Luan, had managed to secure a minor government post, which allowed them to keep this modest home. But both parents died 2.5 years ago, leaving Lu Jin alone. Thankfully, relatives and neighbors occasionally helped him, so he had managed to avoid starvation. A rumbling stomach finally drove Lu Jin to the home of widow Zhao next door. When he knocked, the door was opened by a woman with a cloth wrapped around her head and cracked hands. Widow Zhao greeted him warmly, saying she had just made 2 flatbreads and was planning to send one over with her son. Her son, Zhao Ergu, was about Lu Jin's age, a thin, wiry boy. His father had served as a squad leader in the border army, sending money and food back every year, but he died in battle a year ago. Ergu confided in Lu Jin that he had hidden a bow, arrows, and a long knife in the woods outside the city. He suggested they go hunting together to earn some money. Lu Jin guessed that these were likely Ergu's father's belongings, but chose not to mention it. Widow Zhao brought out steaming hot flatbreads and millet soup, warning the boys not to get into trouble. She insisted Lu Jin eat an entire flatbread, while she herself only drank the soup. Looking at this weary but kind-hearted woman, Lu Jin silently resolved to repay her kindness one day. The 2 hungry boys devoured their simple meal, savoring the faint salty flavor as if it were a rare delicacy. Ahead of them lay a hunting trip that could change their destinies. Perhaps this was the chance to survive in these troubled times. Eating pancakes and sipping rice soup, they were already living above average for this impoverished era, much better off than most commoners. Lu Jin sat on a rough wooden stool, let out a satisfied burp, and watched as Zhao Ergu's mother deftly cleared the dishes. As soon as Zhao's mother entered the kitchen, Zhao Ergu leaned in close to Lu Jin and lowered his voice. "Now that you've eaten your fill, let's head out of the city and see if we can catch any wild game." Lu Jin nodded in agreement. After saying goodbye to Aunt Zhao, the 2 of them quickly left the courtyard. The streets inside the city were bustling with people. Vendors pushed their creaky wooden carts, and the air was filled with the constant shouts of merchants hawking their goods. Don't miss out, fresh sesame flatbreads, just 2 coins each. Strolling along these lively streets, Lu Jin took in the simple clothing of the townsfolk and the chorus of street cries. Gradually, he found himself coming to terms with the reality of living in the late Han Dynasty. Suddenly, a loud, clear voice rang out. "Green beans for sale. Finest green beans, come get yours." Turning toward the sound, Lu Jin froze. By the roadside stood a burly man with a red face, phoenix eyes, and a long beard. He wore a green cap and had 2 sacks of green beans at his feet. This iconic appearance could only belong to the legendary Guan Yu. Thinking back on the timeline, Lu Jin realized that at this moment, Guan Yu was a fugitive in Zhuo County, Yuzhou, making a living by selling green beans. He had not yet met Zhang Fei or Liu Bei, let alone formed the Brotherhood of the Peach Garden. Lu Jin was secretly delighted and briefly considered trying to win Guan Yu over himself. But he quickly calmed down. Was just an unknown nobody with no influence in Zhuo County. How could he possibly persuade the future god of war to serve him? Compared to his own penniless status, Liu Bei at least had some reputation in Zhuo County. He had studied under Lu Ji and was a fellow student of Gongsun Zan, so it made sense that he would eventually attract both Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Still, Lu Jin resolved to find an opportunity to befriend Guan Yu in the future. If the chance ever arose, he would do everything possible to recruit this mighty warrior. Couldn't just let Liu Bei have him. The 2 of them reached the city gate, where the guards performed a routine inspection before letting them pass. Once outside, fields and village houses lined both sides of the road. They followed the main road at a brisk pace, heading straight toward the distant hills. After a while, Zhao Ergu led Lu Jin to the edge of a wooded area. "Jin, the spot where I buried the stuff is just ahead," he said excitedly. Beneath a towering tree, they found a patch of earth that looked different from the surrounding grass. Zhao Ergu pulled out a wooden stick and expertly dug into the ground, quickly uncovering a sharp broadsword, a bow, and a dozen arrows. Lu Jin carefully picked up the broadsword, its blade gleaming coldly in the sunlight. He examined the sharp weapon closely, thinking that in these troubled times, it was indeed a rare and remarkable sword. Then he reached for the bow, gently pulling back the string to test its strength. To his surprise, it was an uncommon double-stone bow. From the craftsmanship and quality of both weapons, it was clear they came from the military. Lu Jin had a good idea of their origin. Most likely, Zhao Ergu's father had hidden them away after seizing them on the battlefield. He didn't mention this, though. Instead, he teased with a smile, "You really have some luck. Even treasures like these fall into your hands." Zhao Ergu grinned sheepishly and scratched his head. After gathering their gear, the two set off into the deep, uninhabited forest, hoping to hunt some game. 2 hours later, beneath a tall tree, Lu Jin held his breath, eyes sharply fixed on the thicket ahead. The branches rustled, and a yellowish-furred roe deer poked out its head, its round eyes darting about as it searched for food. A faint smile appeared on Lu Jin's lips. His patience had paid off. He nocked an arrow, drew the bow into a graceful crescent, and narrowed his eyes, aiming at the deer grazing on the grass. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air. Sensing danger, the roe deer jerked its head up, its wide eyes scanning the surroundings in alarm. But it was too late. The arrow pierced straight through its skull. The deer collapsed with a thud, letting out a final gurgling cry before its limbs twitched, and it lay still, blood pooling from the wound. Jin, your archery is amazing. You can hit a target from this far. Zhao Erga shouted excitedly. Lu Jin nodded with a smile, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself that his archery skills owed much to his obsession with the sport in his previous life, as well as the martial spirit of the land of Yin and Zhao. All of it now came naturally to him. The two hurried over to inspect their catch. This roe deer must weigh around 40 pounds, Lu Jin estimated. That'll keep us fed for a while. Zhao Ergu swallowed hungrily, already imagining asking his mother to cook a hearty meal after so long without meat. For the next few hours, the two continued hunting in the remote wilderness. By dusk, they had piled up quite a haul under a large tree: rabbits, pheasants, and larger game like the roe deer, totaling nearly 100 pounds. Beside the campfire, a stick skewered with roasting rabbit and pheasant sizzled, filling the air with the mouth-watering aroma of meat. Sitting across from each other, the two stared eagerly at the sizzling game, their stomachs rumbling. Though they'd left in a hurry and had no salt for seasoning, the fresh wild meat was so delicious that they ate with greasy mouths, thoroughly enjoying their feast. Zhao Erga gnawed on a rabbit leg, his cheeks puffed out as he chewed and muttered, Jin, if only we had a jug of wine. Life would be perfect right now. Lu Jin was eating a chicken drumstick and replied with a laugh, don't worry. Once we bring all this wild game back to the city and sell it for some money, we'll be set. When I make it big, they'll definitely take you to the brothel. We'll have ourselves a real feast. Zhao Erga's eyes lit up at that, his breathing quickening a little. The brothel was a place only the wealthy could afford, and it wasn't cheap. He knew Lu Jin was probably exaggerating, but he trusted him without hesitation. Before long, the two had eaten their fill and were warming themselves by the fire. Lu Jin looked up at the pitch-black night sky. Darkness had completely fallen, and the moonlight bathed the land in a rare tranquility. Gazing at the peaceful forest, Lu Jin paused for a moment, then spoke slowly, Ergu, since we're out here, we should catch a bit more game. Let's spend the night here and hunt again tomorrow before heading back to the city. Zhao Ergu felt a pang of anxiety. Spending the night in the woods was dangerous, but there wasn't much choice. They piled up some torches and kept the fire burning for protection. Lu Jin went on, they'll take the first watch tonight, and you take the second. Zhao Erga nodded and thumped his chest. You got it, Jin. So the two of them sat around the fire, warming themselves and chatting. After a moment's silence, Lu Jin looked at Zhao Ergu and suddenly asked, Ergu, we're not young anymore. What are your plans for the future? We can't just spend our days gambling and loafing around forever, can we? Zhao Erga hesitated, as if thinking it over, then grinned and said, plans? I don't really have any, but I'm happy to stick with you. Whatever you do, I'll do. You're from a noble family, and your clan has some influence. Being with you gives me something to rely on. Lu Jin chuckled softly at that. His family background might mean something to ordinary folks, but to officials and the truly wealthy, it didn't count for much. The Lu clan of Zhujian was huge, with descendants of both King Jing of Zhongshan and his own ancestor, King Zhao Luliang. King Zhao Luliang had once followed Emperor Guan Yu in uniting the land, and was close to Lu Xiao. So while Lu Jin's family had some history and a few ties to the court, they had neither power nor wealth, still just commoners, hardly respected by anyone important. He fell silent for a moment, then said, Ergu, I'm thinking of selling my house and reaching out to some elders in the clan to see if I can get a post in the army and serve the country. A real man shouldn't waste his youth drifting through life like a withered tree or rotten grass. Zhao Ergu was surprised to hear this, and fell into deep thought. Zhao Ergu froze for a moment when he heard this, a trace of anxiety appearing on his face. He quickly said, Jin, that house was left to you by your father. How can you just sell it? Where will you live in the future? Lu Jin shook his head with a slight smile. If I can join the army, the house won't matter anymore. Once I've made something of myself, I can always find a way to buy it back later. Hearing this, Zhao Ergu suddenly understood. If Lu Jin joined the military, he'd be busy most of the time, likely spending most days at the barracks, leaving the house empty anyway. His eyes lit up with hope, and he asked eagerly, Jin, if you get into the army, could you take me with you? They'll follow you, even if it's just as a regular soldier. Lu Jin nodded. You've been by my side for so long, of course I'll take you. We grew up together, we're like brothers. In the army, it's all about relying on people you trust. You're just as good as anyone else, so bringing you along will be no problem. As they spoke, a deafening roar suddenly broke the silence of the night, tearing through the darkness. Both Lu Jin and Zhao Erge shuddered, fear flickering in their eyes. Zhao Erge's voice trembled. Jin, it must be a tiger. Lu Jin's gaze sharpened. He quickly grabbed his crossbow and rested his hand on his knife, whispering, running isn't an option. It's got 4 legs. We've only got 2, there's no way we'd outrun it. Up the tree now? Without hesitation, Zhao Erge started climbing the trunk, and Lu Jin followed close behind, scrambling up onto a sturdy branch. He stayed alert. This tiger was massive and incredibly strong. If it spotted them, their lives would be in real danger. Once they reached the treetop, they let out a breath of relief, eyes scanning the surroundings. Every now and then, the leaves around them rustled with the wind. Suddenly, by the firelight, a huge tiger appeared in sight, its fur shimmering with a faint glow in the dim light. It crept forward, baring its sharp fangs and glancing around warily, as if it sensed something unusual in the air. Lu Jin looked down from the tree, his heart sinking. Running into a tiger in these wild hills wasn't rare, but this one was fully grown and massive. Out hunting in the dead of night, it was clearly hungry and ready to eat. If it found them, it would strike without hesitation. Tigers could climb trees too, and were incredibly fast. From his perch, Zhao Erge's eyes blazed with anger as he saw the tiger move toward their pile of game, the wild animals they'd just caught, their food for the coming days. He whispered urgently, Jin, we can't let that beast eat our catch. Otherwise, all our hard work will be for nothing. Lu Jin's eyes turned cold, anger rising in his chest. Those animals were their only food. If the tiger devoured them, not only would they lose everything, but all their efforts would be wasted. He clenched his teeth, furious. Damn it, I already ended up here with nothing, and it took all I had to hunt those animals. If you eat them, I won't even have a bite left. I'd rather fight than starve. If I lose, at least you'll get a bigger meal. A determined glint flashed in his eyes as he whispered, Ergu, they'll shoot an arrow to blind the tiger if it can't see. You jump down and finish it off. If I miss, we'll climb higher and wait for daylight. Zhao Erge nodded quickly, his own anger matching Lu Jin's. Those animals were their food if they lost them. He'd rather fight side by side with Jin, even if it meant risking his life. Without further hesitation, Lu Jin drew his bow and nocked an arrow, steadying himself on the branch. The bowstring was taut, the arrow aimed straight at the tiger's eye. In the flickering firelight, the tiger feasted on the ground, oblivious to the danger creeping closer. Lu Jin focused on his target, silently praying. If this arrow misses, we're out of chances. Lu Jin took a deep breath, his bowstring taut and stretched to its limit. In that instant, he released without hesitation. The arrow shot through the air with a sharp whistle, slicing through the wind. The arrowhead struck the tiger's eye with perfect accuracy, sending blood spurting in all directions. The tiger, busy gnawing on a chunk of meat, let out a deafening roar that echoed through the forest, as if the entire wilderness trembled in response to its pain. Without missing a beat, Lu Jin nocked another arrow. The second shot followed the first in a flash, streaking toward the tiger like a bolt of lightning. The arrow flew true, slamming into the tiger's forehead. There was a crisp, meaty thud as the arrowhead lodged in the bone, unable to fully penetrate. The tiger convulsed violently, blood pouring from its wounds. Its agony was unmistakable. It roared in fury, its eyes burning with helpless rage. Wounded, the tiger spun around and began a desperate retreat. Its movements were clumsy and sluggish, blood dripping steadily from its injuries and soaking the earth. Lu Jin and Zhao Ergu exchanged a glance, then leaped down from the tree without hesitation. They quickly drew their torches, blades gleaming coldly in their hands as they gave chase. Though the tiger's hide was exceptionally tough, the fatal wound to its eye and the arrow in its forehead severely hampered its movements. Its pace slowed with every step, and Lu Jin knew they couldn't let it escape. They followed the creature's trail for hours, finally finding it deep within the forest. The tiger had collapsed onto the soft, damp grass, blood pooling around it, barely clinging to life. Even then, it let out weak, guttural growls, struggling to stand but clearly too weak to do so. A flicker of admiration passed through Lu Jin's eyes. The tiger's endurance was remarkable. Even with a mortal head wound and relentless blood loss, it had managed to flee so far. He and Zhao Ergu kept their distance, aware that even in its weakened state, the tiger could still pose a deadly threat if they approached too closely. Standing more than 10 meters away, Lu Jin drew his bow once more, aiming for the tiger's forehead. The air filled with the sound of arrows whistling as he loosed several shots in quick succession. Each arrow struck true, blood spurting out and staining the grass red. The tiger's body convulsed violently, its limbs twitching as it tried to rise, but the massive blood loss had sapped its strength, leaving it barely able to move. After a few more arrows, the tiger's struggles ceased completely. Its body lay still in the grass, blood continuing to seep from its wounds. Only then did Lu Jin and Zhao Erge dare to approach. Zhao Erge gripped his broadsword tightly and, without hesitation, brought it down hard on the tiger's head. The blade struck bone with a sharp metallic clang. As the sound of chopping faded, Zhao Erge grinned and said, "Jean, that was incredible. You took down a fierce tiger with a single arrow. If word gets out, everyone for miles around will sing your praises." Lu Jin chuckled, a hint of pride in his eyes. In times like these, killing a tiger is no small feat to the common folk. A tiger represents strength and power. Who would dare challenge it lightly? If this gets out, my reputation will surely spread far and wide. At the very least, it'll be known for my courage. Dragging the dead tiger, the two men made their way back to the tree where it all began, each feeling a wave of relief and a deep sense of accomplishment. After arriving, both men were exhausted and collapsed to the ground, leaning against a large tree and gasping for breath. The old tiger, weighing nearly 400 pounds, was incredibly heavy. Even with all their strength, dragging it was a real struggle. Lu Jin wiped the sweat from his forehead and frowned in thought. Transporting the tiger out of this remote mountain would take a significant amount of time, but he believed it was worth the effort. Without delay, the two of them built a simple wooden frame and tied up the wild game leftovers from the tiger's last meal along with the carcass. Their plan was to reach the main road. If they were lucky, they might come across an ox cart or donkey cart willing to give them a ride, making the trip back to the city much easier. After several hours of hard trekking, they finally dragged the tiger to the roadside. They sat down on the spot and took out the roasted rabbit and chicken they had prepared earlier to fill their stomachs. Before long, they spotted an ox cart slowly approaching, driven by an old man who was waving his whip as he urged the ox forward. At first, the old man paid them no mind, but when he caught sight of the tiger on the ground, he froze in shock, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Once he realized it truly was a tiger, his voice trembled in fear as he stammered, "A tiger." He raised his whip, ready to hurry his ox away. Lu Jin reacted quickly and stepped forward to stop him. "Don't be afraid, sir. The tiger is already dead." The old man calmed down a little, but the sight of such a massive beast still left him uneasy. For ordinary people like him, a tiger was nothing short of a living nightmare. Seeing that the old man had regained some composure, Lu Jin seized the opportunity and said, "Sir, this tiger is far too heavy for us to carry any further. Would you be willing to give us a ride into the city? We can pay you for your trouble." The old man looked over the two men who had managed to hunt such a fierce animal and quickly waved his hands. "No need for payment. I was heading into the city anyway. He'll give you a lift." Lu Jin was overjoyed and immediately called Zhao Erge over to help load the tiger onto the ox cart. Once everything was secured, the old man drove the cart forward, with the two men following alongside. As they chatted along the way, they learned that the old man was the village chief of Lijia village, just outside Zhuojuan city. He owned several dozen acres of good farmland and was considered fairly well off. However, one thing made Lu Jin deeply anxious. The so-called immortals of the Taiping sect had already infiltrated Lijia village, using talisman water to treat illnesses and winning over the villagers' trust. The old man was on his way to fetch his sick son and bring him to see a Taiping immortal for treatment. This news made Lu Jin realize how dire the situation had become. If even the villages around Zhuojuan city had fallen under the influence of the Taiping sect, then the more remote towns had likely long been under their control. Once Zhang Jiao gave the order, uprisings could erupt everywhere. Plunging the Han Empire into chaos in Zhuojuan would not be spared. He made up his mind that before Zhang Jiao's rebellion began, he had to establish his footing in the commandery, build up a military force, and gather strength to one day restore order to the Han Dynasty. With the outbreak of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, many ambitious figures began to emerge. This period of turmoil was not only a chance for heroes to earn military merit, but also a way to gain fame and power. Many people built their reputations by helping to quell the rebellion, earning official positions, and gradually rising to prominence. This reputation was not to be underestimated. It represented recognition from the wider world and attracted like-minded individuals to join their cause. Even Yuan Shu and Yuan Shao, both sons of prestigious families with generations of high-ranking officials, had to work hard to earn more fame and status. How much harder would it be for ordinary people of humble origins? Just then, an ox cart slowly appeared, dragging behind it a fierce tiger and several other wild animals. As it passed the gates of Zhuo County, the surrounding townspeople erupted in astonishment. The sight was truly breathtaking. Many had never seen a tiger in real life, only heard stories about them. To see such a massive creature up close was both mysterious and a little terrifying. Even the guards at the city gate couldn't help but watch in awe, secretly impressed by the skill it must have taken to bring down such a beast. The ox cart made its way through the streets, drawing crowds of onlookers. Lu Jin and Zhao Erge listened to the shouts and praise around them, unable to hide their proud smiles. Lu Jin told Old Li to steer the cart toward the busiest street. After stopping, he handed Old Li a pheasant as payment and casually tossed the tiger to the roadside. Seeing the crowd gather, Lu Jin felt a tinge of regret. If the ox cart belonged to him, he would have paraded a giant fish around the city like a fisherman. making sure everyone knew his name. Zhao Ergu, ever quick-witted, began explaining to the onlookers, boasting that Liu Jin had killed the tiger himself, his words full of pride. He told the story with great flair, and as soon as he finished, the crowd looked at Liu Jin with newfound respect. To single-handedly take down a tiger was proof of extraordinary skill. In the Han Dynasty, when martial prowess was highly valued, someone as formidable as Liu Jin was bound to attract many followers. At that moment, a group of young men in coarse linen clothes approached the crowd. The leader was a handsome youth with a determined gaze, prominent ears, long arms, and straw sandals on his feet. He muttered, "What's going on up ahead? Why is there such a big crowd?" One of his companions, catching some of the townspeople's conversation, said excitedly, "Brother Xuanda, I heard someone killed a tiger. Everyone's gathered to see it, let's go have a look." Before he finished speaking, they squeezed into the crowd and arrived at the street, where the huge tiger lay lifeless by the roadside. Liu Bei paused in surprise, a sense of awe rising within him. This was a tiger. After all, whoever killed it must be exceptionally skilled. He immediately felt a desire to befriend such a person, hoping for a chance to recruit him. With that thought, Liu Bei led his companions forward, deeply impressed by the scene before him. Looking ahead at Liu Jin and Zhao Ergu, a tall yet slightly thin figure came into view. Judging by his appearance, he was clearly of humble origins as well, which made Liu Jin even more eager to befriend him. He cleared his throat and stepped forward. "May I ask which brave soul managed to slay this great tiger?" At the sound of the question, Liu Jin turned and paused for a moment. The speaker wore coarse cloth and straw sandals, his earlobes nearly touching his shoulders, and his arms were long, a classic image of a strong young man. Liu Jin smiled, stood up, and cupped his fists in greeting. "It was I who killed this old tiger." Liu Bei studied the man in front of him. Despite his simple clothes, he had striking features and an unmistakable air of strength and valor, truly an outstanding individual. Liu Bei returned the salute with a smile. "So it was you, my friend. I am Liu Bei, courtesy named Xuanda, a descendant of Emperor Gaozu, son of Emperor Jing, and from the line of Prince Jing of Zhongshan." This introduction was clearly meant to elevate his own status and win the others' respect. Liu Jin found it amusing Liu Bei was pulling out all the stops right from the start, clearly hoping to recruit him. After all, anyone capable of wrestling a tiger barehanded was someone worth having on his side. He smiled and replied, "So you are of royal blood. I've heard much about you." Liu Bei stroked his beard, pleased with himself and confident in his noble heritage. He cleared his throat and asked, "May I ask where you are from, brother?" Liu Jin straightened his clothes and replied in a clear voice, "I am Liu Jin, not yet of age, a descendant of the Prince of Zhao. In fact, my ancestor, the Prince of Zhao, was the uncle of Emperor Guan Yu." At this, Liu Bei was momentarily taken aback, his earlier bravado fading. It turned out this young man was also of royal descent, and from the Zhao line, which was even more prestigious than his own lineage from the Prince of Zhongshan. The Zhao family held many high offices in Zhou County. Still, Liu Bei had his own sources of pride. He was a disciple of the great scholar Liu Ji, and his fellow student Gong Sunzan was already well known in the north. So he put on a friendly smile. "It seems we are both of royal descent. I've long admired you, brother Jin." The two chatted for a while, and soon grew more familiar. Suddenly, Liu Bei looked up at the sky, putting on a worried expression. "These are troubled times. Bandits are everywhere, and the people are suffering. What are your plans, brother Jin? I can see you are a man of great courage. Would you consider joining me as a wandering hero, fighting bandits and saving the people?" On hearing this, Liu Jin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder Liu Bei was known as the greatest persuader of the late Han. An ordinary person would be stirred to action by such words. But Liu Jin was a time traveler, knew that for the next decade or more, Liu Bei would be on the run, living like a stray dog. Why not seek out Cao Cao or Yuan Shao and enjoy a life of luxury instead? Besides, he had his own ambitions. Having come to this world, he wanted to compete with all the heroes and see the beauties of the late Han. With a slight smile, Liu Jin replied, "I already have plans of my own. I intend to venture out and make my mark on the world. Xuanda, would you be willing to join me?" Liu Bei was taken aback. A look of confusion on his face. Wasn't he supposed to be inviting others to follow him? How had the roles suddenly reversed? He could only sigh inwardly. Following someone else's lead and making a living at their side was out of the question. How could Liu Bei ever be content to serve another? Still, he wasn't in a hurry. As long as they both remained within Zhou County, the other man would never escape his grasp. When the time was right, he'd appeal to his sense of reason and emotion, share his own ideals and ambitions, and surely win him over. After chatting for a while, Liu Bei stood up to take his leave. With several young attendants in tow, he began to stroll leisurely through the city streets. Liu Jin watched Liu Bei depart, frowning in thought. This guy is always wandering around the city. Sooner or later, he'll run into Guan Yu. Worse yet, their stalls are right next to each other. If Liu Bei tries to talk him into joining, there's a good chance Guan Yu will be swayed. He realized he couldn't just sit back and wait, needed to act first. Turning to Zhao Ergu at his side, Liu Jin said decisively, Let's start calling out to customers and sell the tiger meat and wild game as quickly as we can. Zhao Erge nodded and immediately raised his voice, shouting to passers-by, don't miss out. Fresh wild game and top-quality tiger meat. Take some tiger bone meat home for soup. It's great for men's strength and women's beauty. His calls quickly drew a crowd. Although some people were wary of the big cat, the temptation to try something new was enough to make them open their wallets. Many of the poorer townsfolk, dressed in rough linen, could only watch from a distance. The price of meat was far beyond their means. Most buyers were wealthier citizens or local merchants and landowners. In what seemed like no time, the sun was setting, bathing the sky in a golden hue. Lu Jin and Zhao Ergu looked over their nearly empty stall. Only half a pheasant and a wild rabbit remained. After tallying up, they realized they'd made over 10,000 coins from selling the tiger meat, pelt, and other wild game. Gathering up the rest of their goods, they headed home, planning to have Zhao Ergu's mother cook a hearty dinner to celebrate. As they rounded a street corner, they spotted a burly, red-faced man sighing as he packed up his stall. It was clear from his expression that business hadn't gone well, and as dusk fell, he was tying up a sack of mung beans to take home and try again the next day. When he looked up and saw the two young men in front of him, his eyes brightened, thinking he had more customers. He eagerly introduced his goods, top-quality mung beans. Would you like to buy some? As he spoke, he opened the sack to let them inspect the beans. Lu Jin quickly waved his hand with a smile. We're not here to buy mung beans. At that, the red-faced man took a closer look at them and suddenly recognized Lu Jin, the tiger's lair everyone in town had been talking about. He remembered seeing him in the crowd that day, but his tone remained calm. If you're not here for mung beans, then what brings you to my stall? Lu Jin smiled pleasantly and replied, I can tell you're no ordinary man. Why are you selling mung beans here? Isn't it a waste of your talents? The big red-faced man's expression shifted, a mix of emotions crossing his face. He knew full well he had abilities beyond the ordinary, but had nowhere to put them to use. Especially as a wanted man forced to flee south to the north, selling mung beans was the only way he could make a living. What else could he do? If the authorities found out, it would cost them their lives. Guan Yu let out a deep sigh, a hint of calmness flickering in his eyes. He spoke softly, you flatter me, brother. I'm just an ordinary man, content simply to have enough to eat. I have no greater ambitions. Lu Jin frowned slightly at these words. He knew this wasn't what Guan Yu truly thought, but quickly collected himself, a faint smile appearing on his face. Guan Yu's appearance and bearing set him apart from ordinary people clearly. He wasn't just anyone. It seemed Guan Yu was still wary of him. After all, they had only just met and were far from close. Naturally, Guan Yu wouldn't reveal his true ambitions right away, choosing instead to keep a low profile to avoid unnecessary trouble. Feeling somewhat satisfied, Lu Jin's smile widened. He cupped his hands and said in a clear voice, I am a member of the imperial family, a descendant of Emperor Jing and Lu Liang, Prince Xiao Xiao. My name is Lu Jin. I wonder if I might have the honor of calling you my friend? Guan Yu was taken aback by these words, surprised to learn Lu Jin was of royal descent. He couldn't help but feel a measure of respect for him, and grew curious about Lu Jin's martial skills. After all, anyone capable of slaying a tiger had to be extraordinary. Guan Yu offered a slight smile and returned the gesture. My name is Guan Yu. Courtesy name Yinchang. He paused for a moment, then added, Yinchang greets Lu Jin. Lu Jin nodded, finally feeling at ease. The man before him was indeed Guan Yu, just as he had guessed. The two exchanged a few words, and the atmosphere was quite friendly. Lu Jin soon learned that Guan Yu now relied on selling mung beans to make ends meet, living in rather humble circumstances. He didn't press for details, knowing that too much concern might come across as condescending. Instead, he casually placed a wild pheasant he had hunted onto Guan Yu's stall, preparing to leave with Zhao Ergu. Noticing this, Guan Yu frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing across his red face. He picked up the pheasant and said coldly, Brother Jin, what is the meaning of this? Do you pity me for my misfortune and wish to give me charity? There was a trace of anger in his voice clearly. He was unhappy. Though down on his luck, Guan Yu prided himself on his independence. I am a man of stature. How could I accept handouts from others? Take it back at once. Lu Jin quickly waved his hands and replied with a smile. Yinchang, you misunderstand me. I simply value talent. You have an extraordinary presence, like a precious sword kept in its sheath, a bright pearl hidden in a dark room. This gift is not charity, but rather a gesture like Fan least treasured goods for the future. Should fate allow, perhaps one day I might ask for your help. If not, then let it be a token of friendship. A true man understands that what is sown in spring is reaped in autumn today. I am simply planting a seed. With these words, Lu Jin left with Zhao Ergu, their footsteps firm as they walked away. Guan Yu watched them go, his gaze lingering on the pheasant in his hand, feeling a moment's confusion. There had been no hint of condescension in Lu Jin's words, or ice if anything. He seemed genuinely sincere in his friendship. Guan Yu felt a warmth inside. He hadn't expected such sincerity from someone had just met. People like this were rare. Though still young, Guan Yu had encountered few who treated others with such honesty during his flight from danger. His eyes grew serious, and he silently vowed never to forget this kindness if he ever achieved success. Guan Yu let out a gentle sigh, a faint smile appearing on his face. He tied up the pheasant with 2 bags of mung beans, slung them over his shoulder, and headed home. As they walked down the street, Zhao Ergu couldn't help but ask, "Jean, why were you so generous, giving that pheasant away?" That red-faced man seemed proud and aloof, almost unfriendly. He probably thinks we were just giving him charity, which honestly makes me a bit annoyed. Lu Jin kept smiling, his mind already working on a plan. Hearing this, Lu Jin chuckled softly, looking calm and composed. "Ergu, you don't understand. Guan Yu has an imposing presence and a powerful build, clearly someone who's trained in martial arts. In these chaotic times, who's to say he won't rise above the rest? He's bound to achieve great things, so why wouldn't we want to befriend him? As for his cold and proud demeanor, I think that's only natural. Heroes with such ambition often feel slighted if you don't show some respect at your first meeting. If he seemed angry, it's understandable. As long as we explain ourselves, any misunderstanding will clear up." Zhao Ergus' furrowed brow relaxed a little, but doubt lingered in his heart. "You're right, he's definitely remarkable. But whether he'll accomplish as much as you say, well, I'm not so sure. Even if he does, he'll be someone like you." The two laughed and chatted as they made their way back to Zhao Ergus' home. When they reached the door, they knocked. From inside, Zhao Ergus' mother called out with surprise and relief. "Ergu, is that you? I haven't seen you in days. Have you eaten yet?" Hearing her voice, Zhao Ergu felt a wave of warmth and couldn't help but smile. "Ma, it's me. I'm starving, I haven't eaten yet." As the door opened, Widow Zhao appeared, her eyes a little misty, holding a bamboo switch in her hand. Without another word, she brought it down on him. "If you haven't eaten, then you can have a few lashes from your mother first." The crisp sound of the bamboo against his skin rang out, and Zhao Ergu cried out in pain, quickly protesting. "Ma, please stop. I had a reason for being away this time." Widow Zhao snorted. "You rascal, gone for a whole day and night, what trouble have you been up to this time?" Zhao Ergu felt like crying, scrambling to explain. "Ma, please hold on. Jean and I were hunting in the mountains outside the city. We caught a lot of game and wanted to bring it back to help you get your strength up." Only then did Widow Zhao lower her switch, her expression softening a little. Lu Jin stepped forward with an awkward smile. "Aunt Zhao, we really weren't up to any mischief. Look, this game is what Ergu worked so hard to catch." As he spoke, he pulled out half of a roe deer. The story about hunting a tiger was too shocking to mention, so Lu Jin kept it to himself. Widow Zhao looked at the deer in her hands and finally relaxed, though she still looked stern. "I know you just want me to have a good meal, but next time you go out, at least let me know. I spent a whole day and night not knowing where you were. I thought something had happened to you." Zhao Ergen nodded quickly, his tone softening. "Don't worry, Ma. We'll tell you ahead of time from now on. Let's cook this deer tonight. You haven't been well, so let's have a good meal together." Lu Jin chimed in with a smile. "That's right, Aunt Zhao. Ergo went through a lot to get this just for you." Listening to the two boys go back and forth, Widow Zhao felt a wave of warmth in her heart. She smiled gently, her eyes full of affection. "You silly children. I'm getting old. What's the point of all this nourishing food? As long as you two grow up safe and sound, that's all I could ever wish for." She let out a soft sigh, her face lit with a simple, genuine smile. "You two really know how to make me worry, but I know you mean well." Hearing her words, Zhao Ergu and Lu Jin felt a surge of warmth inside. All the hardships and worries they hadn't spoken aloud seemed to melt away in that moment. "You two must be hungry as well. Let me go and stew this roe deer for us." Zhao Ergu watched his mother walk away, pouting slightly. He thought to himself, if I'd known, I wouldn't have stood at the front. I didn't expect to get a beating. Still, he didn't feel any resentment. Instead, there was a hint of sweetness in his heart. After all, had been gone for so long without a word, so it was only natural for his mother to be upset. Lu Jin witnessed all of this, a trace of envy flickering in his eyes. His own parents had died early, and he could no longer experience such warmth. He found a small stool, sat down, and gazed up at the darkening sky, pondering his own future. The late Han Dynasty was a time of chaos and strife. Since he had come to this world, he was determined not to live an ordinary life. The Yellow Turban Rebellion would be his springboard. He would seize the opportunity and rise above, until he reached a position where others looked up to him. As dusk fell, a gentle moonbeam bathed the courtyard in a tranquil silver glow. Soon, the rich aroma of stewed meat drifted from the simple kitchen, filling the entire yard. Both Lu Jin and Zhao Erge couldn't help but swallow as their stomachs growled in anticipation. Widow Zhao emerged, carrying a steaming basin of roe deer meat, her face alight with a smile. "The food's ready, come and eat." The two boys nodded eagerly and rushed over, paying no mind to the heat as they stuffed the tender meat into their mouths. Although the flavor was simple, seasoned with just a bit of salt, the slow cooking had made the meat fall apart tender and deliciously fragrant. The next morning, Lu Jin woke up and pushed open the door, stretching in the warm sunlight. Looking around at the familiar courtyard, He felt a pang of reluctance. This was, after all, the only thing his father had left him. But for the sake of his future, he knew he had to sell it. In Zhou County, owning a private courtyard meant a family was relatively well off or better than most of the poor folk. Without hesitation, Lu Jin left and headed straight for Zhao Erge's house. Just as he was about to knock, the door creaked open, and Zhao Erge grinned. "Jin, I've been waiting for you." Lu Jin nodded, knowing full well why Zhao Erge was waiting. The two had agreed the day before to sell the courtyard. Smiling, he said, "If you're ready, let's head to the pawn shop in town." Zhao Erge agreed, and the two made their way along the street toward the bustling part of town. During the Han Dynasty, pawn shops didn't have a unified name. Some were called Dongpu, others Jiku, Jisha, Yang, or Diandanghang. These establishments were mostly run by powerful families in town, well-funded and well-connected, attracting many people looking to pawn or sell their belongings. Before long, they arrived at the Wu family pawn shop. Inside, the place was fairly empty, with just a few tables and stools scattered about. A middle-aged man sat off to the side, writing on a bamboo slip with a brush. Hearing footsteps, the man looked up with a professional smile. But when he saw the boy's coarse linen clothes, his lips curled slightly. It was clear they weren't from wealthy families and probably didn't have anything valuable to offer. Nevertheless, he stood up to greet them, his tone neutral. "What brings you two to the Wu family pawn shop today? What would you like to pawn?" Lu Jin paid no attention to the disdain on the shopkeeper's face. He remained calm and walked over with steady steps, speaking politely. "Sir, I'd like to pawn a house." The shopkeeper's indifferent expression instantly brightened with delight. Houses in Zhujiuan City were expensive, with even the cheapest going for over 10,000 coins. In prime locations, or with larger properties, prices could reach hundreds of thousands, and luxurious mansions were worth even more. Smiling, the shopkeeper asked, "May I ask where your property is located?" Lu Jin took out a bamboo slip from his robe. The slip detailed the house's address, orientation, and size, and was stamped with an official seal, confirming its legitimacy. Although paper was already available in the Han Dynasty, it was costly and not widely used, so many people still relied on bamboo slips for documents. The shopkeeper carefully examined the bamboo slip. It was clear that the house was in a remote area, not on a busy street. Still, property prices in Zhujiuan City were always high, and even a less central location could be a worthwhile investment. The shopkeeper's eyes flickered, his brows furrowed slightly, and a sly look crossed his face. He said in a flat tone, "The size of your house is decent, but it's rather far from the bustling areas. I'm afraid the price won't be high. If you pawn it here, the Wu pawn shop can offer you 30,000 coins at most." Hearing the offer, Lu Jin's face darkened. He had already suspected the shopkeeper might not be trustworthy, but he hadn't expected such a lowball offer. Zhujiuan was the seat of the county, densely populated, and there was always a high demand for homes. Though his property was a bit away from the city center, it was spacious, conveniently located, and only a short walk from the busy district. There was no way it was worth just 30,000 coins. Clearly, the shopkeeper was trying to take advantage of his plain clothes to drive the price down. Lu Jin gave a cold laugh, his tone turning indifferent. "Sir, I'm here to do business sincerely, but your offer is far too low." With that, he gripped the deed tightly, turned to Zhao Erge beside him, and said coolly, "Let's go to the Li pawn shop and see if they offer a fairer price." The shopkeeper's face changed instantly, now showing anxiety. If this deal went to the Li pawn shop, he'd lose a hefty profit. In this business, the offer price determined the margin, and he didn't want to miss out on such a lucrative transaction. Quickly, he reached out to grab Lu Jin's sleeve, forcing a smile and speaking urgently. "If you think the price is too low, we can negotiate. There's no need to leave in such a hurry." Lu Jin snorted, disappointment clear in his voice, and strode out without looking back. The shopkeeper frowned deeply, cursing inwardly. I hadn't expected this young man to know the property market so well. Seeing the deal fall apart, he tried once more, forcing a smile. "If you're not satisfied, I can go up another 10,000, 40,000 coins. How about that?" Lu Jin didn't even pause, ignoring the offer completely. The shopkeeper's heart skipped a beat in panic, but he didn't dare stop them by force, could only watch as Lu Jin and his companions walked away. A look of hesitation appeared on his face as he began pondering whether he should make an even better offer. "Sir, I'll add another 10,000 for you. This is already a generous offer. Even if you leave Wu's pawn shop and look elsewhere in the city, it'll be hard to get a better price. If you're still not satisfied, I won't stop you from walking away." The middle-aged shopkeeper's tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Lu Jin paused at these words, his footsteps faltering and brows knitting together. Standing on the wooden floor of the pawn shop, he quickly weighed his options. Trying to push for a higher price was unlikely to work with this shrewd shopkeeper. After all, pawn shops were in the business of making money. No other shop would offer a better deal, and selling elsewhere might even fetch a lower price. After a moment of silence, Lu Jin looked up, his gaze resolute. "All right, I'll mortgage the house for 50,000. The shopkeeper visibly relaxed, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. had been worried he might lose this deal. Transactions worth tens of thousands were rare enough that he might not see another one for months. His face quickly broke into a flattering smile as he rubbed his hands together. Since you're mortgaging your house, let me go over pawnshop's rules. The loan term is 1 year, and interest accrues daily. The longer you take, the more interest you'll owe. Of course, you can pay it back early and save on interest. But if you don't repay within the year, the house becomes property of pawnshop. If you agree, we'll sign the paperwork now, and he'll keep the deed here. There was a calculating glint in the shopkeeper's eyes despite his pleasant smile. Though the house was only mortgaged, once the papers were signed, it was as good as his. Sure, Liu Jin could buy it back if he had the money, but the interest would add up fast. If even a month passed without repayment, the total owed would soon exceed the house's value. Most likely, Liu Jin wouldn't be able to redeem it. Either way, pawnshop couldn't lose, and stood to make a tidy profit. Liu Jin listened to the terms without betraying any emotion. The interest was steep, borderline usurious, but he had no choice. Houses weren't easy to sell quickly, and he needed cash to win over his clan elders and create a path upward for himself. Sometimes you had to take risks to get ahead. Worrying over every small loss or gain would never lead to anything great. Without further discussion, Liu Jin picked up the brush and signed his name on the bamboo scroll, then produced the deed from his robe and handed it over. The shopkeeper accepted it, a flicker of greed in his eyes, and then laughed heartily. Please wait a moment, sir. They'll have my men bring the money at once. Liu Jin nodded, unconcerned about the shopkeeper going back on his word. Pawnshop had a solid reputation in the city, and the Wu family behind it was both wealthy and powerful. They wouldn't risk their name over such a sum. It simply wasn't worth it. And besides, Liu Jin had his own clan behind him, with relatives holding high positions in the county far from people the Wu family would want to cross. Soon, 2 heavy wooden chests were carried out by a group of burly men and set down in the middle of the shop with a deep thud. The shopkeeper walked over with a broad smile and gestured toward the chests. The money's all here, sir. Feel free to count it. Liu Jin nodded and, together with Zhao Ergu, crouched down to check the chests personally. 50,000 was no small sum. It would take decades of hard work to save that much. They carefully opened the chests and counted the neatly stacked copper coins inside. After a quick but thorough check, Liu Jin stood up. Shopkeeper, could I borrow a cart and a driver to help transport these chests? Liu Jin asked, glancing at the heavy boxes. The shopkeeper's smile widened. He didn't hesitate. It was a simple favor, especially after just making such a profitable deal. Waving his hand, he said cheerfully, "Of course, sir. They'll have a cart and driver ready for you right away." Moments later, the carriage pulled up outside the pawnshop, and 2 boxes filled with coins were steadily loaded onto it. Liu Jin and Zhao Ergu quickly climbed aboard and directed the driver where to go. With a flick of his whip, the coachman set the carriage in motion, the weighty boxes of coins rumbling along the stone-paved street toward their destination. As they passed several tailor shops, Liu Jin picked out 2 sets of respectable clothing. After changing into their new outfits, both men looked completely transformed, refreshed, and confident, a far cry from their shabby appearance earlier. The carriage finally stopped in front of an imposing mansion. This was the Liu family residence. High walls, a deep courtyard, and a grand, red-lacquered gate, all speaking to the owner's remarkable status. 2 guards stood tall at the entrance, swords gleaming at their waists and eyes as sharp as hawks, clearly men not to be trifled with. Liu Jin jumped down from the carriage, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he gazed at the stately home. According to his memory, the master of the house was Liu Chong, the prefect of Zhua Commandery, holding a 600 official Rungka person of considerable power within the Liu clan of Zhua. More importantly, he was closely related to Liu Jin's family. Their grandfathers were brothers. Years ago, Liu Jin's father had relied on Liu Chong's help to secure an official position managing finances in the commandery, which brought the family both wealth and the means to buy their own house. Now, Liu Jin was relying on this distant relative, hoping that the bond between their families would earn him a chance at a meeting. If he failed this time, it would be even harder to get an audience in the future. Men of Liu Chong's standing were busy and rarely had time for impoverished relatives. As Liu Jin approached the main gate, he hadn't even spoken before the 2 guards stopped him with stern voices. "Who goes there? This is the prefect's residence. No unauthorized visitors allowed. Anyone who disobeys will be flogged." With their hands resting on their sword hilts and an air of authority, it was clear these guards were used to keeping lesser folk at bay. Liu Jin quickly clasped his hands in greeting and spoke in a clear, respectful tone. "My name is Liu Jin, son of Luan, and a relative of the prefect. I've come to pay my respects and would appreciate it if you could announce my arrival." At these words, the guard's fierce expressions softened a little as they sized him up. His clothes were decent, but he still had the air of someone who had come into money, suddenly nothing like the refined guests they were used to seeing. Sensing their hesitation, Liu Jin promptly pulled out a money pouch, extracted a handful of coins, and approached with a polite smile, slipping the coins into their hands. "Gentlemen, I'd be grateful if you could help by passing on my message. Just say that Liu An's son is here to visit. If the prefect doesn't wish to see me, I won't insist. The guards weighed the coins 20 or 30 pieces, enough to cover several days' wages. Their attitude immediately became more friendly. At least this young man understood how things worked. One of them coughed lightly and offered a slight smile. We can announce you, but whether the prefect will see you is out of our hands. Lu Jin nodded quickly. Of course. If he doesn't wish to meet, he'll leave right away. You won't be troubled. The guards, pleased by his understanding, were satisfied. At least he knew the proper etiquette, unlike some distant relatives who acted arrogantly and refused to leave, only to be driven out by force. One of the guards nodded and turned to head inside to deliver the message. Lu Jin and Zhao Ergu waited outside the mansion gates, facing a residence that was both silent and imposing. Inside the study, a middle-aged man in an ornate brocade robe sat at his desk, a bamboo scroll in hand. His brows were slightly furrowed, lost in thought. Just then, a respectful voice sounded from outside the door. Sir, someone at the gate claims to be Liu An's son, Lu Jin, and wishes to see you. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang's expression tightened. The name Liu flickered briefly in his mind. After a moment's recollection, he remembered that Liu was his cousin, whom he had once recommended for an official position in the prefecture. 2 years ago, Liu had died of illness, leaving behind only his son Lu Jin. Now, Lu Jin had come to visit, clearly hoping to secure a future through his uncle's support. Lu Chang pondered for a moment before deciding to meet his nephew. After all, the Liu family had already endured for 3 generations. If he could help, there was no reason not to offer a hand. Still, he understood that if all his relatives came seeking favors, there would be no end to it. Let him in, Lu Chang said, his voice calm and authoritative. The guard outside bowed quickly and hurried away, surprised that this young man could earn a summons from the prefectural supervisor. Clearly, Lu Jin's background was not ordinary. He resolved to treat him with extra respect to avoid any offense. Outside the gates, Lu Jin and Zhao Ergu were still waiting. Soon, the guard reappeared, now wearing a flattering smile. Seeing this, Lu Jin felt a surge of hope things were looking up. As the guard approached, his earlier arrogance had vanished, replaced by a respectful grin. Master Liu, please follow me. The supervisor has agreed to see you. Lu Jin nodded slightly and replied with a smile. Thank you both for your help. With that, he took a few coins from his pouch and offered them to the guards. They quickly waved their hands, refusing the money. Being summoned by the prefectural supervisor was proof enough of Lu Jin's powerful connections. How could they dare accept such a gift? Lu Jin didn't insist. He bid the two farewell with a smile, understanding that building a good relationship with the guards today would make future visits much easier. Soon, several guards carried 2 large chests forward, and Lu Jin followed them into the residence. They wound their way through the courtyards before finally stopping in front of a secluded study. The guards bowed respectfully and knocked on the door. Sir, Lu Jin has arrived. A deep voice replied, come in. Lu Jin felt a touch of nervousness. This was his one chance, and if he missed it, the road ahead would only become harder. He straightened his clothes, composed himself, and entered the study respectfully. Inside, a middle-aged man with a sharp gaze and commanding presence sat at the desk. This was Lu Chang. Lu Jin bowed low and said respectfully, Lu Jin, son of Liu, pays his respects to you, sir. Lu Chang looked him over for a moment, a thoughtful glint in his eyes, and then spoke in a calm tone. You really do resemble your father. Years ago, I recommended Bo Xian for a post here, but sadly, he died young and left you as his only heir. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin quickly replied, thank you for your praise, Inspector. My father often says that you are a man of integrity, wisdom, and great talent, always caring for the people like a beacon of light guiding everyone in the city. It was you who promoted my father, giving me the chance to meet someone as remarkable as yourself. My father always reminds me to remember your kindness and never forget the debt our family owes to you. Lu Chang's stern face softened into a slight smile, clearly pleased by the compliment. His tone grew warmer as he said, enough with the flattery, boy. Though your words are nice, they sound a bit too conventional. Our fathers are cousins, so it doesn't feel right for you to address me by my official title. When we're alone, just call me uncle. Lu Jin was delighted by this, realizing that being able to address him as uncle signified a much closer relationship. It showed that Lu Chang valued their family ties and meant the distance between them had narrowed. At once, he clasped his hands respectfully and said, nephew pays his respects to uncle. Lu Chang stroked his beard and nodded, his tone calm and steady as he asked, now, tell me what brings you here today? Lu Jin bowed deeply again and said, uncle, I have trained in martial arts since childhood and have recently completed my studies. I possess some skill and strength, but haven't yet found the right path. I've come today to ask for your help, hoping you can arrange a position for me in the army. I wish to serve the Han and live up to our family's expectations. Lu Chang let out a slight O, already having some suspicions in his mind. He had assumed Lu Jin would want an official post like his father, a stable position to earn a living. He was somewhat surprised that Lu Jin wanted to join the military instead. Stroking his beard, he said calmly, "It's not hard to get you into the army. I can arrange a post for you. But if you want to make a name for yourself there, that's up to you. If you achieve nothing, I won't be able to cover for you." Lu Jin's eyes lit up at these words. Without hesitation, he dropped to one knee, his face full of determination as he declared, "Thank you for your kindness, uncle. I will never forget it. If you ever need me, I will face any danger, risk life and limb, and never hesitate to repay your favor." Lu Cheng was pleased by Lu Jin's straightforward promise and laughed heartily. "Good. That's the kind of person I appreciate. All right, you can leave for now. Stay at home for a few days. If there's any news, I'll send someone to inform you." Lu Jin quickly stood, bowed respectfully, and left the study, closing the door behind him and letting out a sigh of relief as the pressure lifted from his shoulders. After a moment, a smile appeared on his lips. As long as he could join the army, he would have a foothold in these chaotic times. He left the 2 chests of coins Head brought at the residence. Although 50,000 coins meant little to Lu Cheng, it was at least a gesture of sincerity and showed his determination. After all, success in such matters requires not only eloquent words, but also concrete action so that he could earn another chance to meet again. With these matters settled, Lu Jin left the residence with Zhao Ergu. Back in the study, after hearing what had happened, Lu Cheng smiled with satisfaction. "Looks like this nephew of mine understands how things work in official circles." The two of them walked down the street, Zhao Ergu's face brimming with excitement and a hint of awe in his voice. "Jinj, today was really something. We actually got into the prefect's residence. That's not a place ordinary folks ever see, let alone meet a dignitary with a 600-stone rank, and he's even willing to help you get a position in the army. Jinj, you're really on the rise now. Don't forget about me when you make it big." Lu Jin smiled calmly, giving Zhao Ergu's shoulder a reassuring pat. His tone was steady, yet full of quiet confidence. "Don't worry. Once I'm in the army, I'll make sure to bring you along." Zhao Ergu's face lit up with joy, his whole body buzzing with excitement. Had grown up an ordinary commoner, leading an unremarkable life. Now, with the chance to join the army alongside Lu Jin and perhaps earn merit like his father once did, the future suddenly seemed full of promise. The thought filled him with eager anticipation. As they walked, they suddenly passed a pork stall where a crowd had gathered, arguing noisily. Lu Jin's eyes brightened with interest, and he pulled Zhao Ergu along as they squeezed their way through the throng. They saw a middle-aged man, flanked by several servants, standing in front of the stall and shouting angrily, "You, the butcher, why aren't you selling the pork?" The thin, young stallkeeper replied with a cheerful smile, "Sorry, sir, but I can't sell any more pork today." The middle-aged man's face darkened further as he cursed, "You're the butcher, I'm the customer. I have money, why can't I buy? Are you playing games with me? Go fetch Zhang the butcher." The skinny young man quickly shook his head, still smiling. "Ah, I wouldn't dare. If you want him, you'll have to call him yourself." Lu Jin paused, the scene sparking a sense of familiarity. He glanced around, and, sure enough, spotted a familiar figure. Guan Yu was nearby, selling mung beans, looking a bit restless as if he too wanted to buy some pork. There was no sign of Liu Bei. A thought struck Lu Jin, and his eyes gleamed. This scene was almost exactly like the place where Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei first met. He couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Stepping forward with Zhao Ergu, he spoke up loudly and without hesitation. "Why are you being unreasonable? If someone wants to buy pork, why won't you sell it?" The onlookers chimed in, their voices rising in agreement. "Yeah, why aren't you selling? What kind of stall is this?" The thin young man's expression stiffened. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke slowly, "It's not that I want sell. The owner gave strict orders. The pork is under that millstone by the old well. Whoever can move it, gets the meat." He pointed to a nearby dry well, its mouth almost completely blocked by a heavy stone mill. A spark of understanding flashed in Lu Jin's eyes. He was now certain this was Zhang Fei's doing, likely a test of strength and courage to find worthy allies. Without hesitation, he strode forward, Zhao Ergu close behind. The crowd pressed in, the excitement growing. The skinny young man sneered, his tone openly challenging, "If anyone's got the guts, give it a try. Anyone who can move the stone can have the pork. The owner won't say a word." Lu Jin just smiled, rolling up his sleeves without a second thought. "Let me give it a try then." The young man glanced at Lu Jin, a flicker of disdain in his eyes, then thumped his chest and shouted, "You heard him. But if you can't move it, don't waste time talking, just leave." Lu Jin smiled again, already stepping forward, ready to show what he could do. Lu Jin let out a cold snort and strode forward. Though his muscles were somewhat lean, they tensed with every movement, revealing a strength that was impossible to ignore. Fixing his gaze on the stone mill, he clenched his teeth and wrapped his arms tightly around the heavy millstone. The veins on his arms bulged, and the muscles on his face tightened with exertion. It took all his strength to slowly lift the millstone. His steps were heavy, and it seemed as though the ground itself trembled beneath his feet. Every step felt like moving a mountain, but at last, he managed to shift the millstone to the edge of the old well. Even though he was nearly exhausted, Lu Jin refused to show any sign of weakness. With a broad, cheerful smile, he panted, "Now that I've moved the millstone, the meat in the well belongs to me. Ergu, share the meat with everyone, and take half of what's left home." Zhao Ergun nodded eagerly, excitement lighting up his face. He immediately grabbed a butcher's knife and began cutting the pork into small pieces, distributing them among the villagers nearby. As Lu Jin watched the villagers happily cradling their portions of meat, he couldn't help but laugh heartily, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The villagers bowed in gratitude, their voices ringing out in unison. "Thank you, brave hero." Waving them off with a smile, Lu Jin radiated a sense of generosity and pride. When everything was settled, he and Zhao Ergu carried the remaining meat over to Guan Yu. As they approached, Lu Jin grinned and said, "Brother Yunchong, this meat is for you." Guan Yu frowned slightly, hesitating as though debating whether to accept the gift. Lu Jin didn't mind at all and laughed. "Brother Yunchong, do you think I'm not good enough for you? Since you're here, you should have a share as well." Hearing this, Guan Yu nodded and accepted the meat with a faint, calm smile. In that moment, his admiration for Lu Jin grew even deeper. Not only was Lu Jin generous and spirited, but he also possessed remarkable strength, truly someone worth befriending. The two of them lingered by the stall, chatting easily as their friendship grew stronger. Lu Jin soon realized that Guan Yu seemed interested in drawing closer, perhaps hoping to build a deeper connection. After all, Guan Yu was known for his pride and never bowed his head, even in hard times. Earning his respect was no small feat. With a broader smile, Lu Jin brimmed with confidence, thinking that once he secured an official position, he could invite Guan Yu to join him in service. As they spoke, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly approached. A thin young man, accompanied by a burly fellow, walked toward them. The young man pointed excitedly at Lu Jin and called out, "Boss, that's him." The burly man immediately strode over, fixing Lu Jin with a steely gaze. Both Guan Yu and Zhao Erge frowned, wondering if the pork stall owner had come to cause trouble. Without hesitation, they stepped up beside Lu Jin, ready to spring into action if the man made a move. They would not stand by and do nothing if trouble arose. Lu Jin looked at the newcomer. The man stood well over 8 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a sturdy waist. His face was as dark as charcoal, his fierce eyes shone with energy, and his thick beard bristled like steel needles. As he strode forward, each step seemed to make the ground tremble, exuding an imposing presence. Lu Jin recognized him instantly. It was Zhang Fei, courtesy name Ida. Truly a warrior who could face 10,000 foes. His aura alone was enough to set him apart from ordinary men. Despite this, Lu Jin felt no worry. He had heard that Zhang Fei was not here for the pork, but rather to meet and befriend other heroes. As Zhang Fei drew closer, his tiger-like eyes sized up Lu Jin, a flicker of approval flashing within them before he burst out in hearty laughter. "So you're Lu Jin, the tiger's lair everyone's been talking about?" Zhang Fei's booming voice echoed all around. Lu Jin was momentarily surprised. He had expected Zhang Fei to come seeking a contest, not to already know of him. But then he remembered how his tiger-slaying feat had caused quite a stir in town, with tales spreading everywhere. As a butcher selling pork by the street, it was no wonder Zhang Fei had heard the stories. "That's right, I am," Lu Jin replied with a smile, clasping his hands in a courteous greeting. Zhang Fei laughed heartily, his voice loud and unrestrained. "I'd heard of your deeds and wanted to meet you. I didn't expect to run into you by chance today. Don't worry about the pork, I did that on purpose. Anyone who could move it is no ordinary person, so I wanted to see what you were made of." Hearing this, those around them breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Zhang Fei wasn't looking for trouble. "Would you care to come to my estate for a drink?" Zhang Fei continued, his eyes full of sincerity. Lu Jin was overjoyed. This was exactly the opportunity he had hoped for. He immediately clasped his hands and replied, "Gladly." Then, after a brief pause, he turned to the 2 men beside him and added, "This warrior, the 2 men with me, are also men of courage. Would it be all right for them to join us?" Zhang Fei waved his hand enthusiastically and laughed. "Of course. I, Zhang Fei, love nothing more than befriending men of valor." Hearing this, Guan Yu nodded approvingly, a look of respect flashing in his eyes. Clearly, he admired Zhang Fei's bold and straightforward nature, exactly the kind of man he wished to associate with. Lu Jin smiled and nodded, and the group made their way to Zhang Fei's estate. Shortly after they left, Liu Bei arrived with a bamboo basket slung over his arm, calling out as he walked, "Straw sandals for sale. Wear a pair made by me and you'll walk as swiftly as the wind." His cries quickly attracted a crowd, and the sandals sold out almost instantly. Counting the coins in his basket, Liu Bei smiled with satisfaction. Business had been unexpectedly good today, had sold all his sandals in no time. Now he could afford a good meal for the next few days, and with more strength, he could make even more sandals to sell. Still, deep down, he felt a lingering emptiness, as though something important was missing from his life. Zhang Fei's residence stood on a bustling street, its grand architecture making a striking impression. Servants bustled about inside the expansive courtyard. Following Zhang Fei inside, Lu Jin couldn't help but marvel at the opulence. No wonder Zhang Fei was known as a wealthy landowner in Zhuo County. This estate alone was worth a fortune. It was easy to see why, with Zhang Fei's support, Liu Bei would later have the resources to raise a militia and recruit local heroes to resist the Yellow Turban rebels. With Zhang Fei's backing, those challenges would be much easier to overcome. Soon, the four of them were seated in the main hall, kneeling on mats around a table laden with fine food and wine. Zhang Fei looked at his guests, clasped his hands, and declared in a booming voice, My name is Zhang Fei, courtesy name Ida. I've always loved making friends with heroes from all over the land. Meeting all of you today is truly a great fortune." When Guan Yu heard this, his expression darkened slightly, but he didn't hesitate. He cupped his hands politely and said, "My surname is Guan. Given name Yu, courtesy name Yunchang." Seeing this, Zhao Ergu stood up as well, cupped his hands with a smile, and said, "I am Zhao Ergu from Zhuo County in Yuzhou. I haven't come of age yet, so I have no courtesy name. Please forgive me, gentlemen." The group exchanged glances and nodded, their eyes naturally drifting toward Lu Jin. Noticing everyone's attention on him, Lu Jin let out a soft laugh and returned the gesture. "I am Lu Jin, a descendant of King Zhao, Lu Liang, also from Zhuo County. I have not yet reached adulthood." Zhang Fei was a little surprised upon hearing Lu Jin's introduction. He hadn't expected this plainly dressed young man to be a member of the Han imperial clan. A sense of respect welled up in him, and he nodded slightly. Everyone returned to their seats, raised their wine bowls once more, and drank heartily in the lively atmosphere. After a few rounds, Lu Jin turned his gaze to Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, a gentle look in his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. "I can see you are both extraordinary men. The world is in chaos, refugees are everywhere, and bandits run rampant. May I ask what plans you two have for the future?" Guan Yu fell silent for a moment, then sighed and spoke slowly. "Brother Jin, to be frank, I come from Jieyang. I couldn't stand the local tyrants oppressing the people and extorting them, so in my anger, I killed one of them. Since then, I've been on the run and ended up here, forced to make a living selling mung beans in Zhuo County, barely scraping by despite my skills." Before Guan Yu finished speaking, he raised his wine cup and drained it in one go, looking dejected and weary. Zhang Fei, hearing this, slammed the table in anger and burst out, "Such scoundrels deserve to die. I, Zhang Fei, have always hated these villains. If I could, I'd rid the world of every last one. Whatever Yunchang has done, I fully support." Guan Yu's impassioned words left Lu Jin slightly moved. He had only wanted to understand their intentions, but didn't expect such a strong reaction from them. His resolve strengthened, and he declared in a clear voice, "In that case, would you two be willing to join me in enlisting in the army? Let's serve our country together, and even if we fall in battle, our lives will not have been in vain." Zhang Fei's spirit soared, and he slapped the table hard, replying loudly, "Excellent. That's what real men should do. We shouldn't waste our lives in misery. Let's serve our country with pride. I, Zhang Fei, am ready to follow Brother Jin into the army." Guan Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. This had been his intention all along, and he quickly agreed, "Very well. I, Guan Yu, am willing to follow Brother Jin into the army, too." Hearing their replies, Lu Jin was filled with joy. He knew that if he could recruit these two mighty warriors, he would be invincible. He raised his cup, his gaze sincere. "Since you are both willing to follow me and join the army, I will never let you down." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone raised their cups together, and a surge of camaraderie filled the room. The wine shimmered in their bowls as they all drank deeply. Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, and Zhao Ergu laughed heartily, their faces full of excitement. They exchanged glances and broke into booming laughter. Lu Jin looked at the three of them, a satisfied smile on his face. He spoke up, his voice loud and clear. "To be honest, the commandant of the county, Lu Chong, is my uncle. Today, I've already gone to his residence and secured an official position. In just a few days, he'll go from a commoner to an officer. When that happens, he'll invite you, Yunchang, Ida, and Ergu, to join the army with me. With three such brave men by my side, I'm confident we'll thrive in the military, serve our country, and help save the people. Our time in this world will not be wasted." Zhang Fei and Guan Yu were both stunned, their eyes wide with surprise. They hadn't expected this simply dressed Lu Jin to have such an impressive background. They exchanged a look, still finding it hard to believe, but the determination in Lu Jin's eyes left no room for doubt. They realized that this young man possessed a hidden strength and great potential. Zhao Ergu appeared rather indifferent, as he had followed Lu Jin into the county supervisor's residence and already knew all the details. Stroking his beard, Zhang Fei's rough voice rang out, "Brother Jin, is this really true?" Lu Jin smiled, nodded, and admitted the truth. To win over Zhang Fei and Guan Yu, he knew he had to elevate his status. Mere words would never convince men like them. They had to believe he was someone extraordinary before they would be willing to follow him. With Lu Jin's confirmation, both Zhang Fei and Guan Yu were shocked at first, but quickly regained their composure. Their eyes now showed even more respect than before. Status commands respect and unchanging truth throughout history. Seeing the change in their expressions, Liu Jin felt a surge of joy and couldn't help but laugh aloud. Indeed, the power of status was not to be underestimated. An idea struck him: perhaps he should follow the example of the Oath of the Peach Garden, binding Zhang Fei and Guan Yu to his side completely. After some thought, he decided to give it a try. After all, he was counting on Zhang Fei's family wealth to build connections with high-ranking officials in the county and advance his own position. So Liu Jin began to discuss the state of the world with the two, borrowing Liu Bei's rhetoric of serving the people, speaking with boldness and grandeur, presenting himself as a man of vision and integrity. For the sake of the common people, to rescue them from suffering, these words immediately moved Zhang Fei and Guan Yu, making them see Liu Jin in a new light and feel that he was truly remarkable. After several rounds of drinks, all three men were flushed and slightly tipsy. Zhao Ergu was already passed out, sleeping soundly at the table. Looking at Zhang Fei and Guan Yu, Liu Jin smiled and asked, "Brother Yinchang, Brother Ida, we hit it off at first sight and share the same ideals. Would you be willing to become sworn brothers with me, to share life and death together?" Zhang Fei immediately clasped his fists, his voice filled with excitement. "I've wanted this all along. United as one, we'll turn dust into gold. With you leading us, we're sure to accomplish great things." Guan Yu's eyes shone with emotion. Liu Jin was not only talented and virtuous, with a broad mind and a keen grasp of the world's affairs, but also had influential support within the county. His future was destined to be extraordinary. To become sworn brothers with such a man, even as a fugitive, was a supreme honor. Rising to his feet and clasping his fists, Guan Yu spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "Brother Jin, you are learned, gifted in both civil and martial arts, and understand the tides of the world. As a descendant of the imperial clan, you honor us with your regard. How could I refuse? From this day on, my life is yours, my body is yours, I am at your command." Without a second thought, Zhang Fei followed suit, cupping his fists with enthusiasm and shouting, "Me too." Looking at the two of them, Liu Jin felt a wave of emotion. He quickly reached out, grasping their hands tightly, his voice trembling. "With you two as my brothers, this must be fate. Let us vow. We do not seek to be born on the same day, month, and year, but only to die on the same day, month, and year. We will share fortune and hardship together." Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were so moved they could hardly speak, their eyes full of determination. Guan Yu said solemnly, "We do not seek to be born on the same day, month, and year, but only to die on the same day, month, and year. We will share fortune and hardship together." His tone was as firm as iron. Liu Jin smiled, looking deeply at the two of them, knowing that all of this was for the journey ahead. From that moment, the three made their oath, calling each other eldest, second, and third brother, their hearts filled with boundless ambition and camaraderie. "Brother Jin, big brother, second brother," Zhang Fei and Guan Yu called out almost in unison, their blood boiling with passion, as if it could shake the very heavens. Standing between them, Liu Jin's face radiated excitement and joy as he said softly, "Thank you for your trust, my brothers. I promise to lead us to greatness in the days to come." Everyone accepted the rankings without complaint. Liu Jin was not only of distinguished background, but also open-minded and charismatic, exuding the aura of a natural leader in everything he did. Although Guan Yu was a fugitive, his martial skills were unmatched. After sparring with Zhang Fei and earning everyone's respect, he naturally took the second spot. Zhang Fei, known for his incredible strength and wealthy family, was well deserving of the third place. Liu Jin's gaze fell on Zhao Ergu, who was snoring loudly nearby. After a brief pause, he turned to Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. "Yinchang, Ida, this is my childhood friend. We grew up together and share a bond as close as brothers. Though he may not be as formidable as you two, I hope you'll treat him as one of your own." Guan Yu and Zhang Fei immediately replied, "If he's your brother, he's ours as well. From now on, we'll share fortune and hardship together." Suddenly, Zhang Fei stood up and declared, "Big brother, there's a peach orchard behind my manor. Why don't we swear our oath of brotherhood there?" Liu Jin nodded with a smile. Swearing our oath in the peach orchard would indeed be a story worth telling. The group made their way to the backyard, where peach trees were in full bloom, their pink petals drifting gently in the breeze. The three of them knelt and pledged their brotherhood, an event later known as the Oath of the Peach Garden. They then returned to the main hall to celebrate with wine. The next morning, Liu Jin woke in his bedroom to a strange smell. Looking down, he saw Zhang Fei's large, dark foot pressed against his face. With a frown, he pushed it away and glanced around to find everyone sprawled in disarray across the beds. He couldn't help but chuckle at their sorry state. After their oath the night before, they had drunk heavily and fallen asleep together in a drunken heap. Liu Jin got up and opened the door. Morning sunlight streamed in, chasing away the last traces of his hangover. He felt unusually cheerful. With Guan Yu and Zhang Fei by his side, and his knowledge of history, he was confident he could handle the upcoming Yellow Turban Rebellion with ease. As for Liu Bei, the big-eared thief, without these two mighty warriors, his chances of rising to power would be slim. As he pondered, footsteps sounded behind him. Guan Yu approached, stroking his long beard with a smile. Big brother, you're up early. Lu Jin nodded. Second brother, the wine here isn't very strong, about the same as beer, so it's easy enough to handle. The two strolled through the courtyard, chatting. Despite his status as a fugitive, Guan Yu was insightful and had a deep understanding of current affairs, which explained his grasp of the spring and autumn annals. Before long, Zhang Fei and Zhao Ergu woke up and joined them outside. After some small talk, Zhang Fei thought for a moment and said gruffly, Big brother, my family is quite wealthy. It would be a waste to just keep it at home. Why not use it to help you on your path to advancement? Lu Jin was delighted to hear this. Zhang Fei was just as generous as the history books described. No wonder Zhang Fei is my good third brother. He's never been one to hesitate or go back on his word. Since he's spoken, I'll stick to it. He immediately said, in that case, big brother, let me offer a suggestion. Let's keep this ancestral home, which is enough for the few of us to live in. As for the other houses and farmland, let's sell them all and turn them into cash. Once we've made our mark, we can use this money to win favor with high-ranking officials in the commandery and seek higher positions. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Zhao Ergu all felt moved when they heard this. Their big brother truly was extraordinary, thinking far ahead and already planning for the future. Zhang Fei nodded solemnly. All right, he'll contact buyers right away and prepare to sell off the extra houses and land to raise funds. Lu Jin smiled faintly at this, secretly delighted. With Zhang Fei's money and Guan Yu's strength, it was like adding wings to a tiger. 3 days passed in a flash. In the backyard of the Zhang family estate, Lu Jin was sparring with Guan Yu, both wielding broadswords. He was honing his skills and improving his combat techniques, crucial in these chaotic times when strength meant everything and self-preservation was key. Although he had practiced martial arts at home and possessed great physical strength, there was still a considerable gap between himself and a master like Guan Yu, who could face thousands on the battlefield. If he could learn even a little of Guan Yu's swordsmanship, it would be immensely beneficial. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei was busy selling off the family's properties to raise money. Just then, Zhao Ergu came running in excitedly. Seeing Lu Jin and Guan Yu sparring, he called out, Big brother, second brother Guan, the commandery supervisor has sent an order. Lu Jin was overjoyed at these words. It seemed that the official position Lu Chong had arranged for him had finally come through. He and Guan Yu put down their swords and hurried over. Zhao Ergu took a bamboo slip from his robe and quickly handed it to Lu Jin. Lu Jin took it eagerly, unrolling it and scanning the writing, his heart pounding with excitement. The slip contained an official military appointment, formally naming him as a Tunzanga company commander put in charge of 100 soldiers, with a rank equivalent to 200 sure. Lu Jin froze, eyes wide with excitement and disbelief. He hadn't expected Lu Chong to be so effective, helping him leap several ranks at once from a commoner to a Tuanzhang. In the Han Dynasty's military hierarchy, ranks ranged from general to Zongling Jiang, Xiaowei, Duwei, Sima, Junho, Tuanzhang, Duishuai, Shizhong, and Wuzhong. Only positions above Sima were appointed by the imperial court, while the commandery governor and commandery captain could freely assign the rest. Although Tuanzhang was not a particularly prestigious title, being able to command 100 men within a commandery was still a fairly important position. However, the next line on the bamboo slip gave Lu Jin pause. He would not be stationed in the city, but was instead assigned to Liuxiang, where he would take command of a company of soldiers. Lu Jin frowned slightly, feeling a bit uneasy. From what he remembered, Liuxiang was not a peaceful place. The area was densely forested and plagued by bandits who often harassed the locals. High-ranking officials in the commandery had sent troops several times to suppress the bandits, but with little real success. The bandits were cunning. Whenever they got wind of the soldiers coming, they'd hide in the mountains, only to reappear and cause trouble once the troops left. The people suffered greatly, and the commandery authorities were at their wits' end. Clearly, after some discussion, the commandery officials had decided to station a company of soldiers in Liuxiang to prevent the bandits from spreading and disturbing the people. And the person put in charge of this company was none other than Lu Jin. Once he understood everything, a satisfied smile appeared on Lu Jin's lips. Although this mission would be tough and they had to deal with bandit harassment, he realized it was also a great opportunity to train his troops and even use the bandits to fight war with war. The spoils and supplies taken from the bandits could be distributed however he wished, since he alone would decide how much to report to his superiors. This was an excellent chance, and Lu Jin felt secretly pleased. Without hesitation, he shared the news with Guan Yu and Zhao Ergu. When they heard the news, both men broke into cheerful smiles. The position of garrison chief was no small matter. It meant commanding over 100 soldiers and enjoying the status of a 200-stone official, a genuine government post. In their eyes, Lu Jin had now become a high-ranking figure. Congratulations, big brother, on becoming garrison chief. Guan Yu and Zhao Ergu both cupped their hands in salute, their voices filled with excitement. Liu Jin waved his hand with a smile. Although he was thrilled inside, he tried to keep his feelings in check. It's just the position of garrison chief. Sure, it's a good post in the county, and it brings some prestige, but in the grand scheme of things, it's still a modest role, nothing that shakes the world. We need to keep building our strength. When the time is right, and we become military captains commanding several hundred men, with a 600 stone rank, only then will we truly have a firm footing. He looked at the two with determination. If we ever reach the rank of military captain, in Zhua commandery, aside from the governor, deputy, and commandant, would be considered among the higher ranks. Both Guan Yu and Zhao Erge nodded, their hearts full of hope and anticipation. Since the commander's appointment has come down, we can't stay here any longer. We need to head to Liev village, take command of our 100 men, and protect the countryside, Liu Jin said, turning to Guan Yu and Zhao Ergu. Ergu, get some money and supplies together. Go home and tell your mother that you're now an official soldier stationed at Liev village, so she won't worry. Yes, big brother. Zhao Erge nodded and left to carry out his orders. Guan Yu went off to prepare horses, rations, and wine for the journey, planning to set out in 3 days. Liu Jin's brothers all busied themselves enthusiastically, making a grand show of preparing for their departure. The Zhang family estate bustled with activity under the night sky. The moon hung high, casting a cool light over the dark courtyard. Inside the Zhang family's main hall, Liu Jin, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Zhao Erge sat together, raising their cups in a lively atmosphere. Today is a big day, our brother's promotion. We have to celebrate. Zhang Fei laughed, lifting his cup. Big brother, I'm so happy. Who would have thought? From a butcher to a government soldier. Now I get to follow you and fight for a better life. Guan Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, downed his wine, and said with a hearty voice, indeed. I was once a criminal, and now I'm a soldier of the court. Liu Jin, slightly flushed from the wine, took a sip and burped, then grinned. We may be soldiers now, but the army is no joke. Orders come first, what can't act recklessly. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Zhao Ergu all nodded, promising to follow Liu Jin's lead and not step out of line. They raised their cups again, laughter and joy filling the hall. That night, everyone was swept up in celebration, looking forward to the days ahead. 3 days later, on the main road outside Zhua commandery, a few strong horses kicked up dust as they led several carts loaded with supplies and wine. Liu Jin rode a black horse at the front, a treasured sword at his waist, and clad in soft armor, exuding a commanding presence. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Zhao Ergu followed closely behind, all dressed in the simple uniforms of Han Dynasty soldiers, each gripping a sharp weapon. Zhang Fei tightened his legs around his horse, a broad grin on his face, his voice brimming with excitement. Big brother, just wearing this uniform fills me with excitement. I can hardly wait to charge into battle, fight for our country, and make a name for myself on the battlefield. Guan Yu stroked his imposing beard as he listened, his eyes shining with the same fighting spirit. He tightened his grip on his broadsword, as if he could feel its eagerness for battle. Liu Jin looked at the three of them and chuckled, saying, Don't be impatient, brothers. Now that you've joined the army, there will be plenty of chances to fight soon enough. The three nodded in agreement, fully convinced by his words. The court was corrupt, rebels were springing up everywhere, and the people were suffering greatly. The situation was unstable, like the calm before a storm. Liu Jin's expression grew serious, his voice low. We're heading to Liaxiang to station ourselves there. Bandits are rampant in that area, and our lives will be at risk at any moment. We must stay alert. Once we arrive, we need to focus on training our troops, turning them into an elite force. Only then can we deal with the bandits and protect the people. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Zhao Ergu clasped their fists and bowed in respect, their expressions grave, already embodying the discipline of soldiers. With a sharp crack of his whip, Liu Jin shouted, Let's go. His horse sprang forward, galloping down the official road. The others followed close behind, urging their horses on as the sound of pounding hooves filled the air. 2 days later, they finally reached the outskirts of Liaxiang. The area was remote, surrounded by mountains and lush greenery. Liaxiang was encircled by 5 villages: Lijia, Huangjia, Wujia, Zhangjia, and Xinjia. Each village had between 300 and 400 residents, making for a total population of about 1 to 2,000. Life was hard for the villagers. Arable land was scarce, the terrain was mountainous and difficult to farm, and frequent raids from bandits made survival even tougher. Liu Jin and his men set up camp in a valley near Lijia village. As their horses moved slowly through the area, Liu Jin led Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Ergu, and the rest toward their new base. On the way, they passed through Lijia village. Strangely, when the villagers saw Liu Jin and his men in their official uniforms, they didn't seem relieved or happy. Instead, fear flashed across their faces, and someone shouted, Run, everyone. Those brutes are back. Panic swept through the village. The people scattered in terror at the sight of the soldiers, fleeing as if they were running from wild beasts. Liu Jin frowned, a sense of doubt rising in his heart. Why would the people be so afraid of Han soldiers? After all, the army was supposed to protect them, not inspire such fear. Guan Yu narrowed his eyes, thinking for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Big brother, something isn't right here. He turned to Lu Jin and continued. These villagers reacted to us like we were wolves. It's clear that the soldiers stationed here have done something to harm them, which is why they're so terrified. Lu Jin's gaze sharpened, and suspicion began to grow in his mind. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei's brows knitted in anger, his eyes blazing as he swung his spear fiercely through the air. He shouted, those traitorous dogs. They're supposed to defend this place from bandits, but instead they bully the people. Zhang, will run them through right now. With that, he clamped his legs around his horse, ready to charge toward the distant military camp. Lu Jin quickly raised his hand to stop him. Ida, don't act rashly. We're new here and know nothing about the situation. If we harm the wrong people by mistake, we'll regret it for the rest of our lives. At that moment, Guan Yu also grabbed Zhang Fei's reins, his voice low and firm. Brother, you must not act recklessly. We must follow Big Brother's orders. Hearing their words, Zhang Fei's chest heaved a few times as he struggled to calm his rage. Though quick-tempered and eager to punish any soldier who bullied the people, he was not unreasonable and knew to heed his elder brother's command. Lu Jin frowned in thought for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the military camp in the distance. Let's head to the camp first. We can deal with this matter after we've learned what's really going on. The group nodded and continued on horseback, soon arriving at the small camp. It was modest in size, surrounded by simple wooden structures. At the gate stood two soldiers, spears in hand, looking listless and inattentive, showing no sign of proper vigilance. Seeing this lax scene, Lu Jin had already formed an opinion anyone who could make the locals so fearful was clearly no decent sort. As they rode closer, the two guards finally snapped to attention as if waking from a dream. One gripped his spear tightly and tried to sound composed. Who goes there? Before Lu Jin could answer, Zhang Fei scowled and roared, his voice booming like thunder. Are you blind? This is your new camp commander, Lu Jin. Get over here and pay your respects. The two soldiers were so startled by his shout that they nearly fell to their knees. Realizing the man before them wore the commander's official robes, they immediately recognized him as the newly appointed officer they'd heard rumors about. Not daring to delay, they bowed deeply. We greet the camp commander. Please forgive us for not welcoming you sooner. Lu Jin, seated atop his black horse, merely waved his hand, choosing not to make a scene. He knew that if he wanted to make an example, he should at least pick someone of real authority, like a squad leader or company head. So, with his three companions in tow, he rode into the camp. Inside, several small tents were scattered around a central open space, clearly used for drills and training. However, the camp was eerily empty, with no one in sight. Lu Jin frowned and gave Zhang Fei a look. Catching the signal, Zhang Fei wasted no time and shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing throughout the camp. The new camp commander is here. Why aren't you all out here showing your respect? His voice was like rolling thunder, shaking the entire camp. Moments later, noise erupted from the tents as soldiers emerged, some having been gambling or enjoying themselves, others jolted awake from sleep by the shout. Seeing the newcomers, their faces showed clear irritation. One man, apparently the leader, strode forward with a defiant look, anger etched across his face. He started to curse. Who the hell is making all this racket? The noise from the camp shattered Lu Jin's sleep. Frowning, he lifted the tent flap and saw a group of disheveled soldiers crowding around an officer who looked like a squad leader. Lu Jin pressed his legs to his horse's sides and rode forward a few steps. His gaze was sharp as a blade, sweeping coldly over the group. You're bold indeed. I am Lu Jin, the newly appointed garrison chief. How dare you show me such disrespect? The squad leader in front showed no sign of fear. Instead, he put on a deliberately courteous smile and bowed. I am the squad leader of this camp. I didn't realize the garrison chief had arrived. If we've been disrespectful, please forgive us. Humph. Lu Jin snorted, understanding the situation. No wonder they were so brazen was facing one of the camp's two squad leaders. He ordered in a stern voice, gather everyone on the drill ground immediately. Anyone who disobeys will be dealt with according to military law. Though the squad leader didn't take the new officer seriously, he didn't dare openly defy an order. He ordered the assembly horn blown, and the other squad leader quickly brought his men to line up as well. On the drill ground, more than 100 soldiers stood in 2 neat rows of 50 each. The 2 squad leaders stood at the front, wearing ingratiating smiles. As Lu Jin looked them over, he saw the soldiers stood carelessly, clearly lacking regular training. State your names. Lu Jin barked at the squad leaders. Zhao Lei, squad leader of the 1st unit. Yang Ling, squad leader of the 2nd unit. Lu Jin's voice was harsh as he rebuked them. As squad leaders, you've let this camp become a rabble with no sense of discipline. Do you really think this pathetic lot can protect the village and wipe out bandits? What a joke. The soldiers all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. But Zhao Lei couldn't hold back his anger. He raised his head and retorted, Lu Jin, I am an official appointed by the court, with a rank worth 100 bushels. How dare you insult me like this? Do you really think I'm so easy to push around? Lu Jin's fierce gaze bore into Zhao Lei. I am the highest-ranking officer in this camp. You're just a squad leader, so you'd better fall in line. What? You have a problem with that? Veins bulged on Zhao Lei's forehead as he pointed angrily at Lu Jin. So what if I do? What can you do to me? His words caused an uproar in the camp. The soldiers whispered among themselves, eager to see what would happen next. After all, Zhao Lei was a veteran with many loyal followers, while Lu Jin was just a newcomer with no real foundation in the camp. The two were now locked in a fierce standoff, neither willing to back down. If Lu Jinru let Zhao Lei off easily, it would be nearly impossible for him to establish himself in this military camp. No one would take him seriously again. Besides, he was isolated, with only a handful of attendants by his side, so dealing with Zhao Lei wasn't something he could do lightly. For this reason, most of the soldiers believed Lu Jinru would have no choice but to swallow his humiliation. Standing behind Lu Jinru, Guan Yu narrowed his phoenix-shaped eyes, a fierce glint flashing within them as his broad blade reflected a cold, menacing light. Zhang Fei and Zhao Ergu also gripped their weapons tightly, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The tension was palpable. They were just waiting for the order to tear Zhao Lei apart. Lu Jinru's gaze was sharp as a knife. He thought to himself, I never expected Zhao Lei to be so determined to oppose me, to challenge me publicly without any regard for my authority. If I don't make an example out of him, I'll never be able to hold my ground here. Seeing Lu Jinru remain silent, Zhao Lei assumed he was afraid. Growing more arrogant, he sneered, Captain Lu, if you behave yourself, we might let you off easy. But if you try to act tough, I'd like to see how long you last in this camp. Lu Jinru's eyes turned cold as he replied in a frosty voice. Zhao Lei, you dare defy your superior and stir up trouble. You're completely out of line. Yun Chang, Ida, take his head and hang it at the camp gate as a warning to everyone. Before the words had even faded, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei charged forward like tigers unleashed, their weapons flashing through the air. Several nearby soldiers didn't even have time to react before they were cut down, blood spurting as their bodies crashed to the ground. Guan Yu's assault was relentless, like a violent storm, heading straight for Zhao Lei. Zhang Fei's eyes blazed with fury as he thrust his spear through the crowd with lightning speed. In just a few heartbeats, all of Zhao Lei's trusted men lay dead or dying, blood pooling on the ground amid desperate screams. Zhao Lei's legs began to tremble uncontrollably, his face frozen in shock and terror as he saw over 20 of his followers slaughtered or cut down right before his eyes. At that moment, Guan Yu's massive blade swept through the air like a beast, slicing toward Zhao Lei's neck with unstoppable force. Zhao Lei's eyes were wide with terror, his mouth open in a silent scream. He tried to block the blow, but it was far too late. With a sickening sound, blood sprayed everywhere as Zhao Lei's head flew high into the air, sending crimson droplets in all directions and staining the drill ground red. His headless body staggered for a moment before crashing to the ground, blood pouring from the neck and soaking the earth. Witnessing this, the surrounding soldiers were gripped by fear, trembling uncontrollably, their eyes filled with undisguised terror. Guan Yu let out a cold snort, hoisted the blood-soaked head, and strode over to Lu Jinru. Bowing with both fists clasped, he declared loudly, Brother. Lu Jinru nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with cutting sharpness, his expression as cold as ever. Holding the still dripping head, he said in a chilling voice, This is what happens to traitors. Zhao Lei rebelled and tried to assassinate me, the camp leader. He has already been executed. What objections could any of you possibly have? Standing in the center of the barracks, Lu Jin pointed at the bloodied head on the ground, his voice as chilling as a winter wind. The dozens of soldiers around him exchanged anxious glances, fear etched across their faces. They all lowered their heads, not one daring to speak up. After witnessing the ferocity displayed by Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, no one doubted that even if they charged together, they would meet their deaths on the spot. Who would risk their life for a lost cause? Lu Jin's sharp gaze shifted to another squad leader, his tone calm, but laced with menace. Squad leader Yang, do you have any objections? Yang Ling trembled, unable to hide his terror. He immediately dropped to one knee, clasped his fists, and declared loudly. Zhao Lei incited his men to rebellion and plotted to kill the camp leader. His execution was a wise decision. I have no objections whatsoever. Satisfied, Lu Jin nodded and swept his eyes over the thoroughly intimidated crowd, a cold smile playing at his lips. Violence truly was the most effective way. If he had tried to win them over peacefully, they would never have obeyed him. Turning to Guan Yu at his side, Lu Jin said calmly, Yin Chang, you'll temporarily take over Zhao Lei's position and command the rest of his men. You'll report the situation to the county office and have your appointment made official. Guan Yu could not hide his joy. Though the title was only granted by his elder brother and not yet formally recognized by the authorities, leading dozens of men was no small achievement. He stepped forward, clasped his fists, and said loudly, Thank you, brother. Lu Jin nodded slightly. To quickly establish a foothold in the army, He needed his trusted brothers in key positions, firmly controlling the soldiers and eliminating the threat of rebellion. He then addressed the 70 or 80 remaining soldiers, his tone suddenly turning warm. I may be new here, but I've brought some wine and meat to reward you all. Tonight, eat and drink your fill. Starting tomorrow, we resume training drills every 3 days, exercises every 5. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from the camp. The soldiers all nodded in agreement. No one dared defy him at this moment. Besides, the promise of wine and meat was a rare treat in this remote village. Many had even forgotten what such luxuries tasted like. Soon, the camp was bustling with activity. The bodies of the dead were hastily buried, while Zhao Lei's head was hung at the camp gate as a silent warning. This is the fate of all who rebel. Inside the main tent, Lu Jin sat with Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Zhao Ergu. Lu Jin spoke gravely. We've made a strong first impression, but we still need to win over the soldiers and secure their loyalty. Only then can we truly control this unit. The three nodded in agreement, knowing that control over the troops was the key to safety. Lu Jin turned to Zhao Ergu and instructed, take a fast horse and visit the nearby villages. Find out why the locals fear the soldiers. See if there's something they're not telling us. If anyone in the camp is bullying the people or causing trouble, they'll deal with them myself, so the villagers can feel at ease. Zhao Ergu immediately bowed and accepted the order. He patted his chest and promised Lu Jin, boss, they'll go gather information right away and get to the bottom of this. Before he had even finished speaking, he had already mounted a black horse and shot out of the camp like an arrow, disappearing into the distant dust. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei watched their elder brother command the situation with ease, arranging everything in a matter of moments. Their eyes shone with admiration. The camp quickly bustled with activity as 2 carts filled with newly delivered wine and meat were distributed. The soldiers gathered in the training grounds, eating and drinking heartily, their joy evident in the lively atmosphere. Inside the main tent, Lu Jin sat at the head of the table, with Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Yang Ling seated on either side. Draining his cup in one gulp, Lu Jin's thoughtful gaze landed on Yang Ling. He suspected this Yang Ling wasn't a good man either, and he began to consider how to get rid of him and absorb his men. After a brief pause, Lu Jin's lips curled into a faint smile. Captain Yang, there's something I'd like to ask you. Yang Ling instantly felt on edge, recalling how Lu Jin had just executed another captain. Forcing himself to remain calm, he replied, please, ask whatever you wish. Lu Jin's eyes grew cold. When I passed through Li family village, why did the villagers react to the soldiers as if we were venomous snakes? Has our army been oppressing the people here and causing trouble in the region? At these words, even Guan Yu and Zhang Fei put down their wine cups and fixed their fierce gazes on Yang Ling. With just a signal, they were ready to strike him down. Yang Ling felt cold sweat running down his back, as if he were surrounded by wild beasts, and any misstep would mean death. He stammered, reporting to the commander. It seems Zhao Lei often led troops to harass the local villages and exploit the people. That's why the villagers are so terrified of the army. Oh, Lu Jin sneered. And have you committed such acts yourself? Yang Ling was at a loss for words and hung his head in silence. In this remote area, who hadn't taken advantage of the common folk? He might not have been as ruthless as Zhao Lei, but he was far from innocent. Seeing this, Lu Jin understood everything and his tone grew even colder. An official of the imperial court, acting like an animal. Even if I executed all of you right now, the prefecture wouldn't object. Yang Ling trembled at these words, then dropped to his knees with a thud, kowtowing repeatedly. Please have mercy, Commander. I know I was wrong, and I swear to change you'll never do it again. I can spare your life, but you must hand over command of your troops. You'll remain a squad leader in name, but as long as you stay out of military affairs and keep to the camp, I promise to let bygones be bygones. Kneeling on the ground, Yang Ling's eyes flickered as his heart sank. The meaning was all too clear. Was about to lose his authority and become a leader in title only, stripped of real power. His face darkened, sweat beading on his brow as he struggled inwardly. Without command, his position would be meaningless, and had been no more than an ant in the army, stripped of all respect. Yang Ling wanted to protest, but when he glanced at Guan Yu and Zhang Fei seated nearby, the fierce aura they exuded was almost tangible, crushing his courage instantly. Had already seen their strength in action that no one could stand against them. Even if he tried to resist, he'd likely be cut down in an instant. Where there's life, there's hope, Yang Ling told himself. Gritting his teeth, he bowed his head deeply, his voice trembling. I'm willing to hand over command. I just ask that you show mercy and spare my life. Hearing this, Lu Jin's harsh expression slowly faded, replaced by a hint of satisfaction. His tone softened, reassuring. Captain Yang, as long as you cooperate, once I get through this period, the influential people in the county will surely take notice of you. You'll rise quickly, and the post of camp commander will be yours someday. Yang Ling relaxed his stiff shoulders a little, feeling a sense of relief. He knew Lu Jin was exaggerating, but a glimmer of hope was better than none. At least there was a chance. Lu Jin watched Yang Ling's reaction and nodded to himself. After giving a hard blow, he knew he had to offer a sweet reward only, then would Yang Ling behave and not act out of desperation. Smiling, Lu Jin raised his cup and invited everyone to drink. The tense atmosphere in the tent gradually eased, replaced by the lively spirit of a banquet. The next morning, Lu Jin awoke in his tent to the sound of drills and clashing weapons. Rubbing his eyes, he stepped outside and saw more than 80 soldiers assembled on the training ground, split into two squads led by Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Though Guan Yu and Zhang Fei didn't hold official ranks yet, they were acting as squad leaders, each commanding their own troops. Lu Jin was pleased to see the soldiers not only obeyed, but did so eagerly. It was no surprise after witnessing the two men's ferocity the day before. The troops were completely overawed, even admiring them. In northern Yin and Zhao, people valued strength above all, especially in the military. The strong earned respect, the weak were looked down upon. As Lu Jin watched the drills, a black horse raced in from outside the camp, kicking up a trail of dust. The rider was Zhao Ergu, sent to gather news from nearby villages. He dismounted, face grave, and knelt on one knee before Lu Jin. Big brother, I visited several villages nearby. The locals say the garrison here has been bullying and oppressing them for a long time. Zhao Lei, in particular, led his men to abduct women in broad daylight, violate them, and even slaughter whole families. Yang Ling was a bit better, only extorted money and food, but didn't kill anyone or go too far. Though Lu Jin had suspected as much, hearing it still made his blood boil. He hadn't expected Zhao Lei to be so brazen, murdering civilians and abducting women. His death was well deserved. This would be the perfect reason to report up the chain of command and clear himself of blame for executing a fellow officer. After all, Zhao Lei had official status, and as a mere camp commander, Lu Jin technically didn't have the authority to carry out such a punishment, at least not without the approval of a higher-ranking officer. Lu Jin fell silent for a moment, then looked resolutely at Zhao Ergu. Fourth brother, I have an important task for you. He gave detailed instructions. Gather all the evidence and the statements from the commoners, organize them into a record, and deliver it to the prefect's office. Remember to prepare 50,000 coins to build a good relationship with the prefect. Only then will our actions here proceed smoothly. Also, properly preserve Zhao Lei's head and take it on a circuit through the surrounding villages. Let the people see that the main culprit behind so many crimes has finally been brought to justice. Announce as well that the soldiers stationed here will never harass the people. Anyone who does will be dealt with by military law. Hearing this, Zhao Ergu nodded seriously and immediately turned to carry out the orders. Watching his decisive figure stride away, Lu Jin nodded to himself in approval. Though his fourth brother was only average in martial skill, he was excellent at handling affairs and had taken a great deal off his own shoulders. Now, with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei commanding the troops, Zhao Ergu managing internal matters, and himself overseeing everything, Lu Jin felt they made the perfect team. A few days later, order had been fully restored in the camp. After recruiting more men to fill the ranks, the force now numbered just over 110, 50 spearmen, 30 archers, 20 swordsmen with shields, along with 7 cooks and 3 messengers. Lu Jin sat on a small bench at the edge of the training grounds, watching the soldiers drill. Their shouts rang out in unison, especially Zhang Fei's thunderous voice, which could be heard for miles. Under his intimidating presence, not a single soldier dared slack off. After this period of training, their formations had become much tighter, showing signs of a truly elite unit. To keep morale high, Lu Jin even used Zhang Fei's personal wealth to improve the meals, making sure the soldiers were well fed and able to train hard. Under the leadership of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, this small force of just over 100 men felt confident they could overcome enemies several times their size. The sun shone brightly as Lu Jin gazed thoughtfully into the distance. It was now early February in the 7th year of the Guanha era, just over a month before the outbreak of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. The 3 Zhang brothers Zhang Jiao, Zhang Bao, and Zhang Liang would soon rise up, shaking the very foundations of the Han Dynasty. By the time word spread to Zhou County and Yuzhou and the nearby Yellow Turban forces began to stir, about a month would have passed. This meant he had roughly 2 months to prepare. Scanning the mountains before him, Lu Jin smiled faintly. If he wanted to stand out in these troubled times, his current position as a minor commander was far from enough. He needed to rise to at least the rank of military marquis, commanding several hundred troops, in order to earn enough merit during the suppression of the Yellow Turbans. To achieve this, he not only had to court the prefect but also prove himself in battle. It seemed that wiping out the bandits in the surrounding area was the best opportunity to do so. At that moment, Zhao Ergu came riding toward them on a black horse, a bright grin on his face. He reined in his horse, swung down nimbly beside Lu Jin, brushed the dust off the saddle, and said with a cheerful laugh, "Big brother, the matter you asked me to handle is all taken care of. The county commandant is very pleased and praised you for your efforts in protecting the local people and keeping the area secure. He also said that if anyone refuses to follow orders, We're free to deal with them, as we see fit, just reported afterward. And he's promoted second brother to squad leader, putting him in charge of the first squad. Liu Jin's eyes sparkled with delight at these words, and he burst out laughing. Those 50,000 coins were worth it. Not only had he avoided blame for executing the criminal, but had also secured an official position for Guan Yu. Seeing his brother so pleased, Zhao Erge chuckled, rubbed his hands together, and added, "Big brother, the people in the nearby villages now know it was you who killed Zhao Lei, the main culprit, and rid them of that menace. Their attitude toward us soldiers has changed a lot. They no longer see us as wolves preying on them." Liu Jin nodded in satisfaction, his gaze settling on Zhao Erge. He reached out, patted him on the shoulder, and said gently, "You've worked hard these past few days. Take a good rest." Zhao Erge scratched his head and grinned, obviously pleased to have helped his brother solve these problems. Liu Jin then looked over to where Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were still drilling the troops. He called out loudly, "Yinchang, Ida." Hearing their names, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei quickly handed over the training to their subordinates and hurried over. When they reached Liu Jin, they clasped their fists in greeting. "Big brother." Liu Jin gave a slight nod, pulled a command token from his robes, and tossed it lightly to Guan Yu with a smile. "Yinchang, your appointment as squad leader has come through. You're now an official officer of the court, with a stipend of 100 sure." Guan Yu accepted the token, his fingers trembling slightly, his phoenix eyes shining with barely contained excitement. Until now, he had only been leading troops temporarily, not holding a formal position. Now recognized as an official, it was a moment beyond words. Standing beside him, Zhang Fei's face broke into a broad grin, and he said boisterously, "Congratulations, second brother." Guan Yu nodded solemnly, his gaze toward Liu Jin filled with even deeper respect. Liu Jin grinned, clapping both Guan Yu and Zhang Fei on the shoulders. "Second brother, third brother, you both need to focus on drilling the troops. Forge them into an elite force as soon as possible. Before long, we may need to wipe out the mountain bandits. Once you've earned merit, it'll help third brother get appointed as a squad leader too, so you can also become an official and receive a salary." Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's eyes lit up with eagerness. Nothing thrilled warriors like them more than heading into battle. Zhang Fei pounded his chest with a voice like thunder. "Don't worry, big brother. They'll be the first to charge ahead and clear out those mountain bandits for you." Not to be outdone, Guan Yu's cheeks flushed as he declared, "I'll do my duty as well, and lead from the front for you, big brother." Liu Jin was clearly pleased with their enthusiasm. After chatting a little longer, he sent them back to continue the drills, reminding them not to slack off. Several days passed in a flash. In the territory of Liaxiang, around Wu family village, villagers were already bent over in the fields, hard at work. The spring sun shone down on the land. It was the busiest season for farming, and everyone needed to sow their seeds in time if they hoped for a good harvest in autumn and a bountiful new year for their families. An elderly man was working in the fields, swinging his hoe as beads of sweat rolled down his wrinkled forehead. Even though he was panting from exhaustion, he kept up his steady pace, determined to finish cultivating the entire plot of land. A woman carrying a bamboo basket passed by and greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Old Wu, with those fine fields of yours, if you plant them all this year, you'll have a bumper harvest for sure. Finding a good match for your son will be a piece of cake." Old Wu wiped the sweat from his brow, a smile breaking through the lines on his weathered face. "Heh, let's hope for good weather this year and no trouble from bandits. As long as we have some surplus grain, they'll be counting on you to help find my boy a good wife." "Don't worry," the woman laughed, "they'll make sure to find him a fine girl." As the two chatted and laughed by the field, a sudden rush of hurried footsteps echoed from the distance. A middle-aged man ran over, panic written all over his face, shouting as he went, "Bandits are coming down from the mountains. Quick, warn the villagers and organize a defense." His words struck like a bolt of lightning. The farmers in the fields froze in terror. These mountain bandits were notorious for their cruelty. Any resistance would be met with merciless slaughter. Tools were dropped as everyone bolted toward the village. Soon, the urgent clang of gongs rang out in the village, and cries of "bandits are coming" filled the air. The respected village elder rushed over and immediately gathered the able-bodied young men. The messenger, still gasping for breath, reported, "There are over 100 bandits this time. Wu village won't be able to hold them off. Someone needs to go for the garrison soldiers right away, or the village will be wiped out." The village elder nearly dropped his cane, his face etched with worry. He quickly called to a young man at his side. "Wu Xing, take the village donkey and ride as fast as you can to the military camp 10 miles away. Ask Captain Liu for help. If the soldiers don't come, Wu village is finished." Wu Xing immediately mounted the donkey and sped off, urging it toward the distant camp. Meanwhile, the village elder organized the other young men, arming them and preparing to face the bandits. Soon, the thunder of heavy footsteps echoed outside the village as over 100 bandits, armed with sharp blades, marched toward Wu village. Leading them was a burly man with a scarred face and a thick beard. He swept his fierce gaze over the village, licked his lips, and shouted to his followers, "Brothers, Follow me down the mountain today, and you'll eat and drink your fill well, make a fortune. Second chief, you're the best. The bandits roared in response, their spirits high as they charged menacingly toward Wu village under his command. The two sides met at the entrance of the village, where the elderly village chief, trembling and leaning on a bamboo cane, led over 100 able-bodied villagers to block the path. In the sunlight, the chief's wrinkled face was etched with worry and his eyes shimmered with fear, yet he forced himself to speak politely. Second chief, our village has already paid this year's dues. Why have you come to plunder Wu family village again? The scar-faced bandit's wounds looked even more menacing in the sun. He let out a harsh, grating laugh. The stronghold is running out of food. What you paid barely counts for anything. My brothers are starving up there, so we had no choice but to come down and take what we need. He narrowed his eyes, looking down at the old chief. Wu, if you know what's good for you, hand over 100 dan of grain, 10,000 coins, and 10 young women. Only then will I spare Wu family village this time. If you refuse, don't blame us for what happens next. Well, storm in, take everything, and leave no one alive. His words struck the villagers like a heavy blow. Flames of anger flickered in their eyes, some clenching their fists so tightly their knuckles turned white, wishing they could tear the bandits apart. 100 dan of grain and 10,000 coins, that was half the village's savings. If they gave it all away, everyone would starve through the rest of the year. They might even be forced to eat grass, or worse, facing slow death by hunger. Rather than wait for that fate, many thought it would be better to fight the bandits here and now. The old chief's face twitched with fury, his voice shaking as he spoke. Second chief, your demands are outrageous. If we give you that much, how can Wu family village survive? The scar-faced man burst out laughing, his shoulders shaking, but his eyes remained cold. Whether you live or die is none of my business. Those are my terms. If you refuse, I'll kill every last one of you myself. Hearing this, a thoughtful look flashed in the chief's deep-set eyes. He then softened his tone, nearly pleading, Second chief, please give us a moment to discuss. Let me talk it over with the others and see if we can agree. The bandit grunted impatiently, nodding. His voice was as rough as gravel. Hurry up. I'll give you the time it takes to burn one stick of incense. If you don't have an answer by then, don't blame me for what comes next. I'll kill you all. The old chief turned back to the villagers, immediately surrounded by anxious young men. Determination shone in their eyes as they whispered, Chief, we can't give in. Let's fight them. If we hand over that much, we'll just starve to death anyway. At least if we fight, most of the village might survive. The chief blinked and pressed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. In a hushed voice, he said, Don't panic. This is just a stalling tactic. I'm trying to buy time for Wu Xing to get help. Once the soldiers arrive, these bandits won't be a problem. The young men understood and relaxed a little, finally realizing the chief's plan. If they could delay the bandits, fewer villagers might die. The time passed quickly. The scar-faced bandit watched the chief still whispering among the villagers, his frown deepening, beard twitching with irritation. Finally, he shouted, Old man, are you done yet? If you keep stalling, I'll come in and kill you all myself. The chief hurried from the crowd, his body trembling with nerves. He stammered, Second chief, please wait a little longer. We're still discussing. It's not easy to come up with so much money and grain. The man with the scar frowned, the mark twisting with his expression and making him look even more menacing. He paced impatiently, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the hilt of his blade. The longer they delayed their raid at the foot of the mountain, the worse it would be for them. Just a few miles away, a garrison of soldiers was stationed. Though those men were little better than a band of thugs themselves, bullying villagers and extorting money, the uniform of a government soldier still gave them confidence when dealing with bandits. Best to avoid them if possible. Old man. The scarred man's gaze was fierce as he barked coldly. I've run out of patience. I'll ask you one last time, are you giving it up or not? The village elder realized there was no more room for delay. The bandit's second-in-command was clearly on the verge of violence. His eyes darted nervously as he stammered, Second chief, we'll hand it over. They'll have the villagers prepare it right away. Hearing this, the scarred man's anger eased a little, though his tone remained icy. You have half an incense stick's time. If you don't bring it out by then, I'll come in myself and none of you will walk away alive. He stared straight ahead, his mind already made up. If the old man dared stall any longer, he'd take the village by force, even if it meant losing some of his men. If he could avoid a fight, all the better, could keep his forces strong and still get what he wanted. After all, he was only the second-in-command. The chief was above him, and the third-in-command was always looking for a chance to rise. If he lost too many trusted men, his standing in the gang would plummet. Meanwhile, on a rough, secluded road leading to the garrison, Wu Xing was drenched in sweat, lashing his donkey cart like a man possessed. The road was so bumpy he nearly tumbled off several times, but he didn't dare slow down. The fate of the whole village was at stake. He couldn't afford to waste a second. Soon, the outline of the military camp came into view, with several soldiers patrolling nearby. Wu Xing shouted at the top of his lungs, General, something terrible has happened. Over 100 bandits are raiding Wu family village. Please, send help. His voice was so loud it startled the guards at the gate. They hadn't expected bandits to be bold enough to attack Wu family village. Without hesitation, they turned and ran into the camp to report. Wu Xing reached the camp gates and tumbled off his donkey in his haste, ignoring the pain as he pleaded with the guards. Sirs, please tell Captain Liu right away. The bandits have already broken into Wu family village. You have to help us. The squad leader quickly tried to calm him. Don't worry. I've already sent someone to inform the captain. We'll send troops to deal with the bandits as soon as possible. Inside the main tent, Lu Jin's expression didn't change when he got the news. Bandit attacks were common in these wild parts, and reports like this came in every few days. Sitting nearby, Zhang Fei grinned excitedly, unable to hide his eagerness. Big brother, let's move out now. I want to cut down every last bandit. On the other side, Guan Yu stroked his long beard and said in a cold voice, Big brother, since these animals dare to attack a village, we can't let any of them escape. He'll make sure they die by my blade. Lu Jin looked at his two companions and nodded slightly, agreeing with their resolve. Since the bandits had dared to attack, they couldn't be allowed to get away. He stood up and ordered in a clear, commanding voice. Yinchang, Ida, listen to my orders. Liu Bei said sternly. Gather all our troops in the camp. We're moving out in full force to rescue Wujia village and wipe out the bandits led by Ergu. The messengers will stay behind to guard the camp. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu immediately stood up, clasped their fists, and answered in unison. Yes, sir. Liu Bei then led the two generals out of the camp, quickly assembling over 100 elite soldiers. Wu Xing, who had come to deliver the message, rode ahead on his old donkey to guide the way as the group hurried along the winding mountain path toward Wujia village. Meanwhile, outside Wujia village, Scarface paced impatiently at the entrance with over 100 bandits. As time dragged on and the villagers still hadn't delivered the money and grain, his expression grew darker. That old fool dares to play tricks on me. Scarface shouted in fury. He spun around and barked at his men. Brothers, charge into the village. Leave the women alive to take back to the stronghold. Kill everyone else. Whatever loot you find is yours. The bandits, fired up by his words, raised their weapons and surged forward, shouting as they charged the makeshift defenses at the village entrance. Seeing this, the old village chief sighed deeply, knowing they could stall no longer. He struck the ground with his bamboo staff and called out loudly, Men of Wujia village, to protect our home and families, fight these beasts with everything you have. The village's able-bodied men, hearts blazing with courage, grabbed whatever tools or sticks they could find and rushed to confront the bandits, ready to sacrifice themselves. The two sides quickly clashed, the sounds of weapons striking and screams filling the air. Though the villagers fought bravely, they were untrained and poorly armed. Most only had farm tools or wooden sticks, with only a handful of real blades among them. It often took several villagers to bring down a single bandit, and their casualties mounted quickly. Scarface cut through the crowd like a wolf among sheep, his broadsword leaving blood in its wake. As he killed, he spat contemptuously on the bodies and shouted to his men, Keep pushing. Anyone who dares fall back will be killed on the spot. Driven by fear and greed, the bandits fought even more viciously. In no time, the entrance to Wujia village was littered with bodies and awash in blood. Despite their heavy losses, the villagers continued to resist with desperate determination, refusing to surrender their home. Lu Jin rode his black horse at the head of more than 100 soldiers, galloping swiftly toward Wu family village. Even from several miles away, the sounds of battle in the village were clear. The clash of blades and the cries of the wounded filled the air. Lu Jin's face was grim, his brows tightly knit. With a sharp wave of his hand, he shouted, Brothers, pick up the pace. Cut down those bandits. Wu Xing, riding a skinny donkey, heard the command and felt a surge of anxiety. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but he forced himself to stay calm. Stepping forward, he cupped his hands respectfully and said, Commander, I know a small path that leads behind the bandits. If we cut off their retreat, we can wipe them out before they have a chance to escape once they realize the army has arrived. Lu Jin's eyes lit up at this, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He hadn't expected this young man to stay clear-headed in such a crisis and even suggest a flanking maneuver. Without hesitation, Lu Jin ordered, Yinchang, take your men and follow him around to the rear. Surround those bandits. He'll lead Ida and the rest straight into the fight. With an attack from both sides, we'll crush them completely. Guan Yu gave a silent nod and, without another word, led 50 soldiers after Wu Xing, who guided them swiftly along the hidden path. Lu Jin took the remaining troops and charged directly toward the village entrance, ready to face the enemy heat-in. The thunder of hooves shook the ground, clouds of dust rising in the distance as the silhouettes of dozens of soldiers became visible. At the entrance to Wu family village, the fighting between bandits and villagers raged on, but the sight of the approaching soldiers drew very different reactions. The villagers were elated. The old village chief shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice hoarse but strong, The troops are here. Fight. Everyone needn't let a single bandit escape. Encouraged by his words, the villagers surged forward with renewed vigor, wielding farm tools and swords as they launched a fierce counterattack. The bandits, who had been poised to break through the entrance and loot the village, froze at the sight of the soldiers. Fear flickered in their eyes. Though the soldiers were poorly equipped and barely better trained than the bandits themselves, the sight of their uniforms alone was enough to make many hesitate. Among the crowd, a scar-faced bandit leader watched with a cold, twisted smile. Just as he suspected, the old chief had secretly sent for reinforcements. But after counting, he realized there were only about 50 soldiers, far fewer than his 100-plus men. If the entire garrison had shown up, he might be worried, but this small force posed little threat in his eyes. Raising his blood-stained blade, the scar-faced man barked, "Brothers, it's just a few dozen soldiers, nothing to fear. Fight them. Once we wipe them out, not only will Wu family village be ours, but nearby villages as well." His words steadied the nerves of the bandits, and greed and excitement flared in their eyes. The soldiers were outnumbered 2-1. If the bandits could defeat them, their spoils would multiply. With renewed ferocity, they charged toward the soldiers, weapons raised and voices howling. Liu Jin arched an eyebrow in surprise at their boldness. These bandits didn't flee at the sight of the army, they actually dared to fight back. Still, he wasn't worried. With Zhang Fei, a warrior who could take on 10,000, even twice as many bandits would be no match. Zhang Fei sat astride his black warhorse, gripping his long spear, his eyes wide and fierce. He glared at the bandits ahead and let out a roar, "You're courting death." His voice thundered like rolling clouds, sending chills through the nearest bandits. With a squeeze of his knees, his horse neighed and surged forward, leading the charge. He charged forward like a raging storm, reaching the front in the blink of an eye. His spear flashed with lightning speed, thrusting straight at several bandits ahead, so fast that they had no time to react. With every strike, blood sprayed like a fountain, and the sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed one after another. Several bandits were pierced through the chest, their eyes filled with agony, unable to fight back as they collapsed instantly. Zhang Fei didn't pause for a moment, swinging his bloodstained spear at the ever-approaching bandits. With each thrust, he claimed a life. His ferocious presence was like a tiger descending the mountain, striking fear into the hearts of all nearby enemies. The 50 soldiers behind him, hardened by rigorous training, were now far stronger than ordinary bandits in both stamina and combat skill. Soon, both sides became entangled in a chaotic melee. The soldiers displayed a fierce momentum. Their blades flashed like lightning, carving sharp arcs through the air. Bandits fell one after another, their blood staining the earth, while screams of pain rose and fell. Scarface watched the scene in shock. The ragtag group before him had become so fierce, daring to fight back against his men. Especially that burly, black-faced warrior with a spear was like an unstoppable force, killing multiple bandits in just a few breaths. Nearby, the young men from Wu family village pressed in with their weapons, their aggression shaking Scarface's confidence. Realizing he couldn't escape disaster today, panic flickered in his eyes. He turned and shouted, "Brothers, retreat now." As soon as he spoke, he signaled to a few trusted men and led them toward the forest, hoping to use the trees as cover and escape back to the mountain stronghold. Liu Jin, riding a black horse and wielding a broadsword, calmly cut down the surrounding bandits. Though he didn't charge as recklessly as Zhang Fei, a handful of enemies was no challenge for him. His gaze locked onto Scarface, who was being shielded by over 20 bandits as he retreated. Liu Jin couldn't help but sneer. He wasn't in a rush to pursue Scarface, instead focusing on cutting down the stragglers. Scarface saw his numbers dwindle and fell deeper into despair. He had brought over 100 men, but now only a couple dozen remained. Even if he escaped back to the stronghold, his status would plummet. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes, and he silently vowed revenge if he ever got the chance. But suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves came from ahead. A red-faced warrior appeared, riding a fine horse and wielding a broadsword. With a single sweeping motion, the blade flashed coldly through the air, aiming straight for Scarface. Scarface's expression changed instantly, fear filling his eyes. With a chilling sound, the blade flashed, and Scarface let out a scream as his head was severed, blood gushing from his neck. His headless body crashed to the ground, his head rolling across the earth with a horrifying thud. The remaining 20 or so bandits were terrified by this sudden turn of events. Trembling, their eyes wide with panic, they dropped their weapons and fled toward the woods. Someone shouted, "Run! The soldiers are here." Guan Yu stroked his long beard and gripped his sword with one hand, barking coldly, "Soldiers, kill them all, leave none alive." Dozens of soldiers quickly closed in, cutting off any escape. Guan Yu's broadsword swept through the air, cutting down bandits with deadly precision, as easily as slicing vegetables. The bandits had no chance to resist and fell one after another. Screams echoed through the forest as the 20 or so fleeing bandits were cut down one after another. Their bodies lay scattered among the trees, blood pooling everywhere. The sounds of fighting gradually faded, and an eerie silence soon settled over the woods. Mounted on his horse, Guan Yu's face was stern and cold. With a sharp wave of his hand, he ordered the soldiers behind him to advance toward the entrance of Wu family village. By the time the group reached the village entrance, the battle was over. Corpses lay strewn on both sides of the road. The yellow earth stained a deep red with blood, and the air was thick with its metallic scent. More than a dozen captured bandits, their hands and feet tightly bound, knelt on the ground, trembling. Guan Yu urged his horse forward, clasped his fists, and announced in a thunderous voice, "Brother, the bandit leader has been executed. Not a single one escaped." Liu Jin nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. With generals like Guan Yu and Zhang, dealing with these ragtag bandits was an easy task. Most of the bodies on the field belonged to the bandits, but quite a few of Wu family village's own young men had also fallen. Despite arriving quickly with his troops, over 30 of the villagers had been killed and more than 10 wounded. By comparison, only 7 or 8 soldiers had suffered minor injuries, and they could recover soon after being bandaged. All in all, having wiped out more than 100 bandits, it was a resounding victory. Liu Jin called out, "Yinchang, Ida, begin clearing the battlefield and gather all the weapons. Take the heads of these bandits. We'll send them to the commandery later." Both men bowed in acknowledgement. "Yes, sir." At that moment, the village elder approached, surrounded by dozens of villagers, gratitude written all over his face. Bowing deeply, he said, "Thank you, Commander Liu, for defeating these bandits and saving everyone in our village. On behalf of the people of Wu family village, I thank you." No sooner had he finished speaking than the old man knelt, and the younger men behind him dropped to one knee. Had Liu Jin and his soldiers not arrived in time, the entire village would likely have been slaughtered. Seeing this, Liu Jin quickly dismounted and helped the old man up, speaking gently, "Please, everyone, rise. You are citizens of the Han. As an officer of the Han army, it is my duty to protect the people, ensure peace, and rid the land of bandits." The villagers were deeply moved by his words. There were many soldiers in the Han army, but few who truly cared for the people and fought to protect them from bandits. Not extorting them was already a blessing, much less risking their lives for them. Once he had regained his composure, the village elder said respectfully, "Commander Liu, I must thank you again. Night is about to fall. Please, stay in our village tonight, and allow us to show our gratitude and offer you some hospitality." Liu Jin glanced up at the sky. The sun had already set, and dusk was gathering over the land. If they marched quickly, they could still return to camp, but refusing the villagers' sincere invitation would be ungracious. He also wanted to learn more about the origins of these bandits, in hopes of rooting them out completely and earning greater military merit. Killing over 100 bandits was already a considerable achievement, but if he wanted to be promoted to the rank of military officer, it might not be enough. He would need to kill several hundred more, and perhaps offer some silver to the commandery officer to earn that position. After a moment's thought, Liu Jin nodded and smiled, saying, "In that case, we'll spend the night here. I hope we're not causing too much trouble, village chief." The old village chief waved his hands repeatedly, his face beaming with a smile. "General, there's no need to be so polite. It's an honor for us to have you stay in Wu village. They'll go make arrangements for your meals right away." With that, he gathered the villagers and gave them detailed instructions about preparing food. After all, these soldiers were their saviors, and the hospitality had to be perfect. Liu Jin handed his reins to a soldier behind him and looked up at the mountains stretching into the distance. His gaze swept past the peaks and settled on the boy who had ridden in on a donkey with the news. The boy was clever, indeed had come up with the idea of splitting their forces to surround the bandits. If they'd simply charged straight in, the bandits would have scattered into the hills, and at least a few dozen would have escaped into the wilderness, making it almost impossible to wipe them out completely. "You there, come here for a moment," Liu Jin called out, waving his hand. Wu Xing, who had been moving bodies, quickly wiped the blood from his hands and hurried over. "Captain, what can I do for you?" Liu Jin studied the young man before him, handsome, sturdy, clearly someone who practiced martial arts. "He'd make a fine soldier." After a moment's thought, Liu Jin asked, "Do you know anything about these bandits?" Wu Xing nodded and explained in detail, "Captain, there are mountains all around Lai Township. There used to be 6 or 7 different bandit groups here, ranging from a dozen to several dozen men each. The authorities have tried to wipe them out many times, but with little success. About a year ago, the leader from Langtu Mountain united the nearby gangs and formed Jushin Stronghold. There are 3 chiefs in the stronghold. The scar-faced man we fought today was the second chief, with over 100 men under him. The main chief, Wang Shou, and the third chief, Guodaj Wang, are still at the stronghold with 200 or 300 men in total." Liu Jin fell silent, deep in thought. This so-called Jushin stronghold clearly wanted to become a major force. But bandits are still just bandits. As long as they hide in the mountains, they can act like kings, but if they dare to come down, the authorities will crush them. Now, with only 200 or 300 left, their strength isn't overwhelming. More importantly, Word of the Scar-faced chief's defeat hasn't yet reached the stronghold, which presents a rare opportunity. With Guan Yu, Zhang, and over 100 soldiers, plus a few prisoners who know the way, they could launch a surprise attack before the bandits realize what's happened. If they wait and the news spreads, the bandits will panic and lock themselves in, making them much harder to eliminate. After a moment, a glimmer of excitement appeared in Lu Jin's eyes. They could use the prisoners to open the gates under the Scar-faced chief's name. Once inside, the bandits would be trapped like caged beasts, with nowhere to run. After coming to this realization, Lu Jin turned to look at Wu Xing, who was standing nearby. There was a glint of admiration in his eyes. Would you be interested in joining the army? Wu Xing was taken aback for a moment, but then a look of undisguised excitement flashed across his face. Join the army? For a young man trapped in this remote village, it was an unseen-a-lifetime opportunity. He was long tired of toiling in the fields day after day, and the military offered a path to a better future. What mattered even more was that Lu Jin seemed different from ordinary people. The confidence in his every gesture, and the two imposing, broad-shouldered men at his side, all pointed to the extraordinary nature of this group. I'm willing to join and serve under Captain Liu, Wu Xing declared without hesitation, clasping his fists in salute, his voice ringing out loud and clear. Lu Jin burst into hearty laughter, clapping Wu Xing on the shoulder as he spoke warmly. Excellent. In that case, I hereby appoint you as squad leader, in charge of 5 men. The appointment left Wu Xing stunned, almost speechless with excitement. To become an officer the moment he joined the army was far more than he ever expected. He understood well that this was a sign of Lu Jin's special regard for him. Thank you for your trust and promotion, Captain. I will never forget this favor, and I swear to follow you loyally, through life and death, without ever betraying you. Wu Xing bowed deeply again. Lu Jin nodded with satisfaction, then assigned Wu Xing to serve under Guan Yu. Though this young man wasn't one of the famous generals of the late Han, the talent he showed meant that, with proper guidance, he might one day rival those great men. After all, heroes are made by circumstance. Had they never met, Wu Xing might have spent his whole life as an ordinary villager. But since fate had brought them together, why not give him a helping hand? Perhaps he would truly achieve something remarkable in the future. As evening fell, Lu Jin led his 100 or so soldiers to set up camp at the entrance of the village. The villagers brought out steaming dishes, both meat and vegetables, offering the best food from their homes to treat the soldiers kindly. Looking at the generous spread before them, Guan Yu couldn't help but remark, "Brother, these villagers are truly honest and kind, giving us even the food they're usually reluctant to eat themselves." "The people really are sincere and good-hearted," Lu Jin said, moved. "If you treat them well, they'll repay you tenfold. As officers and soldiers, it's our duty to be worthy of our uniforms, to pick up our swords and protect the peace, so the people can live safe and happy lives." Guan Yu nodded in agreement, sighing, "If every official in the land cared for the people as you do, there wouldn't be so many corrupt officials and bandits causing trouble." Lu Jin simply shook his head silently at those words. As the saying goes, the capable are burdened with more work, the wise are troubled by more worries, while those without ability have nothing to ask for. I am merely the leader of a local garrison, commanding 100 soldiers. Naturally, I can only exercise the authority of my position, ensuring the safety and stability of the people in Liaxiang. If I were a county commander or governor, I would protect the people of an entire county. If I were a regional inspector, I would be responsible for the welfare of the whole province. As for the safety and well-being of all the people in the land, that responsibility falls on the emperor and the officials at court. As a mere garrison leader, even if I wish to help, I have neither the power nor the right to interfere. When you are in humble circumstances, you should focus on your own conduct. When you have achieved success, you can help the world. Don't meddle in matters beyond your ability, or you'll only make things worse. Standing nearby, Zhang listened to these words, his brows knitting together as a thoughtful look flickered in his eyes. After a brief moment, realization dawned on him. He broke into a hearty laugh and said, "Big brother, say no more, I get it now. You mean, only if you become emperor will you have the power to care for all the people in the land." As soon as he said this, the atmosphere froze. Guan Yu's brows shot up, his eyes flashing with caution. He quickly glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, then lowered his voice and scolded, "Third brother, don't speak so carelessly. If word of this gets out, our big brother's life will be in danger." Lu Jin was momentarily taken aback by these words, a wry smile appearing on his face. Zhang had indeed voiced the thought in his heart if he were the ruler of the Han, he would naturally want to protect all the people. But as things stood, he was only a local garrison leader. Even if he wished to safeguard everyone, he simply didn't have the authority. He raised a hand to calm the two, saying calmly, "It's fine. It's just the 3 of us, hurry, no one else will hear. But outside, you must never say such things. If word of this treasonous talk got out, the 3 of us could very well die together." Zhang scratched his head, glancing at his 2 brothers with a sheepish grin, though a shrewd light shone in his eyes. Looking at the nervous faces of his brothers, Liu Jin's gaze grew resolute. If the opportunity arose, he believed he should rightfully claim the realm and care for its people. After all, they were all members of the imperial clan. Why should one make straw sandals while another sits on the throne? Fate turns like a wheel. Perhaps it was his family's turn now. He turned to Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, his voice serious. Yinchang, Ida, make sure all the soldiers eat and drink their fill. Well, be taking action soon. I want you to join me in the mountains to strike at the bandit stronghold and see if we can wipe them out completely. At these words, excitement flared in the eyes of Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei could barely contain their eagerness. Defeating the 100 or so bandits before hadn't even given them a proper workout. Now, to march into the mountains and root out the bandits at their source would be a real battle. They immediately bowed and set off in different directions to relay the orders, telling the soldiers to eat and drink their fill, replenishing their strength. After Liu Jin had eaten his fill, he carefully selected a captive named Du Dang from among the prisoners. Du Dang was a minor leader among the bandits and a trusted follower of the Scarface chief, would have no trouble helping them get past the gates. Liu Jin then ordered his men to change into clothes stripped from the bandits' corpses. In the darkness, they would be almost indistinguishable from real bandits. Once everything was ready, the group of 100 or so, led by Du Dang and carrying scattered torches, quietly set off toward the mountains ahead. Jushian's stronghold was nestled among the peaks, not far from Wu family village. If they moved quickly, they could reach it within a day. After all, the bandits were only human. They needed food and drink, and sometimes they would sneak down into villages or towns to spend money, seek pleasure, and enjoy themselves. If they truly lived deep in uninhabited mountains, they might survive, but they'd become little more than savages. Few bandits could endure such isolation. One day later, inside the main hall of Jushian's stronghold, the bandit leaders were gathered together, feasting and drinking. At the head of the table sat a burly man, Wang Shou, the chief of the bandits. He raised his large hand, drained his cup, and swept his gaze over the others. Frowning slightly, he asked, "Has there been any word from second brother? He's been gone a long time." Inside the mountain stronghold, a minor leader shook his head as he reported to Wang Shou, "Boss, since the second-in-command went down the mountain, we haven't heard a word from him. I'm afraid he's probably stuck in Wu family village, unable to take his eyes off those pretty women." Wang Shou snorted impatiently, his face showing clear annoyance. "Oomph, that's just like him, can't move a step when he sees a woman." Guidas Wang, the third-in-command, who was seated nearby, frowned in thought for a moment before speaking in a low voice. "Boss, the brothers brought word a few days ago that the garrison in Liaxiang has a new commander. Shouldn't we be a bit more cautious?" Wang Shou dismissed his concern with a sneer. "Those soldiers? You know what they're like, no different from us bandits. All they do is bully the locals and oppress the people. Especially that Zhao Lei's even worse than us, kidnapping women, burning and looting wherever he goes. Someone like him wants to wipe us out. Besides, the second-in-command took over 100 men with him. Dealing with a small place like Wu family village is a walk in the park. Even if they run into the soldiers, they can easily retreat." Guidas Wang nodded, finally relaxing his tense expression. Seeing this, Wang Shou raised his wine cup and laughed heartily. "Come on, brothers, let's keep drinking." The leaders around the hall lifted their cups, drinking with the chief and the third-in-command. Laughter and bold voices echoed through the hall. Outside, the crescent moon hung high in the night sky, casting a cold, silvery light over the land. At this moment, beyond the gates of Jushian's stronghold, Liu Jin had led over 100 soldiers into ambush among the trees. Through the gaps in the branches, they could see the stronghold's gate clearly. The terrain was treacherous, a natural choke point that would be easy to defend and hard to attack. A few bandits patrolled the gate with torches in hand. Liu Jin knew all too well that a frontal assault would be costly, and even if they managed to breach the gate, wiping out the rest of the bandits would be nearly impossible. After a brief moment of thought, he gave a quiet order, "Bring Du Dang here." A few soldiers brought over a scrawny young man. Liu Jin fixed him with a cold stare. "Hey, race your chance if you can trick them into opening the gate. Not only will I spare your life, but I'll also reward you handsomely, so you'll never have to worry about food or clothing again. But if you try anything funny, don't blame me for what happens next." Beside him, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei glared menacingly, their intimidating presence making it hard for Du Dang to breathe. Remembering the pair's ferocious fighting skills from before, Du Dang was already terrified. He dropped to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly. "Rest assured, Commander, I've already turned myself in and wouldn't dare play any tricks. He'll open the gate for you right away." Liu Jin nodded slightly, but, wanting to be cautious, decided not to let his men rush in all at once. If Du Dang tried any tricks or gave the bandits a warning, they would be shot down by arrows from the gate, and he would surely suffer heavy losses. After some thought, he ordered Guan Yu to lead a dozen soldiers, surrounding Du Dang in the middle, and head toward the stronghold gate. This way, they'd be prepared for any surprise if anything went wrong. He could have Zhang Fei cover the retreat with the remaining troops, protecting Guan Yu and the others from being wiped out. Guan Yu accepted the order without hesitation. He shoved Du Dang in front of him, pressing a cold, gleaming blade against Du Dang's waist. In a low, menacing voice, Guan Yu warned, "Say one wrong word, and it'll run you through right here." Feeling the icy blade, Du Dang's legs trembled uncontrollably. He walked forward, every step cautious, terrified that one slip might cost him his life. They soon reached the gate, drawing the attention of the bandits inside. A minor leader standing atop the gate narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Who goes there?" Forcing a smile, Du Dang called out, trying to sound relaxed, "Old Zhang. Don't you recognize me?" The man called Old Zhang paused, recognizing the familiar voice. "Oh, it's you. Didn't the second chief take you to raid Wu village? What are you doing back at the stronghold in the middle of the night?" His tone was wary. The chief said no one comes in after dark. Raising his torch, he peered down at the group, suspicion growing. "Why so few people? Where's the second chief?" Without missing a beat, Du Dang replied, "Don't mention it. The second chief led us in a sweep of Wu village, took plenty of pretty young women, widows, and heaps of grain and cloth. We got so much loot we can't carry it all. The second chief sent me ahead with some of it, told me to ask the chief and third chief to send more men to help haul it back." He quickly pulled open a sack head prepared, letting the torchlight reveal the golden millet inside. Old Zhang's eyes widened at the sight of all that grain, his Adam's apple bobbing as he imagined the bounty. Seeing this, Du Dang pressed on. "Come on, Old Zhang. Stop wasting time, open the gate. I need the brothers to help move the goods. If we're late, the second chief will be furious. Move fast, and he'll even set you up with a couple of pretty widows to keep you company tonight." The promise of pretty widows made Old Zhang's breathing quicken, greed flashing in his eyes. "You said it, Du. Give me 2 of them, and he'll open this gate for you every day." He turned to his men. "Open the gate." A few bandits nodded and moved to open the gate. Hearing this, a cold smile crept across Du Dang's lips. "Open the gate. This is your last chance. Old Zhang, you'll have no one to blame but yourself." With a creak, the gate slowly swung open. Old Zhang, smiling in anticipation, strode forward with his men. But as he got a closer look at the group, he sensed something was wrong. The air felt icy, and Du Dang looked like he was being held hostage. Guan Yu, standing right next to Du Dang, narrowed his phoenix eyes, a cold light flashing in them. Suddenly, he shouted, "Attack!" Before his words even faded, the broadsword in his hand flashed like lightning, slashing straight for the leader's throat. Old Zhang's eyes widened in shock. Before he could even scream, he felt a cold sensation at his neck, and blood spurted out. He collapsed to the ground, his face still full of confusion, never understanding what had happened even as he drew his last breath. At the command, the soldiers raised their blades in unison and charged forward. The sound of bodies hitting the ground came one after another as the bandits guarding the gate were killed instantly. Guan Yu, wielding his blood-stained broadsword, led over a dozen elite soldiers in a swift assault. Any bandit who crossed his path was cut down with a single sweep. None could withstand even a single blow. Agonized screams echoed throughout the mountain stronghold. Hiding in the woods, Liu Jin saw that Guan Yu had already breached the stronghold and was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, he led dozens of soldiers surging through the gate like a tide. Working in tandem with Guan Yu from inside, they slaughtered the gatekeepers with unstoppable force. Soon, the sounds of battle faded, and not a single bandit at the gate survived. Around 50 bodies lay scattered across the ground, their blood staining the earth red. After this fierce assault, there were likely only about 200 enemies left atop the mountain. Liu Jin turned to Du Dang at his side and asked, "Do you think the fighting at the gate will be heard up above?" Du Dang quickly shook his head and replied obsequiously, "Don't worry, Captain. There's still some distance between the gate and the top. This noise won't carry that far." Liu Jin was delighted to hear this. He wasn't worried about the bandits fighting to the death. What concerned him was that they might hear the commotion and flee in panic. This area was the bandits' territory, and they knew every mountain path like the back of their hand. If they scattered, it would be difficult to wipe them out completely. Just as Liu Jin was about to order Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to press forward, Du Dang suddenly reached out to stop him and whispered, "Captain, there's a lookout post at the top, about 10 men strong. If we go up the main road, we'll alert them for sure. We need to take them out first." Liu Jin was startled, realizing why previous government troops had failed to eliminate these bandits. Their defenses were so tight. After a moment's thought, he told Du Dang, "Take my second brother, Guan Yu, and a dozen men to deal with the sentries. He'll remember your contribution. You'll be well rewarded." Du Dang nodded repeatedly, bowing as he replied, "Rest assured, Captain. He'll make sure you're satisfied." With that, Guan Yu and Du Dang led a team of elite soldiers, quietly making their way toward the top of the mountain. Liu Jin and Zhang Fei led their troops slowly along the winding mountain path, keeping a distance from the vanguard ahead. The night deepened in the mountains as Guan Yu and his advance squad quietly reached the summit's territory. "Captain Guan," Du Dang whispered, pointing at a shadowy grove ahead, "that's where the sentries gather. If we take them out, we'll have a clear path to the top." Guan Yu nodded silently and signaled for a dozen men to follow. Within the woods, a shabby tent was barely visible, with the sound of snoring coming from inside. Two bandits patrolled nearby, yawning and clearly exhausted. Moving like a phantom, Guan Yu crept forward with his green dragon crescent blade. In a flash, both sentries fell in silence, never getting the chance to raise the alarm. Without hesitation, he and his men stormed the tent, swiftly cutting down the sleeping bandits. After a few muffled cries, the grove fell silent once more. As Du Dang checked the scene, his expression changed drastically. Captain Guan, something's wrong. There should be 10 sentries, but I only count 9 bodies. Guan Yu frowned, carefully inspecting the corpses. Sure enough, 2 outside and 7 inside the tent. Only 9 in total. Don't bother searching, Du Dang said urgently. One of them must have gone out to relieve himself and probably spotted us. He's likely gone to raise the alarm. The bandits on the mountain could be alerted at any moment. Guan Yu's eyes turned cold. In that case, he'll take my men and block their way. You go and notify my elder brother, tell him to hurry. No, you mustn't. Du Dang shook his head anxiously. There are at least 200 bandits up there, with just a handful of men. These worthless scoundrels are nothing to me. Guan Yu interrupted, his tone brooking no argument. Just go and deliver the message. With that, he led his men in a charge toward the summit. With a helpless sigh, Du Dang turned and hurried down the mountain to deliver the warning. About half an instant's time later, he ran into Liu Jin, Zhang Fei, and their group making their way up in the darkness. Captain Liu, Du Dang called out, breathless. We're in trouble. One sentry escaped and has likely raised the alarm. Captain Guan has already charged ahead with just a dozen men. Zhang Fei's eyes widened as he shouted anxiously to Liu Bei, brother, there are over 200 bandits at the top of the mountain. Second brother only took a dozen men with him. We have to hurry and help. If we're any later, he'll be in real danger. Liu Bei's heart tightened at the news, a sense of dread washing over him. Guan Yu was famed for his prowess, but facing so many with so few was still perilous. No victory was worth risking his brother's life. His gaze sharpened, and he spun around, barking at his troops. Everyone, move out. We must reach the summit within half a stick of incense. Anyone who lags behind will face military discipline. Before Head finished speaking, Liu Bei and Zhang Fei had already charged ahead. The soldiers, spurred by the command, thundered after them, their footsteps pounding toward the mountaintop. At the summit, a few mud-brick huts were scattered about, with several bandits patrolling the area. Suddenly, a thin, panicked man burst onto the scene, gasping for breath as he shouted, "Attack, we're under attack." The patrolling bandits tensed, gathering around him. One of them snapped, "Wang or Lingzi, what are you yelling about in the middle of the night?" Still panting, the man managed, "There are people coming up from the mountain. A few of our brothers are already dead." The leader of the bandits scoffed, "You must be drunk." The second chief took 100 men to raid Wust village. With so many checkpoints, who could possibly make it up here? Wang or Lingzi, frantic and nearly choking on his words, was about to explain when the sound of hurried footsteps erupted behind him. Guan Yu, wielding his bloodstained green dragon crescent blade, swept in like the wind and struck with a single, powerful slash. With a scream, Wang or Lingzi was sent flying, crashing to the ground with his back split open dead on the spot. The other bandits stared in shock. Only then did their leader realize the gravity of the situation and shouted at the top of his lungs, "We're under attack. Enemy soldiers have made it up here." His cry rang out like a thunderclap, jolting the sleeping bandits awake. They scrambled for weapons and charged out of their huts. A cold light flashed in Guan Yu's eyes as he ordered the dozen men behind him. "Fight as you retreat, cause as much chaos as you can." With that, he led the charge, cutting down every bandit who dared block his path. Seeing that the attackers were only a small group, the bandits inside the stronghold gradually regained their composure. One of the leaders, furious, prepared to give the order. Suddenly, the sound of battle erupted as 30 or 40 bandits surged forward, surrounding Guan Yu and his companions. The two sides clashed atop the mountain, blades flashing and sparks flying in the darkness. Wielding his green dragon crescent blade, Guan Yu swept through the crowd with unstoppable force. Anyone daring to approach was instantly cut down, his ferocity sweeping across the battlefield like a raging storm, leaving no one able to stand in his way. The fighting grew fiercer, rousing the nearby bandits from their sleep. The chief, Wang Shou, and the third-in-command, Guodazhuang, hurriedly dressed and rushed out from the main hall. Seeing chaos erupting throughout the stronghold, panic flashed across both their faces. "Who dares cause trouble here?" Wang Shou demanded coldly, grabbing a nearby underling. The frightened bandit quickly replied, "It looks like someone has charged up the mountain and is killing our men, maybe a dozen or so people." Hearing this, Wang Shou's urge to flee vanished. He had feared a large force of government troops, but realizing it was just a handful of attackers, he scoffed at their audacity. "Third brother, gather all the men and kill every last one of them." Wang Shou barked, his voice echoing through the night. Guodazhuang snapped to attention and nodded. "Big brother, they'll take care of them right away." Dozens, then hundreds, of bandits quickly assembled, closing in on Guan Yu's position. Undaunted, Guan Yu only fought harder as the numbers grew. Around him lay the bodies of more than a dozen fallen foes, blood splattering the ground and striking terror into the hearts of those nearby. The sight of this formidable warrior, wielding his massive blade, left the bandits too afraid to attack, even as they surrounded him. Zhang, gripping an iron hammer, approached the battlefield. By the light of the flames, he caught sight of Guan Yu and was stunned. Had never imagined one man could stand alone against so many, cowing even the bravest of his underlings. Whoever kills this man will be rewarded with 10,000 coins. Zhang shouted. At his command, the bandits surged forward, eyes alight with greed, weapons raised as they charged Guan Yu en masse. Facing the onslaught, Guan Yu's phoenix eyes narrowed, then flashed with cold light. His blade gleamed as he stepped back, flipped his wrist, and unleashed a devastating move, instantly cleaving a bandit in two. Blood sprayed as the body fell. Without pausing, Guan Yu's blade spun wildly through the crowd, severing limbs and scattering bodies. The air filled with screams and the stench of blood as his momentum reached its peak seemed unstoppable, like the reincarnation of the mighty king of Western Chu. The surrounding bandits were paralyzed with fear. Even Wang Shou and Zhang stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend how such a fearsome warrior could exist. Just then, a thunderous shout echoed through the darkness, shaking the mountain like a tiger's roar. "Second brother, I'm coming to help you." Before the words had faded, Zhang Fei burst from the night, spear in hand, charging forward like a whirlwind. Several bandits in his path barely had time to react before being run through, collapsing in a pool of blood. In the crowd, Guan Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his third brother, Zhang Fei, arrive. The pressure of maintaining his imposing demeanor had become overwhelming, and he was reaching his limit. No matter how formidable he was still just a mortal. Facing the onslaught of over 100 bandits, slaying 30 enemies was already his limit. If the fight dragged on any longer, he feared he might not make it out alive. As soon as Zhang Fei entered the fray, he plunged into the battle, his spear flashing as he struck down several bandits, greatly easing the pressure on Guan Yu. Just then, Liu Bei, wielding a broadsword, led the government troops into the fight with a thunderous charge and shouted, "Second brother. Third brother. Your big brother is here." Before he finished speaking, he and his men crashed into the bandits. The two sides collided with a fierce clamor of clashing steel and flying sparks. Overwhelmed by this show of force, the bandits had no will to resist. With Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's strength, now bolstered by the soldiers, the tide turned swiftly and decisively. The bandits were cut down as easily as grass before a scythe. In no time, the battle became completely one-sided. The bandits began dropping their weapons and fled in panic toward the mountains and forests. Among the crowd, Wang Shou and Zhang watched the scene in terror. They hadn't expected so many reinforcements to arrive. Exchanging a glance, both realized the other was equally afraid. Without hesitation, they took advantage of the chaos to slip away. After all, they were used to this. If they couldn't win, they would run. Better to live and fight another day. Once they recruited more bandits, they could always try again. With the chief and his lieutenant escaping first, the fighting on the mountaintop quickly subsided. The remaining bandits had no will left to resist. Some fell to their knees and begged for mercy, while others scattered in a desperate attempt to escape. The battlefield was a scene of utter devastation. As the sounds of battle faded, only the bodies and pools of fresh blood remained, the air thick with the stench of iron. Those bandits who surrendered were quickly rounded up and placed under guard. Liu Bei wiped the blood from his face and surveyed the battlefield with a sense of relief. At last, the bandit threat had been completely eradicated. Although some had managed to escape under cover of darkness, most of the outlaws had been cut down. Even if a few managed to regroup, having lost so many weapons and resources, it would be difficult for them to regain their strength anytime soon. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, covered in blood and gripping their blood-stained weapons, walked up to Liu Bei. The two of them bowed in unison and called out, "Big brother." Seeing them in such a state, Liu Bei's heart tightened with concern. He quickly asked, "Yinchang, Ida, are you both all right?" Guan Yu and Zhang Fei exchanged glances, then smiled and shook their heads. "Big brother, we're fine," they replied. Liu Bei let out a small sigh of relief, though his expression remained stern as he turned to Guan Yu. "Second brother, you can't be so reckless in the future. If anything were to happen to you, what would I do as your elder brother?" Guan Yu quickly knelt on one knee, cupped his fists, and replied in a low voice, "Big brother, I only wanted to hold the bandits here so they couldn't escape. If word got out and we didn't achieve enough, you wouldn't be able to earn your promotion. That's why I took the risk." Liu Bei was deeply moved by these words, his heart filled with gratitude. Although their oath of brotherhood was not a deliberate act, it was more a result of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei relying on their bravery to make a name for themselves in these troubled times. Yet, as they spent their days together, the bond between Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Liu Bei had grown so deep that they were closer than real brothers. At this moment, Liu Bei gently helped Guan Yu to his feet, a trace of tenderness flashing in his eyes as he spoke softly. "Second brother, I understand how you feel, but I don't want you to take unnecessary risks. Even if higher status awaits us, what does it matter if things go wrong? I'd rather give up all titles and honors than lose either of you." Hearing this, Guan Yu was overcome with emotion, his eyes reddening as tears welled up. He gripped Lu Jin's arm tightly, his voice trembling. Elder brother, even Zhang Fei, always the silent one, couldn't hold back his tears. He rushed forward, wrapping his arms around them both, his own voice shaking. "Elder brother." The three of them embraced atop the quiet mountain peak, warmth and valor intertwining in the silence. After a while, they managed to regain their composure and return to their places. In the distance, a faint glimmer of light began to dispel the darkness at the horizon, the first sign of dawn. "Yun Chang, Ida, have matters outside been settled?" Lu Jin's voice broke the morning stillness as he sat up from his chair. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei turned to see their elder brother awake and alert. Guan Yu immediately replied, "Elder brother, everything has been taken care of. From the assault on the stronghold until now, we have slain over 200 foes and captured more than 40. Some bandits managed to escape in the chaos. Our own losses are just over 10 men. We seized 2,000 shur of grain, over 300,000 coins, as well as some weapons and a dozen or so sets of armor." Lu Jin showed little surprise. Given the size of the stronghold, such gains were to be expected. In fact, he even thought the haul was a bit modest. However, the unexpected discovery of those sets of armor brought a glimmer of delight to his eyes. Armor was extremely valuable, especially for any army, as only a handful of soldiers could ever be equipped with it. Even among his own troops, only a few squad leaders had the privilege of wearing armor. After all, forging armor was difficult, time-consuming, costly, and rarely successful. Possessing armor would greatly enhance a soldier's combat effectiveness and chances of survival, making this find especially good news for Lu Jin. After thinking for a moment, Lu Jin said, "Yun Chang, reward the sets of armor to the soldiers who fought most bravely in this battle. As for the other spoils and provisions, hand them over to the prisoners and have them carry everything down the mountain. Make sure the bodies of our fallen are brought back for a proper burial. They'll cover the expenses myself and issue compensation according to military regulations. Let the soldiers know that even if they fall in battle, their families will be taken care of." Guan Yu and Zhang Fei nodded in silent gratitude, deeply moved, knowing that their elder brother's commitment to every man in their ranks was not just a matter of duty, but of true and heartfelt loyalty. When Guan Yu and Zhang Fei heard this, a look of approval flashed in their eyes. They wholeheartedly agreed with their elder brother's decision. Distributing compensation to the families of fallen soldiers would not only provide basic security for those left behind, preventing tragedies where families starve after losing their breadwinners, but it would also ease the worries of the soldiers. Without such concerns, the troops would fight with all their might on the battlefield, naturally boosting the army's combat strength. Guan Yu stroked his long beard, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke in a low voice. "Brother, we also found some women who had been abducted, hidden in the bandits' cellar, more than 20 in total. What should we do with them?" Lu Jin frowned deeply at this. These women, kidnapped by the mountain bandits, had likely suffered greatly. Even if they returned home, they would probably face gossip and scorn from their communities. What's more, many of their families might have been killed by the bandits, leaving them alone and without support. If left to fend for themselves, it would be nearly impossible for these women to survive in such troubled times. After a long silence, Lu Jin finally spoke. "First, ask these women what they want to do. Those who wish to return home should be given some money and food to help them start over. Those who don't want to go back, I will arrange marriages with single soldiers in our ranks, so they can start new lives together." He paused, then added firmly, "But before any arrangements are made, both sides must agree willingly. If either party objects, nothing will be forced." It was well known that women targeted by bandits were often exceptionally beautiful. Most of the soldiers, coming from poor families, had joined the army just to have enough to eat and rarely had the chance to marry. Allowing these single men to marry the rescued women would not only solve their personal concerns, but also foster gratitude and loyalty. With families of their own to protect, the soldiers would fight even harder on the battlefield. After hearing this, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei nodded in agreement. This was clearly the most appropriate solution, addressing both the needs of the single soldiers and the plight of the women, helping everyone find stability. Once all matters were settled, Lu Jin led his men out of the mountain stronghold. Before leaving, he ordered the place set ablaze. The raging fire quickly consumed the entire Jushin stronghold, reducing it to ashes. This was done to prevent any surviving bandits from returning and re-establishing themselves. Now that it was a ruin, rebuilding would be no easy task. 2 days later, Lu Jin led his soldiers, escorting prisoners and spoils of war, to the entrance of Wu village. Hearing the commotion, the elderly village chief and the villagers gathered to see what was happening. When they first heard that Lu Jin had led his men to attack Jushin stronghold, they could hardly believe it. After all, The bandits numbered in the hundreds, and it seemed impossible for just over 100 government troops to defeat them, let alone breach their gates. But as they saw the soldiers leading a group of dejected captives, with severed heads displayed on tall poles, they were struck with shock and disbelief. The village chief hobbled forward, his voice trembling with excitement. "Commander Liu, have you really wiped out the bandits of Jushin Stronghold?" Liu Jin replied with a hearty laugh and a nod. "The bandits of Jushin Stronghold have been completely eliminated. Only a handful managed to escape, but they won't be able to cause any more trouble in the area. From now on, you can live in peace without fearing bandit attacks." The old chief and the villagers beamed with joy, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, Commander Liu, and thank you to all the soldiers for protecting our homes and our land." Their gratitude was sincere and heartfelt. After all, the bandits in these mountains had ruled this area for decades. Every year, they would send people down to collect a protection fee from the villagers in exchange for temporary peace. Worse still, the bandits would often raid the villages, leaving the local people in misery. Many villagers could no longer endure such hardship and took their families to seek a new life elsewhere. The old village chief warmly invited Liu Jin to stay the night, hoping to show his gratitude with some wine and meat. However, Liu Jin politely declined. The villagers were already poor and had little to spare. A single gesture of hospitality was already generous. Anything more would only add to their burden. After chatting with the village chief for a while, Liu Jin borrowed a few ox carts and donkey carts to transport the seized supplies. Then, he led his soldiers, escorting a group of prisoners, and set out for the military camp. By the time they returned to camp, the sky was tinged with the colors of dusk. Zhao Ergu, along with several cooks, came out to greet them, and Yang Ling stood among the crowd. When everyone saw the troops returning, excitement lit up their faces. But as the team drew near, their attention was immediately captured by the carts piled high with spoils, severed heads still dripping with blood, and a mountain of captured bandits. The sight left everyone stunned and deeply shaken. Yang Ling, in particular, was amazed. He had been stationed here for years and knew just how ruthless these bandits were. Even though the garrison outnumbered the bandits, both sides had always maintained a delicate balance, never openly clashing. He never expected that Captain Liu could wipe out the entire bandit force in just a single month. The scale of this victory explained how Liu Jin had managed to act so decisively, kill Zhao Lei, and quickly take command of the troops. It was clear now that his strength was formidable. With hundreds of bandits eliminated, once word reached the county, Liu Jin's achievements would not go unnoticed. With some careful maneuvering, he could easily be promoted to junior commandant. At that point, he would become a mid-ranking figure in the county, commanding respect even from high officials like the prefect and the county commander. Zhao Ergu, grinning from ear to ear, hurried over. "Big brother, Guan Yu and Zhang San are here too." Liu Jin nodded and signaled for the seized goods to be stored safely, setting aside a share as a reward for all the soldiers. He then ordered the kitchen, "Prepare good food and wine. We're going to reward everyone tonight." As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Jin, accompanied by Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Zhao Ergu, returned to the command tent. Inside, everyone took their seats. Liu Jin spoke slowly. "This was a decisive victory. We wiped out nearly 300 bandits and captured dozens more. For the official report, they'll round up the numbers and claim 500 enemies killed, with several bandit strongholds destroyed. Next, they'll personally escort the heads and prisoners to the county and prepare some money to smooth things over with the county commander, aiming for a promotion to junior commandant." The three brothers nodded in understanding. They clearly knew Liu Jin's intention. Crushing the bandits was his path to higher office. Seeing that they were all on the same page, Liu Jin turned to Zhang Fei and smiled. "Ida, you'll stay here and guard the camp. Guan Yu, Ergu, and I will go to the county. Wait for my news." When Zhang Fei heard this, his expression darkened slightly, and he unconsciously curled his lip. Though he was dissatisfied, he still nodded and muttered a few words under his breath. Despite his complaints, he would never go against Liu Jin's orders. Seeing this, Guan Yu and Zhao Ergu couldn't help but burst into laughter, and even Liu Jin couldn't hide a smile. Watching Zhang Fei's disgruntled yet oddly endearing demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle. Before long, the atmosphere in the camp grew even more lively. Tables were piled high with hearty food and wine, and the soldiers, long famished from days of eating nothing but dry rations on the march, devoured the feast with gusto. The delicious food felt like a rare treat after such hardship. Liu Jin grabbed a chunk of meat, eating with abandon, his mouth smeared with grease and not caring a bit about appearances. He raised his cup, took a sip of wine, and immediately felt completely at ease, his spirits lifted. Even though there were few seasonings in this era, and only salt was available, hunger made everything taste especially good. Zhang Fei was even more unrestrained, hugging a wine jar and gulping it down, oblivious to everyone else. Guan Yu watched with a trace of exasperation in his eyes. He glared at Zhang Fei and said, "Third brother, how can you be so greedy? There's not much wine in camp. If you drink it all, what will big brother and fourth brother have?" With that, Guan Yu reached out, trying to grab the wine jar. Zhang Fei ignored him, clutching it tightly and drinking even more boldly, clearly determined to finish it himself. Seeing this, Zhao Ergu refused to be left out and jumped in to join the tussle. The three of them squabbled over the wine jar in the tent, their laughter ringing out, creating a lively, cheerful scene. Lu Jin watched his brothers bickering over the wine and couldn't help but grin, thinking to himself, these men really don't stand on ceremony. As he chuckled, the sight of his companions in the lantern light felt even more vivid, the warmth of this moment a sharp contrast to the brutality of the battlefield. The next day at noon, Lu Jin slowly woke from sleep, shaking off the last remnants of drowsiness. Looking down, he saw that his companions were still fast asleep clearly. The effects of last night's drinking had yet to wear off. He smiled wryly, gently pushed aside a large foot resting on him, straightened his clothes, and stepped out of the tent. Sunlight streamed down, warm and bright, with a fresh scent in the air. Most of the soldiers in camp were still sleeping soundly, having enjoyed a rare night of good food and rest. Not far away, Wu Xing was practicing with his spear, the blade flashing coldly as he moved. Lu Jin walked over with a smile and said, "You've got a few days off, why not take it easy instead of training in the drill ground?" Hearing this, Wu Xing immediately stopped, bowed respectfully, and replied, "Commander, I'm used to rising early. Even on rest days, I keep up my training, so I'm always in top shape." Lu Jin nodded in approval, genuinely impressed by Wu Xing's discipline. This man truly had the potential to accomplish great things. After a brief chat, as Lu Jin was about to leave, Wu Xing suddenly spoke up, "Commander, I heard there's a new mission for our unit. What are your plans?" "Tunzwang, do you know if the army is recruiting new soldiers? There are quite a few young men in Wu family village who would like to join and serve under your command," Wu Xing said respectfully, his eyes full of anticipation. Lu Jin was momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowing slightly as he pondered for a moment. Then he smiled and replied, "I believe there will be more recruitment, but it might take some time." Wu Xing's face lit up with excitement at this answer. If the young men from our village could join the army and secure a job, it would be a good opportunity. At the very least, it would help them support their families. And if they distinguish themselves, they might even get promoted and enjoy wealth and status. For ordinary folks like us, that's the best path forward. Lu Jin watched the excited Wu Xing, quietly calculating in his mind. He realized that if things went smoothly and he was promoted, he could recruit young men from nearby villages to strengthen his forces. After all, most of these young men served as village guards and had fought off bandits many times. They were strong and capable, far more so than ordinary villagers. Besides, having rid the area of bandits and solved a major problem for the villagers, he was seen as a benefactor, making it easier to rally people to his cause. After 3 days of rest, order in the military camp was restored, with the sounds of drills echoing all around. Lu Jin led Guan Yu, Zhao Ergu, and a group of soldiers, escorting prisoners and transporting the heads of defeated enemies along the official road to Zhou County. To prevent decay, the wagon beds were lined with lime powder to preserve the remains. Lu Jin rode his black horse, looking stern as he contemplated his next moves. Upon entering the county seat, he would need to personally report to the county commandant, who was in charge of all the troops in the region and ranked just below the prefect. In times of unrest, holding military power would solidify his position and might even put him on equal footing with the prefect. Through Zhao Ergu, he had learned that the county commandant was named Zheng Qian, a man of humble origins who had risen through the ranks thanks to his military achievements. By currying favor and offering bribes, Zheng Qian had secured a highly influential position, commandant of 2,000 households. Lu Jin thought to himself that this could work in his favor. If Zheng Qian was as greedy and self-indulgent as rumored, he could be bought, allowing Lu Jin to establish himself in the area. The only thing he feared was encountering someone incorruptible, which would make things much more difficult. After 2 days of travel, they finally arrived outside Zhou County. The sight of dozens of soldiers escorting prisoners drew the attention of many townspeople. When they saw the wagon loaded with severed heads, the crowd gasped in shock, and a few timid onlookers even screamed. Seeing this, Lu Jin quietly instructed, "Yinchang, stay outside the city with the others for now. Ergu and I will go into the city to report to the commandant." Guan Yu nodded and replied, "Don't worry, brother. Leave things out here to me." Lu Jin gave a slight nod, then rode off with Zhao Ergu toward the city. The two of them, one behind the other, quickly made their way through the streets outside Zhou County and soon arrived at the commandant's residence. Several armored guards with long spears stood watch, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Passers-by gave them a wide berth, wary of provoking any trouble, as this was the residence of the second most powerful person in Zhou County, outranked only by the prefect himself. The two horses galloped to a halt at the entrance. The guards, noticing the cavalry approach, turned and eyed them warily. When they saw the lead rider clad in the uniform of a Tunzwang, their vigilance eased a little. Though a Tunzwang held a certain rank in the county, the guard was careful not to underestimate the visitor. knowing he was merely a trusted subordinate of the commandant. One of the guards stepped forward and asked calmly, "Who goes there?" Liu Jin swung off his horse and straightened his slightly wrinkled robe. Standing tall, he cupped his fists and addressed the gate guards in a strong, clear voice. "I am Liu Jin, the village chief of Liye. 2 days ago, I led my men in a battle, killed 500 bandits, and now I have brought their heads and captured prisoners to await orders outside the city. I am here to report." The guards at the gate stared at him in disbelief. A mere village chief, commanding barely over 100 men, had managed to wipe out 500 bandits? It sounded impossible. The lead guard sized up Liu Jinhe was a sturdy man with a resolute gaze and a commanding presence that hinted at real leadership. Though still skeptical about such a report, the guard knew this was beyond his authority to judge. He respectfully replied, "Chief Liu, please come in. I will inform the commandant at once." Liu Jin nodded slightly, then followed the soldier inside along with Zhao Ergu. Once seated in the main hall, maids brought them steaming hot tea. Meanwhile, in the rear courtyard of the commandant's residence, Zhang Qian was lounging at ease on a stone bench. 2 graceful maids were massaging his shoulders, while another stood by with a tray of fresh fruit, occasionally feeding him a piece. Just as he was indulging in this comfort, a guard hurried in, bowed, and reported, "Sir, Liu Jin, the chief of Liye village, has wiped out the local mountain bandits, killing 500. He is here at the residence, seeking an audience." Zhang Qian sat up abruptly, his sharp gaze fixed on the guard. "Is this true?" His imposing manner made the guard's knees tremble. Wiping sweat from his brow, the guard stammered, "It is as Chief Liu himself reported." Zhang Qian narrowed his eyes in thought. He knew Liu Jin well, had only appointed him as village chief because of a favor owed to Liu Chong, the prefect's inspector. The post itself was thankless, remote, dangerous, and plagued by bandits, with no one else willing to take it. Since taking office, Liu Jin had been tactful, though had overstepped in dealing with Zhao Lei, had quickly sent 50,000 coins as an apology, showing he understood how things worked. Now, news had come that had successfully crushed the bandits, a real surprise. After all, the soldiers in Liye were a ragtag bunch, barely able to defend their own territory, let alone take the fight to the bandits. After a moment's thought, Zhang Qian decided to meet this intriguing young chief in person. If anyone dared to falsify military reports, even with Liu Chong, the county supervisor, backing them, I'd have no choice but to dismiss and investigate the offender. After all, claiming to have killed 500 enemies is no small matter. Even the prefect would be shocked by such news. With a little maneuvering, if that number was doubled and reported as 1,000 to the imperial court, it might not guarantee a promotion, but at the very least, it would earn imperial commendation or praise. That would be a great advantage for any future advancement. So, for Zhang Qian, this was an extremely important matter. Inside the main hall, Liu Jin and Zhao Ergu sat upright, quietly waiting. Steady footsteps echoed from outside, and a stern-looking middle-aged man strode in. A silver seal and blue ribbon hung from his waist, a symbol of a high-ranking official, and his presence was commanding and imposing. Liu Jin and Zhao Ergu immediately stood up, their faces showing respect as they bowed and greeted him. "Greetings, Commandant." Zhang Qian glanced over the 2 men, nodded slightly, and went straight to the seat of honor, kneeling down. Liu Jin and Zhao Ergu remained standing respectfully. Given their ranks, they had no right to sit unless granted permission. Zhang Qian fixed a sharp gaze on Liu Jin, his tone brooking no argument. "Liu Jin, is your report of the battle true? Do you understand the consequences if you dare deceive me?" Despite the stern questioning, Liu Jin's expression remained resolute. He cupped his fists and replied respectfully, "Sir, I dare not hide anything from you. We truly killed 500 enemies. The heads and prisoners are outside the city now, and you can send someone to verify at any time." Hearing this, Zhang Qian was already convinced. No matter how bold Liu Jin was, he wouldn't dare lie to his face unless he had a death wish. Zhang Qian's voice rang out with authority. "Send someone outside the city to investigate and confirm Captain Liu's report." No sooner had he spoken than a guard at the door bowed and hurried off to inspect. Liu Jin remained calm, showing no sign of anxiety. He had brought back more than 300 heads and several dozen bandit captives. Rounding up, reporting 500 was well within the norm. In the army, it was customary to double the reported kills. If you killed 2 or 300, you could report 5 or 600. As long as you had at least half the number of heads, it was generally accepted. Some with powerful connections could even claim 1,000 kills for 100 actual, and the higher-ups would still approve. But that kind of trickery required serious backing, something Liu Jin didn't have, and trying it would be fatal. The hall fell silent. After a moment, a guard returned, eyes wide with shock. He glanced at Liu Jin, then approached Zhang Qian and whispered a few words in his ear. After hearing the report, even Zhang Qian's stern gaze betrayed his surprise. He looked at the still composed Liu Jin and couldn't help but be impressed. He hadn't expected Liu Jin to really have 500 enemy kills. There may have been some exaggeration, but it was within reason. Zhang Qian's severe expression softened, and he broke into a friendly smile. His tone was warm as he said, I never expected Zhuojuan to have such a hero. With just 100 men, you managed to slay 500 enemies. Please, have a seat. Hearing this, Lu Jin was delighted. Clearly, Zhang Qian was pleased with the report and had accepted the credit. He bowed deeply again and said, Thank you, Commandant, for granting me a seat. Lu Jin then knelt by the side table, while Zhao Ergu stood behind him, bowing with his head lowered. Zhang Qian wore a warm smile as he looked at Lu, the village chief, standing below him. You led your men to kill 500 bandits, restored peace to the people of Lai Township, and brought stability to this region. Your achievements are remarkable. Tell me, what reward would you like? Lu Jin had already prepared his response. He immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. The fact that I was able to defeat 500 enemies and eliminate the bandits is entirely thanks to your wise leadership and strategic planning, sir. Our victory is your accomplishment. I dare not claim the credit for myself. Sitting at the head of the hall, Zhang Qian felt a surge of pride at these well-chosen words. He couldn't help but feel that the triumph truly was due to his own brilliance. Seeing Lu Jin's display of humility, he grew even more pleased. This young man knew how to give credit where it was due, very tactful indeed. After all, killing 500 bandits and collecting 400 enemy heads could easily be reported to the court as the destruction of a force of 1,000 or 2. Even the emperor would take notice, and Zhang's career prospects would soar. Haha. Zhang Qian laughed heartily. This victory was indeed the result of my command. But Lu Jin, you led over 100 men bravely into battle and achieved outstanding results. I won't let your contributions go unrewarded. He paused, then continued. Yixian is in need of a commander of the Chu army. You showed great courage in this fight. I'll discuss with the governor and recommend you for the position. When Lu Jin heard this, he struggled to contain his excitement, though a glint of joy still showed in his eyes. The commander of the Chu army was a post worth 600 bushels, commanding 400 soldiers, a significant figure in the county. Apart from the magistrate and a handful of others, few would dare cross him. Thank you for your trust and promotion, sir. Lu Jin bowed deeply again, his voice firm and resolute. I will never forget your kindness. Whatever you require of me in the future, I will give my utmost. Zhang Qian nodded with satisfaction. Promoting this young man to commander of the Chu army was meant to make him a trusted subordinate, and if he didn't prove obedient, it would be easy enough to transfer him elsewhere. After a moment's thought, Lu Jin added, Sir, several of my men also distinguished themselves in battle. Would it be possible to recommend them for promotion as well? Zhang Qian's brow furrowed slightly at this. This fellow wasn't content with just his own reward, wanted promotions for his lieutenants, too, like Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Zhao Ergu. Without a little incentive, this might not be so easily arranged. The position of a Tuanchang isn't a lowly knight, comes with a salary of 200 sure, and not just anyone can take it. Lu Jin wore a fawning smile as he leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice. Commandant, could you dismiss the others? I have a private matter I'd like to discuss with you. Zhang Qian, seated at the head of the hall, immediately understood his intent. Rather than getting angry, he simply smiled knowingly. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for those present to withdraw. You may leave. The attendants bowed and filed out in quick order. Even Zhao Ergu dared not linger, bowing low as he left. In a matter of moments, the spacious hall was left with only Zhang Qian and Lu Jin. Seeing that they were alone, Lu Jin went straight to the point. During the campaign against the mountain bandits, I came across some unexpected spoils, 200,000 coins, which I'd like to hand over for your disposal. At the mention of 200,000 coins, a flash of greed appeared in Zhang Qian's eyes, impossible to hide. His smile widened, and his breathing quickened. Even for someone in his position, this was no small sum. Ha ha. His hearty laughter echoed through the hall. Excellent, excellent. You've done well, I'm very pleased. Lu Jin immediately joined in with a sycophantic chuckle, eager to please. Commandant, about the ranks of the men under me. Before he could finish, Zhang Qian, still smiling, raised a hand to interrupt. That's a minor matter. Handle it yourself, as long as you don't go overboard. I have no objections. As for the garrison at Liaxiang, with the bandits wiped out, there's no reason for them to stay. Once the official orders come down, you can take the troops to garrison Adi County. Hearing this, Lu Jin finally felt completely at ease. Everything was settled. Not only was his position as Junho assured, but even Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Zhao Ergu could at least expect to be appointed as Tuanchang. He didn't linger, but bowed deeply and said in a clear voice, Then I'll take my leave. With that, he retreated from the hall. Outside, Lu Jin looked up at the bright sun and took a deep breath, finally able to relax. Zhao Ergu had been waiting for him and hurried over, lowering his voice in excitement. Big brother, congratulations. Lu Jin waved him off, glancing around warily, and said in a low voice, Let's talk when we're back. First, make sure the 200,000 coins are delivered. Zhao Ergu nodded quickly and went to handle it, sending the prepared money into the commandant's residence. With business settled, Lu Jin and Zhao Ergu returned to the former Zhang family residence. Zhang Fei's property had all been sold off for cash, leaving only an empty courtyard. Guan Yu and a number of soldiers were now living there as well. As for the captured bandits, they had been handed over to Zhang to deal with. It was obvious what would happen. They would all be executed, their heads sent to the capital for commendation. As Lu Jin and Zhao Ergu entered the courtyard, Guan Yu hurried over, his eyes full of anticipation. Big brother, fourth brother, is everything settled? Zhao Ergu grinned broadly, unable to hide his joy. Second brother, it's all done. Not only has big brother been promoted to Junho, but we've all been bumped up several ranks at the very least. We'll be made to Enchang. Even the usually composed Guan Yu couldn't hide his excitement. His cheeks flushed, and his eyes sparkled. In just 1 month, he had gone from a street vendor selling mung beans to a Tuanchang commanding 100 men. If someone had told him this a month ago, he would have half killed them for making fun of him. This kind of turnaround was beyond his wildest dreams. Lu Jin saw the excitement on Guan Yu's face and didn't feel any sense of superiority. In fact, he thought it was perfectly natural. After all, the Guan Yu before him had only just gone from being a small-time mung bean vendor to a soldier, was still just an ordinary man, far from the legendary god of war he would become in later generations. He hadn't yet weathered many storms nor held high office. Even so, Lu Jin admired Guan Yu's composure. As a time traveler himself, Lu Jin remembered how he had lost sleep out of sheer excitement when he first became a minor official. By comparison, Guan Yu's calmness was already quite impressive. The group exchanged smiles and settled in together, waiting for the official appointment document from the county to arrive. 3 days later, Lu Jin, dressed neatly in his long robe and gripping a broadsword, was practicing martial arts in the courtyard with Guan Yu. He was especially focused on the trailing blade technique, a move that packed immense power. Each slash was swift and deadly. Even when facing a stronger opponent, a single lapse could mean defeat. For Lu Jin, this was the move he most wanted to master. It was the very technique that had made Guan Yu famous. With the momentum and force of the first 3 strikes, Guan Yu could quickly overpower top-tier generals and had even held his own against Liu Bei, the greatest warrior of the Three Kingdoms era. After a period of training, Lu Jin's broadsword skills had become increasingly sharp and his technique more refined. With his improved physical strength, his build had grown sturdier, and he was now as strong as a second-rate general. If he continued to spar with Guan Yu, his abilities would only keep improving. Although he still couldn't face first-rate generals just yet, at least he wouldn't be defeated in a single blow. As the two were focused on their training, hurried footsteps sounded outside the courtyard. Zhao Ergu came running in, out of breath, holding an appointment letter in one hand and an official seal in the other. Seeing them, he shouted excitedly, "Big brother, second brother, the county's appointment document has arrived." Lu Jin and Guan Yu immediately set down their weapons and walked briskly toward Zhao Ergu. Eagerly, Zhao handed both items to Lu Jin. Lu Jin's fingers trembled slightly as he took them and quickly opened the letter. As expected, the document was jointly signed by both the county governor and the commandant, officially appointing Lu Jin as Zhujuan Marquis. He was instructed to report to Yixin County as soon as possible and take command of the troops stationed there. The bronze seal and yellow ribbon in his hand were symbols of his status. Ordinary officials would show him respect upon seeing them. Lu Jin took a deep breath to steady himself, but his mind was already made up. Now that he had established himself in these turbulent times at the end of the Han Dynasty, becoming Zhujuan Marquis was just the beginning. He was determined to climb higher, to one day wear the golden seal and purple ribbon of a Marquis of the Han Dynasty. Only then could he truly stand at the pinnacle of power, watching the shifting tides and fighting for his own place in the world. Guan Yu and Zhao Ergu immediately bowed and offered their congratulations. "Congratulations, big brother, on your promotion to Marquis." Lu Jin couldn't help but laugh heartily. He fastened the bronze seal and yellow ribbon at his waist as a mark of his new position, his eyes shining with determination. Looking at his 2 companions, he said in a steady voice, "Now that the appointment has arrived, we can't afford to delay. Send someone to notify third brother and have him bring his troops here to join us. We'll head to Yixin together and take up our post." He paused for a moment and continued, "Also, prepare 50,000 coins and a carriage. I need to visit my uncle at the county supervisor's office." Zhao Ergu nodded in response and immediately set off to make the arrangements. Soon, a carriage rolled out of the Zhang family residence, racing down the bustling streets toward the prefect's office. As soon as the carriage stopped at the gate, it caught the attention of several guards. One of them strode forward and asked sharply, "Who goes there?" The curtain was lifted, and a foot stepped out, followed by Lu Jin's composed face. He wore a robe made of shoe brocade, a bronze seal, and a yellow ribbon hanging at his waist, instantly giving him an imposing presence. The guard looked closely, and his eyes widened in shock. Wasn't this the humble petitioner from just over a month ago? Now he bore the insignia of an official with a rank of over 400 dan, a status that even the prefect's chief steward would treat with respect. Remembering how he had once scorned this young man, the guard's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Lu Jin stepped down calmly, looked at the startled guard, and smiled. "Go and announce that I, Junho, Wish to see Prefect Lu Chong. The guard immediately nodded and bowed, his face full of flattery. Honored sir, please, come inside. Lu Jin nodded, then entered the residence with Guan Yu and Zhao Ergu. Led by a servant, the three of them sat in the guest hall, where maids soon brought fragrant tea and pastries. Sitting to the side, Zhao Ergu muttered under his breath, "These people only respect the powerful. Last time, they made us wait outside and looked at us with nothing but contempt. Now they see our brother with the bronze seal and yellow ribbon, and suddenly they're all trembling and eager to please. The difference is like night and day." Guan Yu's phoenix eyes flashed coldly at those words, clearly still resentful over the humiliation his brother had suffered. But Lu Jin just smiled and waved it off. That's just how the world is. When you have no power or influence, people look down on you. The moment you rise, everyone wants to curry favor. That's why a true man must not be without power, not even for a day. Just as he finished speaking, a hearty voice rang out from outside the hall. Well said. A true man must never be without power, not even for a day. The three looked up to see Lu Chong entering, dressed in long robes and also wearing a bronze seal and yellow ribbon at his waist. Lu Jin immediately stood and cupped his hands in greeting. Uncle. Lu Chong studied Lu Jin, his heart full of mixed emotions. When he had first recommended Lu Jin to Zhang Qian, it was merely to secure a small post for his younger relative, so he could earn a living and continue the family line. He never imagined that in just over a month, this young man would become a ranked military marquis of 600 Dan, a position equal to his own. Though the changes left him feeling wistful, Lu Jin's current status was no longer something he could take lightly. Lu Chong wore a gentle smile, his gaze falling on Lu Jin. Nephew, I'm both surprised and delighted to see you rise so quickly. Becoming a military commander in such a short time is quite the achievement. When Lu Jin heard him call him nephew, he immediately understood Lu Chong's intention to draw closer. This suited him perfectly. Although both of them held the same official rank, Lu Chong, as the county supervisor, controlled the finances of the entire county and was a trusted aide to the governor, giving him a higher status. If Lu Jin wanted to advance further and become a regional commander, he would need Lu Chong's recommendation to the governor. No matter how great his accomplishments, without that support, he would never move beyond his current position. All of this is thanks to your recommendation, Uncle, Lu Jin said respectfully, bowing with cupped hands. If not for your support, I would never have been appointed as a military commander, no matter what opportunities came my way. I will never forget your kindness and generosity. If there's ever anything you need, I will do my utmost to serve you. Lu Chong was clearly pleased by the flattery. This young man knew how to read the room and hadn't forgotten his roots. In Zhua County, as the governor's confidant and the one who managed the finances, his status was on par with high-ranking officials. Anyone who crossed him might not be punished immediately, but their chances of advancement would be slim. Nephew, Lu Chong said, stroking his beard with a smile, we're family descended from the same ancestors. It's only right that we help each other and work together to restore our family's former glory. You're absolutely right, Uncle, Lu Jin replied, nodding earnestly. I will always remember our family's teachings and do everything I can to honor our ancestors. Lu Chong nodded with satisfaction and motioned for Lu Jin to take a seat nearby, while he himself knelt at the head of the room. Guan Yu and Zhao Ergu, being of lower status, could only stand respectfully to the side and did not dare sit without permission. Nephew, how old are you this year? Lu Chong asked casually, taking a sip of tea. I'm 18 this year. Uncle, Lu Jin answered truthfully. Lu Chong was a bit surprised. The young man before him looked at least in his early 20s and handled matters with the cunning of a seasoned veteran. It was no wonder he had achieved so much already. Truly, heroes are made young, he remarked. To hold an official post and wear the bronze seal and yellow ribbon at your age is remarkable. Now that you've become a military commander, it would seem a bit informal not to have a courtesy name. As your elder, why don't I give you one? What do you think? Lu Jin knew that choosing a courtesy name was a significant matter, usually done by a senior family member or someone highly respected. Lu Chong's initiative showed his favor and willingness to support him. And with Lu Jin's current status, he didn't have to wait until he was 20 to receive a courtesy name. He immediately agreed. My dear uncle, I could not ask for anything better, Lu Jin replied with a hearty laugh, stroking his beard as he fell into brief contemplation. After a moment, he spoke again. Since you are the eldest son of the family, gentle in nature, and possess a sense of chivalry, why not take the courtesy name Wen? Wen stands for elegance and depth, while E symbolizes loyalty and righteousness, a reminder to stay true to your roots and strive to restore the family's honor. Jin is already a splendid name, and when paired with Wen, it conveys both inner and outer virtue. The meaning connects perfectly. The mention of Wen made Lu Jin pause, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Doesn't that sound like Lu Wenyu or Lu Plague? He thought, but he didn't voice his objection. Let it be. It's just a courtesy name. It doesn't really matter to me, he mused. In fact, if he could one day sweep across the land like a plague, replacing what came before, perhaps the name would carry a unique meaning. With that thought, Lu Jin realized Lu Chong had a sense of foresight, understood Lu Jin's ambitions. In that case, he'll take the name Wenny. Thank you, uncle, for bestowing it upon me, Lu Jin said, bowing respectfully. Lu Chong nodded slightly, satisfaction glinting in his eyes. Wenny, now that you've accepted this name, I'm sure you'll make your mark in the region. But since you're already a military officer, where do you plan to be stationed? Lu Jin answered promptly. The prefecture has issued orders for me to go to Yi County immediately, take command of a company of soldiers, and be stationed there to eliminate the local bandits and keep the area safe. Lu Chong nodded in approval. Yi County is a good place, densely populated and prosperous. When you get there, make sure to build good relationships with the local officials and avoid any conflicts. If you bring peace for a few years and achieve some merit, your uncle and the governor will surely recommend you for promotion, perhaps even to military commander of the region. Lu Jin thought to himself, if only a few years of peace were possible. It's already March of the 7th year of Guanha, and the Zhang brothers are about to launch their uprising, sweeping across the entire Han Empire. Even if the rebellion hasn't started just yet, it's only a matter of time. In less than a month, the news of the Yellow Turban Rebellion will spread everywhere. Even Zhou County won't be spared. How could anyone expect a peaceful posting now? He kept these concerns to himself. After all, the Yellow Turban rebels hadn't risen yet. If he spoke out now, people would think he was spreading rumors, and even the prefect of Zhou County might not be able to protect him. Lu Chong's influence had its limits. So he replied respectfully, "Thank you for your guidance, uncle. I will do my best to defend the region, eliminate the bandits, and ensure the people's safety." Lu Chong was pleased by his humility and nodded in approval. The two chatted idly for a while longer before Lu Jin left with Guan Yu, Zhao Ergu, and the others, leaving behind several chests of valuables. Watching them depart, Lu Chong stroked his beard and smiled to himself. This young man is adaptable and thoughtful, neither arrogant nor impatient. He's sure to achieve something in the future. Just then, a guard quietly approached and whispered a few words into Lu Chong's ear. Lu Chong's smile grew wider, and he nodded in satisfaction, thinking, he really does understand how to handle people and situations. After leaving the residence, Lu Jin and his companions boarded their carriage and set off down the road. Inside, Zhao Ergu couldn't help but grumble, "Big brother, I think that prefect is a bit two-faced. He's only being friendly because you're in favor now, calling you dear nephew and insisting on giving you a courtesy name. Sure, he helped you get the official post, but you gave him plenty of gifts. Your debt is paid. There's no need to be so deferential." Lu Jin glanced at Zhao Ergu, a complex look flickering in his eyes, but he said nothing. After listening to Lu Jin, a trace of disdain flickered across Guan Yu's face, and his heart surged with strong dissatisfaction. He was especially disgusted by Lu Chong's hypocrisy, but what angered him most was that his elder brother actually had to humble himself before such a man. Clenching his fists in frustration, Guan Yu cursed silently, wishing he could wipe Lu Chong from existence with a single stroke. Seeing the two brothers bristling with indignation, Lu Jin laughed heartily and waved his hand dismissively. Things aren't as simple as you think. If you want to survive in officialdom, you first need to learn how to deal with people. You can't afford to offend anyone easily. Treat everyone with courtesy, and you'll earn their goodwill. Your brother may be a military officer, but he's not the prefect. He has some authority in Zhou Commandery, but he can't do whatever he wants. Making enemies with people like Lu Chong won't do him any good. Once your brother becomes the prefect, with an official rank overseeing hundreds of thousands of lives, the situation will be entirely different. He paused, his eyes shining with determination, and continued, "That's why a real man can't go a single day without power. Everyone has to fight for it." Guan Yu and Zhao Ergu nodded slightly. Though they didn't fully grasp Lu Jin's intentions, they wholeheartedly agreed with his last point. Determination flashed in their eyes as they spoke in unison. "Big brother, we'll stand by your side, cut through every obstacle, and help you become the most powerful man." Hearing this, Lu Jin threw his head back and laughed, his eyes burning with passion and resolve. He pounded his chest, his hand clenched tightly inside his sleeve. His gaze was unwavering, was determined to become the man with the most power. The carriage rolled slowly down the street, the sound of peddlers' cries drifting inside with the turning wheels. Suddenly, as they passed a row of stalls, a voice rang out from the corner. "Straw sandals for sale. Step into my sandals and walk like the wind." Lu Jin paused, the voice striking a chord of familiarity. Lifting the curtain, he glanced outside, sweeping his gaze over the street, and was stunned. Sitting at a stall was a young man, several pairs of straw sandals laid out beside him. His features were resolute, and there was an unmistakable aura about him. It was Liu Bei. To Lu Jin's surprise, he was still here, selling straw sandals. A thought crossed Lu Jin's mind. Liu Bei hadn't received any support and was still making a living by selling sandals. But knowing Liu Bei's character and ambition, once the Yellow Turban Rebellion broke out, he would surely gather local braves, organize a militia, and seize any opportunity for higher status. With this in mind, Lu Jin gestured for the driver to stop the carriage. Guan Yu and Zhao Ergu, puzzled by Lu Jin's action, glanced out the window. When they saw the man, Zhao Ergu exclaimed in surprise, "It's him." Guan Yu frowned and asked, "Fourth brother, do you know this man?" Zhao Ergu nodded, a hint of contempt in his eyes. Back then, Big Brother shot a tiger in the city and later met this guy. Liu Bei made a big show, claiming to be a descendant of the Han imperial clan, a scion of King Jing of Zhongshan, trying to win Big Brother over by boasting about his lineage. But Big Brother turned him down. Now he's still selling sandals on the street. What a joke. Guan Yu's frown deepened, and disdain flickered in his eyes. Liu Bei, daring to elevate himself and trying to recruit his brother, was delusional. If his brother had really followed him, his talent would have been wasted. They wouldn't have the reputation they enjoyed now. Himself would probably still be selling mung beans. One thing was certain, this big-eared fellow was no good. As Lu Jin stepped down from the carriage, Guan Yu and Zhao Ergu quickly followed, unwilling to fall behind. Liu Bei was still calling out, selling his straw sandals, when suddenly a carriage stopped in front of his stall. With a furrowed brow, Liu Bei felt a surge of anger. It's just an old carriage, he thought. Back in his prime, he had washed several carriages for wealthy families. Just as Liu Bei was about to voice his frustration, the carriage curtain was suddenly lifted, and a young man stepped out. What caught his eye was a youth dressed in luxurious brocade robes, wearing a calm and confident smile. A bronze seal with a yellow ribbon hung from his waist, giving him an air of authority. When Liu Bei saw the young man's face clearly, his eyes widened in shock. It was Lu Jin. Back when they met on the street, Liu Bei had heard that this young man killed a fierce tiger with an arrow, and had been impressed by his bravery, even considering recruiting him. Unexpectedly, Lu Jin turned out to be a member of the imperial clan, a descendant of King Zhao, with a lineage even more distinguished than Liu Bai's own. They had only chatted briefly before parting ways, but Liu Bei had not given up on recruiting him and searched for days, to no avail. Over a month had passed, and the boy who once wore coarse clothing now stood before him in fine robes, the bronze seal and yellow ribbon at his waist dazzling Liu Bai's eyes. He knew full well that anyone with such an insignia was at least a mid-ranking official. In just a short time, Lu Jin had become someone far beyond his reach. Lu Jin looked at the stunned Liu Bei with a warm smile. "Brother Xuanda, it's been a while." Liu Bei snapped out of his daze at the sound, opened his mouth, but was momentarily at a loss for words. In the end, he managed a strained smile. "Brother Jin, it's been a long time. I never expected you to become an official. I can't help but be envious." At that moment, Liu Bei was gritting his teeth in frustration, his eyes filled with envy. Once, they were both struggling members of the imperial clan, selling goods on the street. Now, in the blink of an eye, Lu Jin wore a bronze seal and yellow ribbon, a respected figure in the county, while Liu Bei was still selling straw sandals by the roadside. The contrast stung deeper than any wound. Lu Jin chuckled. "It was just a stroke of luck. I was recommended by my uncles in the clan and became a local garrison leader. After some minor accomplishments, I was promoted to military officer. Oh, and I now have a courtesy name, Lu Jin," styled Wen Yu. "You can call me by my courtesy name, Brother Xuanda." Liu Bei nodded, forcing a bitter smile, his emotions in turmoil. All he wanted was to find a warm embrace and pour out the hardships he had endured over the years. After a moment's thought, Lu Jin smiled and said, "Brother Xuanda, I see you're weaving straw sandals. Would you be willing to make sandals for my troops? I'd be happy to pay you well for them." Without hesitation, Liu Bei shook his head. "Thank you for your kind offer, Brother Wen Yu. As a descendant of the Han imperial family, I can't spend my days making straw sandals. My duty is to support the Han and save the people from hardship." Hearing this, Guan Yu almost laughed out loud, letting out a cold snort. "You're quite arrogant for someone who just weaves mats and sells sandals on the street, without any official rank. My elder brother is offering you a way to thrive in these troubled times, yet you refuse to appreciate it." Liu Bai's brows shot up in surprise, not expecting anyone to mock him so openly. He turned toward the voice and saw a towering man, nearly 9 feet tall, with a crimson face, phoenix eyes, bushy brows, and a long beard reaching his chest. The man's imposing presence made Liu Bai's heart skip a beat. Looked strangely familiar, as if they had met somewhere before. Lu Jin stepped forward with a smile and introduced, "Brother Xuanda, this is my second brother, Guan Yu, courtesy name Yinshang. He tends to speak his mind, so I hope you won't take offense." Liu Bei couldn't help but fix his gaze on Guan Yu. The man before him radiated a commanding presence, tall, imposing, and clearly extraordinary. Liu Bei felt a surge of envy. He hadn't expected such a hero to be recruited by Lu Jin. Noticing the obvious admiration in Liu Bai's eyes, Lu Jin's lips curled up ever so slightly. With both Guan Yu and Zhang Fei at his side, he felt confident that their future endeavors would be twice as effective with half the effort. By contrast, Liu Bei, without the support of such capable men, would find it difficult to make a name for himself in these turbulent times. Still, given Liu Bai's intelligence and his talent for persuasion, he'd likely attract talented followers in his own way. After glancing at Guan Yu a few more times, Liu Bei muttered privately, "He's just a burly fellow. One day, he'll recruit 10 like him." Outwardly, He returned to his usual warm smile and said, "So he's your younger brother, Winnie. That makes him my brother as well." Lu Jin smiled calmly, his expression composed. The two chatted for a while at the stall. After Lu Jin bought a few pairs of straw sandals, he took his leave. They climbed back onto their carriage and continued on their way. Liu Bei, holding a bamboo basket, watched Lu Jin's departing figure with a determined look in his eyes. He whispered to himself, "A true man should aspire to be like that." With that, he suddenly threw his basket to the ground, exclaiming angrily, "A descendant of the Han imperial family, reduced to selling straw sandals on the street, how disgraceful. I must make something of myself." Yet after only a few steps, he turned back, picked up the basket and sandals again, grumbling, "Can't throw these away, otherwise I won't even have dinner tonight." Inside the carriage, Guan Yu, puzzled by what had seen, asked, "Big brother, that guy is just a peddler, why treat him so politely and call him brother?" Lu Jin chuckled and shook his head. "Not at all. He may be selling straw sandals now, but who's to say he won't rise to greatness someday? Look at you, Yinchang, and Yide. Back then, you were selling mung beans and pork on the street. Ergo, and I once sold tiger meat. Now, all of us have made names for ourselves and hold official positions." Guan Yu was taken aback by these words and realized there was truth in what his brother said. They too had started from humble beginnings, and now they were riding high. The world, it seemed, was not as simple as he once thought. Still, Guan Yu remained skeptical. Could a sandal seller really achieve greatness? If he could, wouldn't that make Big Brother the ruler of the land? Lu Jin noticed the pride fading from Guan Yu's eyes and nodded to himself. His second brother was fiercely loyal and courageous, but his pride sometimes made him look down on others. Aside from their own brothers, he rarely regarded anyone else as worthy. It seems necessary to subtly temper Guan Yu's cold arrogance. If he remains too aloof while holding a position of power, he could easily make enemies. Even his allies might be tempted to betray him. History has already taught this lesson. When Guan Yu was guarding Jingzhou against Cao Cao's forces, Sun Quan originally wanted to form a marriage alliance with him. Even though Sun Quan had ulterior motives, he still treated Guan Yu with apparent respect. However, Guan Yu responded coldly, saying, "How could a tiger's daughter marry a dog's son?" This insulted Sun Quan deeply. Unable to secure the alliance, and having suffered such humiliation, Sun Quan turned on his ally and ultimately had Guan Yu killed. This led to the loss of Jingzhou and marked the beginning of Shu Han's decline. Lu Jin, determined not to repeat this mistake, knew he had to address Guan Yu's arrogance before it took root. At this point, it's understandable that Guan Yu looks down on Liu Bei. Liu Bei is currently down on his luck, appearing more like a street ruffian struggling to make ends meet, yet still carrying himself with a sense of superiority. This attitude naturally rubs Guan Yu the wrong way. Still, no one could have predicted that this very Liu Bei would one day carve out his own territory and eventually claim the throne. If Lu Jin weren't a time traveler who knew how history would unfold, he probably wouldn't believe someone like Liu Bei could ever rise to power in such chaotic times. After all, there were countless others just like him. 3 days later, Lu Jin was still practicing his sword techniques in the courtyard. His dragging blade style was starting to take shape. Although it wasn't as powerful or fast as Guan Yu's, it was still more than enough to defeat stronger opponents. Just then, a loud laugh echoed from outside. "Big brother, second brother, fourth brother, I'm here." The booming voice filled the entire residence. Lu Jin immediately knew who it was. Turning around, he saw Zhang Fei striding in with a big grin. Lu Jin quickly set down his broadsword and walked over, patting Zhang Fei on the shoulder with a smile. Guan Yu and Zhao Erge followed, greeting him, "Third brother." Zhang Fei chuckled and embraced his brothers. Seeing this, Lu Jin got straight to the point. "Now that you've arrived, let's set out for Yixin today. The sooner we take command of our troops, the sooner we can start training them." Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, and Zhao Erge nodded eagerly. After all, once they reached Yixin, each of them would become a squad leader commanding 100 men, far better than idling away their days in the courtyard. And so, the group set out, leading several dozen soldiers out of the city to rendezvous with Zhang Fei's men. Altogether, they had just over 100 troops, and they made their way along the main road toward Yixin. Before leaving, Lu Jin instructed Zhao Ergu to leave some money for his mother so she could live comfortably at home. As Lu Jin rode his black horse, he glanced back at the towering city walls of Zhuojuan, thinking to himself that it wouldn't be long before he returned here again. Noticing this, Zhang Fei asked, "Big brother, are you reluctant to leave?" Lu Jin waved his riding crop and replied with a smile, "It's not that I'm reluctant to leave. I just know that we'll be back here sooner than you think." Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, and Zhao Ergu were all puzzled. After all, once they were stationed in Yixin, unless they achieved some great merit, they'd be stuck there for years. Even if they did earn merit, it wouldn't happen overnight. Seeing their confusion, Lu Jin didn't explain further. He knew they would understand soon enough. He spurred his black horse forward, and the others followed. After several days of marching, Lu Jin and his troops finally arrived at their camp outside Yixin. The site, called Xiaoshigu, was well chosen. A river lay to the east and a valley to the south, providing both water and natural defenses. The military camp was perfectly situated. The sentries at the camp gate soon spotted the approaching soldiers. Inside the camp, everyone had already been notified that the new commander, Liu Jin, would be arriving soon. The head of the camp immediately ordered the soldiers around him to stand at attention and bow in greeting. Liu Jin approached slowly on his black horse, surrounded by his entourage. The soldiers quickly bowed in unison and called out, "We greet the commandant." Liu Jin swept his gaze over the neatly arranged and imposing ranks of soldiers before him, feeling a surge of surprise. He hadn't expected to find such disciplined troops here. The soldiers stood tall and exuded a sharp, resolute energy. This formation was clearly the result of rigorous training, suggesting their leader was no ordinary man. In a calm voice, Liu Jin asked, "Where's the person who was in charge earlier?" As soon as he finished speaking, a young man stepped forward. He had a resolute face and a sturdy build, dressed in the robes of a camp leader. With a respectful demeanor, he bowed and said, reporting to the commandant, "My name is Han Dang, courtesy name Igong. I am the current camp leader and the one who was previously in charge." Liu Jin was momentarily taken aback, then looked at the young man with surprise, examining him closely. Han Dang was someone Liu Jin knew well, a renowned general under Sun Jian, known as the Tiger of Jiangdong. Han Dang had fought alongside Sun Jian in many campaigns and earned numerous military achievements. After Sun Jian's death, he supported Sun Tzu and helped establish the state of Eastern Wu. Though Han Dang came from humble origins, his diligence and valor had made him stand out during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, eventually earning him a place as Sun Jian's trusted retainer. A surge of excitement rose in Liu Jin's heart. He hadn't expected to find Han Dang, one of the four tigers of Jiangdong, here in the Yixin camp, and now serving under his own command. What a pleasant surprise. Liu Jin immediately felt a desire to recruit him. Such a formidable general shouldn't remain under Sun Jian. He ought to serve under Liu Jin himself. With a smile, Liu Jin praised him. "Igong, you've done an excellent job. The soldiers are well organized and carry themselves with great discipline. It's clear they train regularly. You truly understand military affairs. I'm very pleased." Han Dang's expression remained firm, but he couldn't help feeling pleased by the new commander's praise on his very first day. Had heard rumors about Liu Jin's temper, that the new commandant could be harsh, and had even executed an officer without consequence, earning a fierce reputation. Yet the man before him seemed far less severe than the rumors suggested, and his words of praise brought Han Dang a sense of relief. He immediately cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Thank you for your praise, Commandant." Liu Jin nodded, then asked, "Igong, how many troops do we have in the camp now?" Without hesitation, Han Dang replied, reporting to the Commandant, "There are currently 245 soldiers in this unit at Yixin." Liu Jin frowned slightly at the number. The size of this force was within normal limits. Under the Han military system, a unit typically consisted of 200 to 400 soldiers, and, including messengers, cooks, and scouts, could reach up to 500. The current force of over 200 was neither large nor small, but it still maintained a certain level of combat strength. Liu Jin calculated silently, then waved his riding crop and led the group deeper into the camp. When it came to recruiting Han Dang, Liu Jin was in no rush. After all, although he outranked Han Dang by just one level as a military commandant, winning him over would not be easy. Han Dang was no ordinary manha, was a hero whose name would be remembered in history, carrying himself with an extraordinary presence. If he were to pledge allegiance to someone, it would only be to a superior of significantly higher rank. For someone like Liu Jin, a military commandant, it was unlikely to sway him. Given the current state of affairs, choosing to serve under another meant becoming a lifelong retainer, with little hope of rising above that status unless the master passed away. For many ambitious individuals, pledging loyalty was a decision that required careful deliberation. They had to observe whether their would-be leader was truly worthy of their lifelong devotion. Han Dang was surely such a person. If Liu Jin proved mediocre or ineffective, Han Dang would never willingly serve under him. To win over a hero like Han Dang, Liu Jin knew he would have to proceed step by step, first displaying his own abilities and unique qualities until Han Dang was genuinely convinced. In the end, Han Dang might choose to join him even without any active persuasion from Liu Jin. Inside the command tent, Liu Jin sat at the head of the table, surrounded by Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Ergu, Wu Xing, and even Han Dang. Liu Jin glanced around at the group and spoke calmly. "I plan to expand our current unit to its full strength, 400 regular soldiers, plus 100 auxiliary troops, bringing our total to 500. As soon as he finished, the others nodded in agreement. The atmosphere was calm and orderly. This expansion was in line with official regulations and did not suggest any unauthorized recruitment. Hearing this, Han Dang actually felt relieved. If there were only 200 soldiers, his position as squad leader might have been at risk, especially since he was not one of Liu Jin's trusted men. It would be unlikely for an outsider to lead 100 men. But with the unit growing to 500, his position was secure. Liu Jin looked around once more, his voice clear and firm. "Before I arrived, The commandant made it clear that all military appointments are under my authority. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Zhao Ergu showed satisfied expressions. They had already heard from Liu Jin that their positions as squad leaders were assured. Liu Jin continued. The troops will be divided into 4 squads. Guan Yu will lead the first squad, Zhang Fei, the second, Zhao Ergu, the third, Han Dang, the fourth. Then he turned to Wu Xing. Wu Xing, you will lead the auxiliary squad. Wu Xing looked surprised at this unexpected promotion from team leader to squad leader. Even though it wasn't an official government post, commanding 100 men was a great honor. The group quickly stood and saluted. At your command. Liu Jin's gaze sharpened, his tone stern. Once the troops are assembled, you must train them well. Anyone who slacks off will be expelled. Any officer caught being lazy will be dealt with according to military law. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Ergu, and Han Dang all straightened up, clearly taking the warning to heart. With the arrangements finished, Liu Jin turned to Wu Xing. In the name of the government, go to Liaxiang and recruit able-bodied men willing to serve, to fill out our ranks. The people there are loyal, and with our current shortage, we can't afford to miss this opportunity. With all the orders given, the atmosphere in the tent grew even more tense and serious. Everyone understood that Liu Jin was making thorough preparations for the battles ahead. Inside the Zhang family residence in Guangzhou County, Jilu Commandery, a group of strong young men with yellow scarves wrapped around their heads and weapons in hand had gathered in the courtyard. Their intense gazes were fixed on 3 figures standing at the front, especially the middle-aged man at the center. This man, dressed in a yellow robe embroidered with intricate patterns and wearing a yellow turban, appeared thin but possessed piercing eyes and a commanding presence that could not be ignored was Zhang Jiao, the great teacher of virtue. Flanking him on either side were his 2 younger brothers, Zhang Liang and Zhang Bao. Brother, the situation is critical, Zhang Bao said urgently as he stepped forward, his face full of worry. Our plan in Luoyang has been exposed. The emperor has sent people to arrest us. If we hesitate any longer, we may lose our only chance. Zhang Liang's brow was tightly furrowed as he echoed, brother, although it's sudden, we've been laying the groundwork in secret across the Han territories for over a decade. Our followers are everywhere. With a single command from you, we can unleash a tidal wave and overthrow the Han Dynasty. At these words, the crowd behind them erupted with excitement, shouting, great teacher, rise up now. We are ready to follow you, overthrow the tyranny, and save the people. Zhang Jiao had still been weighing the risk she had hoped to coordinate with Yellow Turban forces in other regions for a decisive strike against the court. But news of over 1,000 followers killed in Luoyang and the imminent arrest left him no room for hesitation. Suddenly, Zhang Jiao drew the blade from his waist, his eyes flashing as he swept his gaze across the crowd. The Han Dynasty is in decline, corrupt officials rule, and the people suffer in chaos. Today, I, Zhang Jiao, raise the banner of rebellion, vowing to topple the Han court and save the common people. Heaven is dead, the yellow heaven shall rise. This is the year of Jaya-ziggurat fortune for the world. Thunderous cries filled the courtyard as the followers raised their weapons and shouted in unison, heaven is dead, the yellow heaven shall rise. In the year of Jiazi, fortune comes to all. The 3 brothers then led their forces straight toward the county office. Along the way, villagers, hearing the call, donned yellow scarves and armed themselves, joining the ranks. The county magistrate, upon hearing the news, panicked and tried to rally his officers for defense. But the officials had already been won over. Not only did they join the uprising, but they also executed the magistrate and displayed his head at the city gate. Within the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the entire city of Guangzhou had fallen into the hands of the Yellow Turban Army. Zhang Jiao established his stronghold here, using Guangzhou as his center and quickly gathering the surrounding Yellow Turban forces. He immediately dispatched his 2 brothers to lead troops in separate directions, expanding outward like a raging storm. Their goal was to seize control of the entire Jilu Commandery first, then use Jizhou as a springboard to vie for supremacy across the land. News spread like wildfire, and people from neighboring counties responded in droves. Even some county magistrates and high-ranking officials joined the Yellow Turban Army. Meanwhile, at a military camp more than 10 miles outside Yixian, Liu Jin, clad in shining armor, was inspecting his troops. After a period of careful preparation, his army had taken shape: 400 regular soldiers and 100 auxiliary troops, making a total of 500 men. Generals like Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Ergu, and Han Dang each commanded a unit, all well-trained. Over 200 of these were veteran soldiers, already skilled in battle formations, combined with the 100 men Liu Jin had brought, all of whom had seen real combat during bandit suppression, and after another 2 months of rigorous training, they had become a force to be reckoned with. The newly recruited 100 or so were assigned as auxiliaries, ensuring the main fighting force remained strong. Looking at this elite force before him, Liu Jin felt quite satisfied. With fierce generals like Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Han Dang at his side, morale was high. Even when facing enemies several times their number, They had confidence to fight. Just then, a messenger galloped up at full speed. Before he had even reached the camp, he shouted, "Urgent news from the county." The messenger, drenched in sweat and visibly anxious, handed over a sealed letter. Lu Jin opened the letter and read it carefully, his brow gradually furrowing. As he had suspected, the Yellow Turban Rebellion had erupted. The three Zhang brothers had risen in Guangzhou, calling themselves the celestial, earthly, and human generals. They had killed the local magistrate, gathered tens of thousands of followers, and seized all of Julu commandery. Even more alarming, followers of the way of supreme peace in surrounding provinces and commanderies had risen in response. It was said there were 36 leaders, some commanding over 10,000 men, others thousands, with their total numbers exceeding 100,000. Fan Fong, the magistrate of Yixian, urgently ordered Lu Jin to lead his troops into the city to defend against possible Yellow Turban infiltration and unrest. Lu Jin immediately sent his guards to summon Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, Han Dynasty, Zhao Ergu, and the other officers for a council of war. He entered the command tent first and took his seat at the head, deep in thought. This Yellow Turban uprising was the perfect opportunity for him to rise in power. But as a military officer of Zhou commandery, he needed to first suppress the local rebellion before making any further plans. If he took his troops out of the commandery to pursue Zhang Jiao without authorization, even if he succeeded, he would be branded a rebel and face repercussions from Prefect Wen Shu. Having made up his mind, he decided to proceed cautiously, aiming to make his mark in Zhou commandery first and seek promotion to a higher rank. Before long, hurried footsteps sounded outside the tent as Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, Zhao Ergu, Han Dynasty, and the other officers filed in. Judging by the urgency of the summons, they knew something significant had happened. Once everyone was seated, Lu Jin got straight to the point without any small talk. "There's news from the county," he said. "The Zhang brothers of the Taiping sect have raised a rebellion. Their followers from all over the provinces are responding, and the fighting has already spread across Jizhou, moving quickly toward Yuzhou. The county magistrate has ordered me to lead our troops into the city to guard against the Taiping sect followers in the surrounding areas joining forces to attack." The people in the tent were visibly shaken, a look of disbelief on their faces. The Taiping sect followers were a familiar sight. They often visited villages to perform rituals and help the locals, and there was hardly a village without their presence. No one had expected these seemingly harmless people to take up arms under the leadership of the Zhang brothers. The Taiping sect had tens of thousands of followers across the Han Empire, and with the common people stirred up, their numbers could reach 1,000,000. If they all rose in rebellion, the entire empire would be thrown into chaos. Hearing this, Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, Han Dynasty, and the others couldn't hide a flash of excitement in their eyes. With the land now plunged into turmoil and rebels everywhere, this was the perfect chance for men of arms like them to prove themselves. Lu Jin noticed that his officers weren't afraid at all. In fact, they looked eager. He nodded approvingly. If they were scared of mere bandits, they wouldn't last long in these troubled times, let alone achieve anything. With a wave of his hand, he ordered in a clear voice, "Assemble the troops at once, head to Yi County and secure the city." The commanders answered in unison, quickly standing up and moving to rally their men. Soon, the city was filled with the sounds of soldiers assembling, moving in orderly ranks toward the gates of Yi County. Meanwhile, at the city gate, Magistrate Fan Fong wore an anxious expression. Though he tried to stay calm, he knew all too well that Yi County was on the edge of Jizhou, and the Zhang brothers' uprising could reach them at any moment. Worse, many Taiping sect followers lived in the nearby villages. Now that the rebellion had begun, they might join together and attack. If that happened, the safety of Yi County would be in serious jeopardy. The only thing he could rely on was the garrison station just outside the city. After a short wait, a cloud of dust appeared in the distance as several hundred cavalrymen galloped toward the gate. Leading them were Lu Jin, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Han Dynasty, and others, riding tall black horses and commanding a powerful presence. Fan Fong felt a bit relieved at the sight. Lu Jin was famous for defeating 500 bandits with just 100 men. Surely he could protect Yi County. Fan Fong let out a quiet sigh of relief and stepped forward to greet them. Lu Jin saw the welcoming party at the gate and knew it must be Magistrate Fan Fong. Since he had been ordered to defend the city, he knew he should show the proper respect. He nudged his horse forward and rode ahead. Fan Fong and his officials greeted them respectfully, bowing with clasped fists and calling out, "General Liu, the Yellow Turban rebels could breach our city at any moment. I beg you to lead your troops in defense and protect the people." Lu Jin immediately dismounted, returning the gesture with a humble smile. "Magistrate Fan, you're too kind. Since my men are stationed here, it's our duty to ensure the people's safety." Fan Fong smiled and nodded, feeling even more reassured as he looked at the sturdy troops before him. With these men defending the city, Yi County would surely remain safe and secure. He replied with a grateful smile, "Thank you for your efforts, General Liu. General Liu, I have prepared a banquet at the magistrate's residence and would be honored if you and your officers would join us." We can discuss the city's defenses together, Fan Fong said earnestly, extending an invitation to Lu Jin. Lu Jin nodded slightly at the proposal. Defending the city and repelling the Yellow Turban rebels was undoubtedly the top priority. He thought to himself that it would be best if he could take full command of the defenses to avoid confusion and gaps in the city's protection. The two men chatted politely as they walked side by side toward the magistrate's residence. Behind them, the troops were led by Zhao Ergu, Han Dang, and others, entering the city in an orderly fashion and heading for the garrison. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei followed closely by Lu Jin's side, each with 10 fully armed guards, staying alert. Lu Jin was a cautious and shrewd man, not someone to be underestimated. With the chaos of the Yellow Turban Rebellion spreading, there was no telling whether the local magistrate might secretly be in league with the rebels. If lured into a trap, the city could fall without a fight. Since Zhang Jiao's uprising, several magistrates had already joined the rebels, and even some provincial governors had switched sides. One could never be too careful. Inside the magistrate's residence, the air was filled with the aroma of fine food, and tables were set with an array of exquisite dishes. Fan Fong, smiling, invited Lu Jin to a seat of honor and took his place at the head of the table. Several high-ranking officials and local elites were also present, dressed in elegant robes and carrying themselves with reserved dignity. With General Liu here to watch over Yi County, we all feel much more at ease, Fan Fong said, raising his cup with a warm smile. The others echoed his words. That's right. With such a capable young general in charge, we have nothing to fear. The Yellow Turban rebels won't be able to breach our city. Lu Jin listened to their flattery with a faint smile, but he didn't take it to heart. If not for the turmoil across the land, a minor military commander like himself would never be treated as a guest of honor. In times of peace, these officials, some of whom held equal or even higher rank, would never show such respect to a rough soldier like him, especially with the innate sense of superiority many scholars possessed. Clearing his throat, Lu Jin grew serious. Thank you for your kind words, but there is something I wish to discuss. With the Yellow Turban uprising in full swing, Yi County is in real danger. As the highest-ranking military officer here, I believe the city's defense should be entrusted to me alone. Too many people giving orders could lead to chaos and put the city at risk. What do you all think? A few officials frowned at his words, showing some displeasure, but they quickly masked their reactions. Most nodded in agreement, showing no desire to challenge him for control of the city's defenses. As civil officials, they had little knowledge of military matters and preferred to leave such responsibilities to the general. Fan Fong stroked his beard, thought for a moment, and then nodded. General Liu, you have our full trust. Since we invited you into the city, we are prepared to let you take charge of our defenses. Besides, we have more than 100 constables and a garrison of troops in the city. These will all be under your command. He paused, then added, furthermore, I have already discussed with the local elite families, and we are willing to provide funds and supplies to reward your soldiers. We hope this will encourage them to fight bravely and protect our people. In return, I trust your men will abide by the rules, avoid disturbing the citizens, and not abuse their power. We must prevent any unrest within the city, lest we bring about our own downfall. Lu Jin was pleasantly surprised by Fan Fang's straightforwardness. Not only was he willing to provide money and supplies, but he was also giving Lu Jin command over the city's forces, clearly hoping to put his mind at ease and avoid any conflicts of interest. Lu Jin nodded and promised, you have my word. If any of my men dare to harm the people, I will show no mercy. As for the city's defense, you can rest assured. I, Lu Jin, swear to stand or fall with Yi County. When everyone in the hall heard this guarantee, they breathed a sigh of relief. They had a lot of trust in Lu Jin, who stood before them. He was open and confident, carried himself with authority, and was clearly a promising young leader. It was obvious that his troops were not a ragtag bunch. The townsfolk were willing to provide funds and supplies to support his army, hoping that the soldiers would settle down peacefully in the city, avoid harming the people, and not seize their property. A true win-win situation. Once both sides had reached an agreement, the atmosphere in the hall grew lively, filled with hearty laughter. Officials and local elites raised their cups to toast Lu Jin, their eyes full of respect. Lu Jin smiled warmly and accepted every toast, clinking glasses with each person. As the drinks flowed, their relationships grew closer, which would undoubtedly benefit his rule in the days ahead. The next morning, Lu Jin slowly opened his eyes in his tent at the army camp, his head aching slightly. He recalled the drinking session with the city's leaders that had lasted late into the night. To build good relations, he had hardly refused a single toast, which had left him somewhat drunk. In the end, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei had to help him back to camp, one on each side. Still, the banquet had served its purpose. He now understood the attitudes of the city's influential figures and could be confident that no one would undermine his defense of the city. After dressing neatly, Lu Jin stepped outside his tent and was greeted by the sight of several hundred soldiers drilling in the training ground. Sunlight glinted off swords and spears, and the air rang with their shouts. Although the camp within the city was a bit cramped, It was more than enough to house these troops. Satisfied, Liu Jin nodded, then ordered his aides to summon his commanders for a meeting. This included the leader of the city's stationed troops and the head of the local constables. Inside the army's command tent, Liu Jin sat at the head of the table, dressed in a brocade robe. On either side of him sat Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Han Dang, Zhao Ergu, and Wu Xing. Two middle-aged men were also present: Zhao Shan, the captain of the city garrison, and Xin Zhong, the head of the constables. These two looked particularly uneasy. While they hadn't been directly under Liu Jin's command before, he was now their superior. Liu Jin scanned the room, speaking with calm but unmistakable authority. As you all know, from this moment forward, I am responsible for the defense of Yixian. All military matters within the city will be under my command. If anyone disagrees, you may hand over your authority and step aside. Once the city is secure, your command will be returned. As soon as he finished, everyone in the room shook their heads. No one dared voice any objection. Since there are no objections, you must strictly obey military orders from now on. Anyone who defies or secretly undermines them will be executed without mercy. Liu Jin's tone suddenly sharpened, his gaze intense. Xin Zhong, you and your constables will patrol the city, maintain order, and deal harshly with anyone who stirs up trouble or incites the Pia. No exceptions. Xin Zhong immediately stood and bowed. Yes, my lord. Liu Jin turned to the others. Guan Yu, Han Dang, you two will lead your troops to guard the city walls and keep a close watch. If anything happens outside the city, report it at once. The other garrison captains are to drill their soldiers in the camp and keep morale high, ready for any defensive action. Everyone responded in unison, rose to their feet, and left to carry out their assignments. Soon, Yixian was under tight security. Soldiers patrolled the city walls, constables walked the streets, and everything ran smoothly and orderly. Several days later, in a village some 10 miles outside the city, a large group of young men with yellow scarves tied around their heads had gathered. At their head stood a burly man wielding a large saber. He stood in the center of the village, surveying the assembled townsfolk, and called out in a loud voice. I am a disciple of the great sage and benevolent teacher, and I have come to rescue you from your suffering. A burly man stood in the center of the village, his booming voice echoing as he called out. Pick up your weapons and follow me into the county town. Let us slay those corrupt officials and divide the land and wealth among you, so you can all live in peace and happiness. His words ignited the villagers like a spark catching dry tinder. People of all ages responded with enthusiasm, their eyes shining with hope and excitement. We are willing to follow the great sage and benevolent teacher, to rise up against the government, punish the corrupt officials, and reclaim our stability. The man grinned in satisfaction, waving his arm to lead the villagers, each with a yellow scarf tied around their heads, onward to the neighboring villages. Thanks to the earlier efforts of the Taiping Dao followers who had preached and provided aid, the villagers trusted them completely. Even the bandits in the mountains, upon hearing of the uprising, came down to join their ranks. In just a few days, their numbers swelled to over 2,000. Under the burly man's command, the Yellow Turban army marched straight toward Yixian. At that moment, Guan Yu stood atop the city wall, gripping his green dragon crescent blade as he surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a cloud of dust rising in the distance. A large force was approaching the city. Looking closely, he saw men with yellow scarves on their heads, armed and advancing. They were the Yellow Turban rebels his elder brother had warned him about. Enemies are approaching, close the gates. Guan Yu ordered in a deep voice. The squad leader at the gate quickly relayed the command, and the gates began to shut. Just then, dozens of Yellow Turban soldiers who had been hiding in the streets suddenly rushed toward the gate, weapons in hand. Shouting, "Heaven is dead, the yellow heaven shall rise," they attacked the guards, trying to force open a breach for their main force outside. Seeing this, the squad leader drew his sword and shouted, "Kill! Leave none of these rebels alive." Guan Yu leaped down from the wall, his blade sweeping through the crowd in a flash of cold steel. Bodies fell one after another, and blood stained the ground. Though the Yellow Turban soldiers fought bravely, they soon fell under Guan Yu's relentless assault, leaving only a handful still resisting. "You fools," the Yellow Turban leader shouted with a crazed laugh. "If you know what's good for you, surrender now and open the gates for our great sage and benevolent teacher. If you dare to resist, you will die with no grave to rest in." A cold glint flashed in Guan Yu's eyes as he swung his blade in a deadly arc. With a sharp cry, the leader's head flew through the air, his body collapsing in a spray of blood. Guan Yu stood at the city gate, his gaze cold and commanding as he ordered in a low voice, "Kill every last one of them. Shut the gates. Anyone who hesitates will be executed without mercy." The soldiers obeyed without hesitation, gripping their weapons tightly as they surged toward the remaining enemies. Blades flashed and steel clashed before the enemy could even react. Several Yellow Turban rebels fell to the ground. Within moments, dozens of bodies lay at the gate, the blood pooling around them, staining the entrance a vivid red. Most of the dead were rebels, with only a handful of fallen government troops among them. The soldiers quickly dragged the bodies away, and the heavy gates creaked shut under their combined effort. As Guan Yu watched the gates close, he finally let out a breath of relief. Though only a few dozen had died at the gate, the Yellow Turban rebels numbered at least 2,000. Had they broken through, even the defending soldiers inside the city would have struggled to hold them back. Just then, down the street, Liu Jin was approaching, surrounded by Zhang Fei, Zhao Ergu, and several others. Guan Yu hurried forward, clasped his fists, and reported, "Elder brother, the Yellow Turban rebels attacked from outside the city, about 2,000 of them. Those who tried to seize the gate have all been killed." Liu Jin looked at the bodies piled by the gate, his brow furrowed. He was grateful he had ordered Guan Yu, Han Dynasty, and the others to keep a tight watch on the walls. If they had been as lax as usual, the gate would have surely fallen to the rebels. If the enemy had broken through, thousands of rebel soldiers would have flooded in, and Yixian would have faced utter disaster. "You did well," Liu Jin said with a nod, his gaze settling on the mass of Yellow Turban rebels gathering in the distance. He then walked toward the city wall, with Zhang Fei, Zhao Ergu, and the other commanders following close behind. As they reached the top of the wall, the scene before them made their hearts tighten. Below, a vast crowd of Yellow Turban rebels had gathered, each with a yellow scarf tied around their head and wielding whatever weapons they could find. There were at least 2,000 of them, a dark wave pressing relentlessly toward the city gate. Even these battle-hardened commanders couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety at the sight. Liu Jin was silent for a moment, frowning. "I never imagined so many people in Yixian would join the rebels." Standing beside him, Zhang Fei and Zhao Ergu were momentarily stunned. The sheer force of the Yellow Turban rebels was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. A less courageous person would have already been trembling in fear. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded behind them. Fan Fong and a group of officials climbed up to the wall. When they saw the scene outside, a few of the less experienced officials began to shake, their faces turning pale. Fan Fong managed to maintain some composure after all. He was a government official and had seen his share of crises. Though he had never faced such a dire situation, he forced himself to stay calm. He quickly approached Liu Jin, his voice urgent. "Lord Liu, you must hold the city. There are tens of thousands of civilians inside. If we lose the city, Yixian will be looted by the rebels, and countless lives will be at risk." Liu Jin nodded, his eyes resolute and his voice steady. "Don't worry, Magistrate Fan. These rebels may be numerous, but they're just a disorderly mob with poor weapons and little skill in siege warfare. Our defenses are strong. We will hold the city." Fan Fong felt a little more at ease after hearing this, and he glanced at Liu Jin with gratitude. With Liu Jin in command, he knew panic among the citizens could be kept in check, preventing chaos from breaking out. With that, Fan Fong led the other officials back down to attend to matters inside the city. Liu Jin remained atop the wall, his gaze fixed on the approaching Yellow Turban army. The commanders and soldiers around him stood ready, awaiting his orders. Outside the city, the battle was about to begin. They really are nothing but a bunch of useless cowards. Look at them, trembling in fear before these unruly rabble. No wonder the Yellow Turban rebels have been able to seize cities and sweep across all of Jizhou. Guan Yu, Han Dynasty, and the others nodded slightly, silently agreeing. It was precisely because of these self-serving, cowardly officials that the Yellow Turbans found their opportunity to rise. Liu Jin waved his hand, stopping Zhang Fei from muttering any further. He spoke calmly. "What matters most now is to quell the bandits before us. Whether these officials are brave or not is none of my concern. In any case, I don't intend to remain in Yi County for long." After a brief pause, he glanced around at the others and continued in a steady tone. "Does anyone have a clever plan to drive these bandits away? Or better yet, wipe them out completely?" Everyone fell silent, lost in thought. The situation was urgent. If these rebels managed to surround the city and draw in more commoners, their strength would only grow, making it impossible to defend Yi County in the end. Zhang Fei's eyes darted around, and he grinned. "Big brother, old Zhang, have an idea." As soon as he spoke, everyone turned to look at him in surprise. No one expected Zhang Fei, known for his straightforwardness, to come up with a plan. Liu Jin nodded, signaling him to go on. Seeing all eyes on him, Zhang Fei felt a surge of pride. He cleared his throat and said, "From what I can see, these Yellow Turban rebels are nothing but a disorderly mob. They have no proper formation, their footing is unsteady, and they can't mount any real defense. If we lead our troops out of the city to meet them heated, we can break their ranks and claim victory." The others began to murmur among themselves. While the idea had merit, it also seemed reckless. If they sent out all their forces and failed to defeat the Yellow Turbans, they would suffer heavy losses, Yi County would fall, and the people would face slaughter. The risk was simply too great to bear. Noticing the hesitation, Zhang Fei grew anxious and turned to Liu Jin, asking in a low voice, "Big brother, what do you think?" Liu Jin shook his head gently, his tone still calm. "Ida, your plan is sound, but it's not right for the current situation. Their numbers are overwhelming. Even if we could defeat them, the cost might be too high and would weaken us further. You can see for yourself we only have 500 troops. If we suffer heavy losses now, how will we continue to suppress the Yellow Turbans and earn military merit? He paused before continuing. In these chaotic times, strength in numbers is everything. Only by quelling the Yellow Turbans and gaining merit will we have a voice. Otherwise, any achievement we make will simply pave the way for someone else. Zhang Fei sighed, disappointed, but quickly regained his composure. After all, his brother's reasoning was sound. This was not the right moment for such a plan. After some thought, Lu Jin spoke again. Does anyone else have another strategy? But those around him shook their heads. Clearly, there was no better plan. Though the Yellow Turbans were numerous, they lacked real military discipline. Yet, going out to fight them directly without a guarantee of victory was too great a gamble. The situation was becoming increasingly tense. Standing nearby, Guan Yu narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. After a moment's silence, he spoke slowly. Elder brother, I believe I have a feasible plan. Why don't we observe the Yellow Turbans for a few days to see if they actually launch an assault on the city? If they do attack, they'll suffer heavy losses, which will sap their morale and shake their confidence. That would be our chance to rally our troops, march straight out the gates, and wipe them out in one decisive blow. If they simply lay siege, we can hold out a little longer, let them grow complacent and drop their guard. Then, under the cover of night, we send an elite squad around to strike their rear, set their camps ablaze, and throw them into chaos. While they're in disarray, you can lead our forces out of the city and catch them completely off guard. Victory would be within our grasp. Everyone's eyes lit up as they listened, each secretly nodding in agreement. This was indeed a sound strategy. Even Lu Jin couldn't help but smile and nod, his admiration for Guan Yu's tactical acumen growing. He thought to himself, no wonder he's so formidably a warrior who's studied the classics, truly knows the art of war. Lu Jin then spoke aloud. Very well, follow Yun Chang's plan. Wait a few days and assess the situation before making any decisions. The others all nodded in agreement and returned to their positions, remaining vigilant and preparing for any battle that might come. Meanwhile, outside the city, within the ranks of the Yellow Turban Army, Deng Mao sat astride a black horse. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's as he stared at the heavily fortified city of Yi County in the distance. With his rugged beard and gray armor, Deng Mao cut an imposing figure. He watched the city intently, fully aware that, despite his sizable force, most of his men were merely peasants with little combat experience. How could they possibly stand against well-trained imperial troops? Deng Mao had already made up his mind to abandon the idea of storming the city. He knew that with such an undisciplined force, sheer numbers alone would not be enough to take Yi County. Lacking siege equipment, relying on brute force was not a sustainable plan. Instead, he decided to lay siege to the city and wait for a better opportunity, hoping to gather more reinforcements. He raised his hand and ordered his men, set up camp, surround Yi County, and let no one leave the city. He also sent followers of the Way of Peace to nearby villages, urging the locals to join the Yellow Turban Army. From atop the city walls, Lu Jin watched as the Yellow Turban forces withdrew to camp several miles away. He quickly realized what was happening. This Deng Mao was no ordinary leader. Clearly, he had some strategic insight and was not just a reckless brute. Lu Jin understood that this battle would not be easily won, and there was no need to rush into a confrontation. The Yellow Turban Army might be large, but most of its leaders were commoners. Many of them truly possessed military skill? If they did, the imperial court wouldn't have crushed a million-strong rebellion in less than a year. That fact spoke for itself. With a quiet sigh, Lu Jin understood that this campaign would be a long and grueling struggle. Because the Yellow Turban forces lacked unified leadership and coordination, each faction fought on its own, which ultimately led to the complete destruction of their once mighty uprising. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Jin stood atop the city walls with his generals, their eyes fixed on the Yellow Turban camp ahead. The enemy's encampment was loosely organized and riddled with flaws. Even the most basic methods of setting up camp were handled poorly, almost laughably so. Stroking his beard, Guan Yu smiled slightly. Big brother, it seems I was right. After a few days of peace and quiet, these Yellow Turban rebels have settled down again as though nothing happened. He narrowed his eyes, studying the camp. Not only that, they're recruiting local refugees into their ranks. But the newcomers can't blend in with the original soldiers, making the camp even more chaotic and disorganized. The time is right. When night falls, we can set their camp on fire to create chaos, then strike from the city and wipe them out in one blow. Lu Jin nodded, agreeing with Guan Yu's assessment. The enemy forces had become a complete mess, and it was clear they couldn't be allowed any chance to recover. After a brief moment of thought, Lu Jin turned to his officers and said in a low voice, Yin Chang, since this is your plan, you'll lead the team yourself. When night falls, take 100 men out of the city quietly, infiltrate the enemy camp, and set it ablaze. He continued, I'll stay and defend the city with the rest. As soon as we see the fire, we'll attack and surround the Yellow Turbans. Does anyone have anything to add? The surrounding generals all shook their heads. The plan was thorough, and no one had any objections. Lu Jin nodded again. If that's settled, let's proceed as discussed. Everyone, reassure the troops and let them rest well so they're ready for tonight's battle. With their orders, the generals dispersed to make preparations, ensuring their soldiers rested and awaited the coming night. Liu Jin remained on the city wall, his gaze sharp as he watched the Yellow Turban camp. Determination flashed in his eyes. He resolved that this battle must utterly crush these rebels. Since they had chosen to rise up, their status as ordinary citizens no longer mattered. Only by treating them as outlaws could he root out the threat completely. Night quietly descended, a crescent moon hanging in the sky, casting a silver glow over the land. Outside the eastern gate of E County, a faint creak broke the silence as over 100 soldiers slipped out of the city, moving with utmost caution. At their head rode Guan Yu, mounted on a black horse, wielding his green dragon crescent blade. Towering and imposing, he led his men silently out of the city, making their way toward the Yellow Turban camp to the south under cover of darkness. Along the way, they encountered no enemy sentries after all. Most of the Yellow Turban troops were just common folk who knew nothing of proper defense. A few scouts patrolled the city gate, but they posed no threat to Guan Yu's elite soldiers. Hidden by the night, Guan Yu and his men advanced unhindered, reaching the rear of the enemy camp. Inside the Yellow Turban camp, many soldiers were fast asleep, and there was no sign of alertness in the rear. Seeing this lax state, Guan Yu was delighted. He quietly ordered his men into the camp. In a low voice, he instructed, "Once inside, do not get tangled up with anyone. Go straight to setting fires and create chaos. Remember to shout, 'Han forces are attacking.' If any of you fall in battle, the officers will look after your families and compensation will be provided." His words were decisive, and the soldiers nodded in understanding, moving quickly and methodically. Guan Yu whipped his horse and led his men to quietly disperse, each group heading to a different part of the camp. Torches were already being lit in silence. Hearing these words, the 100 men behind nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with determination. With nothing left to worry about, their courage instantly soared. With a sweeping gesture, Guan Yu quietly led the group as they advanced toward the enemy's rear camp. Torches flickered to life in the darkness, streaking across the night sky like shooting stars and landing precisely on the enemy's main tents. In an instant, flames devoured the dry fabric, sending roaring fire into the night. The soldiers, startled from their sleep, were quickly engulfed by thick smoke and blazing light. Screams of terror and pain pierced the silence, echoing throughout the camp. "The Han army is here. Run for your lives. If you're too slow, you'll be cut down." The soldiers who had broken into the camp shouted at the top of their lungs, their voices reverberating through the chaos. The Yellow Turban soldiers, jolted awake, stumbled out of their tents. Seeing the towering flames and hearing the cries of the enemy's arrival, terror seized their hearts. Most were ordinary people, unaccustomed to the horrors of battle. Their legs gave out, and all they could do was flee in panic through the camp. "Fire! The Han army is attacking. Run for your lives." Frantic shouts rose and fell. These hastily assembled Yellow Turban troops were nothing more than a disorderly mob, terrified of being captured and facing collective punishment. Overcome with fear, they fled in all directions without ever catching sight of their enemy. Standing atop the city wall, Liu Jin watched as flames engulfed the enemy camp and chaotic shouts rang out. He knew Guan Yu had succeeded. The moment had come, there was no time to hesitate. Turning to his fully armed soldiers, he called out, "Soldiers, follow my command. Charge the enemy camp. Show no mercy to those who resist." Zhang Fei, Han Dang, Wu Xing, and the others shouted in unison, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Mounted on his black horse and gripping his great blade, Liu Jin led hundreds of soldiers out of the city like a surging tide, heading straight for the enemy camp. When they reached the outer defenses, they found no guards. Chaos had already swept through the entire camp. Without delay, Liu Jin spurred his horse forward, swinging his blade and cutting down fleeing enemies, blood splattering in all directions. Zhang Fei, Han Dang, and the other generals rushed in behind him, leading their men into the camp. The screams were relentless. Many of the Yellow Turban soldiers threw down their weapons and scattered in terror. As Liu Jin fought his way through, he shouted, "The Han army is here. Anyone who resists will be shown no mercy." His booming voice struck fear into the hearts of many Yellow Turban soldiers, leaving their legs weak and unable to stand, let alone fight back. The soldiers behind Liu Jin echoed his cry, their shouts shaking the camp and shattering the enemy's last bit of resistance. The Yellow Turban soldiers were so terrified that they trembled uncontrollably, not daring to put up any resistance. They dropped their weapons and fell to their knees, begging for mercy. The Imperial troops swept through them like an autumn wind scattering fallen leaves, utterly unstoppable as they cut down the rebels with overwhelming force. Inside the main tent, Deng Mao was still sound asleep when the sudden sounds of battle and shouting jolted him awake. Startled, he hurriedly dressed and lifted the flap of his tent, only to see the camp ablaze with chaos. Soldiers were fleeing in panic, their figures darting through the darkness. All around, frantic cries rang out. The Han army is here. The Han army is here. Deng Mao's legs gave way beneath him as he realized the situation was hopeless. The Han army's assault was so swift and fierce that he knew he couldn't stay. If he were captured, not only would he be doomed, but his entire family would be executed as well. In a panic, he ordered his personal guards to help him retreat under the cover of night. However, just as they exited the tent, a burly man with a red face suddenly appeared before them, leading dozens of Han soldiers in a charge. Guan Yu's eyes flashed coldly as he caught sight of Deng Mao in the firelight. He remembered seeing this man just days earlier atop the city walls. Looking bold and commanding a clear sign, he was the leader of the Yellow Turbans. Delighted, Guan Yu shouted in a chilling voice, "Soldiers, attack." Before the words had even faded, he was already charging forward, swinging his blood-stained blade in a wide arc. The Yellow Turban soldiers in front barely had time to react before they were cut down on the spot, blood spraying everywhere and splattering onto Deng Mao. Feeling the hot blood soak him, Deng Mao turned pale with fear, his legs trembling so badly he could hardly stand. Guan Yu pressed on, cutting down the remaining rebels with swift, decisive blows. Soon, he approached Deng Mao, who was still frozen in fear. Guan Yu's eyes glinted coldly as he closed in. Deng Mao, confronted by this imposing warrior, began to shake uncontrollably. Overwhelmed by terror, he collapsed to his knees and pleaded desperately, "Please spare me, brave warrior. I am the leader of these troops, I surrender." Guan Yu snorted with disdain, thinking to himself how such a man could ever incite a rebellion or lead others. He ordered several soldiers to bind Deng Mao tightly with hemp rope, preparing to present him to his elder brother. With that done, Guan Yu once again raised his blade and led his men to sweep through the remaining Yellow Turbans. He shouted, "The leader of the Yellow Turbans has been captured. Surrender, and you will be spared. Resist, and you will be executed." His thunderous voice struck fear into the hearts of the rebels, and many threw down their weapons and surrendered on the spot. Only a handful of desperate men tried to escape under the cover of night. News of Deng Mao's capture spread quickly, further breaking the rebels' will to fight. The entire Yellow Turban force was soon on the verge of surrender. The sounds of battle gradually faded, and the Han troops began rounding up prisoners and binding them securely. Any sign of resistance was met with immediate execution. At that moment, Liu Bei rode a black horse into the heart of the battlefield, accompanied by his personal guards. Seeing that the fighting had died down, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, victory was his, for with his limited resources, he could not afford a prolonged battle. Every loss was a heavy blow, let alone dozens or even hundreds of casualties. At that moment, Guan Yu strode toward Liu Bei, surrounded by several soldiers. With both hands clasped in greeting and his expression intense, he announced in a deep voice, "Brother, I have captured the leader of the Yellow Turban rebels." Before he finished speaking, Guan Yu gestured with a wave of his hand and ordered, "Bring him forward." Liu Bei's heart leapt with joy. He hadn't expected that, amid the chaos of the camp, Guan Yu would manage to seize an enemy commander. He had assumed that the Yellow Turban leader would have escaped in the confusion. Soon, several soldiers marched over, escorting a burly man whose hands and feet were tightly bound. With a forceful kick, they knocked him to the ground. Liu Bei regarded the prisoner coldly, his brows furrowed. In a stern voice, he demanded, "Who are you?" The man raised his head, panic in his eyes as he gazed at the young Han officer before him. Trembling with fear, he quickly knelt and kowtowed, his voice quivering. "General, my name is Deng Mao. I was blinded by greed and aided the wicked, inciting the people to rebel. I realize my mistake now. Please, spare my life. I am willing to serve you and do whatever you command." The name Deng Mao made Liu Bei pause, triggering a familiar memory. He recalled that in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Deng Mao was the deputy to Cheng Yuanji, notorious for his raids in Zhou County. Although Liu Bei remembered the name, he showed little reaction and asked coolly, "Where is Cheng Yuanji now? How many troops does he command?" A surge of hope flashed through Deng Mao, sensed a chance to save himself. He hurriedly replied, "General, Cheng Yuanji is currently besieging Zhou County with over 10,000 troops. As his deputy, I was ordered to attack Yi County and secure the rear." Liu Bei's mind raced as he processed this information. Cheng Yuanji commanded over 10,000 soldiers, a significant threat. These Yellow Turban rebels were little more than a disorderly mob, but their numbers far exceeded his own forces. Even if they had nothing but sheer numbers, they could easily overwhelm him. For now, it was clear that a direct confrontation with Cheng Yuanji was unwise. He needed to hold Yi County, continue recruiting militia, and prepare for a decisive battle in the future. If news of this capture reached Wen Shu, the prefect of Zhou County, he would surely be pleased and might even send reinforcements. This would not only secure a notable achievement, but also win Wen Shu's favor, making recruitment efforts easier. A win-win strategy. A hint of satisfaction crossed Liu Bei's face as he allowed himself a cold smile. Seeing this, Deng Mao thought his life had been spared and let out a sigh of relief. But in the next instant, Lu Jin's voice turned icy, laced with merciless intent. Behead him and display his head as a warning to the people. Let it be known anyone who aids the rebels will be executed without mercy. Deng Mao's body jolted, his face draining of color. He frantically kowtowed again, pleading, "General, please spare me. I know I was wrong, give me a chance." But Lu Jin ignored him, simply nodding to the two soldiers beside him. They dragged Deng Mao aside. With a single swing of the blade, blood splattered, and Deng Mao's cries were abruptly silenced. His head rolled to the ground as his lifeless body collapsed, staining the earth red with blood. Lu Jin watched the scene unfold before him, feeling not a shred of pity. The land strewn with corpses only strengthened his conviction that the Yellow Turban rebels deserved their fate. They had incited the people to revolt, plunging the realm into chaos and causing millions of deaths and injuries. Though he knew stamping out the Yellow Turban uprising was a chance to advance his own standing, and that not all among the rebels were truly evil, his disgust for those who pillaged and killed without restraint remained undiminished. "Bury the dead, put out any remaining fires, and tally our casualties," Lu Jin ordered in a low, steady voice. Guan Yu and the other officers immediately acknowledged his command and began organizing the troops to clear the battlefield. By dawn the next day, the camp had returned to order. Bloodstains on the ground and a few charred tents silently told the story of last night's fierce battle. In a cleaned and spacious command tent, Lu Jin sat at the head, with his officers lined up on either side, their faces barely able to hide their excitement. They had won a decisive victory, wiping out the Yellow Turban rebels outside the city. Their names would soon be known throughout Zhou County. Seeing the energy and pride in his officers' faces, Lu Jin allowed himself a slight smile before asking, "Do we have the battle report?" Guan Yu immediately stepped forward, bowing with his fists clasped. His voice was clear and powerful. "Brother, the numbers are in. We lost just over 60 men, while the enemy suffered more than 1,000 killed and just as many captured. The rest scattered in the chaos. We seized over 1,000 weapons, 3,000 bushels of grain, and more than 100,000 coins." Lu Jin nodded, unsurprised. The Yellow Turbans were little more than a rabble, lacking any real experience in battle formations. The fire set during the night had thrown them into confusion, causing them to trample and fight each other. Only a few hundred had actually fallen by Han blades. Most were killed by their own side in the chaos. This victory had eliminated the Yellow Turban threat in the area around Yi County. The broken remnants would either hide at home or flee elsewhere, never to pose a real threat again. After a moment's thought, Lu Jin spoke slowly. "Make a detailed list of our fallen soldiers and immediately distribute compensation to their families. Remember, not a coin is to be withheld. Anyone caught embezzling will be executed without mercy. As for those who distinguish themselves in battle, they will be handsomely rewarded to boost morale." All present voiced their agreement, but none more sincerely than Han Dang, whose eyes shone with respect. To think first of the families of the fallen after such a battle was rare among commanders. Han Dang made up his mind. Though Lu Jin's rank was not high, he had shown remarkable vision and leadership. He was destined for greater things. Once the situation stabilized, Han Dang would make his loyalty clear and seek to become one of Lu Jin's trusted followers. Lu Jin looked around at his officers and continued, "The battle is over. Take the time to rest and recover your strength. Tomorrow, we'll hold a grand feast to reward the entire army." The officers bowed and withdrew to see to their men's needs. With these matters settled, Lu Jin felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. After a night of fierce fighting and a sleepless dawn, he decided to rest in his tent and regain his strength. At that moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard outside the command tent. County Magistrate Fan Fong entered, accompanied by several local officials, their faces unable to hide their excitement. News had already spread. Lu Jin had led his troops to a decisive victory against the Yellow Turban rebels outside the city the previous night, completely lifting the crisis facing Yi County. Throughout the city, from officials to commoners, everyone was immersed in excitement and relief. Lu Jin's reputation as a brilliant commander was already being celebrated among the people. With a broad smile, Fan Fong clasped his hands in salute and spoke in a booming voice, "Congratulations, General Lu, on defeating the Yellow Turbans outside the city." Hearing this, Lu Jin, despite his exhaustion, immediately stood up, a modest smile on his face. "This victory is not mine alone. It was thanks to Magistrate Fan and all the officials who kept the people calm and provided vital supplies, allowing the entire army to unite as one. Only then could we defeat the Yellow Turbans outside the city. All of you have contributed greatly." At these words, the officials present broke into satisfied smiles. Although the main credit for defeating the Yellow Turbans belonged to Lu Jin and his troops, as the county's officials, they had also played a part. To be personally acknowledged by the commander naturally filled them with joy. Fan Fong couldn't help but admire Lu Jin, such a young man, yet so experienced and humble, willing to share credit and skilled at building good relationships with others. He was truly remarkable. Looking at the beaming faces around him, Lu Jin spoke gently, Since Magistrate Fan and everyone are here, why don't we jointly report this victory to the prefect, so that our accomplishments are recognized and we may all be rewarded? Fan Fang's eyes lit up with delight, with no intention of refusing. He had brought the officials here precisely to share in the military honors. Lu Jin's victory had resulted in thousands of enemy casualties and captives, a feat worthy of promotion and reward if reported to the court. While they were not the main commanders, since the battle had taken place within a county, they too could earn some merit, which would benefit their future careers. The group then carefully tallied the achievements in the command tent. Lu Jin naturally claimed the largest share, followed by Magistrate Fan Fong, and then Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Han Dang, and others. Soon, a dispatch rider set off at full speed toward the prefectural city, carrying the battle report signed by multiple county officials. With so many witnesses, Lu Jin's accomplishments would be beyond dispute. After finalizing these matters, Fan Fong and the others did not linger in the camp, but returned to the county office to begin reassuring the people of E County. After all, Deng Mao had incited many to rebellion, and nearly every village in the area had been affected. It would take considerable time and effort to restore order. 3 days later, bright sunlight bathed the land, and the entire camp glowed gold in the morning light. Lu Jin stepped out of his tent, stretched, and looked full of energy. After a few days of rest, the troops had fully recovered, compensation and rewards had been distributed, and morale was high. Some soldiers were even sharpening their blades, eager for another chance to fight the Yellow Turbans and earn more honors. At that moment, Han Dang approached, clad in armor and walking with purpose. A determined smile played at the corners of his mouth as he saluted Lu Jin. Lu Jin nodded warmly and greeted him with a gentle smile. "What brings you here, Brother Egong?" Han Dang hesitated, unsure how to begin, but he had made up his mind. Gritting his teeth, he dropped to one knee, clasped his hands, and spoke loudly. After spending this period together, Han Dang had gained a deep understanding of Lu Jin's character. Raising both hands high above his head and bowing slightly, he spoke earnestly. "General, you are fair and strict, caring for your soldiers as if they were your own children. You are destined for far greater things. I am willing to follow you wherever you go, to serve loyally and never betray you, even unto death." Lu Jin was slightly surprised to hear this. He had thought Han Dang would only pledge allegiance after they had pacified all of Zhuo Commandery and achieved great merit. Still, having such a formidable warrior join his ranks early was no bad thing. At least it would give him more confidence when facing Sun Jian, the fierce tiger of Jiangdong. With a broad smile, Lu Jin stepped forward to help Han Dang up and laughed heartily. "With you at my side, it's as if I command an army of 100,000. This is truly my good fortune." Han Dang was overjoyed and quickly replied respectfully, "Thank you for your praise, sir. I'm unworthy of such words." Lu Jin gripped Han Dang's hand firmly, his eyes full of admiration. "There's no need for modesty. In time, your abilities will shine. I mean every word." With that, he led Han Dang toward the command tent and ordered his attendant, "Have the kitchen prepare a fine feast. Tonight, I'll drink with Han Dang until we're both satisfied." Inside the tent, the two sat on the floor. Food and wine were soon laid out before them. Lu Jin raised his cup in a toast and drained it in one gulp, the wine burning warmly in his throat. The two exchanged smiles, their conversation lively and cheerful. After a few rounds, Han Dang's cheeks flushed slightly as he asked, "Sir, now that we've subdued the Yellow Turbans in Ishian and the army's morale is soaring, shouldn't we march on Zhuo Commandery to take down Cheng Yuanji, the Yellow Turban leader? If we can claim first merit, your name will echo throughout the north. You could be promoted, maybe even granted a title." Lu Jin's eyes showed a hint of longing, but he shook his head with a smile. "You make it sound too easy. I'm just a junior officer. Above me are the commandant and the governor. Even if I personally take Cheng Yuanzi's head and wipe out 10,000 rebels, most of the credit will go to them. If I'm promoted to 1,000-bushel Sima, that would already be a great honor." Han Dang frowned at this, fell silent for a moment, then sighed and took a long drink. "It's always the same. Those born into noble families get titles and honors for the smallest deeds, while we risk our lives and end up with nothing but scraps." Seeing Han Dang's frustration, Lu Jin slapped the table and laughed. "Don't let it trouble you. As long as we have the ability, sooner or later we'll have our moment in the sun, and others will look up to us." Note: at this time, addressing someone as lord was taboo, as the court was still stable. Such a title implied ambitions of independence, which was tantamount to courting death. Han Dang quickly nodded, his eyes shining with anticipation. In his heart, Lu Jin was a leader of great potential, destined for great achievements. That was precisely why he was willing to pledge his life in loyalty. Heavy footsteps sounded outside the tent. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu strode in, lifting the tent flap. Zhang Fei immediately spotted the wine jar on the table and grinned broadly, complaining, "Big brother, you're drinking without me? I'm dying of thirst over here." With that, he plopped down, grabbed the jar, and took a hearty swig, clearly enjoying himself. By contrast, Guan Yu appeared far more composed. He clasped his hands in greeting, a slight smile on his face. Lu Jin gestured for him to take a seat. After sitting, Guan Yu glanced over at Han Dang and nodded in acknowledgement. In his view, this warrior, who had fought bravely against the Yellow Turbans, was indeed worthy of respect. Lu Jin filled the cups for his two brothers and asked with a smile, "Second brother, third brother, what brings you here tonight? Is there something urgent?" Guan Yu set down his cup, his expression turning serious. "There is indeed something we need to discuss. We're currently holding over 1,000 prisoners captured in the last battle. With our limited manpower, it's difficult to guard them properly, and some have already escaped. What's worse, they consume a huge amount of supplies every day. If this continues, we may soon run out of grain." Lu Jin frowned deeply at these words. It was indeed a difficult problem. There were more prisoners than soldiers. Assigning troops to guard them would waste both manpower and resources. Whichever way he looked at it, it didn't seem worthwhile. Seeing this, Han Dang offered a suggestion. "My lord, most of these people are just farmers deceived by the Yellow Turbans. Why not let them return home and work their fields?" Guan Yu immediately shook his head. "That won't do. Even if they were misled into rebellion, letting them go so easily might only encourage their defiance. If the Yellow Turbans stir up trouble again, they might take up arms without hesitation. If that happens, there will never be peace in Yixian." Zhang Fei, already a bit tipsy, interrupted loudly. "If you ask me, we should just execute all these rebels." "Absolutely not." Han Dang protested at once. "That's over 1,000 lives. Such an action would destroy our reputation. So what do you suggest?" Zhang Fei demanded, eyes wide. "We can't kill them, we can't let them go, and keeping them is draining our supplies. If this goes on, they'll eat us out of house and home." Everyone fell silent, deep in thought. For a long moment, the tent was filled with nothing but quiet. At last, Lu Jin spoke slowly. Since they couldn't be released or executed, Lu Jin decided to organize the prisoners. Some of the Yellow Turban leaders were executed, while the remaining commoners were spared, armed, and formed into a militia. Lu Jin sternly warned them, "As long as you obey orders, you can shed your bandit status and become part of the official army. But if you show any sign of rebellion, you will be executed without mercy." After a brief silence, the men nodded in agreement. Turning the captives into a militia was a practical solution. It solved the issue of prisoners and strengthened their forces, with only a small cost in supplies. Han Dang hesitated for a moment before saying, "My lord, is it really all right to form a militia on our own? Will those above approve?" Lu Jin waved his hand dismissively and explained, "There's no need to worry. Organizing a militia is simply raising a private force. As long as it doesn't grow too large, the court won't interfere, especially in these troubled times. Besides, Zhuo County is currently surrounded by the Yellow Turbans under Cheng Yuanji. The governor must be desperate and will surely send for reinforcements. If we show up with a militia, not only will we avoid punishment, we might even be rewarded." Han Dang nodded, feeling reassured. Seeing that everyone understood, Lu Jin turned to Guan Yu and ordered, "Yinchang, they'll need you to oversee the prisoners and organize them into a militia as quickly as possible. I believe it won't be long before a court envoy arrives, and then we can march out in full strength." Without hesitation, Guan Yu replied, "Don't worry, brother. He'll get the militia organized as soon as possible." With that, he quickly excused himself to oversee the arrangements. Zhang Fei and Han Dang, no longer in the mood to drink, also rose and took their leave to inspect the troops, training them into a formidable force in preparation for the coming battle. Soon, the sounds of intense training echoed through the camp. Soldiers gritted their teeth and pushed through exhaustion, their shouts ringing out across the encampment. On Zhuo County city walls, soldiers stood straight and alert, spears in hand, guarding the threatened city. Wen Shu, his expression grim, patrolled the battlements in his long robe, sword at his waist, a group of officials close behind. In the distance, the Yellow Turban camp stretched for miles, swarming with bandits who paid little heed to the defenders within the city. Suddenly, there was movement in the Yellow Turban camp. Their soldiers formed ranks and began marching toward the city walls in force. Panic spread among the defenders. Some officials even trembled in fear. With the enemy approaching in such numbers, anxiety mounted. Could Zhuo County withstand a full assault? Watching the scene unfold, Wen Shu's anger boiled over. After being besieged for so long, his frustration was at its limit. Seeing the soldiers so terrified and the officials so weak, he drew his sword with a flash of cold steel. Pointing his blade at the cowering officials, he shouted coldly, "Are you so easily cowed by mere Yellow Turban bandits? What a disgrace. Anyone who shows fear on these walls will taste my sword and serve as a warning to the rest." Before his words had faded, Wen Shu's fury swept across the battlements, tightening the atmosphere and leaving everyone on edge. On the city wall, everyone lowered their heads as soon as they heard these words, not daring to show any sign of panic for fear that the prefect before them would use them as a warning. This official, a man of 2,000 share rank, was the absolute authority in Zhuo Commandery, holding the power of life and death, able to execute first and report later. Who would dare risk angering him? Seeing the sudden silence on the wall, Wen Shu let out a cold snort, his sharp gaze piercing through the parapets to the scene below. Over 1,000 Yellow Turban rebels had gathered in force several hundred meters from the city, their banners fluttering and their shouts shaking the heavens. At their head rode a burly man on a powerful chestnut horse. He was built like a mountain, a broadsword glinting coldly in his hand, and his eyes were filled with arrogance and contempt as he stared straight at the prefect's retinue atop the wall. Wen Shu, the man bellowed, his voice booming across the field. I know you're up there. I've come here today for you. Be wise and open the gate. Surrender to us. Our great master Zhang will reward you handsomely. When we overthrow the Han, you'll be a pillar of our new world. Wouldn't that be grand? His words thundered through the air, stirring an uproar among the defenders on the wall. Soldiers and officials whispered anxiously, many casting sidelong glances at Wen Shu, trying to guess how he would respond. Wen Shu, upon hearing this, was so incensed that he actually laughed. How could a dignified court official of such high rank ever bow to a band of rebels? His eyes flashed like blades as he glared down and shouted coldly. Zhang Yuanji, you're bold indeed. As a subject of the Han, you should be farming your fields and living in peace, not following the likes of Zhang in rebellion. And now you try to win me over? Keep dreaming. I'll give you one piece of advice. Surrender to my troops immediately and disband your followers, and I might spare your life. But if you dare resist, don't blame me for cutting you to pieces and hanging your head from the city gate as a warning. Zhang Yuanji, still astride his red horse, sneered in disdain and shouted back. Wen Shu, you talk big. Am right here if you're so tough. Come and cut me down yourself. If not, stop spouting nonsense. Anyone can talk brave from behind a wall. If you dared step outside, I'd show you the true strength of the Yellow Turbans with one stroke of my blade. The mocking voice made Wen Shu tremble with rage, his face flushing and then turning pale. As the ruler of the whole commandery, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Clenching his fists until the veins bulged, he spun around and barked coldly at the men behind him. Zhang Qian, take 1,000 soldiers and ride out to capture Zhang Yuanji. Bring me his head and want it displayed on the city wall for all to see. Zhang Qian, who was standing nearby, froze in shock, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Me, he blurted, glancing around and seeing everyone's eyes fixed on him, forcing a bitter smile onto his face. Zhang Qian knew all too well that if they'd been able to kill Zhang Yuanji, they wouldn't still be hiding behind the walls. When Zhang had first besieged the city, had commanded over 10,000 men, and now had only grown stronger by recruiting more from the surrounding villages, likely swelling his force to nearly 20,000. Inside the city, they had barely 2,000 or 3,000 defenders. Even someone like the legendary General Hua Zubing couldn't win against such odds. To march out now would be nothing short of suicide. When Shu noticed Zhang Qian's hesitation, his brow furrowing as his tone grew even colder. What's wrong, Zhang Qian? Didn't you hear my order? The chill in Wen Shu's voice snapped Zhang Qian back to attention. He dared not pretend any longer. Although Zhang Qian was already the second most powerful figure in the commandery, ranking just below the prefect, he still dared not offend the man before him. Even if he couldn't be dismissed from office outright, the prefect could easily make his life difficult with a bit of scheming. Zhang Qian slowly rose to his feet, speaking hesitantly. Please, prefect, calm your anger. The bandits outside the city are simply trying to provoke us. Their goal is to lure us into a decisive battle outside the walls. With their superior numbers, they could easily wipe us out and seize the city. You mustn't fall for their tricks. If we leave the city, we're certain to lose, and the people inside will suffer terribly. There would be devastation everywhere. As he finished speaking, Zhang Qian glanced around at the other officials, hoping someone would step forward to support him and persuade the prefect. As expected, several high-ranking officials quickly stood and offered their advice in low voices. Prefect, there is truth in what Commandant Zhang says. The enemy at our gates has overwhelming numbers, while we have just over 2,000 troops. If we rashly sally out to fight, not only will we stand no chance, but we risk complete annihilation. Should we lose, the city will fall easily, and the Yellow Turban rebels will overrun us. Instead, we should hold the city, wear down the enemy's morale, and look for an opportunity to strike decisively. Listening to their pleas, Wen Shu's anger slowly subsided. He wasn't a fool who knew their forces were outnumbered, and a sortie would end in disaster. Still, he couldn't help but burn with frustration at the rebels' arrogance. As he fell silent, another taunting shout rang out from outside the walls. Wen Shu, you coward. I'll give you a few more days, but if you don't open the gates and surrender, don't blame me when I lead my army to raise this city and slaughter every man, woman, and child inside. Wen Shu's expression darkened instantly, his hand gripping his sword trembling slightly. After a moment of silence, he could only sigh in frustration, thinking to himself, I'll endure for now, but when the chance comes, I'll make sure the rebel leader pays with his life and settles this grudge once and for all. He prepared to leave the city wall, relieved at the thought of escaping the jeers below. If he stayed any longer, He feared he might lose control and lead his troops into a reckless battle. Just then, a messenger came running up, excitement on his face, shouting from a distance, "Prefect, great news." When Shu was about to leave, but frowned at these words. With the enemy surrounding the city, morale low, and the rebel leader hurling insults, how could there possibly be any good news? Still, he gestured for the messenger to continue. The messenger hurried forward and respectfully reported, "Prefect, I bring word that Liu Junho, stationed at Yi County, personally led several hundred men out to meet the enemy. They defeated 2 to 3,000 Yellow Turban rebels and killed their leader, Deng Mao, on the spot, eliminating the Yellow Turban threat at Yi County." The announcement caused an uproar on the city wall. Everyone looked astonished, hardly able to believe what they'd heard. A few hundred troops had managed to wipe out 2 or 3,000 rebels. It sounded unbelievable. The Yellow Turban rebels might not have been strong individually, but their numbers alone made such a victory seem impossible. When Shu was shocked as well, but quickly regained his composure. With a grave expression, he looked at the messenger and asked urgently, "Is this news true? Are you sure Liu Junho didn't fabricate the report?" The messenger quickly nodded, pulling a sealed letter from Yixian out of his robe and respectfully presenting it with both hands. In a clear voice, he reported, "My lord, this message is jointly signed by the county magistrate of Yixian, several officials, and military commander Liu. There is absolutely no fabrication. Our troops, though outnumbered, have defeated 2 to 3,000 Yellow Turban rebels." As soon as the news was delivered, a low murmur swept through the hall. The officials glanced at each other, their eyes filled with shock and barely concealed excitement. Does Zhujuan really have such a formidable general? To defeat thousands with just a few hundred men, this is nothing short of a miracle. Whispers spread throughout the room. When Shu took the letter, his brow slightly furrowed as he ran his fingers over the parchment, reading it word by word. The letter detailed every aspect of the victory. Tactical deployments, casualties, and post-battle arrangements, all meticulously recorded. At the end, the official seals of Yixian's officials were neatly lined up, leaving no room for doubt. When Shu's caution was well-founded. In these chaotic times, there were many who falsely claimed military achievements, especially reports of a small force annihilating a much larger enemy. Anyone would be skeptical upon first hearing such a tale. Once he was certain the report was genuine, when Shu's long grim face finally relaxed. Stroking his graying beard, he burst out laughing. "Huh, Liu Junho truly is a hero of Zhujuan. At this critical moment, such an inspiring victory has lifted my spirits and swept away all recent gloom." Seeing this, the surrounding officials finally relaxed, relieved smiles appearing on their faces. The oppressive atmosphere quickly dissipated. Moments ago, everyone had been holding their breath, afraid to provoke when Shu's ire. Now, seeing his good mood, they allowed themselves to breathe easy, quietly grateful that the news had arrived at just the right time. Standing among the crowd, Zhang Qian was struck by the mention of Liu Junho and Yixian. He wondered to himself, could this be the Liu Jin I promoted not long ago? He had indeed assigned Liu Jin to defend Yixian, placing him in charge of that troop. The time, place, and people all matched, it had to be him. With this realization, Zhang Qian was even more astonished. The Yixian garrison barely numbered 200, and with Liu Jin's own unit, there were just over 300 men in total. To have wiped out 2 or 3,000 enemies was truly remarkable. After his hearty laughter, when Shu, now in high spirits, looked around the hall and asked in a booming voice, "Who would have thought Liu Jin was such a capable warrior? Why have I never heard of him before?" At this, another round of hushed conversations broke out. The officials exchanged glances, the names sounding vaguely familiar, though none could recall where they had heard it before. Zhang Qian cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Straightening his official robes, he smiled with satisfaction and spoke loudly. "My lord, you may not know, but Liu Jin is someone I personally nurtured. He started as a commoner, but I recognized his bravery and promoted him to company commander. With just over 100 men, he once defeated 500 bandits, earning some fame in the county. Because of that achievement, I promoted him to military commander and put him in charge of the Yixian garrison. Who would have thought he'd go on to defeat 2 or 3,000 enemies in such a brilliant victory? It only proves my judgment was right." Upon hearing this, many officials suddenly recalled the rumors from some time ago a commander from Liaxiang had led 100 men to kill several hundred bandits, briefly making a name for himself. When Shu nodded in response, though he could tell Zhang Qian was taking some credit for himself, he didn't expose him. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted in a knowing, meaningful smile. Everyone in the city knew what kind of person Zhang Qian was, cared only about money, and nobody believed he had any real appreciation for talent. It was obvious he had bought his way into his current position. However, when Shu didn't dwell on this. In his view, as long as someone was capable, they were worth employing. Now that they had won a battle and boosted morale, he was quite satisfied and had no intention of investigating whether Zhang Qian had gained his post through bribery. When Shu turned to Zhang Qian, who stood nearby, his tone was gentle but carried authority. "County Captain Zhang, Since Liu Jin has won a great victory, spread the news throughout the city. Reassure the people and raise everyone's spirits. Let the citizens know they have nothing to fear. Wei will wipe out the bandits outside the city sooner or later. Zhang Qian immediately straightened up and bowed. Rest assured, my lord. They'll send someone to spread the news right away, calm the soldiers, and boost morale within the army. After giving these orders, Wen Shu paused for a moment, his eyes sweeping over the assembled officials before continuing. Since the Yellow Turban bandits in Yi County are no longer a threat, send word at once. Order Liu Jin to lead his troops here to help besiege the Yellow Turbans in Zhua Commandery. If he can pacify the unrest in Zhua, they'll report his achievements to the imperial court and recommend him for greater responsibilities. His bravery and skill deserve recognition. The officials nodded in agreement. With Liu Jin showing such courage and ability, if he brought his troops here, even if he couldn't completely defeat the Yellow Turbans outside the city, he could at least help secure their defenses. They quickly dispersed to pass on the orders and summon Liu Jin to bring his forces to support them. With everything arranged, Wen Shu finally felt a sense of relief. With Liu Jin's troops on the way, he could relax a little as governor, no longer needing to worry every day that the city might fall. Surrounded by his guards, he turned and made his way back to the governor's office. Outside the city, Qing Yuanji watched as the ceremonial banners on the city wall disappeared. Realizing Wen Shu had left, he stopped shouting insults. There was no point in yelling at an empty wall. Before leaving, he cast a venomous glance at the city, thinking to himself, once I gather more people from the surrounding areas and raise an army of tens of thousands, they'll break through these walls and kill every corrupt official inside. With that, he waved his hand and led his 1,000-strong force back to camp. A few days later, at the military camp outside Yi County, Liu Jin, clad in armor with a sharp sword at his waist, was drilling the 1,000 or so militia in front of him. In the previous days, he had executed all the Yellow Turban leaders, leaving only ordinary civilians behind. He gave them a choice: join the militia and live. If they performed well, they could one day become regular soldiers in the imperial army and shed the stigma of being rebels. This opportunity gave the captives hope, and many of them were willing to join. After several days of training, the group had barely formed into a proper unit. Their fighting ability was still poor, barely better than the Yellow Turbans themselves. But Liu Jin didn't expect much from them anyway. When facing the Yellow Turbans, they could serve as cannon fodder, helping to reduce casualties among his regular troops. This wasn't cruelty on Liu Jin's part, but a necessity dictated by the situation. Since these people had already sided with the rebels, the law required not only their execution, but also the destruction of their families. By giving them a chance to become militia, Liu Jin was already showing them great mercy. If they did well, they could become official soldiers, save their lives, and carve out a new path for themselves. At that moment, a messenger galloped into the camp. Dismounting in front of Liu Jin, he produced a letter from his coat and said respectfully, "Commander, there's news from the commandery." Liu Jin took the letter, quickly unfolded it, and scanned its contents. His brows furrowed slightly as he read. The message was straightforward. Lord Wen Shu first praised Liu Jin's achievements in Yi County, noting that these deeds had been officially recorded. Then, Wen Shu ordered him to lead his troops to Zhua Commandery to eliminate the Yellow Turban rebels besieging the city. If he succeeded in eradicating this threat, Liu Jin's merits would be further recognized, and Wen Shu promised to request additional rewards from the imperial court on his behalf. A wry smile appeared on Liu Jin's lips. Although his victories in Yi County were acknowledged, because he hadn't reported promptly to the court, he had yet to receive any tangible benefits, just empty promises. Now, if he wanted to advance, he had no choice but to rely on Wen Shu's support. As long as he continued to perform well, with Wen Shu's status as a high-ranking official, his achievements would be reported, and the position of 1,000-stone Sima would be within reach. Taking a deep breath, Liu Jin turned to his close attendant and said in a low voice, "Go notify the officers in the camp. We'll convene in the main tent tonight." With that, he strode toward the command tent, took the seat at the head of the table, and gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Outside Zhua Commandery, more than 10,000 Yellow Turban rebels had gathered. Defeating them would not be easy. Liu Jin knew he could only take things one step at a time. First, observe the enemy's formation, then act when the moment was right. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside the tent as Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Han Dang, Zhao Ergu, and Wu Xing arrived in succession. Seeing Liu Jin seated at the head, they all saluted. "Commander." Liu Jin motioned for them to sit and offered a gentle smile. These men were his most trusted subordinates. The former Yamen officers and city garrison soldiers had already returned to the county magistrate after the last battle. Once everyone was seated, Liu Jin spoke. "News has come from the commandery. Lord Wen Shu has ordered me to lead our troops north to Zhua Commandery, join forces with the garrison there, and wipe out the Yellow Turban rebels outside the city." At these words, excitement and anticipation flashed in everyone's eyes. Zhang Fei laughed loudly and said, "Brother, I've been waiting for this. Ever since we quelled the Yellow Turbans in Yi County, I've been cooped up in camp, itching for a fight. Now's our chance to get back into battle. Zhao Erge grinned and chimed in. Third brother's right, my spear is getting restless. Though Guan Yu, Han Dang, and Wu Xing didn't show their eagerness as openly, the fiery determination in their eyes was unmistakable. Lu Jin couldn't help but smile, and Wardlathese were truly men who thrived on battle. All right, settle down, he said, raising his hand to quiet them. Begin preparations at once, ready the troops and supplies. We set out for Zhua Commandery to resolve the Yellow Turban threat. Also, send word to the E County Magistrate. We're heading north to reinforce Zhua, and he must remain vigilant in the city to prevent any trouble from the Yellow Turbans. Everyone nodded in agreement, then dispersed to assemble the troops. Soon, the camp was alive with the sound of horns and the bustle of soldiers gathering, the atmosphere tense but orderly. Not long after, Lu Jin mounted his black horse and, surrounded by his officers, led the army out of the camp. Partway along the road, they encountered a group transporting wagons of supplies. Leading them was Magistrate Fan Fong. Upon seeing Lu Jin, Fan Fong quickly rode over, cupped his fists, and greeted him with a smile. Commander, you've arrived. Winnie, you will soon be heading to Zhujian. I don't have much to offer you, but I've prepared 3,000 shur of grain and fodder for you. I hope this will help you achieve a great victory and swiftly put an end to the Yellow Turban rebels in the commandery. Lu Jin felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Fan Fong to be so generous at his departure. He clasped his hands and bowed deeply, saying sincerely, "Thank you, Brother Boru, for your support. Once the Yellow Turban rebels are defeated, I will return to Yixian and share a drink with you to celebrate." Fan Fong stroked his beard, a playful glint in his eyes. "Winnie, I'll hold you to that. Don't go forgetting about me when your fame spreads across the north and you become a pillar of the court." Lu Jin laughed heartily. "Brother Boru, your kindness is etched in my memory. How could I ever forget?" Fan Fong nodded with a smile and turned to instruct his men. "Bring up the supplies." Before he finished speaking, 100 men began pushing dozens of ox carts and horse-drawn wagons forward. Lu Jin didn't stand on ceremony. With the army on campaign, supplies were quickly consumed, and this shipment had arrived just in time. He immediately ordered the grain to be loaded into his convoy. After the handover, the two exchanged a few more words before Lu Jin led his troops on their way. The 1,000-strong army advanced north along the main road, banners flying and the sound of hooves echoing. Fan Fong stood by the roadside, watching the army disappear into the distance, filled with emotion. Though he had not known Lu Jin for long, he could already see the man's great ambition and strategic mind. Especially after the battle outside the city 2 days earlier, where Lu Jin had destroyed thousands of enemies with just a few hundred men, Fan Fang's respect for him had only grown. With the world in chaos and the Yellow Turban threat raging through Hebei, if Lu Jin could distinguish himself in these troubled times, he might well achieve something truly remarkable. Befriending such a figure could only be a good thing. Lost in thought for a while, Fan Fong finally raised his whip and led his followers back to Yixian. After all, it was his duty to defend his own territory without any negligence. Meanwhile, outside Zhujian City, the Yellow Turban army camp was filled with revelry. Zheng Yuanji sat at the head of the banquet, drinking and making merry with his lieutenants. In the center of the tent, dancers performed gracefully, their movements enchanting, drawing greedy stares and longing from the men on either side. Zheng Yuanji watched with satisfaction. To win his men's loyalty, these pleasures were indispensable. He clapped his hands and called for the music and dancing to stop. "Enough for now, let's drink." The dancers dispersed, pouring wine and serving the leaders. These men, who had only ever worked the fields, now enjoyed luxuries they had never dreamed of, each one overjoyed. Just as everyone was lost in the festivities, a minor officer burst into the tent in a panic. Zheng Yuanji frowned. "Why are you so flustered?" The officer, pale-faced and trembling, reported, "Commander, Deputy General Deng Mao was killed in Yixian by a leader named Lu Jin. Nearly all his men were wiped out, only a handful managed to escape and return." As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of anxious murmurs swept through the tent. The assembled commanders exchanged uneasy glances, whispering to each other in alarm. If even Deng Mao, who led thousands of troops, had been slain by the Han army, wouldn't they be slaughtered just as easily if they encountered such a force? The more timid officers trembled with fear. The excitement and greed that had filled their eyes moments before were now replaced by undisguised terror as they looked at the woman in the tent. Zheng Yuanji scanned the panicked faces around him, his brow furrowed in frustration. To him, this news hit like a heavy blow. He had just managed to pin the government forces inside the city, establishing a clear advantage, and now came word that his deputy had been killed. If this rumor spread among the troops, it might trigger a mass rout. A flash of menace appeared in his eyes as he glared at everyone present and barked coldly. "No one is to speak of Deng Mao's death. Anyone who dares spread this will be executed without mercy. Do you all understand?" The Yellow Turban leaders on both sides lowered their heads in response, none daring to challenge Zheng Yuanzi's authority. After issuing his warning, Cheng Yuanji fell silent, deep in thought. In truth, he cared little for Deng Mao's fate. That useless man only held his position because he was a disciple of the way of supreme peace. Otherwise, he would never have qualified as deputy. But now, with the rear of the army exposed, if Liu Jin led his troops in an attack and joined forces with the soldiers inside the city, the consequences would be disastrous. This realization sent a chill through Cheng Yuanzi's heart. He had to send troops to eliminate Liu Jin and retake Yixin at once, securing their rear. Only then could he safely continue the siege of Zhuojuan. Waiting for the right moment to break through the city and seize control of the region, laying the groundwork for sweeping through Yuzhou. The rear of our forces is now exposed. Who among you will lead troops to defeat Liu Jin and recapture Yixin? Cheng Yuanzi's voice echoed through the tent. The leaders all lowered their heads in silence. With Deng Mao dead less than half a month after taking command, none dared to volunteer, fearing it would be a death sentence. Seeing their cowardice, Cheng Yuanji was about to lash out when he noticed two figures standing up in the corner. They cupped their fists and declared loudly, "Commander, my brother and I are willing to lead the troops to attack Yixin and resolve the crisis in the rear." Cheng Yuanji was delighted. Upon closer look, he recognized the two as Wang Shou and Guidazhuang, former bandits who had recently joined him. When these sworn brothers and their followers pledged allegiance, he had made them minor leaders. "Wang Shou, Guidazhuang, are you truly willing to take on this task?" Cheng Yuanji asked in a deep voice. Hatred burned in their eyes as they answered without hesitation. "Commander, we are ready to accept your order. We will seize Yixin, slay Liu Jin, and bring glory to the Yellow Turbans." Hearing their resolute reply, a smile finally appeared on Cheng Yuanzi's face. "I never expected that among my troops, there would be two warriors as bold as you. I will assign 3,000 soldiers for you to command and attack Yixin. Even if you can't break through, you must lay siege to the city and never allow the enemy to break the line and launch a surprise attack on our rear." Wang Shou and Guidazhuang immediately knelt down, clasped their fists, and declared in booming voices, "Rest assured, Commander. The two of us will strictly follow your orders and will not let the Han army succeed." Cheng Yuanji said no more, took out his command token, and handed it to them. "From this moment, you are to mobilize 3,000 troops and march to Yixin." Moments later, 3,000 soldiers were ready to move out, marching in an imposing column along the main road. At the front, Wang Shou and Guidazhuang rode side by side, clad in iron armor with long blades at their waists, looking every inch the formidable leaders. Guidazhuang glanced back at the troops following behind, excitement written all over his face. He laughed and said, "Big brother, this time we're leading 3,000 men. We'll finally avenge our stronghold and tear Liu Jin to pieces to ease the hatred in our hearts." Wang Shou let out a cold laugh, a glint of frost in his eyes. "If he hadn't ambushed our stronghold and caused such heavy losses, we wouldn't have been forced to flee with just a handful of men. The suffering we endured back then Liu Jin will pay for it." Guidazhuang nodded, a similar coldness flickering in his eyes. "Luckily, our luck turned after escaping Liya village. We ran into the Yellow Turban uprising and joined them, and now we've even become minor leaders. Now, with 3,000 men under your command, you're more powerful than you ever were at the stronghold. If things keep going our way and you gain more followers, you could even replace Cheng Yuanji and become a commander yourself." Wang Shou's eyes flashed with greed at these words. After a brief silence, he said in a low voice, "I may have started as a bandit leader, commanding a few hundred men and making a name for myself, but now that I've joined the Yellow Turbans, I can't stay under someone else's thumb forever. If we succeed in taking Yixin, carve out our own territory, and rally the people to our cause, our ranks will swell like a rolling snowball. In time, we could claim the title of Lord." The two of them rode on, discussing their grand ambitions for the future, while the 3,000 troops surged forward behind them, heading toward Yixin. 2 days later, under the scorching sun and rising temperatures, Liu Jin lay by a quiet riverside, supporting himself with his hands in the cool water. The refreshing flow made him sigh with relief. Nearby, Guan Yu, Zhang and the others were also washing up, wiping away sweat. Though it was sweltering, in this northern land, summer's heat still arrived a little more slowly. Liu Jin wiped the water from his face, looked up at the blue sky, and murmured, "It's only mid-April, but the weather is already this hot. I didn't expect that." Hearing this, Guan Yu lifted his head and glanced at the sky, his voice deep. "It's unusually warm this year. Usually, it's still quite cool around this time." Liu Jin nodded. Despite the heat, it was still considered a pleasant season in the north. Gazing at the gently flowing stream before him, an idea formed in his mind. This river isn't very wide. Once we cross, there's a stretch of open woodland ahead. We can ford the river here, rest for a while, and then move on. He turned to Guan Yu and asked, "Yinshang, where are we now? How far is it to Zhuojuan?" Guan Yu answered promptly, "Big brother, we're currently in Dongli village. Downstream, this small river passes a few villages that belong to Anyuan County. We're still about 100 li from Zhuojuan." If we push our horses, we can get there in 3 days. Lu Jin nodded slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he said slowly, we're only 100 li from Zhujian. We'll make camp here for the night. Yin Chang, Ida, tell everyone to rest well and recover their energy well march quickly tomorrow. Ergo, you take your men and keep a close watch on the surroundings. Send out scouts to make sure we're not caught off guard by the enemy. Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, and Zhao Ergu immediately bowed and answered in unison, yes, sir. The three quickly went their separate ways, directing their troops to cross the river, set up camp along the bank, and get dinner started. Night fell swiftly. The tents were neatly lined up by the creek, and campfires flickered across the encampment. The rich aroma of food drifted on the wind. Lu Jin found a small stool and sat by the water, holding a bowl of steaming millet with a few pieces of dried fish and pickled vegetables. He ate hungrily, wolfing down the simple meal. After a day's march, even this plain fare tasted especially delicious. Nearby, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and the others were doing much the same, gathered around the riverbank, eating heartily as if afraid someone might snatch their food away. Once everyone had eaten their fill, night settled in completely and the chill began to creep in. Fires were lit around the camp, and Lu Jin joined his officers by one of the blazes, warming themselves as they chatted about the coming battle. In 3 days, we'll reach Zhujian, Lu Jin said in a low voice, his eyes reflecting the firelight. We'll be facing tens of thousands of yellow turban soldiers. Zhang Fei suddenly sprang to his feet. Big brother, if you ask me, we should lead our troops in a surprise attack on the yellow turban camp outside the city and crush them in one stroke. He thumped his chest, his eyes gleaming with eagerness for battle. Guan Yu frowned and shook his head. Third brother, a surprise attack would be too reckless. We have over 1,000 men, not just a small group that can sneak past their scouts unnoticed. By the time you get close, they'll probably be ready and waiting. It's too risky for the current situation. Lu Jin nodded in agreement. The leader of the Yellow Turban forces, Cheng Yuanji, was one of the 36 commanders, not just a ragtag band. He would certainly know how to deploy his troops and keep scouts posted. Acting rashly, even if not certain to be discovered, carried too much risk. If the Yellow Turbans caught wind of their plans, not only would the ambush fail, but they could also end up surrounded, suffering heavy casualties. For Lu Jin, this army was his foundation in these troubled times. She couldn't afford to take such a gamble. Zhang Fei grumbled under his breath and sat by the fire, clearly unhappy his plan had been rejected. Lu Jin and Guan Yu exchanged a knowing smile. They understood Zhang Fei's temperament well and knew he wouldn't really be upset over a disagreement. Han Dang, who had been sitting quietly nearby, hesitated for a long moment before finally speaking up. My lord, since sending over 1,000 men on a raid is too easily detected by enemy scouts, why don't we take just 100 or so and launch a surprise attack? Han Dang suggested to Lu Jin, bowing respectfully. His eyes gleamed with cunning. Just like before, we set fire to the enemy's rear camp to create chaos. Then, we join forces with the garrison inside the city and attack from both sides. With a pincer movement, we'll easily crush this Yellow Turban force and win the battle. The officers all nodded in agreement, their faces showing approval. This plan had worked well for them last time, and even now, its chances of success seemed high. Guan Yu stroked his long beard and nodded slightly, expressing his support for Han Dang's idea. A fighting spirit flashed in his eyes, as if he were already planning how to lead 100 picked soldiers to strike the enemy's rear lines, just as they had done before. Well said, Igong. Zhang Fei slapped his thigh and stepped forward excitedly, laughing boldly. Let's work another miracle and defeat these Yellow Turban rebels. We'll make a name for ourselves throughout Zhua Commandery. He turned to look at everyone, his gaze sharp. But this time, let me lead the 100 men in the raid on their rear camp. As he finished, Zhang Fei shot a glance at Guan Yu, as if to say, second brother, don't try to steal the credit this time. Last time was your turn, now it's mine. Seeing this, Guan Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. His impatient younger brother hadn't even waited for their elder brother to decide before jumping in. After listening to everyone's suggestions, Lu Jin fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. After a brief pause, he shook his head gently. The officers looked at each other in confusion, unsure what to make of this. Zhang Fei grew anxious, scratching his head and blurting out, Big brother, this plan is solid. We used it last time to defeat the Yellow Turban bandits. The situation is exactly the same. No, if we act, we're sure to wipe them out in one stroke. The others nodded in agreement, all eyes turning to Lu Jin, waiting for his explanation. Lu Jin saw their eager expressions and gave a faint smile before explaining calmly, the plan is indeed a good one, and it would work under the current circumstances. Exactly. Zhang Fei's face lit up, and he pressed on. If you think it'll work, why did you shake your head? Lu Jin raised a hand to calm Zhang Fei, his voice steady. The method is sound, but have you considered that command of Zhua Commandery isn't in my hands? It rests with the prefect. He looked around at the others, continuing his analysis. There are only 2,000 or 3,000 troops inside the city. If we mobilize all of them to support our surprise attack, and the plan succeeds, we could end this conflict in one battle. But if we fail, with no soldiers left to guard the city, we'd lose all of Zhou commandery. Every official here would be held accountable by the imperial court at best. They'd lose their positions. At worst, they'd be imprisoned, or worse. Lu Jin's tone grew graver. With such high stakes, even if the prefect agrees, many officials will likely object, making this plan difficult to carry out and possibly even becoming a hindrance. With just my 1,000 men, we might be able to cause some chaos, but it's nearly impossible to wipe out the Yellow Turbans. They outnumber us many times over. If they hold their formation and we don't get support from the city's troops, we'd be marching to our deaths. He concluded, so for now, this plan isn't feasible, at least not unless the prefect agrees to deploy the city's forces. Only then can we proceed. When Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Han Dang, and the others heard Lu Jin's reasoning, they all sighed together. Indeed, with the prefect in command, even the best plan had to have approval from above before it could be put into action. But taking such a huge risk, even if we succeed, I'm afraid many will oppose it. Lu Jin understood that even if he built his career on this foundation, the outcome might not be as he wished. For most people, keeping their current position and staying alive mattered more than achieving great deeds. Only when these two were secure would they even consider making a name for themselves. As for the common soldiers, they didn't have so many concerns. They had only one life, and if they died in battle, that was simply the end for them. The mood among the group was heavy. Their faces showed defeat and frustration, as if everyone was lamenting how things had turned out. Looking at the disappointed soldiers, Lu Jin felt a surge of sympathy and spoke to comfort them. Don't be discouraged. When we reach Zhou commandery, we'll send someone to report to the prefect and see if he approves this plan. If he does, we might achieve a great victory. Even if he doesn't, we can find another way and do our best to end this conflict. His words were like a shot of encouragement, easing the tension in the group. The soldiers relaxed a little and resumed their discussion. But as time went on, they still couldn't come up with a solution. Their numbers were too few, and they had to follow orders from above. So many restrictions made it impossible to carry out their original plan. Seeing the situation, Lu Jin felt disappointed but didn't want to argue any further. He motioned for everyone to rest, since they still had to march the next day. Turning with his personal guards, he walked deeper into the camp toward his tent. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. The lack of strategists in the army made a huge difference compared to having wise advisors. With a strategist, at least they could look at problems from different angles and receive guidance, rather than be stuck like this. But he knew well that as a mere military officer, recruiting learned men to assist him was almost impossible. Those who could read, write, and understand military strategy all came from noble families. Surrounded by officials at home, how could they be willing to follow an ordinary soldier? Especially in troubled times like these, without the backing of a powerful family, the only way to rise was through military achievements, slowly building up reputation and strength, and only then possibly making something of oneself. Thinking of this, he recalled the story of Sun Jian, the tiger of Jiangdong. Sun Jian was born poor and started as a minor official. But through relentless effort and countless battles quelling the Yellow Turbans, fighting in the West, gradually made a name for himself and ultimately became a powerful warlord. Compared to him, men like Yuan Shao, Yuan Shu, or even Xiao Chao all had illustrious family backgrounds and entered officialdom with high rank from the start. After just a few years, they could secure even higher positions or be granted noble titles, advantages that poor soldiers like Lu Jin could never imagine. Still, despite all these thoughts, Lu Jin wasn't discouraged. After all, he was of noble descent himself. Though he couldn't compare to the great families in these chaotic times, that bloodline might still offer some help when needed. Most importantly, he believed that with enough effort, if he could pacify the Yellow Turban rebels in Zhou commandery, that achievement would bring him recognition from the court. Even a small promotion would spread his name across Yuzhou. Lu Jin quickly returned to the army's command tent, exhaustion weighing on him as he prepared to remove his robe and rest for the night. Just as he was about to lie down, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps and clamorous voices erupted outside the tent. His heart tensed, leapt up from his bed, grabbing the sword by his side, eyes sharply fixed on the entrance. Moments later, Zhao Ergo burst in, drenched in sweat, chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath. His face was etched with urgency and anxiety. "Brother," Zhao Ergo blurted out, not bothering with formalities. "Something major has happened. Several villages downstream have been seized by thousands of Yellow Turban rebels. The villagers have already been massacred." A grave look settled over Lu Jin's face as he tightened his grip on his sword. "Are you certain this is true?" "It's absolutely true." Zhao Ergo nodded frantically, sweat dripping from his forehead. "Some villagers managed to escape and were found by our scouts. After learning what happened, I personally led men to investigate. The Yellow Turban rebels are now camped at Lijia village. There are roughly several thousand of them." Lu Jin's brow furrowed deeply. He set his sword down and began pacing, lost in thought. There had never been reports of Yellow Turbans in this area before, and if there had been, Cheng Yuanji would have gathered them to attack Shui County. The sudden appearance of this force was suspicious. They're likely from the Zhuo County main camp, Lu Jin quickly deduced. News of Deng Mao's defeat and the destruction of his army must have spread, causing panic among the Yellow Turbans. For safety, Cheng Yuanji probably dispatched this force to launch a renewed attack on Yi County, securing the rear and preventing us from striking from behind. The direction matches Thyre, clearly heading for Yi County. Having sorted out his thoughts, a cold smile appeared on Lu Jin's lips. To meet the enemy here, on such a narrow path, couldn't let this opportunity slip by. This force had to be eliminated here and now. Pass along my orders, Lu Jin said to Zhao Ergu, his voice steady and commanding. Summon all the company leaders here at once. We have urgent matters to discuss. Zhao Ergu hurried out, his shouts soon echoing outside the tent. Before long, Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, Han Dang, and Wu Xing entered briskly, their spirits high and eyes shining with excitement. Clearly, Zhao Ergu had already briefed them on the situation. Seeing that everyone understood the basics, Lu Jin got straight to the point. There's a force of several thousand Yellow Turban rebels in the villages downstream. Since we've come across them, we cannot let them escape, they must be wiped out. His gaze swept over the assembled officers. Then he began issuing orders. Yinchang, take your troops and assign 200 militiamen to encircle the villages from the west. Ida, take your men and another 200 militia to surround from the north. Igong, lead your forces and 200 militia to block the south. The rest of our soldiers and militia will follow my command and attack the villages hidden from the east. Lu Jin's voice rang with authority. Is that clear to everyone? The officers, their fighting spirit ignited, responded in unison. We await your command, military commander. With a wave of his hand, Lu Jin signaled for them to prepare. The call to battle was about to sound. A campaign to eliminate the Yellow Turban rebels was now inevitable. Soon, the darkness of the camp was suddenly broken as lanterns flared to life. The soldiers, startled from their sleep, quickly shook off their drowsiness when they learned a fierce battle was imminent. They began to assemble swiftly. Generals like Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Han Dang led their men out of the camp, stealthily moving along the river towards the village below. They spread out to surround the area on three sides, tightening the noose. Meanwhile, Lu Jin led the remaining 200 elite soldiers and 400 militiamen, slowly advancing along the riverbank towards the village. Li family village had already been overrun by 3,000 Yellow Turban rebels. The village's wealth and cloth had been thoroughly looted. As for the villagers, nearly all had been mercilessly slaughtered, their bodies dumped at the entrance to form a gruesome mound, the earth stained red with blood. The gruesome scene was shocking and heartbreaking. The only survivors were a few young women and girls, who had been taken by the bandits. At the village entrance, more than a dozen Yellow Turban soldiers stood guard, weapons in hand, keeping a wary watch. Their leader, a minor captain, listened to the obscene shouts echoing from within the village, spat angrily on the ground, and cursed. Why is it that we all stormed the village together, but those bastards get to enjoy the women first while I'm stuck on patrol? This is outrageous. The others quickly agreed, their faces flushed with anger. Some even grumbled openly. Exactly. If we can't have our share, why should they get all the fun? Those are all untouched girls. If they get to them first, what's left for us? Their resentment and frustration were clear in their voices. Sensing their mood, the small captain's eyes gleamed with cunning. He grinned slyly and said, brothers, since no one's coming, why don't we loosen up a bit? Let's sneak into the village, pick out a few young, pretty women for ourselves, and have some fun. Just make sure the general doesn't catch us, or we'll be in serious trouble. The dozen or so bandits around him nodded eagerly, their eyes filled with anticipation, and a few began to stir restlessly. Seeing their agreement, the captain didn't say more and quietly led his group into the village. As night deepened, the chirping of insects echoed from the surrounding woods, filling the silent darkness. Lu Jin and his 600 men crept closer to Li family village. Nearing the entrance, they became even more cautious, quickly hiding among the trees to observe what was happening inside. Under the moonlight, the pile of corpses at the gate loomed like a bloody hill, the ground dark with stains, the manner of death cruel and horrifying. Even Lu Jin, who was no stranger to violence, felt a jolt of shock at the sight. The soldiers beside him, Zhao Ergu, Wu Xing, and others were stunned by the carnage, their shock quickly turning to fury. They could not bear the Yellow Turban rebels' atrocities, slaughtering innocent villagers and piling their bodies as a grotesque warning. Lu Jin gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his fingers trembling with rage, barely able to contain his anger. He longed to charge into the village and cut down every last one of those villains. Lu Jin took a deep breath, anger surging in his chest. He knew that if he charged in recklessly before Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and the others among the Yellow Turbans were ready, it might give the enemy a chance to escape. His sharp eyes swept the area, noticing there were no patrols near the village. Clearly, the enemy was off guard. Sensing an opportunity, Lu Jin made up his mind to strike decisively and wipe out these Yellow Turban rebels. He crouched among the bushes, holding his breath and quietly waiting for the perfect moment. Time slipped by. Dark clouds gathered overhead, shrouding the sky and hiding the crescent moon, making the surroundings even gloomier. Zhao Erge noticed Lu Jin resting with his eyes closed and grew uneasy, quickly whispering, "Commander, be careful." Lu Jin slowly opened his eyes, a cold murderous intent flickering within them. He swept his gaze over his soldiers and spoke in a chilling tone. "All units, listen up. Charge into the village and kill every last one of these rebels. However many survive, that's up to fate." With this icy command, the officers behind him felt a wave of cold dread, as if frost had settled in their hearts. Gripping his broadsword, Lu Jin led his elite Han troops, bursting out from the darkness. At that moment, the Yellow Turban soldiers at the village gate were gathered together, discussing the earlier battle with smug smiles, still basking in their recent victory. But when they suddenly saw a mass of figures surging from the shadows, their smiles vanished in an instant. The Yellow Turban leader was the first to react, terror flashing in his eyes as he shouted, "The Han army is here." Arrows whistled through the air, their sharp cries piercing the night like wailing ghosts, raining down on the Yellow Turban ranks. Caught off guard, more than a dozen soldiers fell instantly, blood spraying as the arrows tore through their chests. Seizing the moment, Lu Jin led his troops in a fierce charge, storming into homes and slaughtering the rebels within. Many Yellow Turban soldiers, still fast asleep, never even sensed the danger before they were cut down, turning the village streets into rivers of blood. As the Han army flooded in like a tide, screams of terror and agony echoed throughout the village, rising into a deafening chorus. Those rebels who had been asleep scrambled out of bed, looking out to see wave after wave of Han troops pouring in. Overwhelmed by fear, they could only scream and flee in panic. "The Han army is here. The Han army is here." At the same time, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Han Dang led their forces from the west, north, and south, encircling the Yellow Turbans. The rebels were trapped, and the Han soldiers showed no mercy. Blood stained the earth, corpses piled up, and the shrieks of the dying echoed through the night. In a house at the center of the village, Wang Shou was jolted awake by the sudden commotion. The shouting instantly filled him with dread, reminding him of the night his mountain stronghold was attacked. He leapt from his bed and hurriedly dressed, preparing to rush outside and see what was happening. Guodazhuang came running over, his face full of panic. Before he even arrived, his voice rang out, "Big brother, something's wrong. The Han army is here." Wang Shou trembled at the news, feeling both fear and anger. How could the Han army show up in such a remote place? Guodazhuang, out of breath and pale as a sheet, his hands trembling, gasped out, "Big brother, we need to run. The soldiers have already heard about the Han army's arrival. They're terrified and fleeing for their lives. No one dares to fight back. The whole camp is in chaos. The Han soldiers are ruthless, killing everyone in their path. If we don't escape now, and they catch us, we're as good as dead." Wang Shou snapped out of his daze, fear flashing in his eyes. He quickly said, "Third brother, let's get out of here." The two of them, along with a few trusted followers, tried to use the chaos to escape towards the west. But as soon as they arrived, the scene before them made their blood run cold. Yellow Turban soldiers were scattering in terror like startled birds. In the flickering firelight, a burly man with a red face led several hundred Han troops, sweeping through the area like a storm. This red-faced warrior cut down anyone in his path, unstoppable and ferocious, sending the Yellow Turban soldiers fleeing in all directions. When Wang Shou and Guodazhuang got a good look at the man leading the charge, their hearts skipped a beat. They exchanged glances, eyes wide with disbelief. Wasn't this the same red-faced man who had attacked their stronghold before? If he was here, then Lu Jin must be nearby as well. The realization hit them like a bolt of lightning. They never expected to run into these men here. They thought that with 3,000 troops, they could easily crush Lu Jin. Instead, they were the ones being ambushed and forced to flee in panic. Wang Shou turned to Guodazhuang, his voice trembling with fear. "If we can't get out this way, we'll try somewhere else. We can't let them catch us." At that moment, Guan Yu spotted the group through the firelight. To his surprise, the two men at the front were familiar faces, the very same bandit leaders from Jushin stronghold. Guan Yu's phoenix eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing within them. So these bandits had joined the Yellow Turbans, and from their outfits, they seemed to hold some rank. Without a word, Guan Yu gripped his bloodstained blade and charged forward, shouting coldly, "Stop, you villains!" Wang Shou and Guodazhuang, just turning to flee, froze at the shout. Looking back, they saw Guan Yu rushing at them with his great blade. Before their men could react, they were cut down where they stood, their bodies collapsing lifelessly. Blood sprayed everywhere, splattering Wang Shou and Guodazhuang, who stared in horror, their legs shaking uncontrollably. But Guan Yu didn't stop. He continued his assault, cutting down everyone nearby as if mowing down weeds. Within moments, all their followers lay dead at his feet. Seeing their trusted men slaughtered, Wang Shou and Guodazhuang turned and ran for their lives. They didn't have the courage to face this red-faced warrior after all, He had once fought off over 100 men with just a handful of followers. After dispatching the rabble, Guan Yu watched the two men attempt to escape, a cold gleam in his eyes. The bloodstained broadsword swept toward Guan, who was lagging behind. A piercing scream tore through the battlefield. The sharp blade slashed across his waist from behind, and in an instant, Guan's eyes filled with pain, his face turning as pale as paper. Blood gushed from the wound like a fountain, staining the ground around him red. His body went limp and collapsed, trembling a few times before lying still, lifeless. Hearing the scream, Wang Shou turned around just in time to witness his third brother being killed. A wave of terror crashed over him, his legs buckled, and he toppled forward onto the ground. Ow! His cheek pressed into the dirt, filling his mouth with the taste of earth. Hands and legs trembling. He tried to push himself up, but his limbs wouldn't obey. After several failed attempts to stand, it was clear that fear had rooted itself deep in his heart. Guan Yu stood holding his bloodied blade high, the edge gleaming coldly in the sunlight, ready to end Wang Shou's life with a single stroke. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, Wang Shou's eyes filled with tears. His voice shook as he pleaded for mercy. "General, I am the leader of these Yellow Turban rebels. I surrender." Guan Yu was taken aback by this sudden confession. The bandit chief before him abruptly claimed to be the leader of the Yellow Turbans, a surprising twist. Suppressing his urge to kill, Guan Yu decided to leave this man's fate to his elder brother. "Men, bind this traitor." Guan Yu commanded sharply to the soldiers behind him. Several soldiers rushed forward and quickly tied Wang Shou up tightly, leaving him completely immobilized. With the matter settled, Guan Yu grasped his green dragon crescent blade and led his soldiers in a charge, shouting loudly, "The Yellow Turban leader has been captured. Surrender, and you will be spared. Resist, and you will be executed." The Yellow Turban rebels, already terrified by the ferocity of the Han army, lost all will to fight upon hearing their leader had been captured. One after another, they dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. A few tried to flee in the chaos, but quickly realized they were surrounded on all sides by Han troops and had no way out. With no choice, they threw down their weapons and surrendered. Soon, the sounds of battle in Li family village faded away. The Han soldiers efficiently rounded up the prisoners and guarded them together. Liu Bei stood in the center of the village, his gaze sweeping over the scattered corpses of the Yellow Turban rebels. Severed limbs and blood painted a gruesome scene, but there was no pity in his heart. When these bandits slaughtered the villagers, they should have known this day would come. At that moment, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Han Dang, and others approached, surrounded by soldiers. They all clasped their fists in salute. Big brother, my lord." Liu Bei nodded slightly, his eyes passing over his trusted lieutenants as he asked gently, "Yin Chang, Ida, Yigong, are you all unharmed?" The three men smiled and shook their heads. The Yellow Turbans had fled the moment they arrived, posing no real threat. Guan Yu stepped forward, his beard twitching as he spoke. "Big brother, I just captured the leader of these Yellow Turbans and it turns out he's someone we know." Liu Bei was slightly taken aback, frowning in confusion. He didn't recall having many acquaintances. "Who is it?" he asked. With a wave of his hand, Guan Yu signaled, and several soldiers dragged a middle-aged man forward, kicking him to the ground. The man, his face full of panic, looked up at the young leader knowing this was Liu Bei and trembled in fear, his eyes pleading desperately for mercy. Guan Yu's voice cut through the darkness as he reported the captive's background to Liu Bei in detail. "Brother, this man was once the chief of Jushin Stronghold. After we wiped out their band, he escaped with a few dozen followers and joined the Yellow Turbans. Now, he's become a leader in their ranks. After Cheng Yuanji learned we defeated Deng Mao, he sent this man with 3,000 troops to attack Yixin, hoping to secure his rear. Unexpectedly, we intercepted them on the way." Liu Bei couldn't help but marvel at the twists of fate. The bandit chief who once fled in panic now fell into their hands again. No wonder this band of Yellow Turbans was so brutal, leaving devastation wherever they went. It made sense, given their leader's bandit origins. His sharp gaze fixed on Wang Shou, who was trembling with fear. Liu Bei considered executing him on the spot, but then thought he might still be useful. In a cold voice, he asked, "Tell me, how many troops does Cheng Yuanji command?" Wang Shou shuddered and quickly replied, "General, when I left, he had about 20,000 men under his command." That number matched Liu Bei's own estimates. The Yellow Turbans recruited refugees with astonishing speed, but their fighting ability was poor, relying only on numbers. Against trained soldiers, they were no real match. Liu Bei questioned him further about the Yellow Turban forces outside Zhou County, but learned nothing useful except that they had no discipline or order, not even basic defenses or night patrols. Realizing the captive had no further value, Liu Bei's eyes grew cold. He waved his hand and ordered, "Take him away and execute him. Throw his body to the dogs." Upon hearing this, Wang Shou's face went deathly pale. He knelt and begged desperately, "Spare me, General. Have mercy." Liu Bei ignored his pleas and turned away. Just as the soldiers were about to drag Wang Shou off, he suddenly shouted as if grasping at his last hope. General, I have something else, something that could be of great use to you. This caught Lu Jin's attention. He signaled the executioners to wait. The soldiers roughly dragged Wang Shou back before him. Lu Jin warned coldly, speak. But if you dare play tricks, you'll wish for death, but find none. Wang Shou, limp with terror, trembled uncontrollably. He took a deep breath and stammered, General, this information could bring you great merit. But before I speak, I beg you to swear before everyone here that you'll spare my life. At these words, anger swept through the crowd, especially Zhang Fei, whose eyes widened in fury as he shouted with a thunderous voice. How dare you? You, a defeated nobody, have the nerve to bargain with my big brother? Believe me, I could have you killed right now, bellowed a burly man, his eyes blazing with fury and his voice booming like thunder. Despite the threat, Wang Shou showed no sign of fear. Instead, he straightened his neck and looked resolute, snorting coldly. If you refuse my request, even if you kill me, I won't say a word. Zhang Fei, enraged by Wang Shou's boldness, glared at him menacingly. Unable to contain his anger, he raised his bloodstained spear, ready to strike. As the spear was about to come down, a flash of fear crossed Wang Shou's face, but he clenched his jaw and refused to give in. At that critical moment, Lu Jin's calm voice rang out. Ida, hold your hand. Hearing this, Zhang Fei hesitated mid-strike, then slowly lowered his spear. Lu Jin studied Wang Shou, who was showing a rare display of courage, and fell deep into thought. When did this coward become so tough? He must be hiding something important. After a brief pause, Lu Jin spoke. All right, I agree to your terms. Upon hearing this, Wang Shou looked visibly relieved, the color slowly returning to his pale face. If Zhang Fei had really struck him just now, he would have nearly wet himself, but he managed to hold on. He was certain that Lu Jin, driven by ambition and the desire for credit, wouldn't kill him so easily. After all, Lu Jin had previously risked his life to lead 100 men in storming their bandit stronghold, proving how eager he was to make a name for himself. Now that Wang Shou claimed to have vital information, Lu Jin would never let this opportunity slip away. As it turned out, his gamble paid off. After catching his breath, Wang Shou regained his composure and said, Commander, you gave your word. A man should keep his promises, or no one in the world will trust him. Standing aside, Zhang Fei grew impatient at Wang Shou's boldness. He waved his bloodstained spear threateningly and shouted, Enough with your games. Spit it out, or I'll kill you right now. Lu Jin quickly stopped Zhang Fei, then turned to Wang Shou with a calm expression. Don't worry, I gave you my word, and I'll keep it. Now, tell us what you know. With Lu Jin's reassurance, Wang Shou took a deep breath and began, I assume you brought your troops here to head for Zhou County and deal with the Yellow Turban army outside the city. Lu Jin nodded, signaling him to continue. Wang Shou went on, there are 20,000 enemy soldiers outside the city. With your current forces, even combined with the city's garrison, it would be hard to defeat them. But I know a way to break their ranks, the Yellow Turban Army's granary. If you destroy their food supplies, they'll fall apart on their own. When chaos erupts, you can lead your troops in and crush them in a single decisive battle. Everyone who heard this couldn't help but gasp, their eyes lighting up with excitement. It was indeed a brilliant plan. Even Lu Jin was thrilled. If he could burn the enemy's provisions, the Yellow Turban rebels would panic and scatter, making victory almost effortless. His tone softened considerably as he gently asked, Since you know so much, you must also know where the granary is, right? As soon as they heard this, everyone turned their sharp gazes to Wang Shou. For them, destroying the enemy's granary meant certain victory. Meeting their expectant eyes, Wang Shou raised the corners of his mouth in a hint of pride and declared, Of course I know where the granary is. With that, he suddenly fell silent. A few moments passed. Seeing that he said nothing more, Zhang Fei grew impatient, waving his arms and striding forward as he snapped. Since you know, why are you hesitating here? Even the usually aloof Guan Yu frowned, a rare trace of impatience flashing in his eyes. He said coldly, Just tell us what you know. Since my brother has promised not to kill you, he will keep his word. Faced with their urging, Wang Shou slowly shook his head. It's not that I don't want to say. The granary is deep inside the Yellow Turban camp, heavily guarded. Ordinary soldiers can't get anywhere near it, let alone destroy it. At this, the crowd's eyes turned fierce, and angry shouts broke out. If it can't be destroyed, what's the point of telling us? Are you toying with us? Do you want to die right now? Seeing this, Wang Shou dared not keep them in suspense any longer and hurriedly explained, It's true that you wouldn't succeed on your own, but with me leading the way, there's a 70% chance we can sneak in and succeed. Hearing this, the crowd's anger subsided a little. Lu Jin fell into deep thought. Though risky, this plan was worth trying. If they destroyed the granary, the enemy would be thrown into chaos, giving them a chance to strike and win in one blow. But if they missed this opportunity and got bogged down in a stalemate with the Yellow Turbans, there was no telling how long it would drag on. With chaos all over the land, the court was sending armies everywhere to suppress uprisings. Everywhere was an opportunity to make a name for oneself. If he hesitated and missed this chance, he would have less capital to carve out his own future. Without powerful backing, if he didn't seize the moment now, how could he ever compete with the likes of Yuan Shao, Cao Cao, Sun Quan, or Liu Bei? With this in mind, Lu Jin spoke up. All right, I'll agree to this plan. If it succeeds, and we wipe out the Yellow Turbans outside Zhou County, not only will your life be spared, but you'll also be rewarded handsomely and live in wealth and comfort. But if you fail, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wang Shou nodded repeatedly, bowing and scraping, his eyes even flashing with excitement. Having escaped death, he now had only one thought. Once this was over, he would settle down as a wealthy man, take several wives, and live a peaceful life, never daring to take risks again. Ambition meant nothing in the face of death. Survival was the greatest blessing. Lu Jin then turned to Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Han Dynasty, and the others, and said, order the entire army to dig pits and bury all the bodies to prevent the spread of disease. Once the battlefield has been cleared, escort the prisoners back to the riverside camp and let the soldiers have a good night's rest to restore their strength. Everyone bowed and accepted their orders, immediately setting to work. Lu Jin, accompanied by his personal guards, led Wang Shou back to the camp. Upon their return, he instructed several soldiers to take Wang Shou away and provide him with plenty of food and drink, ensuring all his needs were met. After all, whether the war could be brought to a swift end depended on this prisoner, so he had to make sure nothing went wrong. Once everything was arranged, Lu Jin sat alone in the command tent, lost in thought for a long time as he carefully revised his plans. The next morning, sunlight gradually dispelled the darkness of night. Officers at all levels led their soldiers and escorted a group of prisoners back to the riverside camp. Lu Jin, having taken a short rest in the command tent, awoke to find sunlight streaming warmly through the canvas. He stretched his stiff body and was just about to rise when he heard several familiar footsteps outside. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Han Dynasty, Zhao Ergu, and Wu Xing entered together. Seeing Lu Jin awake, they immediately bowed and greeted him. Big brother. Big brother. Lu Jin nodded slightly, signaling them to take their seats. Then he asked, how did we fare in yesterday's battle? Guan Yu stepped forward to report. Brother, we killed over 600 of the enemy and captured more than 2,000. Our own losses were minimal, mostly militia caught in the chaos. We also seized weapons, armor, and supplies, for 1,000 share of grain, and more than 400,000 coins, mostly taken from nearby villages. Lu Jin nodded, unsurprised. He had expected as much. These Yellow Turban rebels were poor to begin with, and whatever loot they had managed to gather now served as rewards for his own troops. These bandits survived by plundering. Their hoarded wealth amounts to little more than this. Since it's already in our hands, there's no need to return it. Guan Yu hesitated, then added, brother, there's one more matter. We rescued over 100 women. What should we do with them? Lu Jin frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before replying. It's inconvenient to take them along on a campaign. But if we abandon them, in these troubled times, their fate would be uncertain. Still, we can't keep them with us indefinitely. For those who wish to leave, give them some money and grain so they can fend for themselves. Those who don't want to leave can temporarily stay in the villages. Once the war is over, they'll make proper arrangements for them. Guan Yu nodded, feeling somewhat moved. His elder brother was kind-hearted. Anyone else would likely have driven those women away already. After dealing with the aftermath, Lu Jin's gaze sharpened as he looked around at the assembled officers and spoke in a serious tone. You're all aware of what happened yesterday. Now, I plan to choose one of you to lead 100 elite soldiers and, together with Wang Shou, infiltrate the Yellow Turban camp, burn their grain stores, and sow chaos. At the same time, he'll send someone to the county seat to contact the governor. When disorder breaks out in the enemy camp, we'll launch a full assault and wipe out the Yellow Turbans for good. Everyone nodded in agreement. The plan was clearly a good one. The only risk lay in sneaking into the enemy camp to burn their supplies if discovered. It could mean life or death. But no one shrank from the challenge. Instead, they were eager to volunteer. Destroying the enemy's grain would mean great merit and a rapid rise in rank. Who wouldn't want such an honor? Lu Jin let his gaze sweep over the group for a moment. He noticed the eager anticipation in the eyes of Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Han Dynasty, Zhao Ergu, and the others, each one hoping to be chosen for the task. After a brief hesitation, he decided to pick someone both clever and capable. Finally, his eyes settled on Guan Yu, and he spoke slowly. Yinchong, do you have the courage to take on this mission? At Lu Jin's words, Guan Yu stroked his long beard, stepped forward from the ranks, cupped his hands respectfully, and replied in a loud, confident voice, brother, rest assured. The Yellow Turban camp is nothing more than a disorderly mob. It's hardly a dragon's lair or tiger's den. I will see this mission through. Lu Jin nodded solemnly. He had every confidence in Guan Yu, renowned for his martial prowess and known as a match for 10,000 men. With over 100 guards at his side, Guan Yu would surely be able to cut a path through the chaos. Besides, Lu Jin had no intention of leaving him unsupported. As soon as he saw the signal fire and signs of disruption in the enemy camp, He would lead his troops to attack as well, greatly reducing the risk to Guan Yu. With the plan set, Liu Jin immediately ordered everyone to prepare a meal. Once they had eaten, the entire army began marching toward Zhou commandery. At the same time, he sent a messenger ahead at full speed to report the plan to the city and seek approval from the governor, Guan Yu. If Guan Yu agreed, it would be a cause for celebration. They would have the chance to wipe out the yellow turbans outside the city. Even if Guan Yu refused, Liu Jin was prepared to take the risk and lead his men in a direct assault to resolve the situation. Although that might allow some of the yellow turbans to escape and result in fewer spoils, victory would still be within reach. Liu Jin was 70% certain that Guan Yu would approve the battle plan. After all, as governor, being trapped in the city by bandits for so long would only damage his reputation. If the court heard about this, at the very least he would be accused of failing to defend against the bandits. As an official of the court, unable to eliminate the bandits under his jurisdiction and even being besieged by them, he would almost certainly be dismissed and investigated. Guan Yu would be eager to end the conflict, restore his standing at court, and perhaps even seek a title of nobility through military achievement. Would not want to miss this opportunity. Even if Guan Yu was timid and unwilling to take a big risk, if he saw the yellow turbans outside the city in chaos and starting to flee, even a fool would seize the moment and send troops to support Liu Jin and sweep away the remaining enemies. That would be enough for Liu Jin. A day passed quietly. Inside Zhou commandery, in the governor's residence, Guan Yu sat in his study, brows tightly furrowed, his expression troubled. He flipped through a bamboo scroll again and again, unable to focus on reading. What worried him was not that the bandits outside threatened the city. Zhou commandery had high, thick walls and 2,000 or 3,000 soldiers defending it. The yellow turbans outside stood no chance of breaking through. What truly weighed on his mind was that these yellow turbans had surrounded the entire city, forcing him, the governor, to remain trapped and powerless. The longer this dragged on, the greater the chance that news would reach the court, bringing punishment and possibly costing him his position. That was his real concern. For days, he had sat in his study, pondering how to break this deadlock. He had even considered ordering Zhang Qian to lead the troops in a night raid, hoping to wipe out the yellow turbans outside the city. The proposal to lead the army out of the city to confront the Yellow Turban rebels sparked fierce debate among Guan Yu's subordinates. Many voiced their opposition, arguing that marching out to face the enemy head-on could result in devastating losses, or even the fall of the entire city. They unanimously urged Guan Yu to adopt a defensive strategy and wait patiently for the right opportunity. Looking at the group before him, Guan Yu's anger simmered. He knew exactly what these men were thinking. As long as Zhuojuan was securely held, they would all remain safe and untouched. But if they risked open battle and something went wrong, if the city was lost or lives were lost, none of these officials would be held accountable. They would simply continue enjoying their peaceful lives, while all the blame and consequences would fall squarely on his shoulders. The thought made Guan Yu slam his hand on the table, his face flushed with rage. Useless cowards, he thought. Not a single one could be relied upon, especially Zhang Qian. As the commandant, Zhang Qian controlled all the troops, yet he was nothing but a timid fool, too afraid to even consider open battle, content to spend his days drinking and making merry within the city walls. Despite his anger, Guan Yu also understood his own limitations. Though Zhang Qian's rank was technically just below his, he was still a high-ranking official with considerable authority. Guan Yu could do little more than rebuke him harshly, but stripping him of his post was out of the question. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside the study. A guard entered and respectfully announced, "My lord, a messenger has arrived from Liu Jin's camp." Guan Yu was momentarily surprised, then a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. He had always held Liu Jin in high regard, and now Liu Jin had just won a decisive victory, having wiped out 2,000 or 3,000 enemies. Once this news reached the capital, Guan Yu's own position would be secure. The guard handed over the letter. Guan Yu unfolded it quickly, scanning its contents. Instantly, his furrowed brow relaxed and a broad smile spread across his face. The gloom vanished, replaced by unmistakable joy. He clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "Excellent. As expected of Liu Jin, he's brought me great news." The guard, watching Guan Yu's sudden change in mood, was momentarily bewildered. Just moments ago, his master had been weighed down with worry, but now he was beaming with delight. Guan Yu didn't explain immediately, but instead praised Liu Jin again, his eyes shining with excitement. It was clear if this rebellion was to be quelled, his hopes now rested on Liu Jin. "Send word at once, summon all officials of rank 600 Shi and above to the main hall of the prefecture," Guan Yu ordered sternly, slapping the table for emphasis. The guard acknowledged the order and hurried out to relay the command. Before long, the summoned officials began to arrive at the prefectural hall. Guan Yu sat at the head of the hall, his expression severe as he watched them enter one by one. Each official bowed in greeting. "My lord, peace be upon you." Guan Yu nodded slightly, signaling for everyone to be seated. Once they had settled, he wasted no time and spoke directly. "I have called you here to discuss an urgent matter." The officials exchanged glances, some whispering quietly among themselves. Many guessed that Wen Shu might be planning to lead a decisive battle against the Yellow Turbans. Some looked tense and anxious, clearly unwilling to risk such a dangerous venture. The city was safe for now. Why not simply hold out and wait for reinforcements from the capital, rather than gamble their lives in open battle? If the city fell, they would all be doomed. Wasn't it better to play it safe? A palpable tension filled the air, spreading quickly throughout the hall. Wen Shu looked at the crowd and snorted coldly, his stern voice echoing through the hall. Liu Jin led his troops and wiped out 3,000 Yellow Turban rebels on the way back. Now he's marching straight toward Zhou County. The room fell silent. The officials exchanged incredulous glances, shock written on every face. The news hit them like a sledgehammer. Liu Jin had once again destroyed 3,000 Yellow Turban soldiers. This wasn't the first time his string of victories was astonishing for someone so young. How skilled is this young man, really? Someone murmured in awe. With just a small force, he's managed to defeat the Yellow Turban army again and again. If he commanded all the troops in the county, those bandits outside the city would have been wiped out long ago. There'd be no siege, no chaos. The whispers grew louder, and soon the officials were deep in heated discussion. Liu Jin's name echoed around the hall. Zhang Qian, seated lower down, clicked his tongue in surprise. He had thought that taking out 2,000 or 3,000 Yellow Turban rebels was already Liu Jin's limit. He hadn't expected the young man to slay another 3,000 on his return. If Liu Jin really led 3,000 elite soldiers to attack the rebels outside the city, perhaps he could truly eliminate them all. Among the crowd, Liu Chang's shock was the greatest. He never imagined his nephew could be so capable. After Liu Jin's earlier victory, his reputation had already spread throughout the county. Everyone, officials and commoners alike, knew his name. Now, with another resounding win, Liu Jin's bravery and skill made it clear he was born to be a great general. Liu Cheng was secretly delighted. It seemed the Liu family of Zhou County was on the verge of regaining the glory of their ancestors thanks to this rising hero. Wen Shu swept his cold gaze over the stunned officials, a faint sneer on his lips. Now you useless cowards should finally understand. Compared to Liu Jin, you're worlds apart, he thought to himself. There are 2,000 or 3,000 soldiers in the county, yet you tremble at the sight of 10,000 or 20,000 rebels outside the city, too scared to even fight. After the initial shock, the officials gradually calmed down. Liu Jin's achievements were hard to believe, but with his previous track record, they had no choice but to accept the truth. Wen Shu cleared his throat and looked around the hall. Now that Liu Jin and his troops are almost here, he shared a detailed plan with the prefecture. He intends to send a team to infiltrate the Yellow Turban camp and burn their supplies to sow chaos. At the same time, he'll lead the main force to launch a surprise attack from the rear, coordinating with our troops inside the city to strike from both sides. With this combined effort, we can wipe out the rebels outside the walls. What are your thoughts? The officials furrowed their brows and fell silent, deep in thought. The plan matched what they'd expected. Wen Shu really did intend to send the county's forces out to fight. Some still hesitated, fearing that if the plan failed, their lives would be forfeit. But no one dared to openly oppose Wen Shu. Repeated refusals would only earn his resentment, making it difficult to survive in the county in the future. One by one, they all looked to Zhang Qian, hoping he would speak first so they could follow his lead. Zhang Qian frowned, lost in thought. Liu Jin was his subordinate, and after these victories, he was clearly on the rise. If they could crush the tens of thousands of Yellow Turban rebels outside the city, the rewards would be enormous. He might even be promoted to prefect, ruling over his own territory like a local king. Such a temptation, who could resist? Compared to the opportunity before them, the dangers of a battle outside the city seemed insignificant. Zhang Qian's eyes flashed as he was the first to rise from his seat, clasping his hands respectfully toward the head of the hall. The prefect is absolutely right. We have all witnessed Liu Jin's abilities. Besides, he's a talent I personally nurtured. There's no doubt he can defeat the Yellow Turbans outside the city. The officials in the hall were momentarily stunned. No one had expected Zhang Qian, usually timid and cautious, to be the first to support such a risky proposal. Previously, he had been the first to object when the idea of fighting outside the city was raised. Hearing him boast about personally nurturing Liu Jin, many secretly scoffed. After all, Liu Jin was a courageous and skilled commander who had defeated the Yellow Turbans against overwhelming odds. How could a coward like Zhang Qian compare? Still, no one dared say this out loud. Sitting at the head of the hall, Wen Shu stroked his beard, a satisfied smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Zhang Qian clearly knew how to read the situation and wanted a share of the credit for what could be a great achievement. But that didn't matter as long as the Yellow Turbans could be suppressed. Wen Shu, as the prefect of Zhuojuan, would undoubtedly receive the greatest reward. With Zhang Qian taking the lead, Liu Cheng quickly stood up to voice his agreement as well. Seeing that the prefect, the commandant, and the inspector had all given their approval, the remaining officials realized the decision was made. Opposing it now would only isolate them, so they too rose to express their support. Wen Shu looked around the hall, his expression turning stern. Since everyone agrees, I will send word to Liu Jin at once so he can begin the operation. They'll mobilize our troops to support him outside the city. We must wipe out the Yellow Turbans and restore order to Zhujian. His gaze swept across the officials like a blade. Everyone in the city must give their full cooperation. Anyone who causes trouble at this critical moment will answer to me. No mercy will be shown. The next day, 20 li outside Zhujian in a mountain valley, Liu Jin arrived with his troops, riding a black horse at the head of the column. He surveyed the area, lush trees, rugged terrain, and a small stream running in the distance, an ideal place to make camp. He immediately ordered his men to set up tents, and sent Zhao Ergu to patrol the perimeter and station scouts to secure the area. As for the more than 2,000 captives, Liu Jin had already dealt with the ringleaders, leaving only ordinary civilians. These people would be used to assault the Yellow Turban camp. The decision seemed cruel, but those who achieve great things cannot be constrained by minor concerns. If this sacrifice could end the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the loss of a few thousand civilians would be justified. Otherwise, if the Yellow Turbans grew stronger, not only would hundreds of thousands in Zhujian be displaced, but many could be forced to join the rebels, spreading chaos to every region and county, and resulting in casualties that could reach the tens or even hundreds of thousands. The sun was gradually setting behind the hills, casting a warm orange glow across the distant sky. Inside the main tent of the army camp, Liu Jin sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Zhua County was close at hand, and the Yellow Turban rebels' encampment lay just ahead. Everything was ready. All that remained was to wait for word from within the city. Once the high-ranking officials gave their approval, the campaign to quell the Yellow Turbans would soon be won. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside the tent. Zhao Ergu burst in, his face beaming with excitement. He bowed deeply and announced, "Big brother, I bring good news." A faint smile appeared on Liu Jin's lips. "I take it someone in the city has responded?" Zhao Ergu nodded enthusiastically and said, "The prefect and the commandant have agreed to our plan. As soon as our army stirs up trouble outside the city, the government troops inside will march out and join forces with us. Together, we'll crush the Yellow Turban forces in one fell swoop." A spark of excitement flashed in Liu Jin's eyes. With the support of the city's garrison, they could attack from both sides, leaving the disorganized rebels no chance to regroup. He immediately ordered his personal guards to summon Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Han Dynasty, and the other commanders for a council of war. Moments later, the commanders gathered in the simple military tent. Liu Jin got straight to the point. "The prefect has agreed to cooperate with us in wiping out the enemy outside the city." At these words, the commanders' faces lit up, their excitement unmistakable. "In that case, we mustn't delay," Liu Jin continued, turning to Guan Yu with a serious look. "Yinchang, tomorrow morning you'll take 100 elite soldiers. With Wang Shou as your guide, infiltrate the Yellow Turban camp. Focus on burning their supplies and creating chaos. Don't get drawn into unnecessary fighting. Once the fires are set, they'll lead our troops in from the left flank. Make sure you fall back to rendezvous with me here. Rest assured, big brother, I won't fail you," Guan Yu replied, cupping his fists, his gaze resolute. Liu Jin then addressed the rest of the commanders. "You'll prepare and camp. As soon as you get the signal, drive the 2,000 prisoners straight at the Yellow Turban camp to disrupt their formation. Tomorrow, we fight side by side. Anyone who flees the battlefield will be executed without mercy." The commanders responded in unison. "We will follow your orders." With the plan set, Liu Jin dismissed everyone to rest and conserve their strength for the coming battle. At dawn the next day, Guan Yu led 100 elite soldiers, disguised as Yellow Turban troops, with Wang Shou guiding them toward the enemy camp. After several hours, they reached the Yellow Turban encampment outside Zhua County. The rebels' camp stretched for miles, housing tens of thousands of men and looking quite imposing. Surprisingly, the Yellow Turban patrols, seeing their yellow headbands, simply greeted them casually, asked for their names, and let them pass. Guan Yu was taken aback by how lax these undisciplined troops were, not even bothering to check their identities. As soon as everyone entered the camp, Guan Yu's brow furrowed deeply. The scene before him was almost unbelievable. Even for this future god of war, the entire camp was in complete disarray. Soldiers in yellow turbans wandered about aimlessly, their noisy chatter filling the air, making the place feel more like a bustling country market than a military encampment. Everywhere, poorly armed peasants in yellow headbands could be seen, making it clear that this so-called army was nothing more than a hastily conscripted group of local civilians. Wang Shou, on the other hand, was unfazed, knew the true nature of these troops all too well. From the leaders down to the officers, not a single person understood even the basics of military strategy or discipline, let alone how to command a force of over 10,000. Their only advantage was sheer numbers, which was enough to intimidate government troops. If the defenses were truly tight, would they have dared to sneak in so easily? As they made their way through the camp, yellow turban soldiers they passed would stop to salute respectfully. Before long, they reached the southern part of the camp, where supplies were stored. Here, at least, there was a semblance of security, with a few patrols moving back and forth. Unexpectedly, a patrol soon blocked their path. The lead soldier eyed their group of over 100 men suspiciously and demanded to know their identity in a harsh tone. Wang Shou, looking arrogant, pulled out a command token from his belt and barked, "I'm a general under the chieftain's command, here to collect supplies. You dare stand in my way? Are you looking for trouble?" The patrol leader turned pale at his words and didn't even bother to check the token. Bowing repeatedly, he stammered, "Forgive me, General. I didn't recognize you, please. Go ahead." He quickly ordered his men to clear the way. Just as Wang Shou was about to lead his group into the granary, a rough voice suddenly called out from behind, "Hold on." Guan Yu and the others instantly tensed, their hands moving instinctively to their sword hilts. A group of soldiers approached, escorting a yellow turban officer at their center. It was Su Hu, one of Cheng Yuanji's top generals. Wang Shou's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he was supposed to be guarding Yi County with 3,000 men. If Su Hu recognized him, his identity would be exposed. Guan Yu, quick to notice Wang Shou's unease, narrowed his eyes and subtly signaled his companions to be ready for anything. The guards all bowed respectfully to Su Hu, greeting him as General Su. As one of the chieftain's trusted aides, Su Hu was a frequent visitor to the granary, so the soldiers recognized him immediately. Su Hu nodded and walked over, his eyes sweeping across the group of over 100 soldiers before him. His brows furrowed involuntarily. These men stood tall and imposing, clearly well-trained and disciplined, an unusual sight among the Yellow Turban forces. As a commanding general under the Chu Shui, Su Hu had never seen troops of such caliber before, which immediately put him on guard. "Whose men are you? Why have I never seen you before?" Su Hu asked in a low, wary voice, suspicion flickering in his eyes. No one responded. From the crowd, a man with a commanding presence and a long, flowing beard stepped forward. It was Guan Yu. He wore a faint, almost indiscernible smile, and his voice was calm and steady. "General, we serve under the Chu Shui's command." "Impossible," Su Hu retorted sharply, his voice rising. "I know almost every soldier under the Chu Shui. How could I have never seen your group?" As he spoke, his right hand quietly moved to rest on the hilt of his sword, his body tensing, ready for any sudden move. For such a large group of unfamiliar soldiers to appear in the heart of the camp was no ordinary matter. Guan Yu saw the situation and realized there was no longer any need for pretense. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he stepped forward, closing the distance between them. "General, we do serve under the Chu Shui. It's not surprising you haven't seen us before. Don't give me that nonsense." Su Hu was now fully alert, shouting angrily, "I'm a general under the Chu Shui. There's no way I wouldn't know you. Something's wrong here. Men, seize them." Before he could finish, Guan Yu moved like a shadow, appearing right in front of Su Hu. Without a word, his blade flashed, slicing through the air and plunging straight into Su Hu's chest. With a dull thud, a sharp pain erupted in Su Hu's chest as the blade pierced through him. Blood gushed from the wound, soaking his clothes. He opened his mouth to shout, but Guan Yu twisted his wrist, yanking the blade free and sending a spray of blood into the air before sweeping the sword across Su Hu's neck. As the blade cut through, pain and disbelief filled Su Hu's eyes. His consciousness faded instantly. His body crumpled to the ground, blood spurting from his neck and quickly pooling into a dark red stain. The entire scene unfolded in the span of just a few breaths. The surrounding Yellow Turban soldiers hadn't even reacted before Guan Yu barked a command, "Kill them all." The 100 soldiers, already prepared, sprang into action, drawing their weapons and surrounding the 20 or so Yellow Turban troops. Amid the clash of blades and desperate screams, the enemy was slaughtered with ease, falling one after another as if they were nothing more than weeds before a scythe. Blood soon covered the ground. Once all opposition had been dealt with, Guan Yu, his expression cold and resolute, issued a new order. "Pass on my command. Set fire to the warehouses immediately." The soldiers moved quickly, pulling fire starters from their belts and piling flammable materials around the granaries before lighting them and tossing them inside. Flames quickly erupted, hungrily consuming the wooden structures. The tents and granaries, packed with grain and built from timber, caught fire instantly, and the blaze spread rapidly. In moments, the fire intensified, thick smoke billowing upward and drifting across the camp. The flames greedily devoured warehouse after warehouse, tongues of fire reaching outward and illuminating the night sky. The Yellow Turban soldiers guarding the area looked on in panic as flames shot into the sky, quickly gathering toward the source of the fire. After handling his immediate tasks, Guan Yu wasted no time in rallying over 100 of his men to prepare for a swift withdrawal from the granary. The blaze was growing fiercer by the minute. Any further delay risked being engulfed by the inferno. Just then, a group of more than 100 Yellow Turban bandits appeared ahead. Guan Yu showed not the slightest hint of fear. Instead, he shouted with authority, "Soldiers, follow me tac." Without waiting for a response, he charged straight into the enemy ranks. Under the glow of the fire, his green dragon crescent blade gleamed coldly, cutting down foes in a spray of blood and leaving bodies strewn in his wake. The men behind him understood the peril of being deep in enemy territory. This was no time for hesitation. They unleashed a desperate, ferocious energy, sticking close to Guan Yu and engaging the Yellow Turban bandits in a brutal melee. In no time, the attacking enemy force was routed, leaving dozens of corpses scattered outside the granary. Looking back, Guan Yu saw the fire raging like a tidal wave, devouring everything around it. Most of the grain and supplies were already consumed by the flames. Even if the Yellow Turbans realized what was happening, it was too late to put out the fire. Acting quickly, Guan Yu ordered his men, "Stay with me. Set more fires as we go and shout, 'Han troops have attacked. The supplies are burning, run for your lives.'" Immediately, his 100 men lit torches and set fires throughout the camp, shouting loudly as they went. When they encountered small groups of Yellow Turban soldiers, they didn't linger in battle dressed in the same uniforms. Most of the enemy mistook them for their own. Any who tried to stop them were swiftly cut down. The entire camp plunged into chaos. The cries of Han troops are attacking sent waves of terror through the Yellow Turban soldiers. The news that their supplies were destroyed sparked even greater panic. Without food, survival was impossible. This thought shattered the already shaky discipline of the peasant soldiers, and they fled in all directions. Within moments, the whole encampment was thrown into a frenzied rout. In the confusion, some even turned their blades on their own comrades. Standing on a hillside to the east of the camp, Liu Bei watched the scene unfold, flames soaring, the sounds of battle echoing, and defeated soldiers flooding out of the camp like a tidal wave. Excitement flashed in his eyes. Guan Yu's plan had clearly succeeded. Now was the moment to act. They couldn't give the Yellow Turban army any chance to regroup or recover. Liu Bei drew the sharp blade from his waist, its edge glinting coldly in the moonlight, his eyes blazing with the will to fight. Scanning the thousands of soldiers at the foot of the hill, he shouted, "Soldiers, attack. Tonight is our chance to make our mark." The four generals Zhang Fei, Han Dang, Zhao Ergu, and Wu Xing were all aflame with the heat of battle. Each led their troops forward, driving the more than 2,000 prisoners ahead of them. The prisoners, herded like sheep, were forced to march forward. Any hesitation was met with swift death from the soldiers behind. Terror filled their eyes. They ran desperately, not daring to pause for even a moment. Soon, the captives were pressed right up to the outskirts of the Yellow Turban camp. Now, with no other choice, they could only charge forward for their lives. To retreat meant certain death, but pressing on at least offered a slim chance of survival. Gripping their weapons tightly, the prisoners lunged at the Yellow Turban soldiers, fighting back with all they had. Inside the camp, the Yellow Turban soldiers were already thrown into panic by the surprise attack. Now, seeing more than 2,000 desperate prisoners charging at them, their fear only deepened. Chaos broke out as they scattered in all directions. Even the bravest among them, mustering what little courage they had left, could only retreat in confusion, swept up in the turmoil. Liu Bei, riding a black horse and brandishing his broadsword, stormed into the Yellow Turban camp like a wild beast on the hunt. He struck down anyone who crossed his path, cutting through the enemy ranks without mercy. The army behind him surged forward, spreading chaos throughout the camp. The Yellow Turban lines collapsed at an astonishing speed. On the city wall, Wen Shu stood tall in his long robe, a blade at his waist, overlooking the battlefield below. Flames blazed high, and chaos raged through the Yellow Turban camp as their soldiers fled in panic. A hint of satisfaction appeared on Wen Shu's face. He knew Liu Bei's plan had succeeded. Without wasting words, he ordered the general behind him, Zhang Qian, "Lead your troops out of the city and help Liu Bei encircle and destroy the Yellow Turban rebels." Zhang Qian accepted the order without hesitation, quickly passing the command to Wei Yu, who led 2,000 government troops out of the city and charged toward the Yellow Turban camp. Watching the formidable force march out, Wen Shu felt a surge of pride and immediately commanded, "Sound the drums and horns, let's boost our momentum." Instantly, the thunder of drums and the blaring of horns echoed over the battlefield. The 2,000 troops, as if spurred on by strong drink, swept into the Yellow Turban camp with unstoppable force, cutting down the terrified rebels in their path. Inside the central tent, Cheng Yuanzi's face turned ashen as he read the battle reports, his hands trembling with rage. He never imagined that the Han army would slip into his camp undetected and set fire to the supplies. This loss meant tens of thousands of soldiers would soon be without food, and the army would quickly fall apart. Worse still, chaos had already taken hold inside the camp, with panicked soldiers fleeing everywhere. Those who had been ready to fight now lost all will to resist. Furious, Cheng Yuanzi's eyes seemed to blaze. In a cold voice, he barked at the surrounding generals, "Gather your troops and restore order. Anyone caught causing trouble will be executed on the spot." But the generals only stared at him in shock, none daring to move. The entire camp was in utter collapse. How could they possibly rally the troops for a counterattack? Cheng Yuanzi's rage burned hotter. He drew his sword, the blade flashing, and threatened, "If you don't act now, You'll all be left as corpses on this battlefield. For a moment, the atmosphere froze. Then, from all sides, fleeing soldiers burst out in a frenzy, and the situation spiraled completely out of control. Did you not hear my orders clearly? Get out there and restore order at once. Zhang Yuanji roared in fury, his face darkening as he gripped the hilt of his sword, radiating murderous intent. The officers exchanged uneasy glances, not daring to linger a moment longer, fearful that their hot-tempered commander might draw his sword in anger. They hurriedly left the main tent, each rushing back to their own troops in an attempt to rally the shattered morale. But the situation was already beyond control. The defeated Yellow Turban soldiers ignored their officers' shouts, casting aside their weapons and shields, trampling over the bodies of their fallen comrades as they scrambled to escape. Many cried out in panic, "The Han army is here. Run for your lives." The terrified shouts spread like wildfire, infecting everyone with fear. Even those officers who were supposed to keep order felt their courage falter at the news of the Han army's approach. They hesitated, rooted to the spot, and when they saw the Han cavalry surging forward like a tide, the last vestige of their bravery collapsed. Forgetting orders and duty, they clenched their jaws and fled with the rest of the routed troops. The Yellow Turban's symbol of authority, the great yellow banner, lay abandoned on the ground, trampled into the mud by countless desperate feet, completely ignored. Zhang Fei, mounted on a jet-black warhorse, his spear stained with blood for 3 feet, led 100 elite Han soldiers as they charged through the broken ranks of the Yellow Turbans. Like a sharp blade, he cut straight through the enemy lines, unstoppable, until he reached the main command tent. Expecting fierce resistance, he found instead that the Yellow Turban soldiers scattered at the sight of the Han banners, throwing down their armor and fleeing in all directions. Inside the tent, Zhang Yuanji sensed the chaos and rushed out, stumbling. When he saw the Han cavalry had already surrounded the area, and his personal guards had vanished without a trace, his legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed. Gritting his teeth in rage and frustration, he turned to escape with the fleeing soldiers. "The Yellow Turban leader is here," a Han soldier shouted, his voice cutting through the battlefield chaos. Zhang Fei, in the midst of skewering 2 Yellow Turban soldiers, looked up at the sound. Near the tent stood a man in a commander's robe, yellow helmet, and a blade at his waist, clearly the enemy leader. Excitement flashed in Zhang Fei's eyes as he laughed loudly. "Zhang Yuanji, now that you've run into me, your fate is sealed." He squeezed his horse's sides, lowered his spear, and charged like an arrow released from a bow. Realizing escape was impossible, Zhang Yuanji's eyes flashed coldly. He drew the broadsword at his waist and swung at Zhang Fei, determined to cut down his foe, man and horse alike. But Zhang Fei's spear struck even faster and harder, like lightning. The clash of weapons rang out with a deafening clang. Zhang Yuanji felt a jolt of pain shoot up his arm, his sword flying from his grasp. Staggering backward, terror filled his eyes. Zhang Fei's strength was overwhelming, sending his weapon flying with a single blow. Desperate, Zhang Yuanji turned to run, legs pumping wildly in panic. A cold smile curled on Zhang Fei's lips. "Think you can escape me? Dream on." He spurred his horse, man and beast moving as one, quickly overtaking the fleeing Zhang Yuanji. With a whistle, Zhang Fei's bloodstained spear struck from behind. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanji felt a searing pain in his back as the spear pierced through to his abdomen. Blood gushed from his mouth. Glancing down, he saw crimson pouring from the wound, dyeing the ground beneath him red. With pain and unwillingness in his eyes, Zhang Yuanji felt as if he had been deeply wounded. He, a proud commander of the Yellow Turban army, had died just like that. His consciousness faded instantly, like a torn piece of cloth, losing all strength to hold on. His head slumped to the side, and his body went limp as all energy left him. Yet, his corpse didn't fall to the ground. It was pinned upright by a spear, as if even in death, he had not realized his own end. Zhang Fei stood nearby, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he looked at the now motionless body before him. Satisfaction filled his heart. This was Zhang Yuanji, the notorious leader of the Yellow Turbans, in Zhuo commandery. Taking his head would surely earn high praise from his eldest brother. Zhang Fei gave the spear a slight tug, finally letting Zhang Yuanji's corpse collapse powerlessly to the ground, landing like a discarded sack. "Someone, watch over this body," Zhang Fei barked, his bloodstained spear still radiating a murderous aura. Without hesitation, he led his soldiers forward, charging at the remnants of the Yellow Turban army in a frenzy. "Zhang Yuanji, the leader of the Yellow Turbans, is dead. Surrender and you will be spared. Resist, and you will be killed without mercy." Zhang Fei's thunderous roar echoed in all directions. With this command, the Yellow Turban troops' morale completely collapsed. Many, seeing their commander's corpse, lost the will to resist and fled in panic. Those who hesitated or were too frightened simply dropped to their knees, trembling uncontrollably, begging for their lives. The Han army, emboldened, swiftly began clearing the camp. The Yellow Turbans willing to surrender were tied up and taken away, while those who resisted were cut down on the spot. After several hours of chaos and intense fighting, the Yellow Turban camp gradually fell silent. Lu Jin, riding a black horse, patrolled the once tumultuous battlefield. He saw prisoners bound everywhere, and those who couldn't be restrained were gathered in piles under guard. Though bodies were scattered across the ground, the worst of the carnage had passed. As the battle wound down, unease still lingered in Lu Jin's heart. There was still no sign of Guan Yu. He worried that something might have happened to his trusted brother, whose safety was crucial. Just as he was about to order his men to search the camp for Guan Yu, the sound of hurried footsteps came from afar. Dozens of bloodied figures approached Lu Jin. Leading them was Guan Yu, his face ruddy and his long beard flowing. Seeing his brother return safely, Lu Jin finally relaxed, a smile breaking across his face. Thank goodness you're all right, Guan Yu. You mustn't ever come to harm, he thought to himself. The moment Guan Yu saw Lu Jin, he smiled brightly and strode forward. Brother, there's no need to worry. How could a band of Yellow Turban rabble possibly harm me? Guan Yu replied proudly, his voice full of confidence. Seeing Guan Yu unharmed, Lu Jin couldn't help but laugh, relief flooding his heart. Excellent. This victory owes much to your leadership. Burning the granary and sowing chaos among the enemy broke their spirit and forced them to retreat. The two exchanged smiles and a few words. Just then, Zhang Fei, Zhao Ergu, Han Dang, Wu Xing, and others arrived, shouting from a distance, Brother, Lord Lu. Lu Jin waved to them with a smile, signaling them to come over. Zhang Fei arrived first, scratching his head and grinning. Heh, brother, you've really outdone yourself today. The atmosphere was light and cheerful. Everyone felt a great weight had been lifted. After all, this battle, which had determined the fate of Zhou Commandery, had finally ended in a decisive victory. Big brother, I've already slain Cheng Yuanji, the leader of the Yellow Turban rebels. As soon as Zhang Fei finished speaking, a look of envy flashed in everyone's eyes. Taking down a bandit chief who commanded tens of thousands and swept through Zhou County was an achievement sure to catch the attention of the court. Promotion was all but guaranteed. Lu Jin smiled and patted Zhang Fei on the shoulder. Well done, Ida. Zhang Fei grinned broadly at the praise, his excitement written all over his face. Just then, a cloud of dust rose in the distance as a group of soldiers galloped toward them. The crowd immediately fell silent and stood respectfully to one side. Lu Jin carefully studied the leader of the newcomers, a man in his early 30s, with a strong, resolute face and a tall, sturdy build. He carried himself with the confidence of a seasoned warrior. What stood out most was the bronze seal and yellow ribbon at his waist, marking him as a military commander of equal rank to Lu Jin. The man was also sizing up Lu Jin. Seeing Lu Jin's fearless demeanor and natural air of command, he couldn't help but be impressed. Though he had once doubted Lu Jin's repeated victories over the Yellow Turbans, witnessing him lead his troops in a bold assault and personally pursue the enemy had convinced him completely. I am Wei Yu, the city's garrison commander. It's an honor to meet you, Commander Lu, he said, stepping forward with a respectful salute and a warm smile. At the mention of Wei Yu, Lu Jin paused for a moment. This was a general whose name would be recorded in history. Though not the most famous, any commander remembered by later generations was surely extraordinary. So it's Commander Wei. I've heard much about you. The whole county speaks of your bravery, and now that I've met you in person, your reputation is well deserved, Lu Jin replied courteously. Wei Yu laughed heartily. My small reputation is nothing. It's you, Commander Lu, who has achieved one victory after another and wiped out thousands of Yellow Turbans. You are held in high regard by all the nobles here. With today's great accomplishment, I'd say a promotion is just around the corner. Lu Jin smiled and nodded, accepting the compliment. These achievements had indeed been hard-won by him and his soldiers, and he needed such recognition to advance even further. Commander Wei, your performance atop the city walls today was outstanding as well. I'm sure the nobles took notice. When the court rewards merit, your name will surely be among those honored. They'll be sure to offer my congratulations when you're promoted, too. Wei Yu laughed even more heartily at this, his regard for Lu Jin growing. In his eyes, a commander who could achieve so much yet remain humble and courteous was destined for greatness. Most would have become arrogant after defeating so many rebels, but Lu Jin showed none of that pride. After exchanging compliments, Lu Jin spoke up. The Yellow Turban rebels outside the city have been defeated, and their leader, Cheng Yuanji, has been executed. We should gather the prisoners, lock them all up, tally our achievements, and then report everything to our superiors. Hearing this, Wei Yu nodded in agreement and immediately ordered his men to work with Lu Jin to count the spoils of victory. On the city tower of Zhou County, when Shu overlooked the battlefield outside the walls, his heart brimming with excitement. With the fighting over and the Han army returning victorious, morale soared. A joyful smile spread across his face, and the officials around him exchanged delighted glances. This battle had not only eliminated the threat outside the city, but also resulted in the annihilation of a large number of Yellow Turban rebels. For many, this victory meant a chance for promotion. Zhang Qian, in particular, had been smiling non-stop since the triumph. As the county commander, he was in charge of all military forces in the region, and this success was inseparable from his leadership. Although Wen Shu was his superior, Zhang Qian knew that such achievements would earn him greater recognition. He felt genuine admiration for Liu Jin. This young officer was modest, capable, and an exceptional commander in battle, truly a lucky star for the county. Once everything settled down, Zhang Qian was determined to strengthen his relationship with Liu Jin, convinced that this man would achieve great things in the future. Forming a bond with him now would surely be rewarding. Even when Shu, standing at the forefront, quietly shared the same thought. It was obvious to anyone with insight that the rapid suppression of the Yellow Turban Rebellion in Zhuo County was largely due to Liu Jin's efforts. He was not only brave and skilled in combat, but had also shown remarkable ability in handling post-battle affairs. When Shu was certain that when the reports reached the imperial court, Liu Jin would receive the recognition he deserved. With a broad smile, when Shu turned to the officials around him and announced in a loud voice, "Now that the battle is over, I have decided to reward the entire army. Pass down the order, prepare fine food and wine. I will personally deliver it to the camp outside the city, so our meritorious soldiers can celebrate." The officials all nodded in agreement. After all, this great victory was a source of pride for the Han army, and rewarding the troops was both timely and fitting. A few hours later, as the sun set and the horizon glowed gold, the Han soldiers had cleaned up the battlefield outside the city. All the bodies had been buried, and peace was restored. The prisoners were securely held in the military camp. In a makeshift command tent, Liu Jin sat at the head, reviewing the detailed report of their achievements. Over 100 casualties, 3,000 Yellow Turban rebels killed, and nearly 10,000 captured. Altogether, the defeated enemy numbered over 20,000. Only a handful of rebels managed to escape in the chaos, fleeing to nearby villages, but they no longer posed a threat. With their leader Cheng Yuanji dead, those who survived had lost the will to fight. The remaining rebels either returned to farming or became wanderers in distant lands. As for the spoils, most were miscellaneous items, but there was also a fortune in money over 1,000,000 coins. Liu Jin knew, however, that these spoils could not be distributed at his own discretion. They had to be handed over according to proper procedures. The only exception was the rewards he had personally earned by defeating the rebels himself. He would submit a token portion to the authorities, just enough to satisfy the court, while the rest would be used to reward his own soldiers. These men had risked their lives, and if money could win their loyalty, they would serve him all the more faithfully. Deep down, Liu Jin was already starting to see this force as his own private army rather than just troops belonging to the imperial court. Looking at the results before him, a faint smile appeared on Liu Jin's lips. He was already making plans for the future. The imperial rewards were barely enough to cover basic necessities, making it truly difficult to support a family. Just as Liu Jin was secretly feeling pleased with himself for being the real benefactor of the soldiers, a sudden rush of footsteps sounded outside the tent. Zhao Erge burst in, looking anxious. "Brother, the prefect himself is bringing wine and meat to reward the whole army." Liu Jin was stunned, his face full of surprise. The prefect was coming to honor the troops in person? He didn't have time to think further and immediately ordered, "Go gather Yun Chang, Ida, and Yi Gong. Come with me to greet him outside the camp." With that, he quickly donned his armor and straightened his appearance. By the time he stepped out of the tent, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Han Dang, and the others were already lined up, their expressions solemn. Even Wei Yu had brought several officers and a squad of soldiers to wait respectfully at the camp gate. After all, the visitor was the prefect of Zhuo Commandery, a high-ranking official whose words carried great weight, someone even the local gentry would have to show deference to. Before long, a cloud of dust rose in the distance as an honor guard slowly approached. Banners fluttered, attendants clustered around, and at the center was a luxurious carriage, flanked by dozens of armored guards. Behind them, a long line of ox carts carried wine and meat in grand procession. Standing at the camp gate, Liu Jin watched the impressive scene with a sense of envy. He silently vowed that one day, he too would become a high-ranking official, commanding respect and admiration from all. The convoy stopped at the entrance. When Shu, assisted by his maids, stepped down slowly. He wore a brocade robe, a silver seal at his waist, and a green sash, exuding the dignity of a prefect. Everyone immediately bowed in greeting. "We pay our respects to the prefect." When Shu smiled kindly and gestured for them to rise. His gaze swept over the assembled officers and finally settled on Liu Jin, his eyes flickering with surprise. This young man had a resolute face and a heroic presence. Yet even in front of the prefect, he remained calm and composed. Sensing Wen Shu's scrutiny, Liu Jin lowered his eyes slightly in just the right display of respect. He knew that as a mere commandant of 600 bushels, he was still insignificant in the eyes of the prefect, and excessive pride could easily provoke resentment. The officials accompanying Wen Shu also took notice of this young hero. It was thanks to him that the Yellow Turban threat outside the city had been quelled so swiftly. Without him, who knew how long the unrest might have dragged on? Wen Shu studied the young general before him, a look of admiration spreading across his face. You must be Lu Jin, Liu Bei, whose reputation has been spreading far and wide lately. You have repeatedly defeated the Yellow Turban rebels, and today you fought bravely, crushing over 10,000 enemies in a single battle. Meeting you today, I see that your courage and skill are indeed as remarkable as the rumors say. His words of praise echoed through the hall, and the surrounding officials exchanged glances, clearly surprised by how highly Wen Shu regarded Lu Jin. Lu Jin responded with a respectful salute, his voice clear and strong. Thank you for your praise, my lord, but I am unworthy of such honor. Any achievements I have made are due to your leadership in Zhou County. Your authority and presence struck fear into the Yellow Turbans and broke their morale, making our victories possible. All credit belongs to you, my lord. Hearing this, the officials present were inwardly astonished. Such smooth flattery coming from a military man was unexpected. Even more intriguing was how Lu Jin's words cleverly transformed Wen Shu's earlier predicament being trapped and humiliated by the Yellow Turbans into a display of overwhelming authority. Standing at the back, Zhang Qian clenched his jaw in frustration. He vividly remembered this young man using similar words to flatter him in the past, but now Lu Jin was offering his honeyed compliments to someone of even higher rank. Though Zhang Qian felt a twinge of jealousy, he had to swallow his feelings, knowing that Lu Jin's military merits were undeniable. Wen Shu, pleased by Lu Jin's response, smiled even more warmly. Even so, our soldiers have fought bravely, crushing the Yellow Turbans, and their contributions are significant. I have come today to reward the entire army and honor those who have distinguished themselves. He paused, then continued. Winnie, submit a list of all the soldiers who fought valiantly, and after consulting with the officials of the county, I will promote as many as possible. As for your own achievements, I will report them faithfully to the court and request a reward for you. Lu Jin was overjoyed. This meant he could secure military ranks for his trusted companions like Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, and Han Dynasty. He bowed deeply. Thank you, my lord. The officials watching from the backside to themselves at the young general's good fortune. It was rare for someone so young to earn such favor from the governor. Wen Shu stroked his beard and led the group into the military camp, with Lu Jin respectfully guiding the way. The accompanying officials filed in one after another, while the soldiers busied themselves unloading wine and meat from the wagons to the mess hall in preparation for the upcoming feast. As dusk settled, the entire camp buzzed with excitement. The soldiers' faces were alight with joy. Not only would they enjoy a hearty meal, but there was also a chance for extra rewards. Inside the large, temporary command tent, Wen Shu sat at the head of the table, with the county's high-ranking officials arranged on either side. Only those with an official rank of 600 sure or above were eligible to attend this banquet. Even battle-hardened warriors like Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were not invited, as their status did not yet meet the requirement. Lu Jin's seat was notably prominent, was placed second only to County Commandant Zheng Qian, right below Wen Shu. This arrangement made it clear that Wen Shu held high hopes for Lu Jin, already considering him the second-in-command of the army. It was both recognition for his achievements and a signal that he was likely to be promoted to the position of Qianshi Sima, joining the ranks of the county's most influential figures. In contrast, Wei Yu, who held the same rank as Lu Jin and had also distinguished himself in battle, was seated at the far end of the table, clearly not favored by Wen Shu. Once everyone was seated, Wen Shu raised his cup with a smile and said, "Today is a rare and joyous occasion. Let us all drink together in celebration." The officials respectfully raised their cups and drank in unison. Setting his cup down, Wen Shu turned to Lu Jin and asked, "Winnie, you fought bravely in today's battle. What were the results?" Lu Jin immediately stood up and bowed. "My lord, we achieved a resounding victory today. We killed over 3,000 enemies and captured nearly 10,000. Our own casualties numbered just over 100. Such results drew approving nods from all present. To defeat more than 10,000 Yellow Turban rebels with such a small force was a testament to Lu Jin's extraordinary military skill. When Shu calculated silently, adding up all the recent victories, the total enemy casualties approached 20 or 30,000. If he embellished the report to claim 50,000 and greased the right palms in the capital, it would surely cause a sensation. This could win him a marquisate and greatly enhance his political influence, paving the way for a future at court. And what of the rebel leader Cheng Yuanji? Was he executed? When Shu's eyes flashed coldly. Cheng Yuanji had once publicly insulted him, and when Shu had long sworn to take his head as a sacrifice to the army's banner and to avenge his wounded pride. Lu Jin quickly clasped his fists and said, "Cheng Yuanji has been slain by my third brother, Zhang Fei. His body is in our camp, awaiting your orders." Hearing this, when Shu's lips curled into a cold smile, a flash of satisfaction in his eyes. "Good. Have Cheng Yuanji's head cut off and displayed at the city gate of Zhou Commandery as a warning to others." Lu Jin bowed with both hands, then ordered his personal guards to carry out the task. Inside the command tent, the sounds of toasting and clinking cups filled the air. Lu Chong, the uncle by convenience, sat among the guests, frequently raising his cup to Liu Jin and exchanging polite words. As the commandery's supervisor, he was well aware that after this victory, Liu Jin's future would be bright. With the merit Liu Jin had earned, he was more than qualified to serve as a high-ranking officer, surpassing even his own status. The military officers seized the opportunity to toast Liu Jin, one after another. Wei Yu, in particular, chatted with him enthusiastically, the two of them quickly forming a close bond. Still, the true center of attention remained Wen Shu at the head of the table. From the start to the end of the banquet, flattery and praise never ceased. 3 days later, the commotion in the camp gradually subsided and order was restored. The various troops returned to their posts, while Liu Jin and his men temporarily remained at the camp outside the city. With the Yellow Turban Rebellion just quelled, Wen Shu ordered him to stay in Zhou Commandery to reassure the people and maintain stability. Beyond that, Wen Shu had already reported the victory to the imperial court. Once the imperial decree arrived, Liu Jin's next assignment would be decided. On the parade ground outside the city, Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, and Han Dynasty were drilling the soldiers. Liu Jin sat on a small bench nearby, his gaze sweeping over his 1,500 troops. Among them, 500 were regular soldiers, and the remaining 1,000 were militia who should have been disbanded after the fighting ended. However, after several fierce battles, these militia had become a seasoned fighting force. Liu Jin decided to keep them for the time being and would make further arrangements once his official position was confirmed. He was fairly confident that, having caught the attention of the imperial court, he would likely be transferred to Jizhou to join the main imperial forces in the continued campaign against the Yellow Turbans. Jizhou was the stronghold of the Zhang brothers, who commanded hundreds of thousands of troops and held a powerful presence in Hebei. Their influence was growing rapidly, showing signs of spreading even further. Naturally, the imperial court could not sit idly by. They would certainly dispatch forces from all directions to join together and suppress the rebellion. According to the course of history, Liu Ji would, as usual, be appointed general of the Northern Army, taking charge of the entire northern front. There was a strong possibility that I would be transferred to serve under his command. Although Liu Ji, since being appointed as general with the imperial tally to fight against the Yellow Turban Army, had not achieved any major victories, his performance could be considered steady and unremarkable. Ultimately ended up being escorted back to Luoyang under supervision, which seemed rather unfortunate. However, Liu Ji was known for his integrity and upright character. He would never steal credit for his subordinates' achievements. Following him would at least allow me to stay afloat for a while. After that, I would have to take things one step at a time, as nothing had happened yet, and overthinking was pointless. In any case, most generals who participated in the Yellow Turban Rebellion were eventually promoted, with many being granted titles of Marquis or General. Half a month later, inside the Chengming Hall of the Imperial Palace in Luoyang, the Grand Hall glittered with gold and jade, exuding an atmosphere of solemn majesty. This was where the emperor and his officials gathered to discuss state affairs. On the dragon throne sat Liu Hong, dressed in his imperial robes. Though his face showed signs of fatigue and his demeanor was listless, the dignity of the Han Emperor remained undiminished. As a ruler who still held real power, the civil and military officials in court continued to show him the utmost respect. Liu Hong stared at the military report that had just been presented, his brows tightly knitted and his face contorted with anger. Suddenly, he threw the report to the floor and shouted coldly, "Outrageous! These Yellow Turban rebels have been attacking for days, sweeping across several provinces of the Han. Especially in Yingchuan and Runan, the rebels have won battle after battle and are now marching on Luoyang with tens of thousands of troops. Not only have local governors lost their cities and territories, but some have even defected to the enemy. Useless fools, what use do I have for you?" His furious voice echoed through the hall, and the officials all bowed their heads in silence, not daring to speak. They all knew that His Majesty had been in a terrible mood lately. All because the Yellow Turban forces were growing stronger and now threatened the very foundation of the Han Dynasty. Even though Liu Hong was usually indulgent and inattentive to state affairs, now he felt the pressure of the throne. If things continued like this, he could very well lose his empire. Sweeping his gaze over the silent officials, Liu Hong demanded coldly, "As ministers of the court, what solutions do you have for this crisis?" At his command, the officials began whispering among themselves, each pondering possible strategies. The newly appointed Grand General, He Jin, stood at the head of the military officials. Although he seemed somewhat inexperienced and confused, even a fool could see that, in these chaotic times, it was necessary to send troops to suppress the rebellion. He immediately stepped forward, clasped his hands in salute, and said in a steady voice, "Your Majesty, I believe the most urgent task is to mobilize troops from across the land to quell the rebellion and eliminate the Yellow Turban rebels as soon as possible, thereby stabilizing the Han Dynasty. We can divide our forces into two main armies, each led by a capable general, to encircle and attack Zhang Ju's forces in Hebei and Bo Kai's forces in Yingchuan and Runan. Once these two major rebel groups are defeated, the remaining stragglers will surely scatter and flee. The officials behind him quickly voiced their agreement. Your Majesty, the Grand General is right. The most urgent task is to quell these Yellow Turban rebels. Lu Hong nodded slightly, satisfied with his brother-in-law's response, and continued to ask, if that is the case, Grand General, whom do you recommend as commanding generals, and how many troops should be mobilized? He Jin paused for a moment, then replied, Your Majesty, I believe that Liu Ji, a renowned Confucian scholar and pillar of the state, should be appointed as the commander of the Northern Front, holding the imperial tally and leading the 5 schools troops to suppress the northern rebels for Your Majesty. For the Southern Front, the distinguished Huan Fusong of Liangzhou should be appointed as commander, also holding the imperial tally, and mobilizing the cavalry from Sanhe and the elite soldiers of the 5 schools to pacify the southern rebels. With these 2 armies marching together, the Yellow Turban rebels can be defeated in a matter of days. Lu Hong, seated on the dragon throne, narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze over the assembled ministers. In a deep voice, he asked, What are your thoughts on this matter? The officials all nodded in agreement. With both Liu Ji and Huang Fusong having deep roots in the court and the Grand General personally recommending them, no one dared object. After all, anyone hoping to hold their ground in the court understood the stakes involved. Seeing there was no dissent, Lu Hong gave his order without hesitation. Huang Fusong, Lu Zai hear my command. From this day forth, you are appointed as commanders of the left and north routes, respectively. You will each lead tens of thousands of troops to eradicate the Yellow Turban rebels. Though Huang Fusong and Liu Ji maintained their composure and official dignity in front of the court, they could hardly hide their excitement. To be granted overall command as generals if they managed to quell the Yellow Turban Rebellion, titles and honors would soon follow. Both men bowed deeply. Thank you, Your Majesty. We will devote ourselves wholeheartedly to restoring peace and stability to the realm as soon as possible. Lu Hong nodded slightly and turned to the other officials. Does anyone else have important matters to report? If not, court is dismissed. The ministers exchanged glances and murmured quietly, but none had further business to present. Just as Lu Hong was about to signal the end of the session, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall, followed by a loud shout. Urgent report from Yuzhou. The officials paled at the sound, sensing trouble. With the Yellow Turban Rebellion in full swing, such an urgent message could hardly be good news. Even the Grand General sighed to himself, worried that bad news before battle would dampen morale. If Huang Fusong and Liu Ji suffered defeat, he would also be held responsible for recommending them. Lu Hong, who had been in good spirits after finalizing the suppression strategy, now felt a wave of unease. The ministers' gazes were sharp as blades, all fixed on the doors. Everyone silently hoped for good news, knowing that if the emperor's anger was provoked, they would not escape his wrath. The guard who entered the hall faltered under the weight of so many watchful eyes, his steps growing hesitant. At that moment, Lu Hong's commanding voice echoed through the hall. What news from Yuzhou? Speak at once. The guard immediately dropped to one knee and announced in a loud voice, Your Majesty, I have urgent news to report from Yuzhou. Your Majesty, Wen Shu, the prefect of Zhuo County in Yuzhou, has joined with other officials to submit a memorial. Zhang Yuanji, one of the 36 Yellow Turban rebel commanders, led tens of thousands of troops to besiege Zhuo County. Wen Shu commanded his soldiers to defend the city and ordered his general, Liu Jin, to lead a counterattack. Liu Jin won a series of victories, crushing the enemy outside the city, killing over 30,000 rebels, capturing nearly 10,000, and completely wiping out the Yellow Turban forces in Zhuo County. The rebel leader, Zhang Yuanji, was also killed on the spot. As this news spread, every civil and military official in the court stared in astonishment, their faces filled with surprise. This was not a report of defeat, but an unprecedented victory. With only the county's garrison, they had managed to annihilate 40,000 enemy troops in Zhuo County. Excitement spread among the ministers. With such good news, His Majesty would surely not be furious, and they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Grand General He Jin, standing at the head, secretly relaxed, grateful for this great victory. Not only would it boost morale, but it would also put His Majesty in a better mood. On the dragon throne, Lu Hong's expression was still dark, unable to react at first. He had been prepared to fly into a rage and dismiss all the officials in Yuzhou. However, upon hearing of this overwhelming victory, 40,000 enemies destroyed, and Zhang Yuanji himself killed, his gloomy demeanor instantly turned to delight. His hearty laughter echoed through the hall. Ha! Wen Shu and that Liu Jin have done exceptionally well. I am very pleased. Seeing the emperor laugh, the officials finally relaxed. For the past 2 months since the Yellow Turban Rebellion began, the emperor had worn a constant scowl, as if everyone owed him a fortune. After laughing, Lu Hong regained his composure, swept his gaze across the hall, and spoke in a gentler tone. Since the start of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, this is the first report of victory, and such a splendid one at that. As this is the first great achievement, tell me, how should I reward them? Grand General He Jin stepped forward without hesitation and replied with a smile, Your Majesty, Since the founding of the Han Dynasty, we have always rewarded merit and punished wrongdoing. To have annihilated over 40,000 enemies, Prefect Wen Shu of Zhou County deserves to be made a marquis to show the emperor's boundless grace. This will inspire officials everywhere to fight bravely and serve the court. The officials all nodded in agreement. Awarding a marquisate was only to be expected. After all, Wen Shu was already a high-ranking official and had now achieved military success. It was a reasonable reward. Lu Hong nodded in approval. Very well. Wen Shu shall be granted the title of Marquis Zhongting, with a fief of 1,000 households. Then his gaze fell on Liu Jin, the general mentioned in the report, and he was a little surprised. This brave and capable commander was only a minor officer, a rank far too low to have caught his attention. He had planned to leave the matter to his subordinates, but several bold characters at the end of the report caught his eye. Imperial clan, descendant of King Zhao, Lu Liang. Lu Hong was immediately intrigued. He hadn't expected such a talented figure to emerge from the imperial clan. The Zhao lineage was closely related to the royal family and had once assisted Emperor Guan Yu in restoring the Han Dynasty. With this in mind, Lu Hong decided to give this man some recognition in court. With outstanding performance, he could be promoted further in the future. In his eyes, members of the imperial clan were more trustworthy, and he was always willing to promote those with real ability. Lu Hong cleared his throat and continued. Liu Jin, as commanding general, has won repeated victories and made great contributions in this campaign. I have decided to promote him to commandant, allowing him to lead his troops to join forces with Liu Zhi's army, obey orders, and help suppress the Yellow Turban rebels in the north. What do you all think? Many officials in the court frowned at these words. A mere military officer with a rank of 600 shur was suddenly being promoted to a command position of 2,000 shur. Inside the Qingming Hall, lines of civil and military officials stood on either side, and a sense of discontent hung in the air. Although Liu Jin had made significant contributions, in the eyes of these high-ranking ministers, promoting a low-ranking officer so far above his station was a blatant violation of the court's long-standing promotion rules. Yuan Kuei, the head of a prominent noble family, stepped forward in his ornate official robes, bowed respectfully, and objected in a clear voice, "Your Majesty, while Liu Jin has indeed rendered great service, he has always acted under Wen Shu's command. His achievements have already earned him a marquisate, but promoting another person to a position of 2,000 shur seems excessive. Moreover, Liu Jin's current rank is only that of a military officer. Advancing him directly to a commandant may cause discontent among the other generals. It would be better to first promote him to a 1,000 shur sima. If he continues to distinguish himself, further promotions can be considered later." As soon as he finished, several other officials from noble families voiced their agreement, nodding in support. Even the Grand General, standing nearby, gave a slight nod, clearly concerned that an overly rapid promotion could cause unrest in the military, making command more difficult. Emperor Lu Hong, seated on the dragon throne, swept his gaze across the hall. Seeing the strong opposition, he tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest and decided to agree with the proposal. Still, a thoughtful glint appeared in his eyes. It was clear he intended to look after this imperial kinsman. After all, Liu Jin was a member of the royal family and had now proven his abilities. As the emperor, failing to support him appropriately could undermine his standing among his kin. Lu Hong coughed softly, his imperial robes stirring as he spoke slowly. "Very well. We shall follow the Minister of Work's suggestion and appoint Liu Jin as a sima of a separate division. He will lead his troops south, under Liu Zhi's command, and help eliminate the Yellow Turban rebels." Yuan Kuei's expression changed slightly at these words. His lips moved, but he could only reluctantly agree. Further objection might displease the emperor. Although both positions of sima ranked at 1,000 shur, the sima of a separate division held far more authority, able to command troops independently and earn further promotion through merit. In contrast, a military sima was subordinate to higher command and could only be promoted after the main generals. Seeing that no one else objected, Lu Hong's expression relaxed. He declared loudly, "Announce the rewards as soon as possible to boost the morale of our frontline soldiers and restore order swiftly. If there is no further business, court is dismissed." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Hong rose from his seat and, surrounded by a few young eunuchs in plain robes, slowly left the Qingming Hall. The officials gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves before gradually leaving the hall and returning to their residences. To these high-ranking officials, Liu Jin's promotion was just a minor episode in the day's proceedings. In their eyes, Liu Jin was merely a commoner, not someone of real importance. The only reason he was even mentioned by the emperor was because of his royal lineage and the emperor's appreciation for talent. Otherwise, as a mere military officer, even if he helped crush the Yellow Turban rebels, his name would not have been worthy of mention in court. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on how to suppress the Yellow Turban rebels and restore peace to the empire. This was not out of lofty ideals or concern for the common people, but because the ongoing chaos was starting to threaten their own family interests. Restoring order was essential for protecting their foundations. Only then could the political situation stabilize and opportunities for power and advancement arise. After receiving the imperial tiger tally, Huang Fusang and Liu Ji immediately began mobilizing elite troops from the Three Rivers and the Five Schools, splitting their forces into two to launch a campaign against the Yellow Turban rebels. It was the 7th year of the Guanha era, in mid-May. Outside Zhua County, in the military camp, the thunderous sounds of soldiers training rolled across the quiet fields. Nearly 1,500 troops stood in orderly formations, executing their daily drills with precision under the watchful eyes of their commanders. It had been almost a month since the Yellow Turban rebels were subdued. Liu Jin lounged in a homemade armchair, lazily crossing his legs and basking in the afternoon sun, idly flipping through a military manual. Every now and then, he glanced at the soldiers drilling, looking rather uninterested. What troubled him most was the delay in receiving recognition and rewards from the imperial court. He couldn't take the initiative to lead his troops against the remaining Yellow Turban rebels either. By strict regulation, county soldiers were not allowed to leave their territory without orders. Unauthorized action would be seen as rebellion. Liu Jin yawned and stretched, rising from his chair and surveying the training grounds. Days of intense drills had inevitably left the soldiers feeling bored and weary. Any routine, no matter how important, grows monotonous over time. After a moment's thought, he hit upon an idea: to introduce some entertainment, perhaps tug-of-war or kuju tournaments with prizes for the winners. This, he reasoned, would not only build physical strength and team spirit, but also boost morale, bringing new energy to the entire camp. He immediately summoned Guan Yu, Zhang, Han Dynasty, and the others. Moments later, the officers hurried to his tent, greeting him respectfully, "Big brother." Liu Jin nodded with a smile. The men have been drilling for a long time, and their spirits are starting to flag. Let's organize some tug-of-war and kuju games. Winners can earn rewards. It'll keep everyone fit and help them relax. Why not give it a try? Guan Yu, Zhang, and the rest all agreed enthusiastically. Guan Yu added with hearty approval, "That's a great idea, big brother. It'll ease their fatigue and boost morale." Pleased, Liu Jin assigned them to start planning the activities. They began with simple tug-of-war contests and gradually introduced kuju matches. Within a few days, the atmosphere in the camp had become much livelier. The soldiers no longer focused solely on training. They gathered around the playing fields, their laughter and shouts ringing out. Whenever someone slipped during a kuju match, the onlookers burst into laughter. Each time the ball found the goal, the crowd erupted in applause and cheers. After several days, morale in the camp soared. The soldiers' faces glowed with renewed energy and smiles. Sitting in his armchair, Liu Jin watched a kuju match, feeling a rare sense of satisfaction. When he saw the ball sail into the goal, he couldn't help but stand up and applaud, a genuine smile lighting up his face. Just then, Zhao Ergu hurried over, excitement written all over him. "Big brother, good news. An imperial messenger has arrived in town. I just saw their convoy enter the governor's residence. They must be here to deliver the court's orders." At these words, Liu Jin sprang from his chair, anticipation showing on his face. He had been waiting a long time for this moment, and it had finally come. Still, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. What kind of reward would the imperial court grant him? After all, he was just an ordinary military officer. Despite his achievements, in the eyes of the court, officers like him always had to wait for the nobility to be rewarded first. In the grand scheme of things, his standing was still rather insignificant. Liu Jin pondered quietly. If a noble's son had earned these merits, he would be appointed at least as a commandant of 2,000 households. As for what reward he would receive, it was still anyone's guess. Liu Jin was quietly calculating in his mind. If the brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu were to claim this military achievement, they would at least be granted titles of marquis and general. If he couldn't even secure a humble post as a Qianshi Sima, his future looked bleak, and he might have to seek another path. Shaking his head to clear these thoughts, he saw that the military camp ahead was already bustling with activity. The eunuch envoy had arrived in the county, and the rewards were about to be distributed. Liu Jin knew well that if there were any rewards, they would be delivered to the camp outside the city. If there was no sign of movement, his official appointment might be lost. "Zhao Ergu." Liu Jin turned and called, "Prepare 100,000 coins for me." Zhao Ergu was taken aback. "Big brother, what do you need that much money for? This eunuch has traveled a long way to get here. If we don't offer him some benefits, he might say something to the other eunuchs back at the palace, and we'll be in serious trouble," Liu Jin explained patiently. "Besides, showing goodwill now could save us some trouble at court in the future. Who knows, he might even put in a good word for us." Zhao Ergu immediately understood and hurried off to make preparations. He knew his big brother excelled at building connections and always used money to pave the way, earning a good reputation throughout the county. Soon, several large chests filled with copper coins were ready. Liu Jin, accompanied by Guan Yu, Zhang, Han Dynasty, and others, waited at the entrance to the camp. In the distance, several carriages slowly approached, their wheels leaving deep tracks in the dusty road clearly. Lu Jin wasn't the only one bringing gifts. Big brother, the eunuchs are here. Zhang Fei's booming voice broke the silence. The carriages stopped outside the camp, and two guards lifted the curtain. A thin, sharp-eyed eunuch stepped down, his voice shrill and arrogant as he asked, "Where's Lu Jin? Lu Wenyu?" Suppressing his discomfort at the piercing voice, Lu Jin stepped forward respectfully. "I am Lu Jin. Greetings, honored envoy. I am here by the emperor's command to bestow rewards." Lu Wenyu, step forward and receive the decree. The eunuch's tone remained cold. Lu Jin immediately dropped to one knee, bowing his head and raising his hands, followed by the other generals. The eunuch unfurled the imperial edict and, in his distinctive voice, read aloud, "Lu Jin, for your meritorious service in pacifying Zhou County and suppressing the Yellow Turbans, you are hereby appointed Beibu Sima, with a rank of Qianshi. After regrouping your troops for several days, you are to lead your forces to Jizhou, obey the orders of the Bizhonglang general, and continue the campaign against the Yellow Turbans for the good of the nation." Hearing this appointment, Lu Jin was overjoyed. It was a higher rank than he had expected, not just a simple military Sima, but directly promoted to Beibu Sima. Lu Jin decided to lead his troops to Jizhou in response to the summons of the Bizhonglang general. It was obvious that this general was Lu Ji, which suited Lu Jin perfectly. He respectfully received the imperial edict with both hands, his voice steady. "Thank you, your majesty, for your great kindness. I will do my utmost to defeat the enemy and resolve your worries." Along with the edict, he was also given a bronze seal with a black ribbon, symbolizing an official rank above 1,000 shur. Lu Jin slowly stood up and gave Zhao Ergu a meaningful glance. Understanding immediately, Zhao Ergu stepped back and quickly brought forward a cart loaded with local products. Turning to the young palace eunuch, Lu Jin smiled. "Sir, these local specialties are just a small token of respect. Please accept them." The eunuch glanced at the cart, his arrogant expression softening slightly. As a member of the imperial clan, Sima Lu has performed admirably this time. His Majesty is very pleased. If you continue to fight bravely, His Majesty will surely entrust you with even greater responsibilities. Lu Jin was secretly delighted. Clearly, his status as a relative of the imperial family was working in his favor. He quickly replied, "Thank you for your guidance. I will not let His Majesty down." The eunuch nodded slightly, then ordered his men to add the cart to their convoy, and the group hurried off. Once they were gone, Lu Jin dropped his smile and returned to his usual self. Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, Han Dynasty, Zhao Ergu, and the others stepped forward to congratulate him. "Congratulations, brother, on your new appointment as Sima." Lu Jin laughed heartily. "This honor belongs to all of you. It was earned by your courage and sacrifice on the battlefield. I thank you all." As he spoke, he started to bow. The others quickly stopped him. "There's no need for this, brother. We're all family here, and fighting alongside you is our duty." Han Dang and Wu Xing chimed in. "Following you, my lord, is a choice we make without regret, no matter life or death." Lu Jin was deeply moved. "Haha, perhaps I'm being too sentimental. Today is a day for celebration. Let's drink together. None of us goes home sober." Just as they were about to return to camp for a feast, the sound of galloping hooves suddenly approached. Everyone turned to see a rider rushing toward them, calling out loudly, "Sima Lu, my lord invites you and your officers to a banquet." Lu Jin was momentarily stunned, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The news that Wen Shu had been granted the title of Marquis after the battle stirred up complicated feelings within him. Although the victory over tens of thousands of Yellow Turban rebels was largely his own doing, Wen Shu was the governor, while he was merely a subordinate general. Naturally, the honor went to his superior. To be appointed even as a minor commander was already a stroke of luck. The messenger dismounted and respectfully handed over the invitation. Lu Jin examined it carefully, confirming that Wen Shu had indeed been granted the title of Marquis of Zhongting by the imperial court. Though it was the lowest rank of Marquis, the golden seal and purple ribbon were symbols of prestige. Officials of any rank below 2,000 shur would have to address him as Lord Marquis. "Let's go to the governor's mansion and taste the Marquis wine," Lu Jin said with a smile to Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and the others. "Fourth brother, prepare 100,000 coins and load them onto a carriage as a gift for the governor." While the others felt a twinge of envy, they understood that in the Han Dynasty, no one could be ennobled without military merit. This rule only began to loosen towards the end of the Han and the Three Kingdoms period. Several carriages were quickly prepared. The group set out along the official road toward Zhujian City. The governor's mansion was ablaze with lanterns and bustling with excitement. Officials of all ranks and influential families from the city arrived in droves, their gifts filling the courtyard. Even ordinary townsfolk pushed and shoved, eager to catch a glimpse of the newly elevated nobles. At the gate of the mansion, a few men carrying gifts were stopped by the guards. The leader, a middle-aged man in a long robe with an air of officialdom, introduced himself obsequiously. "I am Liu Bei, the head constable of Zhua County. I've brought my family members to congratulate the governor on his new title. The captain of the guards frowned. A mere county constable daring to attend the Marquis banquet? He didn't throw them out outright, but his tone was impatient. If you don't have an invitation, please go back. Liu Bei immediately panicked. Had boasted to his clan that he would introduce them to the most powerful men in the region. They hadn't even stepped through the door before being thrown out. What a humiliation. Liu Bei quickly pulled out a few copper coins from his pocket, offering them to the guards with a fawning smile plastered across his face. Gentlemen, could you make an exception? We're just here to deliver a gift, and we'll leave right after. We won't trouble anyone important. The head guard glanced at the coins, his face twisted with disdain. With a swift motion, he knocked the coins to the ground, the metal clinking sharply as they scattered. You think you can bribe us with this junk? Are we beggars to you? Get out of here, all of you. Don't blame us if we have to get rough and arrest you. As soon as he finished speaking, several guards stepped forward, hands resting on their sword hilts, their eyes cold and threatening, a clear warning of what would happen if they didn't leave immediately. Seeing the guards' anger, Liu Bei forced a nervous grin, his voice trembling. Please, there's no need to get upset. We'll leave right away. At this point, he couldn't care less about saving face and quickly tugged at the sleeves of the young men with him, urging them to go. But one of them, a determined-looking young man, couldn't contain his anger and snapped. It's just a banquet. What's so special about it? Who are you to look down on people like this? Liu Bei was startled by this outburst and instantly grabbed the youth's sleeve. Xuanda, don't be disrespectful. This is the Marquis residence who can't afford any trouble here. Hearing such insolent words, the head guard's temper flared. He barked, how dare you speak so rudely? Arrest them all and throw them in jail. At his command, the guards drew their swords, the blades flashing as they surrounded Liu Bei and his companions. Seeing the guards ready their weapons, Liu Bei was startled but stood tall and declared in a steady, powerful voice, how dare you? I am Liu Bei, descendant of Emperor Jing and Liu Sheng, Prince Jing of Zhongshan. The guards hesitated, their movements faltering as unease flickered in their eyes. The Liu clan of Zhua Commandery was large and influential, and they couldn't immediately tell which branch this man belonged to. Just as the standoff reached its peak, several ornate carriages rolled up and stopped in front of the governor's mansion. The curtain was pulled aside, and a man dressed in a brocade robe, with a bronze seal and black sash at his waist, stepped down with measured, confident strides. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and others followed closely, forming an imposing wall behind him. Lu Jin surveyed the chaotic scene at the gate, his brow furrowing with suspicion. Who would dare cause trouble here and now? The head guard immediately changed his demeanor, running over and bowing respectfully. Greetings, Sima Lu. His greeting rang out, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. The young official, tall and striking, radiated authority with every movement. The bronze seal and black sash at his waist marked him as an official of significant rank. The atmosphere grew tense, a sense of awe spreading through the crowd. Lu Jin was unfazed. As a high-ranking official, he was used to commanding respect, and knew few dared challenge him in this region. He turned to the guards and asked in a deep voice, what's causing all this commotion at the gate? The lead guard, eager to please, pointed at Liu Bei's group and replied quickly, Sima Lu, these people showed up without an invitation and caused a disturbance. I tried to send them away, but they refused and even spoke rudely. Lu Jin nodded slightly and said coolly, why haven't these people been taken into custody? The guard hesitated for a moment before answering in a low voice. These individuals claim to be descendants of King Jing of Zhongshan, members of the imperial clan. We dare not act rashly, so we've reported the matter to the household, waiting for your decision. Hearing this, Lu Jin raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest in his eyes as he glanced ahead. The group before him all looked nervous, heads bowed, avoiding eye contact with anyone. The young man at the front had a resolute face, slightly pointed ears, and a tall, lean frame. He wore simple, coarse clothing, and although he showed no outward fear, his faintly trembling legs betrayed his anxiety. Lu Jin's eyes widened in surprise. It was none other than the so-called big-eared thief, Liu Bei. He couldn't help but chuckle, then strode toward Liu Bei and called out, Xuanda, I never expected to see you here. It's been a while. Liu Bei froze, his gaze darting around before finally settling on Lu Jin. When he noticed the bronze seal and black sash at Lu Jin's waist, he was stunned. He hadn't imagined that this man was the very same Lu Sima had met in the past. For a moment, Liu Bei felt the world spin around him. As if struck by a bolt of lightning, everything seemed to tremble. In just 2 short months, Lu Jin had risen to the rank of Sima, commanding 1,000 sure, while he himself was still selling straw sandals in the city, struggling for a few copper coins. The gap between them had widened in an instant. Forcing a stiff smile, Liu Bei managed to say, so it's you, Winnie. I never thought we'd meet again, and to find you have become a Sima. Congratulations. Lu Jin could easily see the envy in Liu Bei's eyes, despite the sincerity in his words, and he found it amusing. Liu Bei's flattery sounded genuine, but his gaze revealed a deep jealousy. Still, Lu Jin didn't mind. After all, they were little more than acquaintances. He knew that Liu Bei was just a sandal seller in the city, and whether he'd ever make something of himself was still uncertain. Even if Liu Bei became a threat, the tide of history would continue along its own path. In turbulent times, it is often heroes who shape chaos, not the other way around. Lu Jin mused that, aside from Liu Bei, nothing much had changed. History was still unfolding as it should. After a moment, a hint of resolve flashed in Lu Jin's eyes. He decided to keep Liu Bei in Zhou County for now, just in case he became a problem later. He smiled and said, "Brother Xuanda, I see you've brought gifts as well. Why not come inside with me to pay respects to the governor? I can introduce you, perhaps help you find a way forward." Liu Bei was momentarily stunned, but then a glimmer of hope lit up his eyes. His body trembled slightly. Lu Jin's offer was a lifeline. With his recommendation, Liu Bei might finally have a chance to rise above his current circumstances and even catch up to Lu Jin. Without hesitation, he replied, "Thank you, Brother Wenny." Lu Jin waved his hand with a relaxed smile. "In that case, let's go, Brother Xuanda." With that, he strode forward, followed closely by Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and the others. As Lu Jin passed Liu Bei, the two exchanged a glance. Lu Jin smiled, while Liu Bei managed a strained smile before lowering his head in silence. Liu Bei immediately turned to Liu Bei beside him, his face brimming with barely contained excitement. "Uncle, that man just now is my sworn brother Liu Jin, known as Liu Wenyuo, made his name in Zhou Commandery during the suppression of the Yellow Turban Rebellion." Liu Bei's beard quivered with delight, and a gleam of surprise lit up his eyes. "I never expected Xuanda to have such a loyal brother. Truly, you are the pride of our Liu family from Lusang Villa, Qilin child destined for greatness. Xuanda, make the most of this banquet. Earn the prefect's favor and restore the honor of our lineage descended from King Jing of Zhongshan." Liu Bei nodded solemnly, and, after bidding farewell to the others, strode confidently into the official residence. No sooner had he stepped inside than a neatly dressed guard hurried over, bowed, and said, "Sima Liu, please follow me. He'll show you the way." Lu Jin gave a slight nod, and, accompanied by his entourage and a hastening Liu Bei, followed the guard through the Grand Prefect's mansion. The newcomers couldn't help but look around in awe at the splendid bamboo pavilions, elegant gardens, and refined fish ponds, a display of opulence that left these men from the countryside quietly astonished. When they reached the entrance to the main hall, a dozen guards stood at attention. One stepped forward and said, "Sima Liu, according to protocol, we must ask you to surrender your sword. We hope you understand." Lu Jin had anticipated this. Most of the guests were high-ranking officials, and the newly appointed Lord Wen Shu was present, so precautions were only natural. The group removed their swords and proceeded into the hall. Inside, the banquet was already in full swing, with guests filling the room. When Lu Jin entered, dressed in brocade robes, and wearing a bronze seal with a black sash at his waist, he immediately drew everyone's attention. A position of rank worth 1,000 bushels. To have been promoted so swiftly after a single victory promised a bright future. Many officials stood up, smiling and congratulating him. "Congratulations on your promotion, Sima Liu." Lu Jin returned their greetings with a warm smile and composed manners, his poise revealing his experience in official circles. Just then, a voice called out from the head of the hall, "Lu Chong. Nephew, come sit by your uncle." Lu Jin went over and took a seat beside Lu Chong, who stroked his beard and smiled. "Nephew, congratulations on your promotion to Sima of 1,000 households." "You flatter me, uncle," Lu Jin replied modestly. "I owe today's position entirely to your recommendation. I will never forget such kindness." Lu Chong laughed heartily. "You're too modest. Gold will always shine without my help. You'd have made your mark on your own." As they spoke, officials continued to approach, eager to greet Lu Jin with genuine warmth and respect. Liu Bei, sitting nearby, watched enviously as Lu Jin stood among the crowd like a moon surrounded by stars. In just a few months, Lu Jin had undergone such a tremendous transformation, rising like a dragon soaring through the clouds. Liu Bei's hands clenched tightly within his sleeves as determination gleamed in his eyes. He silently vowed to become someone like Lu Jin, or even surpass him. As the guests were chatting, a loud voice announced from outside, "The Marquis has arrived." The conversations in the hall ceased immediately, and all eyes turned toward the entrance. When Shu entered slowly, escorted by his attendants. He wore an elegant robe with a golden seal and purple ribbon gleaming at his waist, his face beaming with a bright smile. The guests rose and clasped their hands in respect. "Congratulations on your appointment as Marquis, Governor." When Shu smiled warmly and gestured to everyone, "Please, no formalities. You are all my dear friends here today. Let us simply enjoy the feast and wine." He then took his seat at the head of the hall, with several officials seated on either side. Among them was County Commander Zhang Qian, who, though not appointed as a Marquis, still wore a radiant smile. His silver seal and green ribbon indicated his appointment as a prefect by the imperial court. Lu Jin wasn't surprised. It was natural for the two leading figures of the county to share the credit for their achievements. Still, he couldn't help feeling a touch of envy, as both men had now become high-ranking officials. After everyone was seated, Wen Shu turned to Liu Jin with enthusiasm. Winnie, you're our county's hero. You shouldn't be sitting there, come. Take the seat next to me. Liu Jin accepted the offer and moved to sit below Wen Shu. Across from him sat Zhang Qian, who offered a kind smile filled with gratitude. The banquet began in earnest. Carefully selected dancers in silk gowns performed gracefully, while young maidens played melodious music on their instruments. The atmosphere grew lively as guests conversed and toasted one another, with occasional bursts of hearty laughter. The honored guests at the head table frequently exchanged drinks, their faces bright with joy. After several cups of wine, Wen Shu turned to Liu Jin and asked gently, Winnie, I heard from the palace attendant that you've received imperial orders to lead your troops to Ji province and join Lord Liu in suppressing the Yellow Turban rebels? Liu Jin set down his cup, his expression turning serious. Indeed. The court has ordered me to rest my troops in Zhuo Commandery for a few days before heading to Ji province under Lord Liu's command. Wen Shu's brow furrowed with concern. Winnie, I've heard the battlefield in Ji province is no simple matter. The rebel leaders, the Zhang brothers Jiao, Bao, and Liang command hundreds of thousands of troops and have swept through several commanderies, forcing local governors to flee. Please be careful when you lead your troops there. I'm waiting to hear good news from you, so we can celebrate your victory here in Zhuo. Touched by this show of concern, Liu Jin smiled gratefully and said, Thank you for your kind words, my lord. I will remember them always. Wen Shu nodded in response, his gaze fixed on Liu Jin. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, Winnie, you fought bravely outside the city, defeating tens of thousands of enemies. Not only did you resolve the crisis in Zhuojuan, but you also made it possible for me to be granted a noble title. All of this is thanks to your efforts. Wen Shu's voice was firm and clear. At present, there are only a little over 1,000 troops stationed outside the city, which would make it difficult to achieve much on the battlefield in Jizhou. Therefore, I have arranged for another 1,000 men from the commandery to be placed under your command. As for the appointments below the rank of military officer, you may choose whomever you see fit. Consider this a small gesture from me as a newly appointed marquis. Liu Jin was overjoyed when he heard this. He thought to himself that Wen Shu's support was truly a timely help. With only 1,000 soldiers, he would have struggled to stand out among Commander Liu's tens of thousands in Jizhou. Now, with his forces doubled, he could at least establish some authority within the army and perhaps even seize the opportunity to earn more merit. He picked up his cup from the table, cupped his hands in a salute, his eyes shining with excitement. Thank you, my lord, for your support. If ever you need my service in the future, just give the order, I will obey without hesitation. With that, he drained his cup in a single gulp as a sign of respect. Wen Shu burst out laughing at this, clearly pleased. He thought to himself that his support for Liu Jin was not without reason, saw great potential in this young officer. In these turbulent times, if Liu Jin could distinguish himself in Jizhou, he might one day be granted a noble title or even rise above him. Rather than wait to form a connection later, it was better to invest in him now. Watching from across the table, Zhang Qian quickly understood Wen Shu's intentions. As a seasoned official, he knew that anyone worthy of Wen Shu's support was certainly no ordinary person. Winnie, Zhang Qian said with a warm smile. Since our lord has been so generous, I, who owe my own position to your assistance, cannot fall behind. The open plains of Jizhou are perfect for cavalry maneuvers. I would like to contribute funds to purchase 500 warhorses for you, to help you form a cavalry unit. I hope you'll make your mark in Jizhou. Liu Jin was stunned by this offer, his joy growing even greater. 500 warhorses were both valuable and difficult to acquire. He understood that these two high-ranking officials were investing in him because they believed in his future and hoped for a return on their support. Their generosity and trust were the highest recognition of his abilities. With determination in his eyes, Liu Jin raised his cup, nodded slightly to Zhang Qian across the table, and drained it in one gulp. He spoke loudly. Thank you both for your immense kindness. I, Liu Jin, will never forget this favor. If you ever need anything in the future, just say the word. Wen Shu and Zhang Qian exchanged a satisfied smile and nodded in approval. After spending time with Liu Jin, they had grown to admire his humility and respectful demeanor. He was neither arrogant nor impatient, and most importantly, he knew how to show gratitude. Unlike those who forget their benefactors after rising to power, Liu Jin's loyalty put their minds at ease about investing in him. Even if their support ended up being in vain, it didn't matter much, they had already gained plenty, with one now a marquis and the other serving as prefect. Liu Jin hadn't forgotten to recommend Liu Bei, though his intentions weren't entirely selfless. He arranged a minor official post for Liu Bei in Zhuo Commandery, keeping him close and preventing him from rising too quickly. This move allowed Liu Jin to build a reputation among the Liu clan for supporting his kin, while also ensuring Liu Bei owed him a favor. No matter what happened in the future, Liu Bei would always remember this kindness. Otherwise, he would be seen as untrustworthy, making it hard for him to go far. As the banquet drew to a close, Lu Jin's cheeks were flushed from drinking. Pleased with the generous support had received, he drank heartily. After bidding farewell to Wen Shu and Zhang Qian, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei quickly stepped forward to help him out of the prefect's residence and into a carriage bound for the army camp outside the city. As for Liu Bei, Lu Jin had instructed him to wait at home for an official's notice. Hearing this, Liu Bei was delighted, thinking that befriending Lu Jin had indeed paid off, and that he could count on him for help. Grateful, Liu Bei quietly resolved to repay the favor in the future if needed. The next morning, outside the army camp near Zhou Commandery, Lu Jin stretched lazily in front of his tent. Bathed in the warm sunlight, he couldn't help but smile. Everything was moving in the right direction. At that moment, Zhao Ergu hurried over and reported anxiously, "Boss, the 1,000 troops that the prefect promised you have arrived. They're waiting outside the camp for you to take command." Lu Jin was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected Wen Shu to deliver the troops so quickly. It seemed had been prepared all along. Grateful, Lu Jin wasted no time and set out with his guards and Zhao Ergu. As he left the camp, Lu Jin was surprised to see Wei Yu leading the group. Wei Yu offered a wry smile, but respectfully cupped his hands and greeted him, reporting to Commander Lu. Lu Jin was puzzled by this title. Had the prefect reassigned Wei Yu to him? After all, Wei Yu had earned some merit leading troops into battle outside the city. With a bit of support, he should at least have been promoted to army commandant. Noticing the bronze seal and yellow ribbon at Wei Yu's waist, Lu Jin realized Wei Yu hadn't been promoted and was still serving as a military officer. With a warm smile, Lu Jin said gently, "It truly surprised me when the prefect assigned Yuan Cheng to serve under my command." Standing outside the tent, Wei Yu nodded stiffly, an awkward expression flickering across his usually resolute face. "When we first met, we were both junior officers, calling each other brothers. Now, with our roles as superior and subordinate, it was hard not to feel a mix of emotions." Thinking back to that battle, he had led 2,000 men in a brave assault on the enemy camp. Though it wasn't a major victory, he had risked his life for the cause. If someone in authority had put in a good word for him, that achievement might have earned him a promotion to commandant by now. Unfortunately, with no one willing to support him, even his merits had left him standing in place. Seeing the gloom on Wei Yu's face, Lu Jin strode forward and gave him a firm pat on the shoulder. "Brother Yuan Cheng, I don't know all the details, but I can guess the situation. Now that you're under my command, if you earn any merits in the future, I will make sure you're recognized. I won't let your achievements go unnoticed. That's something I, Lu Jin, would never do. You have my word." Wei Yu felt much better after hearing this. Though this was only their second meeting, Lu Jin's genuine generosity and the reputation he had for loyalty and camaraderie made Wei Yu admire him all the more. After a moment's silence, Wei Yu looked up and said, "General, to tell you the truth, it wasn't the prefect who reassigned me. I volunteered to follow you, hoping to go to Jizhou, quell the Yellow Turbans, and make a name for myself." This caught Lu Jin off guard. He had assumed Wei Yu had been sidelined in the commandery and sent here, not that he had come of his own accord. Knowing that such a renowned and talented officer had chosen to join him was more than he could have hoped for. Still, he didn't rush things just as with Han Dang before. He trusted that over time, his character would win people over. "Excellent." Lu Jin laughed heartily. "With Yuan Cheng by my side, it's as if I have 100,000 more troops. The Yellow Turbans don't stand a chance." Wei Yu blushed slightly at the praise. He knew it was an exaggeration, but it was clear Lu Jin valued him, and that warmed his heart. Lu Jin then gave orders. "Someone, prepare a banquet here in the main tent. Invite Yin Chong, Ida, Yi Gong, and Wu Xing. We must celebrate properly. Also, see that the 1,000 men Yuan Cheng brought with him are settled in and treated as equals. If anyone mistreats them, they'll answer to military law." With that, he took Wei Yu by the hand and led him into the camp. Zhao Ergu, observing all this, understood that his chief wanted to win over this formidable officer and hurried to make the necessary arrangements. Inside the command tent, Lu Jin sat at the head, with his officers on either side. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Han Dang, and the others studied Wei Yu, remembering his valor in the recent battle outside the city. When the food and wine were ready, Lu Jin raised his cup. "You all know Wei Yu, so I won't say more. He's now one of us, and will fight alongside us against the Yellow Turbans. I expect everyone to treat him as an equal. If anyone tries to bully him, don't blame me for being harsh." Zhang Fei grinned broadly, his bold spirit filling the room. "Ha ha, don't worry, big brother. Once you're in the army, you're all my brothers. I'd never let anyone be bullied." As he spoke, he glanced slyly at Wei Yu, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "But when it comes to drinking, I'm not letting you off the hook. Tonight, I'm going to make sure you're drunk." Han Dang chimed in from the side. "Yid's right, once you're in the army, you're brothers. But tonight, drinking is a tradition you can't avoid." Seeing the camaraderie and exuberance of those around him, Wei Yu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. These men were generals, yet there was no scheming or rivalry, only brotherhood. Straightening his back, he replied in a clear voice, "You think you can drink me under the table? Let's see if you're up to the challenge. When it comes to drinking, I've never been afraid of anyone. Without another word, Zhang Fei hoisted a wine jar and set it down heavily in front of Wei Yu. In that case, let's begin. I've been waiting for this. He tipped back his head and drank straight from the jar, his boldness on full display. Wei Yu was not to be outdone. Grabbing the wine jar, he drank just as fiercely. The two of them went head-to-head, neither willing to give an inch. At the head of the table, Lu Jin couldn't help but smile at the scene. Zhang Fei's exuberant nature was certainly the best way to liven up the troops. The other generals soon joined in, eating heartily and drinking in large bowls. The whole hall was soon buzzing with laughter and cheer. After several rounds of wine and dishes, Lu Jin looked around at the assembled officers and spoke solemnly. There are currently 2,500 soldiers in the army. We'll divide them into 5 Chu units, each led by a Junho who will command 500 men. At these words, everyone immediately put down their cups, their eyes full of anticipation. The position of Junho carried a salary of 600 sure and the privilege of wearing a bronze seal and yellow sasha mark of honor and status. Even the usually composed Guan Yu couldn't hide a spark of expectation in his eyes. Lu Jin continued. The first Chu will be led by Guan Yu, the second by Zhang Fei, the third by Han Dynasty, the fourth by Wei Yu, and the fifth by Wu Xing. Zhao Ergu will be in charge of logistics and scouting. His tone grew stern. From today forward, each of you must rigorously train your men. There can be no slacking. When we face the Yellow Turban rebels, we could be up against tens of thousands of enemies. If anyone falters in battle, I will not let it slide. The generals all rose to their feet and responded in unison. We will follow your orders, Commander. 3 days later, the 5 Chu units had been fully organized and began intensive training. 500 warhorses were delivered to the camp, not the finest quality, but serviceable. Lu Jin immediately selected skilled riders from among the troops to form a cavalry unit, also 500 strong, under Guan Yu's command. Their focus was on formation and charging tactics, with archery on horseback not yet required. Unless they were seasoned veterans who had trained for years, or nomadic horsemen from the grasslands, cavalry rarely possessed the skill to charge and shoot from horseback. Lu Jin understood this well, so for his newly formed cavalry, he could only enforce strict training, gradually improving their riding and archery skills step by step. As for advanced equipment like stirrups and saddles, he decided to hold off for now. After all, his cavalry numbers were still small, and if word leaked to the steppe tribes, the consequences could be disastrous. He organized his army into 4 infantry units and 1 cavalry unit, supported by militias responsible for transporting supplies, cooks, scouts, and other auxiliary personnel, bringing his total force to around 3,000 men. This army was well equipped, with many soldiers wearing armor and wielding superior weapons, making them far more formidable than ordinary government troops. Looking at his capable forces, Lu Jin felt a sense of reassurance. At least in these troubled times, he now had the power to protect himself. Several days later, on an official road in Jizhou, a disciplined column of troops was on the march. A large banner emblazoned with the character Lu fluttered above the army, declaring the identity of its commander. Clad in armor, Lu Jin rode at the head of the column on a tall horse, flanked by his officers. He glanced up to see the setting sun sinking behind the western hills, the sky already tinged with twilight. Turning to his personal guard, he ordered him to summon Zhao Ergu. Moments later, several riders galloped up, with Zhao Ergu reining in his horse before Lu Jin. Fourth brother, where's the army now? Is there a suitable place to camp? Lu Jin asked. Big brother, we've entered the territory of Zhongshan Commandery in Jizhou, Zhao Ergu replied. A few miles ahead, we'll exit the valley, and there's a clearing where we can make camp. If we press on, Wuji County is 30 miles farther. Setting up camp outside the city would be safer than staying in the forests. Hearing they had reached the borders of Wuji County, Lu Jin's interest was piqued. This was home to the wealthy Jin family, a local clan so rich they rivaled the state itself. Not only were they a prestigious family, but their immense fortune was legendary. Their youngest daughter, Zhenmi, was only a year old now, but would one day become Empress to Chao Pai, celebrated as the most beautiful woman of the Three Kingdoms era. Though he had no personal interest in an infant girl, Lu Jin was certainly interested in the Zhen family's vast resources. He remembered clearly that, in the future, Yuan Shao would gain their support through marriage, using their wealth to raise troops and eventually dominate 4 provinces, becoming the most powerful warlord in the north. Unfortunately, as a mere Sima with a stipend of 1,000 bushels, Lu Jin knew it was practically impossible to win the favor of such a prominent family. The Zhens were not only wealthy but held official positions. Even the governor of Zhongshan Commandery had to show them respect. It seemed he would first have to suppress the Yellow Turban Rebellion, make a name for himself, and rise in rank before attempting to approach the Jin family. After a moment's thought, Lu Jin gave the order, pass the word. We'll camp a few miles ahead. Make sure we clear this valley before nightfall. His guards immediately relayed the command, and the officers urged their troops to quicken the pace. 2 hours later, darkness had completely fallen. On a clearing outside the valley, rows of simple military tents were neatly arranged. Han soldiers patrolled the perimeter, weapons in hand, their eyes alert and watchful. Inside the camp, dozens of bonfires cast a warm orange glow, dispelling the night's chill as soldiers sat around them, speaking in hushed tones. Lu Jin sat by one of the fires, holding a piece of coarse, blackened flatbread in his hand. He took a bite, the rough texture scraping his throat. He frowned slightly, but made no complaint. Having such food to stave off hunger during a campaign was already a luxury. When a piece of bread became stuck in his throat, he tilted his head back and took a swig of water, washing it down. Once had eaten his fill, Lu Jin focused on the crude map in his hand, which showed the rivers, mountains, and main cities of Jizhou. According to the latest reports, most of Jizhou had fallen to the Yellow Turban Army. 6 counties, including Jiulu, Guangping, Anping, Hejian, Qinghe, and Bohai, had all been lost in succession. Only Zhongshan County, where they were stationed, was relatively stable, with no large bands of Yellow Turban rebels, just scattered groups of petty bandits. These scattered outlaws are nothing to worry about. Crossing Zhongshan County shouldn't be too difficult, Lu Jin calculated in his mind. His gaze moved across the map. The main Han force, led by Lu Ji, was camped in Weijun, locked in a standoff with the Yellow Turbans. To rendezvous with them, he would have to pass through either Jiulu County or Changshan County. Lu Jin shook his head. Jiulu was Zhang Jiao's stronghold, now firmly under Yellow Turban control. Passing through there meant a high risk of encirclement and certain death without reinforcements. We'll have to go through Changshan County. ITLL adds several days to our journey, but for the sake of safety, it's worth taking the longer route rather than risking disaster, Lu Jin decided. He prepared to get up and return to his tent to rest, knowing they had another long day of marching ahead. Just then, Zhao Ergu hurried over, his face lit with anxiety in the firelight. Brother. Zhao Ergu dropped to one knee, reporting urgently, we've just received word Wuji County, 20 li ahead, has been surrounded by thousands of Yellow Turban soldiers and has been under attack for several days. Lu Jin paused in surprise, then his expression relaxed. Jizhou had always been the most chaotic region during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, with countless rebel leaders. Wuji, as one of the wealthier towns in Zhongshan County, was rich in supplies and grain, making it a natural target for the rebels. Since we've come across them, we can't let this chance slip by. A sharp light flashed in Lu Jin's eyes. We have to pass through Wuji County on our way to Changshan, so this band of Yellow Turbans must be eliminated. Pass the order, summon Yun Chong, Ida, and the others for a council. Moments later, several figures approached the fire in quick strides. The firelight revealed Zhang Fei's dark, excited face as he bellowed, Big brother, Yellow Turban rebels ahead. I've been itching for a fight finally, a chance to take down some bandits. The same eager light shone in the eyes of Guan Yu, Han Dang, and Wei Yu. They all had only one thought in mind: to make their mark in battle. Now that they had encountered the Yellow Turbans, they were determined not to let a single enemy slip away. Lu Jin looked at the group's anxious faces and gave a silent smile. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to sit down by the fire, then began, you all know the situation. Wuji County, 20 li from here, is surrounded by Yellow Turban rebels. There are likely several thousand of them. I've called you here because I intend to wipe out this band of rebels. The generals nodded in agreement, quietly taking their seats and waiting for Lu Jin to continue. The firelight illuminated their faces, revealing expressions of determination and gravity. Lu Jin's voice was low but clear. If we push our horses, we can reach the outskirts of Wuji County in about 2 hours around the 4th watch, when the enemy will be at their weariest. I plan to attack under the cover of night, taking advantage of the Yellow Turbans' carelessness to crush them in one stroke. The longer we wait, the more likely their scouts will discover us and the enemy will escape. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Han Dang, Wei Yu, and the other commanders nodded in agreement. A night attack was the best option. The Yellow Turbans were just as hampered by the darkness as they were. If they could break through the enemy camp and sow chaos, the rebel forces would surely panic and collapse, unable to mount any real resistance. Seeing that his officers supported the plan, Lu Jin immediately began assigning tasks. According to our scouts, the Yellow Turbans' camp is set up just outside Wuji County. There's a small river to the south, the town to the north, woods to the east, and open ground to the west. The enemy has more scouts on the north and south sides, making them unsuitable for a night attack. We'll strike from the east, through the woods, and from the west, across the open ground, attacking from both sides. He turned to Guan Yu, his tone firm and clear. Yinchang, I'm putting you in charge of the western approach. Take 500 cavalry and charge the enemy camp, create confusion, and set the camp ablaze. They'll lead the rest of our troops through the eastern woods to strike directly and wipe them out. Does anyone have anything to add? The others shook their heads, indicating they had no objections. The plan was set. All that remained was to carry it out. The Yellow Turbans were nothing more than a ragtag force. With the advantage of a night raid, their defeat was all but certain. With everyone in agreement, Lu Jin ordered, go and rally the troops. Make sure we reach the outskirts of Wuji County by the 4th watch, ready to charge the rebels. The generals answered in unison, "Yes, sir." As the orders were given, the camp quickly stirred to life. The soldiers assembled in two columns, one led by Guan Yu, who took 500 cavalry around the mountains towards the west, and the other by Liu Jin himself, leading nearly 2,000 men southeast. A few hours later, Liu Jin and his forces arrived outside Wuji County. The tents of the Yellow Turban camp were visible through the thick woods, lit faintly by a few scattered torches. Some of the enemy soldiers were clearly on patrol. Seeing this, Han Dang frowned and said in a low voice, "My lord, these Yellow Turbans seem more capable than most. They patrol at night and even have some sense of military order, much better than the ones we faced in Yuzhou." Liu Jin nodded slightly, a cold glint in his eyes. "A night attack is still our best choice. The enemy may be better prepared, but they won't escape our assault." Liu Jin looked ahead with calm eyes, his tone steady and resolute. The Yellow Turban rebels in Jizhou have been fighting the government forces for months now. By this point, they've learned a thing or two about military tactics. If we continue to drag this out, and the rebels manage to hold out for another year or so, their strength will only grow. By then, it'll be much harder to defeat them in open battle. That's why we must strike swiftly and decisively. There can be no delay. The longer this drags on, the weaker the court's influence becomes, and the stronger the Yellow Turban rebels will get. The generals at his side nodded in agreement, showing no objections to his plan. As Liu Jin glanced at the darkening sky, he knew that Guan Yu's cavalry must have already reached the western flank and that all preparations were complete. He turned to the assembled officers and gave a clear, commanding order. "Each of you, lead your troops and follow me as we storm the enemy camp and wipe out the Yellow Turban rebels." The generals bowed in acknowledgement and immediately began to marshal their forces. Liu Jin swung himself onto his horse, gripped his broadsword, and issued his orders in a deep, commanding voice. "Attack. Zhang Fei, Han Dang, Wei Yu, Wu Xinji, each of you take 500 men and move through the forest to strike directly at the enemy camp." With the command given, hundreds of Han soldiers surged forward like tigers unleashed, swiftly cutting through the dense woods and charging straight at the enemy encampment. The Yellow Turban soldiers outside the camp were completely unprepared for an attack. As a dark wave of figures rushed toward them, panic and terror flashed across their faces. Before they could react, chaos erupted as they scattered in all directions. At that moment, over 100 arrows whistled through the night sky, slicing the air with sharp whoosh sounds. Several patrolling soldiers were struck down instantly, blood spraying as they collapsed with anguished cries. Inside the camp, the Yellow Turban rebels heard the alarm and rushed to grab their weapons, pouring out to meet the threat. But before they could even see the enemy, Zhang Fei charged forward like a fierce tiger descending from the mountains. Spear in hand, eyes blazing, he swept through the ranks with ferocious momentum. Several rebels didn't even have time to react before his spear pierced their chests and stomachs, blood gushing out in torrents. Zhang Fei showed no mercy, striking down foe after foe, with Han soldiers close behind him, slashing and hacking as they pressed the attack. The enemy quickly broke and fled in all directions. The Han army's assault soon broke through the rebel defenses and flooded into the camp. Scattered Yellow Turban soldiers were cut down before they could even grasp what was happening. Those who were still asleep were struck down in their tents, blood splattering everywhere, staining the canvas red and filling the camp with the stench of blood. Before dawn, the sounds of battle echoed without pause. Chaos reigned in the Yellow Turban camp. Many soldiers, jolted awake, scrambled to their feet only to find the Han army already upon them. Terror swept through them. Some were frozen in panic, while others screamed, "The Han army is here! The Han army is here!" Their voices, filled with despair and fear, echoed across the camp. Before long, the camp was left littered with bodies and filled with cries of pain. The Yellow Turban rebels' lines had been completely shattered. Many Yellow Turban commanders were jolted awake, trying desperately to rally their troops for a defense, but their orders never reached anyone. The entire camp was in utter chaos, filled only with terrified soldiers fleeing in panic and the sounds of desperate, anguished cries. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, many commanders had no choice but to join their men in a frantic retreat. As the Han army pressed the attack, they swept through the camp like an autumn wind scattering fallen leaves, unstoppable and fierce. Outside the western camp, Guan Yu, wielding his great saber, led 500 cavalrymen, charging forward without hesitation. The thunder of their galloping hooves shook the earth as they stormed into the camp, slashing down soldiers and trampling tents in their path. Those still asleep were crushed to death under the horses' hooves. Tents collapsed, blood spattered, and after the onslaught, the ground was littered with battered remains. The Yellow Turban soldiers inside the camp were gripped by terror at the sight of enemy cavalry, convinced that the main Han army had arrived. Panic spread, and no one dared to resist. They all fled in disarray. The camp was a scene of complete disorder, utterly incapable of mounting any defense. Inside the central command tent, a young Yellow Turban officer ran in panic, his voice preceding him. "Chief, something terrible has happened. The main Han force is upon us." The commander, Sui Gu, was shaken awake by the news, so alarmed he didn't even stop to dress before rushing outside. He saw flames rising around the camp, the air filled with shouts and the clash of weapons, while soldiers fled in every direction. His heart pounded with fear and anger as he roared, "What on earth is going on?" A yellow turban officer, face pale with terror, stammered, "Chief, we have to run. The Han army is here. If we don't leave now, we'll die here." Swegu refused to believe it, barking back, "Nonsense. Jizhou is our territory. How could the Han main force be here?" But the officer insisted, his voice trembling, "Chief, it's true. The attackers, even if cavalry, this must be the main Han army. There shouldn't be any cavalry in Zhongshan commandery otherwise." At the mention of cavalry, Sui Gus' last doubts vanished. His legs went weak and panic showed on his face as he stammered, "Quick, gather around me and help me escape." Just then, a furious shout rang out, "Villain, don't try to run." Guan Yu, leading over 100 cavalrymen, charged straight toward them, cutting down anyone who stood in his way. Through the glow of the flames, Guan Yu had already spotted the enemy commander who would not let him escape. Hearing the shout, Sui Gu shuddered, nearly falling to the ground. Ahead, he saw a burly man with a red face, riding a fine steed, charging toward him with a blood-stained saber. Terror filled Sui Gus' eyes as he cried out desperately, "Someone stop him! Protect me!" But those around him ignored his pleas, fleeing in terror as the cavalry bore down on them. Guan Yu pressed forward, his phoenix eyes blazing with fury. Twirling his saber in a brilliant arc, Sui Gu stood frozen in front of him, eyes wide and body trembling uncontrollably, rooted to the spot, lips quivering as if to beg for mercy. The sharp broadsword sliced through the air, giving Sui Gu no chance to beg for mercy. With a thunderous crash, the blade swept down, and Sui Gus' head flew off his shoulders. Terror filled his eyes in his final moments, and blood gushed from his headless body like a fountain before it collapsed to the ground. The severed head rolled a few times before finally coming to a stop. After beheading Sui Gu, Guan Yu immediately ordered his soldiers, "Collect this traitor's head." Without waiting for a response, he led his cavalry in a charge through the enemy camp, cutting down every yellow turban soldier in his path with his green dragon crescent blade. The Han troops rampaged through the camp like wolves among sheep. The terrified yellow turban soldiers, already demoralized, could barely put up any resistance and scattered in all directions. Gradually, the sounds of battle faded, and the Han army began rounding up prisoners and cleaning up the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the rear courtyard of the county office in Wuji, a panicked official rushed up and shouted at the door, "My lord, good news. There's fighting and shouting outside the city camp. Someone is attacking and killing the Yellow Turban rebels." The sleepless county magistrate of Wuji was startled by the news, his anxious face lighting up with joy. He quickly got up from his bed, opened the door, and asked eagerly, "Is this true?" The official nodded repeatedly, his voice trembling with excitement. "It's true. The camp outside the city is ablaze. There's constant shouting and killing, and you can even hear the thunder of hooves. My lord, perhaps you should take a look from the city wall." Overjoyed, the magistrate wondered if the imperial army had finally arrived. Where else could cavalry in Zhongshan commandery have come from? He immediately gave the order, "Men, follow me to the city wall." Surrounded by dozens of personal guards, the magistrate hurried up to the ramparts. The people already on the wall saluted him, "My lord." He waved them off, his gaze fixed on the blazing camp outside the city. Though the screams had begun to fade, his face was still filled with delight. Turning to a middle-aged man in a blue robe by his side, he asked urgently, "Brother Jingan, what exactly is happening outside? Has the imperial army arrived?" The man he spoke to was Zhang Yi, the head of the Zhen family in Wuji. As the leader of a prominent local clan, Zhang Yi had organized his family and local militia to defend the city when the Yellow Turban Rebellion broke out. Zhang Yi paused to consider, then replied cautiously, "My lord, it's still hard to say for certain. It's pitch black outside. All we can see are flames and hear screams. But one thing is clear: a cavalry force has launched a surprise attack on the rebel camp, and from what we can tell, the Yellow Turbans have likely been defeated." Hearing this, the magistrate finally felt the heavy worries that had plagued him for days begin to lift. His anxious heart was finally at ease. There were never many troops stationed in the city to begin with. If it weren't for the Zhan family local gentry who provided funds and supplies, recruited soldiers, and organized militias to defend the city, city walls would likely have fallen days ago. They were the reason the city had managed to hold out this long. Standing atop the city walls, Zhang Yi's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, the worry on his face slowly fading, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. As long as the Yellow Turban rebels outside were defeated, the Zhang family would suffer little harm, and their business would quickly recover. But if the rebels broke through, given their brutal reputation for pillage and slaughter, the Zhen family would face utter ruin. The magistrate of Wuji County was silent for a moment, a trace of hesitation flickering in his eyes, before he urgently asked, "Brother Jingan, Should we lead our troops out of the city to help? Zhang Yi immediately shook his head, his voice calm and resolute. Not for now, magistrate. It's dark, and we don't know what's really happening outside the walls. We're only guessing that the force attacking at night is friendly. If it turns out the Yellow Turbans are winning, and we rush out, we risk losing the city altogether. Even if it is a friendly victory out there, we still don't know who they are, whether they're government troops or another faction. For safety's sake, we should hold our position and send someone to investigate once it's light. If they're government soldiers, we can rest easy. The magistrate nodded in agreement, a relieved smile appearing on his face. Very well, we'll follow your advice. At dawn, we'll send people to check on the situation at the camp outside the city. On the battlefield, Liu Jin rode his black horse slowly forward, surrounded by his personal guards. The battle was over. The last of the resisting Yellow Turban soldiers had been cut down, and Han troops were clearing the field, burying the dead and securing the prisoners. At that moment, Guan Yu approached with a look of triumph, striding over with the soldiers around him. He bowed and said, "Big brother, the rebel leader Sui Gu has been killed." According to the prisoners, he was one of the 36 chiefs of the Yellow Turbans. Liu Jin's body tensed slightly atop his horse, and his face broke into a broad smile. He hadn't expected that the leader of these thousands of rebels would be a chief of such status. Killing a chief was a far greater achievement than defeating an ordinary Yellow Turban officer. These chiefs commanded real power, recruiting and leading their own forces, and were like independent warlords. If he reported this victory and had the right people supporting him, his own rank would surely rise. Beaming, Liu Jin praised him. "Yinchong, well done. You truly are my second brother, brave and fierce as a tiger." Guan Yu's thick beard couldn't hide his brilliant smile, and excitement shone in his eyes at his elder brother's praise. Soon after, Zhang Fei, Han Dynasty, Wei Yu, and others arrived, all smiling, though their armor was stained with blood. Liu Jin frowned at the sight and immediately asked, "Are any of you hurt?" They all shook their heads, saying the blood belonged to the Yellow Turban soldiers and that they themselves were unharmed. Only then did Liu Jin's concern ease, and the worry faded from his eyes. These officers were the foundation of his rise in these troubled times. She couldn't afford to lose any of them. In this era, even minor wounds could be fatal due to infection, with medicine scarce and treatment difficult, so he had to be especially cautious. The group chatted for a while, roughly tallying up the results of the battle. The outcome was clear. The Han army had suffered a few dozen casualties, killed over 2,000 Yellow Turban rebels, and captured nearly 5,000 more. The remaining enemies took advantage of the confusion and darkness to scatter and flee. As for spoils, they had seized around 3,000 shur of grain, more than 200,000 coins, and various miscellaneous items. Standing in front of a makeshift command tent, Liu Jin tapped his fingers lightly on the table, contemplating the significance of this victory. Although their opponents were little more than a ragtag mob, to destroy thousands in a night raid was a decisive win, enough to report back to the imperial court as a major achievement. The Yellow Turbans were simply desperate peasants driven to rebellion by hunger, so it was no surprise the spoils were modest. Distribute all the captured goods as rewards to the troops. Make sure the men are properly rewarded, Liu Jin ordered in a firm tone, his gaze sweeping over the assembled officers. His decision immediately sparked cheers throughout the camp. The soldiers' eyes shone with gratitude. Rather than keeping the spoils for himself, the general was sharing them with all. This gesture won their hearts, and every man looked at Liu Jin with growing admiration, willing to fight and achieve glory under his command. As the eastern sky began to brighten, Liu Jin instructed his personal guards, "Send someone into the city to inform the officials and the people that the Yellow Turban rebels have been wiped out. There's no need for further alarm." No sooner had he spoken than a faint cloud of dust appeared in the distance, and several dozen figures approached the camp. Leading the way was Zhao Ergu. "Brother, the county magistrate is here," Zhao Ergu called out loudly. Liu Jin looked ahead and saw a man in his 50s, with a weathered face, dressed in the official robes of a county magistrate. The bronze seal and black sash at his waist marked his rank. The magistrate of Wuji County approached with a beaming smile, clasping his hands in greeting. "I am Su Wan, magistrate of Wuji County." "Greetings, Sima Liu." Liu Jin hurried to return the courtesy. After all, they were both officials of similar rank. With a warm smile, he responded, "I am Liu Jin, Sima of the separate division, courtesy name Wen Yu. It's an honor to meet you." Su Wan stroked his beard, his eyes sizing up the young officer before him, handsome, broad-shouldered, and exuding an imposing presence. He truly looked the part of a formidable general. "Sima Liu, you're so young, yet you command an army and have brought peace to the region by crushing the Yellow Turban rebels. Truly, heroes rise from youth." Su Wan exclaimed, genuine admiration in his eyes. Liu Jin responded with a modest smile. "You flatter me, Magistrate Su. The empire is in crisis, with the Yellow Turbans causing chaos everywhere. As a son of the Han, and as a man, it is my duty to serve the country, restore order, and protect the people." Su Wan was visibly moved by these words and nodded repeatedly. "Well said. As citizens of Han, it's our duty to serve the nation and not let these bandits harm the people. He paused, then smiled and asked, Sima Lu, may I address you by your courtesy name? Lu Jin nodded politely. Of course, magistrate. You are my elder. It would be an honor. Su Wen laughed heartily at this. Then his expression turned solemn, and he spoke respectfully. Winnie, I must thank you for leading your troops to defeat the Yellow Turban rebels outside Wuji County and rescuing the tens of thousands of citizens inside the city. I am truly grateful, Su Wen said, bowing deeply to express his sincere appreciation. Lu Jin quickly stepped forward and gently stopped him, saying in a clear, confident voice, There's no need for such formality, my lord. As a loyal official of the court, it's my duty to suppress these bandits. I'm simply fulfilling my responsibilities. His tone carried the calm assurance and youthful confidence of a seasoned young commander. Seeing this, Su Wen didn't insist further. He had simply wanted to express his gratitude. Straightening up with a warm smile, he turned and gestured to the middle-aged man standing behind him. By the way, Winnie, let me introduce someone. This is Zhang Yi, courtesy named Jingyan, head of the Zhen family here in Wuji. The reason Wuji County managed to hold out for so long without falling to the Yellow Turbans is thanks to Jingyan, who organized his family members and recruited local militias to defend the city. Without his efforts, the people inside would have surely faced massacre. As soon as Su Wen finished speaking, Zhang Yi stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and greeted Lu Jin. It's an honor to meet you, Sima Lu. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. He hadn't expected the head of the Zhen family to be present in person. He observed the man before him, a man in his 40s, with strong features and a resolute expression. Though past his prime, it was clear he must have been quite handsome in his youth. Lu Jin thought to himself, no wonder he fathered Jin Fu, famed as the most beautiful woman of the Three Kingdoms era. With a polite smile, he replied, Brother Jingyan, there's no need for such courtesy. Zhang Yi nodded with a smile and stepped aside, his gaze thoughtfully lingering on Lu Jin. From their brief exchange, he could already tell that this young commander was calm, courteous, and nothing like the rough, unruly soldiers common in these turbulent times. To lead an army at such a young age was truly impressive. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su Wen suddenly asked, Winnie, may I ask what brings you and your troops to Wuji County this time? Lu Jin answered candidly, I am following imperial orders, leading my troops south from Zhua Commandery under the command of General Liu, who holds the imperial credentials. We happened to pass through Wuji County, and upon discovering the Yellow Turban unrest here, I acted to suppress them. Su Wen and Zhang Yi exchanged a knowing glance, their expressions clearing in sudden understanding. They had already suspected as much, and Lu Jin's explanation dispelled any remaining doubts. At the time, the Yellow Turban Rebellion was rampant across the Han Empire, with the rebels in Jizhou being particularly notorious, seizing cities and spreading chaos throughout most of Hebei. The court had dispatched Lu Ji with elite troops to quell the uprising, and all local officials and influential families in Jizhou were well aware of this. With the court drawing reinforcements from various commanderies, it made perfect sense for Lu Jin and his forces to pass through here. After a moment's thought, Su Wen smiled and suggested, Winnie, you saved tens of thousands of lives by defeating the Yellow Turbans. No matter what, we must thank you properly. Tonight, I've arranged a banquet in the city, and I hope you'll do us the honor of joining us. Zhang Yi, standing beside him, also smiled and added warmly, Indeed, Sima Lu, we owe you a great debt for your timely help. You saved my family from heavy losses. Please honor us with your presence, and allow my family to properly express our gratitude as hosts. Lu Jin was quietly delighted by their invitation and did not hesitate for a moment. He was eager to establish a good relationship with the Jin family, perhaps even win their support for the future. With a nod, he replied, Thank you both for your kind invitation. It would be rude of me to refuse such hospitality. The group exchanged smiles and chatted casually for a while before County Magistrate Su Wen and Zhang Yi left the military camp outside the city, returning to town by carriage. Lu Jin remained with the troops, continuing to deal with the aftermath of the battle, counting the spoils, caring for the wounded, and managing the prisoners. As the carriage rolled slowly along the dusty official road, Zhang Yi gazed out the window at the receding camp and then turned to Su Wen with admiration. Lord Su, Lu Jin truly is a remarkable hero. He's still so young, yet already serves as a Sima of a separate command. In this recent battle outside the city, he slew thousands of enemies, a tremendous feat. I believe his future will be extraordinary. Su Wen sat upright beside him, stroking his beard and nodding, a look of approval in his eyes. I've heard a bit about him. Not long ago, news came from Zhua Commandery, a force of tens of thousands of Yellow Turban rebels attacked the city there, and it was said that Lu Jin led the troops to wipe them out, destroying their entire force. Thanks to that victory, the prefect of Zhua, Wen Shu, was ennobled, and even the commandant of the city was promoted to a 2,000 bushel official by the court. At this point, a hint of envy flickered in Su Wen's eyes. becoming a marquis. That's the position of a lord. Though he himself, as a 1,000 bushel magistrate, was already a high-ranking official in the eyes of the people, he knew that, in the company of the great noble families, he still didn't quite measure up. Even facing 2,000 bushel officials, he always felt cautious and uneasy. His lifelong dream was to reach that rank. If he could ever achieve it, he would have no regrets. Zhang Yi listened thoughtfully, his eyes shifting as he considered the situation. It was clear to him now that Liu Jin was a rare talent, brave, skilled in battle, and with a bright future ahead. If Liu Jin continued on this path, he might well become a famed general of the Han. Zhang Yi resolved to build a strong relationship with him while he was still rising. If Liu Jin's star ever soared, the Zhang family would surely benefit. Though the Zhang family was considered a prominent clan in Zhongshan Commandery, with business ventures spread throughout Hebei and wealth rivaling that of a small nation, the past decade had seen their fortunes wane. The family had produced no high-ranking officials in years, and their former glory had faded. If this continued, the Zhangs could lose their place among the noble families. Even with great wealth, they would become targets for envy and possibly disaster. As the head of the Zhen family, Zhang Yi knew he had to restore their status and keep them among the elite. Liu Jin, it seemed, was his opportunity. Dusk was falling as the county office lit up with lanterns, where a grand banquet had been prepared. Many of the city's noble families arrived in ornate carriages, eager to catch a glimpse of the hero who had defeated the Yellow Turban rebels and perhaps to forge ties with him. On the city streets, a dozen warhorses thundered by, their hooves startling passers-by. At their head rode Liu Jin, accompanied by the stern-faced Guan Yu and the bold, imposing Zhang Fei. Han Dang, Zhao Ergu, Wei Yu, and the others stayed behind at the camp to handle remaining affairs. When the group arrived at the county office, they saw a middle-aged man in a brocade robe waiting at the gate. Zhang Yi himself. As soon as he saw Liu Jin, he smiled and descended the stone steps, bowing in greeting. Sima Liu. Liu Jin grinned broadly, swung down from his horse, and strode forward. I didn't expect you to be here to welcome us, brother Jinggan. Zhang Yi returned the salute with humility. I am but a humble merchant, hardly worthy of your notice, Sima Liu. Liu Jin laughed heartily. You're too modest, brother Jinggan. Brother Jinggan, please don't misunderstand. The Zhen family is a respected local clan, and you are the head of your household. To have you personally greet me is truly an unexpected honor, Liu Jin said with a warm smile. Zhang Yi chuckled softly, a hint of meaning in his eyes. He could tell that Liu Jin bore him no ill will. In fact, Liu Jin seemed quite friendly, almost eager to build a good relationship. This was exactly what Zhang Yi wanted, and with mutual goodwill, it was only natural for their friendship to grow. The two men walked together toward the residence, followed closely by Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and the others. Their duty as guards was clear and unwavering to protect their leader and ensure nothing went wrong. Before long, they reached the main banquet hall, which was already packed with guests. Besides the prominent local families, many county officials were present, filling the entire hall. Su Wen sat at the head of the table. When he saw Zhang Yi and Liu Jin enter, he immediately stood up with a welcoming smile and called out, Winnie, come and take your seat. Liu Jin nodded slightly, a hint of a smile on his face, and walked side by side with Zhang Yi to the seats of honor before sitting down. All eyes in the hall turned toward Liu Jin, many guests offering flattering smiles. This young man, despite his age, already held a high-ranking post. Apart from the county magistrate, few could match his status. In these turbulent times, Liu Jin was not only a senior officer, but also a commander with real military power. His future was bright if he succeeded in defeating the Yellow Turban rebels and proved himself in battle. Titles and honors would surely follow. Even the most influential families in the room had to show him respect and try to win his favor. As everyone settled in, Su Wen raised his cup and looked around, saying with a smile, we are all safe today, and the threat outside the city has been dealt with thanks to Commander Liu's bravery and leadership. We all owe him our gratitude. With that, the guests stood up, lifted their cups, and said in unison, we thank Commander Liu for his invaluable assistance. Liu Jin smiled modestly and raised his cup. There's no need for such formality, everyone. The success against the Yellow Turbans was due to the efforts of all of you and the magistrate. It was by no means my achievement alone. The guests nodded in agreement, their smiles growing even warmer. They admired this young commander who was modest and courteous, calm and steady, clearly someone with the bearing of a great leader. His future seemed full of promise. Everyone drank together, and the hall buzzed with lively conversation and the clinking of cups. Stroking his beard, Su Wen smiled and said, Winnie, today I've discussed with the prominent families in the city, and we've decided to provide you with 3,000 shur of grain and 200,000 coins as a token of our gratitude for saving us. Liu Jin was pleased, though he kept his expression neutral. Wuji County truly lived up to its reputation as a wealthy place, generously offering such substantial support. This aid was crucial to him. As his army marched south, they desperately needed supplies. and this would allow him to continue toward Jizhou and join Lu Ji's forces. He clasped his hands and bowed slightly. Thank you for your generosity, magistrate. Su Wen waved his hand with a smile and lifted his cup. No need for thanks, Winnie. Come, let us all drink together. Lu Jin raised his cup and drank, maintaining his humble and polite demeanor. The atmosphere in the hall grew even more lively. Many local nobles and officials came forward to toast Lu Jin, eager to show their respect and build connections. It was clear that the focus of the banquet had shifted from Su Wen to Lu Jin. After all, as a high-ranking commander with real military power, Lu Jin was a figure of considerable influence in the entire county. The banquet soon drew to a close, and many guests gradually began to depart. Lu Jin stood up and, after a brief farewell to Su Wen, left the grand hall of the county magistrate's residence surrounded by Zhang Fei and Guan Yu, preparing to return to the military camp outside the city by carriage. At that moment, Zhang Yi hurried after him, wearing a warm, enthusiastic smile. Brother Winnie, it's already dark and the roads are difficult to travel. It might not be safe to return outside the city tonight. Why not stay at my house for the night? You can head back to the camp in the morning when it's safer. Won't that be better? Lu Jin understood that Zhang Yi wanted a chance for a more personal conversation. The two shared a deep bond and indeed needed some time to talk. Smiling, he replied, Brother Jingan, as a single man visiting your residence, I hope I won't be disturbing your family. Zhang Yi quickly waved his hand, his eyes full of sincerity. You needn't worry, Brother Winnie. You're an honored guest of the Jin family. Of course, you're more than welcome. There's no question of disturbing anyone. Seeing this, Lu Jin straightened up and replied earnestly. In that case, I will gratefully accept your hospitality. The two of them climbed into the carriage together, escorted by Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and the others, heading toward an elegant mansion deep within the city. The Zhang family, a powerful clan in Wuji County, owned not only a sprawling estate in the city, but also numerous villages and strongholds outside its walls. Their family members and servants were countless, and with all the tenant farmers and residents who relied on them, the Jin family accounted for nearly half the county's population. Not only in Wuji, but throughout Zhongshan Commandery, they were one of the most prominent families, with few rivals. The carriage soon rolled to a stop outside the Zhang residence. Several armed guards stood watch at the gate, eyeing the carriage with vigilance. As Zhang Yi and Lu Jin stepped out, the guards immediately straightened and bowed respectfully. Master, Zhang Yi waved them off and called out cheerfully. Tell the kitchen to prepare a fine meal with plenty of good wine and meat. I want to drink with Brother Winnie tonight. Turning to Lu Jin, he smiled politely. Brother Winnie, after you. Accompanied by Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, Lu Jin walked forward. Before them stood an imposing courtyard, surrounded by elegant ponds, rock gardens, and pavilions, with vibrant flowers everywhere, a clear display of wealth and grandeur. The front yard was brightly lit, and rows of servants and attendants lined up respectfully on either side. Lu Jin couldn't help but marvel to himself. No wonder the Jin family is known as the richest in Hebei. The sheer scale of this estate alone must have cost a fortune. Soon, they settled into the main hall. Zhang Yi did not take the seat of honor, but instead chose to sit beside Lu Jin. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei sat on either side as well. As high-ranking officials of the court, wearing their bronze seals and yellow sashes, they too were treated as honored guests by the Jin family. Before long, a lavish spread of food and wine was brought to the table. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Brother Winnie, gentlemen, I apologize for the simple fare tonight. Tomorrow I'll have the kitchen prepare a real feast to properly welcome you all. Lu Jin waved his hand with a laugh. You're too kind, Brother Jingan. The group raised their cups and drank together, chatting idly as they enjoyed the meal. After a few rounds of wine, Zhang Yi's cheeks grew slightly flushed, and with a drunken hiccup, he spoke up, his tone a bit tipsy. Winnie, to be honest, I must admit I have a bit of a selfish motive, Zhang Yi said, lifting his wine cup, his cheeks already tinged red from the drink. Lu Jin was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, Oh? What do you mean by that, Jing'an? Zhang Yi drained his cup and set it down, his eyes bright as he looked at Lu Jin. From the moment I first met you, I could tell you were extraordinarily confident, courageous, and destined for greatness. So before you rise to high office, I wanted to take this chance to befriend you. Jing'an, you give me too much credit, Lu Jin quickly protested, waving his hand. If you wish to befriend me, it is my honor. I felt a kinship with you from the start, and have wanted to call you a friend as well. Zhang Yi was delighted at this, laughing heartily. In that case, my only regret is that we met too late. If only we had crossed paths sooner, we would already be close friends. Not at all, Lu Jin said with a gentle smile, shaking his head. Meeting now is not too late. You're right, you're right. Zhang Yi laughed, patting his forehead. I've had too much to drink, me words are getting tangled. Please forgive me, Winnie. The two continued to drink together, their conversation growing warmer and their friendship deeper as the night wore on. By the time it was late, Lu Jin was so drunk he could barely walk, and had to be helped back to his room by Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. The next day, It was already late morning when Lu Jin finally woke in his elegantly furnished room. Rubbing his aching head, he got dressed and stepped outside, where he found Guan Yu and Zhang Fei waiting in the courtyard, both sporting obvious dark circles under their eyes. "Big brother," they called, hurrying over. "Thank you for looking after me last night." "Yin Chang." "Ida," Lu Jin said gently, noticing their tired faces. "You give us too much credit, brother. Taking care of you is our duty," they replied, shaking their heads. Just then, Guan Yu reminded him. "Zhan Yi sent word like to be informed when you've woken up." Lu Jin nodded and sent someone to pass along the message. As the three of them walked along the stone path, they encountered a young married woman. She wore a flowing blue gauze dress and was followed by two maids. Her skin was fair as jade, her eyebrows arched gracefully, and her eyes shone with intelligence. Her figure was elegant and charming, and her hair was styled in a married woman's bun. When she saw them, her gaze lingered briefly on Lu Jin before she offered a dignified bow. "I am Zhen Yu, Zhen Yi's younger sister." "Greetings, Sima Lu." Lu Jin caught a subtle fragrance as she approached, and quickly composed himself, returning the greeting. "So you are Lady Zhen." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhen Yu excused herself and left. Lu Jin and his companions entered the main hall, and had just taken a few sips of tea when Zhen Yi arrived, accompanied by his guards. "Wenny, did you sleep well last night?" Zhen Yi asked with a smile. "It was much more comfortable than the military camp," Lu Jin replied, setting down his cup and rising to greet him. "In that case, why not stay a few more days? We could have more time to talk. I'd love to share more drinks and conversation with you, Jingyan, but I've received orders from the court to march against the Yellow Turbans in Jizhou. We set out tomorrow. Once the rebellion is quelled, they'll return to continue our talks. I hope you understand." Zhen Yi smiled and nodded, making no effort to persuade him to stay. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled again and said, "Since you, Wenny, are heading south to campaign against the Yellow Turbans and build your reputation as your elder brother, I can't just stand by and watch. I've prepared 1,000,000 taels of gold for you. Please accept it as a token of my support in your campaign. It's a modest contribution, but I hope you won't refuse." Lu Jin was delighted to hear this, surprised by Zhen Yi's generosity. 1,000,000 taels of gold was no small sum. However, as he was marching south to fight the Yellow Turbans without a fixed base along the way, carrying such a vast amount of gold would only slow down the army. After a brief pause, a shrewd glint appeared in his eyes. Since the gold would be difficult to transport, it would be wiser to send it to Luoyang and entrust it to Grand General He Jin, perhaps seeking his support as well. With this in mind, Lu Jin smiled and looked up. "In that case, I sincerely thank you, Jingan. But bringing all this gold with me would be inconvenient on the march. I plan to send it to Luoyang and ask Grand General He Jin to handle it. Coincidentally, I recently defeated several thousand Yellow Turbans outside Wuji County and brought peace to the local people. I can present this as a merit, and hopefully, the Grand General will recognize my intentions and appoint me as a commandant. With an official title, they'll have more opportunities to earn wealth in the future, so there's no need to focus too much on immediate gain." Zhen Yi looked at him with approval and nodded. "It's admirable that you can see the bigger picture. This way, you not only handle the gold wisely, but also secure your future prospects. A perfect solution." Lu Jin accepted the gold and respectfully cupped his fists. "Thank you for your support, Jingan. I will never forget your kindness. If you ever need help, please let me know, and I'll do everything in my power to assist you." Zhen Yi stroked his beard and replied with a hearty laugh. "With your promise, I can rest easy." The two chatted a while longer in the hall before Lu Jin bid farewell, leaving the Zhen residence. Sunlight shone down on him as he departed, and Zhen Yi stood at the gate, watching him go. His eyes were filled with hope and anticipation, wishing that this investment would help Lu Jin achieve great things. While 1,000,000 taels of gold was nothing extraordinary for the Jin family, it was an unimaginable fortune for ordinary people. Back at the military camp outside the city, Lu Jin returned to his tent, took his seat, and looked at his trusted officers. "Let the troops rest for a day. Tomorrow at dawn, we'll break camp and head south to meet the Imperial Army in Zhao Commandery. As for the prisoners, leave them here for the magistrate of Wuji County to handle." The officers responded in unison, bowing. "Yes, Commander." Lu Jin paused for a moment, then turned to Zhao Ergu. "There's something important I need you to take care of. It may take quite a bit of time. Are you willing to handle it?" Without hesitation, Zhao Ergu thumped his chest and answered boldly, "Big brother, just give the word. They'll do whatever it takes." Seeing this, Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, I'll leave it to you." A solemn mood settled over the group. Everyone understood that the next steps would determine the outcome of the entire campaign, and every decision Lu Jin made would shape their future victory or defeat. "I want you to go to Luoyang and deliver this 1,000,000 coins to General He Jin. Tell him that I, Lu Jin, am willing to pledge my loyalty to him, and am even prepared to report this military achievement in hopes of securing a position as commandant," Lu Jin said in a low, steady voice, his eyes filled with determination and hope. "You know as well as I do that we come from humble backgrounds, with no one to rely on in the court. No matter how much merit we earn, without strong support, it's hard to climb any higher. Now that He has just taken office and lacks close confidants, this is the perfect opportunity for us to align ourselves with him. Zhao Ergu felt a chill in his heart as he listened, understanding his elder brother's intentions. A look of resolve appeared in his eyes, and he agreed at once. Don't worry, big brother. He'll make sure this gets done and help us establish a connection with the general. Liu Jin nodded, his sharp gaze sweeping over Zhao Ergu. Suddenly, he spoke. Now that you're a military officer in your own right, it's not appropriate to keep using the name Zhao Ergu. He paused for a moment before continuing. As your elder brother, let me give you a new name. Zhao Ergu's eyes lit up with joy. He quickly replied, Brother, I've wanted to change my name for a long time, but am not well educated. Please guide me. In that case, Liu Jin smiled. From now on, your name will be Zhao Tong, courtesy named Diho. Thank you, brother. From this day forward, I am Zhao Tong, courtesy named Diho. Zhao Tong bowed deeply, overwhelmed with gratitude. Liu Jin smiled and waved his hand. Good. Now get ready and head to Luoyang to take care of this. Once it's done, he'll be at ease. Zhao Tong quickly bowed again, then left to make preparations, mobilizing his most trusted men to escort the 1 million coins to Luoyang. A few days later, outside Yi City in Wei Commandery, the government army's massive camp stood like a mountain, completely surrounding the city. Inside the camp, Liu Ji, clad in armor and exuding determination, was discussing the next steps with his deputy, Zhong Yuan. Liu Ji studied the map in front of him for a moment, then spoke slowly. Boda, our army has besieged Yi City for several days now. The Yellow Turban rebels inside are terrified, their morale is crumbling, and their discipline is falling apart. I believe we'll be able to take the city in a few more days. Zhong Yuan nodded, a hint of a smile on his face. It's all thanks to your leadership, General. Ever since we entered Ji province, we've won victory after victory. The Yellow Turbans don't dare face us and have been fleeing at every turn. Liu Ji nodded slightly, quietly accepting the praise. His gaze shifted to a marked spot on the map. A new threat. Zhang Liang, one of the 3 main leaders of the Yellow Turbans, was leading 30,000 troops from Guangzhou, rushing to aid the besieged rebels in Yi City. His brow furrowed, and he spoke in a low voice. Boda, I'm confident we can take Yi City. But if Zhang Liang attacks our rear while we're storming the city, our army could be in real danger. What do you think we should do? Zhong Yuan paused, a look of calm determination in his eyes. He replied, General, I suggest sending a capable commander with several thousand troops to intercept Zhang Liang, ensuring he can't reinforce Yi City. That way, you can focus all your efforts on capturing the city and defeating the enemy in one stroke. Liu Ji nodded, clearly approving of the plan. As long as Zhang Liang could be held off, he wouldn't have to worry about threats from behind, and the siege could proceed smoothly. Zhong Yuan continued, General, I believe Gongsun Zan is the right man for the job. He's young, talented, experienced in fighting foreign tribes, and skilled in both strategy and combat. If you send him, he's sure to intercept Zhang Liang successfully. Liu Ji hesitated for a moment. Gongsun Zan was indeed his prized student, outstanding in both martial prowess and military strategy. If he sent him to block Zhang Liang, the mission would surely be accomplished. However, Gongsun Zan was only a junior officer, and giving him such an important task might upset the other commanders. Instead of enhancing his own reputation, it could cause misunderstandings in the army, or make people think he was showing favoritism. Liu Ji fell silent, then slowly shook his head, deciding not to send Gongsun Zan on this mission. After all, keeping him in camp could also help secure more credit for himself. Seeing the general's hesitation, Zhong Yuan sighed inwardly. Liu Ji was an outstanding commander, but his concern for reputation often made him miss opportunities. He was fair and benevolent, but sometimes this came at the cost of practical military advantage. Liu Ji suddenly looked to the other side of the map, his brows furrowed as he pointed to a marked spot. His voice was steady but laced with doubt. When was this mark added? Who commands these troops? Hearing this, one of his officers turned his gaze to the indicated spot, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. After a brief pause, he answered respectfully, General, this mark was just added. I was about to report to you. These troops are led by Liu Jin, courtesy name Guan Yu, currently serving as a deputy commander. He was summoned by the court and has led his men south from Zhuojuan, intending to join forces with our army. Upon hearing this, Liu Ji's frown deepened and his tone turned colder. Since he received orders from the court, and Zhuojuan is only a few hundred li away, he should have arrived in half a month. Our main force has been in Jizhou for over a month. Why has he only reached this point now? Is he moving sluggishly, or simply negligent? There was a hint of displeasure in his questioning. The officer grew somewhat tense and hurried to explain. General, you may not be aware when Liu Jin passed through Wuji County in Zhongshan Commandery, he encountered a group of Yellow Turban rebels. He immediately engaged them, killed one of their leaders, and wiped out several thousand of their men. This delayed his journey. The battle report just arrived, and I haven't had the chance to inform you yet. Liu Ji was taken aback, falling silent for a moment. A single unit managing to eliminate thousands of Yellow Turban rebels and slay a leader was no small feat, even leading the court's main army north. His own total victories added up to only a few thousand enemies defeated. Zhuoju and Lu Jin? Lu Ji murmured, his brows relaxing as if searching his memory. That name sounds familiar. After a moment's thought, his eyes lit up and he looked up, asking, is this the same Lu Jin who recently pacified tens of thousands of Yellow Turban rebels in Zhuojuan and was promoted to deputy commander by the court for his achievements? The officer nodded immediately. Exactly. After that battle, the prefect of Zhuojuan was even granted a marquisate by the court. Lu Ji nodded slightly, now having a clearer picture of Lu Jin. When he was appointed as an envoy general, he had heard of this victory. It was the first major triumph since the start of the Yellow Turban Rebellion and caused a sensation at court. The emperor was so pleased that nearly every official in Zhuojuan was promoted. In that case, this Guan Yu is indeed a courageous and capable man, Lu Ji remarked, a note of approval in his tone. The officer agreed. He is indeed quite talented. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to repeatedly defeat the Yellow Turban rebels. Lu Ji fell into thought, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Suddenly, he looked up and said, since Guan Yu and his troops are to the north, only about 100 li from here, why not order him to intercept Zhang Liang? Once I pacify Yeqing, I can lead the main force north to join him. What do you think? The officer hesitated, a trace of concern on his face. Ordering him to intercept Zhang Liang is possible, but I'm not sure if he can hold them off. If he's defeated, our situation could become precarious. Lu Ji waved his hand, his tone resolute. He only needs to hold them back for 10 days. There's no need to annihilate the enemy. If he can't even manage that, then Guan Yu's reputation is nothing but empty talk. Seeing that the general had made up his mind, the officer said no more and nodded in agreement. After all, Lu Ji was the commander in charge, while he himself was only a deputy, able to offer suggestions but not make final decisions. Without hesitation, Lu Ji waved his hand and gave the order. Send the message at once and pass down my command. If Lu Jin can hold off Zhang Liang's forces for 10 days, he will be credited for his achievement. But if he fails and lets Zhang Liang break through to Yi City, I will hold him accountable. Zhong Yuan cupped his fists and bowed respectfully, replying, yes, sir. Soon, the messenger sped northward with the order. 2 days later, Lu Jin led 3,000 troops into the border of Zhao Commandery, now only 100 li away from Lu Ji's main army. As night fell, the troops set up camp at the foot of a mountain, quickly pitching tents and preparing food. By the campfire, Lu Jin sat quietly, going over the intelligence his scouts had gathered. Lu Ji had led the imperial army north, winning victory after victory, forcing the Yellow Turban rebels into retreat and now laying siege to Yi City. Lu Jin wasn't particularly concerned by this news. Historically, Lu Ji's campaign against the Yellow Turban rebels had gone smoothly until he attacked Zhang Jiao's stronghold at Guangzhou, where he met stiff resistance, failed to capture the city, and was eventually dismissed by the court, ending up under arrest and sent to Luoyang. As for whether this was due to accusations from the eunuchs, Lu Jin couldn't be sure yet. Only the events at Guangzhou would reveal the truth. At this moment, Han Dang approached in haste, looking anxious. He cupped his fists and bowed, saying, my lord, General Lu Ji has sent an urgent order. With that, he handed over a sealed letter. Lu Jin was taken aback, hadn't even reached the front, and yet the order had arrived. He took the letter, read it carefully, and frowned. The message was clear. He was to lead his troops to intercept Zhang Liang's army for just 10 days. If he succeeded, he would be credited. If he failed, he would be held responsible. Without hesitation, Lu Jin ordered Han Dang, gather all the officers in camp. We need to discuss this. With that, he stood up and, surrounded by his guards, made his way to the temporary command tent. Shortly after, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Wei Yu, Wu Xing, Han Dang, and the others arrived and took their seats. Once everyone was present, Lu Jin got straight to the point, sharing the contents of the letter. At his words, the officers frowned, their displeasure clear. Zhang Fei immediately stood up and muttered, Lu Ji isn't so impressive after all, giving such a harsh order, asking Big Brother to hold off Zhang Liang's 30,000 troops. Even if we could manage that, demanding 10 days and threatening him if he fails, it's obvious he's holding a grudge and trying to suppress us. The others nodded in agreement, clearly feeling that Lu Ji was deliberately trying to curb their momentum and keep tighter control over the army. Lu Jin's expression remained calm as he listened. He understood the reasoning behind it. Lu Ji, as a general of the Imperial Guards, was right to act this way. The commander of an army must maintain firm control over his troops to prevent arrogance and insubordination. This order was less a task and more a test. If they succeeded, they would secure their standing in the army. If they failed, they might become an example to warn the other generals. The officers in the tent were still grumbling, but Lu Jin raised his hand to quiet them and said in a firm voice, enough with the complaints. The order has been given. Our priority is to get the job done. Right now, Our biggest challenge is how to deal with Zhang Liang's 30,000 troops. Hearing this, Zhang Fei, Han Dang, and the others suppressed their dissatisfaction and began to consider possible strategies. After a moment's thought, Guan Yu stood up and said, "Brother, according to our information, Zhang Liang's army is currently camped at Pingxiang County, just a few dozen miles away. If they want to reinforce the Yellow Turban forces at Yi City, they must pass through Baixiang County. We could fortify our position there and use the city's defenses to hold out for 10 days. It shouldn't be too difficult." The officers nodded in agreement, but Lu Jin had a different plan in mind. Purely defending was safe, but if they could destroy the Yellow Turban army, or even kill Zhang Liang, one of the three main leaders, it would be a tremendous achievement. His gaze fell on the map, and he suddenly pointed to a spot, asking, "What is this mountain range?" Guan Yu studied the map and replied, "That is Zhaopingshan. It lies between Pingxiang and Baixiang counties. It's a route they must take." As he spoke, a look of realization flashed in his eyes. Lu Jin's brows relaxed, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since it's on their only route, why not set an ambush there? We can take the back roads and avoid being spotted by the enemy. Zhang Liang would never expect us to be lying in wait. When his army passes through, we can attack from both sides and crush them in one decisive strike. With timing and terrain on our side, as long as our troops are determined, victory is within our grasp. What do you all think? His voice rang out loud and clear, echoing through the entire command tent. The generals couldn't help but breathe faster, their blood surging with excitement and anticipation. Just moments ago, everyone had assumed Lu Jin would simply carry out Lu Ji's defensive orders, but now it was clear intended to wipe out all 30,000 Yellow Turban rebels in one decisive strike. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Han Dang, and the others didn't hesitate. They all voiced their agreement enthusiastically. This is a sound plan. Seeing everyone united, Lu Jin allowed himself a faint smile. He wasn't acting recklessly. He was confident in the outcome of this battle. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were his greatest assets. History had shown that Liu Bei could maneuver a few hundred men through hundreds of thousands of Yellow Turban rebels in King's Hauno, with 3,000 seasoned soldiers under his command. What did he have to fear? These men had already been through fierce battles. They were no ordinary troops, but truly elite. Even more important was Guan Yu's 500 cavalry, a force that spelled doom for any infantry in their path. With the advantages of timing, terrain, and unity, facing a disorganized mob like the Yellow Turban rebels, there was no reason to doubt victory. If they couldn't win with such an edge, it would be nothing short of disgraceful. Besides, while Zhang Liang did have some elite troops, they numbered no more than 1,000 at best. The rest were just a ragtag force, hardly worth worrying about. If they could pull off this ambush, destroy the 30,000 rebels, and kill Zhang Liang, they would make a name for themselves across the land and secure great wealth and honor. Miss this chance, and they might never have another. But just then, Wei Yu in the tent seemed hesitant, his brows furrowed with concern. Lu Jin noticed and asked, "Yuan Sheng, do you see a flaw in this plan?" Wei Yu stood up, silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "General, your plan is not only sound, but I'm fully convinced by it. However, I do have some concerns." "If that's the case, why hesitate?" Lu Jin asked, puzzled. Everyone in the tent turned to Wei Yu, their eyes filled with questions. Wei Yu, seeing their anxious faces, gritted his teeth and finally voiced his worry. "General, Lu Gong's orders are to focus on defense and hold off Zhang Liang for 10 days. If we take the initiative and set an ambush but fail, the losses would be devastating. The enemy might even strike at our main force in the rear. If we fall, the situation in Jizhou will completely collapse. Even if we survive, the court will surely hold us responsible and make an example of us." Wei Yu's words cast a heavy shadow over the room. Everyone understood that if the ambush failed, their forces would be surrounded by the Yellow Turban rebels, with little hope of survival. Zhang Fei stepped forward angrily. "Wei Yu, what are you implying? Do you doubt my brother's plan, or are you just afraid to risk your life?" Guan Yu narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. "Since you joined the army, my brother has treated you well. You've always received your rewards first. Why show such cowardice now, Wei Yu? What's going through your mind?" Wei Yu's expression changed slightly, torn by inner conflict, but he spoke honestly. "It's not fear for myself, but concern for the general's safety. If we risk everything and the ambush fails, not only will we be wiped out, but the rear could also be attacked by the Yellow Turban rebels. The whole of Jizhou could collapse, and even if we survive, the court will hold us accountable." After he finished, the mood in the tent grew even heavier. Though Wei Yu's concerns held some truth, everyone knew that missing this opportunity could mean never rising again. Lu Jin took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and then spoke slowly. "Yuan Sheng, you're right. If we fail, the consequences will be dire and the risk is enormous. But have you considered what happens if we succeed? If we wipe out 30,000 enemies and kill Zhang Liang, our names will resound throughout the land, and glory and fortune will be within our grasp. We all come from humble beginnings. Our lives have never been worth much. If we don't seize this chance, we'll live out our days in obscurity, ending up as nameless corpses lost to history. With that, Lu Jin's gaze grew steely as he looked at Wei Yu. Yuan Shang, if you're not willing to take this risk, I won't force you. Upon hearing these words, Wei Yu's eyes immediately reddened. He dropped to his knees and declared in a loud, resolute voice, General, I am not the kind of man who fears death or clings to life. If you are determined to fight the enemy to the end, I will stand by your side. Even if I die on the battlefield, I will never retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, Han Dang, and the others all rose to their feet, cupped their fists, and declared in unison, we are willing to follow the general through life and death. Lu Jin looked around at the determined faces of his officers, his heart swelling with pride. In a deep voice, he said, Excellent. Since we are united in purpose, we will set out at once and make all haste to Zhaopingshan. This battle will be a fight to the bitter end. We must crush the 30,000 Yellow Turban rebels, take their leader's head, and make our army's name known. Anyone who retreats in the face of the enemy will be punished according to military law. Yes, sir. The officers responded in unison. The army sprang into action. Commanders quickly gathered their troops, and the camp was broken down overnight. With Lu Jin at the helm, 3,000 soldiers marched swiftly southward in an imposing column, their destination set for Zhaopingshan. After 2 days of forced marching, the troops reached the area around Zhaopingshan in Bushan County. Lu Jin chose a secluded spot at the foot of the mountain and ordered the army to set up camp. He personally climbed to the mountaintop to survey the terrain. Surrounded by steep mountains and rugged terrain, the area was ideal for an ambush. After careful inspection, he decided to lay an ambush in a nearby valley. Returning to the makeshift command tent, Lu Jin immediately summoned his officers and laid out his plan without preamble. Hida, Yuan Shang, you will each lead 1,000 troops to lie in wait on the left flank. Yigong, Wu Xing, you two will take 1,000 men to the right. Once the enemy enters the valley, use boulders to break up their formation, then unleash a volley of arrows. Yinshang, you'll command 500 cavalry hidden at the rear of the valley. When you hear the signal, circle around and attack from behind. I will personally lead 500 militia as the reserve force, ready to act as needed. The officers all agreed to the plan, and Lu Jin immediately gave the order to move out, sending scouts ahead to monitor Zhang Liang's army. A day later, a Yellow Turban force of 30,000 marched down the main road. At the center of the army flew a large yellow banner emblazoned with the character Zhang, its fabric adorned with elaborate patterns that gave it a solemn and imposing air. In the middle of the formation, a group of armored cavalry escorted a middle-aged man none other than Zhang Liang, the Yellow Turban leader. He wore a thin mustache, had a lean build, donned yellow robes, a yellow scarf wrapped around his head, and a sword at his waist as he led his troops forward. His outfit looked somewhat awkward and out of place. Although Zhang Liang had long since risen in rebellion, his attire still paled in comparison to that of the Han generals. Surrounded by his massive army, Zhang Liang stroked his mustache with confidence, his expression brimming with pride. Since the three brothers had started their uprising, each had gathered tens of thousands of troops under their command, sweeping through most of Jizhou. With the support of 36 local leaders, they had conquered various parts of the Han Empire, seizing control of half the country. The Yellow Turban forces were growing stronger by the day, so much so that even the imperial court was at a loss for how to deal with them. Despite the fact that the court had now dispatched a large army to suppress the rebellion, Zhang Liang remained unafraid. After all, the Yellow Turban soldiers in Jizhou vastly outnumbered the Han forces, giving them a clear advantage. As long as they held their ground within the city and avoided large-scale battles in open fields, not even the Han's elite troops could do much to them. The longer the stalemate dragged on, the more it would sap the morale of the Han army. When that time came, Zhang Liang was certain he could lead his hundreds of thousands of troops to surround and crush the enemy in one decisive move. The thought made him smirk coldly. He had already made up his mind. He would overthrow the Han Dynasty, drag the so-called emperor from his throne, help his elder brother ascend, pacify the people, and lead the land into prosperity and peace. As Zhang Liang was lost in thought, a minor leader galloped over on horseback, hooves pounding and dust rising in his wake. Reining in his horse, he cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. General, once we pass through this valley and travel another 10 miles, we'll reach Bushan County. Hearing this, Zhang Liang looked up at the rugged mountains ahead and glanced at the setting sun. After a brief moment of thought, he nodded and said, in that case, let's pick up the pace. We must reach Bushan County before nightfall to rest the troops and resupply. The Yellow Turban generals around him all bowed in agreement, and the army quickened its march, making its way along the narrow mountain path. The atmosphere among the troops was somewhat relaxed, and the soldiers weren't especially alert. After all, the surrounding counties were already under Yellow Turban control, and there was little fear of a sudden attack by government forces unless, of course, an enemy army appeared out of nowhere. Meanwhile, in the Zhaoping Valley, Lu Jin was lounging lazily beneath a tree, a large leaf shading his eyes as he basked in the sun. Suddenly, a scout rode up at full speed, stopped in a hurry, and reported respectfully, "General, a force of 20 to 30,000 men bearing Zhang's banners is approaching from several miles away." Upon hearing this, Liu Jin immediately tossed aside the leaf covering his eyes, a hint of excitement flashing across his face. At last, Zhang Liang's army had arrived. He sprang to his feet and gave urgent orders. "Pass down the word, get ready." The messengers quickly relayed his command. 2 hours later, Zhang Liang's 30,000 yellow turban soldiers finally appeared in the valley below, making their way slowly along the rough mountain road. Zhang Liang, riding at the front, looked confident as his officers gathered around him, entering the valley. But then, suddenly, a sharp whistling sound split the air. From the woods on both sides of the valley, a volley of arrows shot out, slicing through the air and plunging into the ranks below. In an instant, the sound of arrows striking flesh was followed by cries of pain as blood spattered and several yellow turban soldiers fell. Screams echoed as arrows rained down, plunging the formation into chaos. Zhang Liang, mounted on his horse, was startled by the sudden turn of events. Panic flashed across his face as he realized the situation was far beyond his expectations. The ambush from both sides of the valley had caught him completely off guard. What puzzled him even more was that his scouts had failed to detect any sign of government troops, and as far as he knew, Liu Ji and the imperial forces were still stationed in Yi City with no reports of any movement. Could these be heavenly soldiers and generals? Zhang Liang wondered to himself. Boulders came crashing down from the hillsides, and a hail of arrows rained from above. The soldiers in the front ranks fell one after another, and confusion quickly spread through the ranks. Seeing this, Zhang Liang immediately drew his sword and barked out orders to the nearby officers. "Hold the formation at once. Anyone who breaks ranks will be executed." The officers responded at once, riding back and forth to rally the troops. But the barrage of arrows from both sides only grew denser, with the whistling of arrows and the cries of the wounded filling the air. Blood gleamed harshly in the sunlight as more and more bodies fell. Even as the yellow turban officers scrambled to maintain order, their efforts had little effect. Most of the soldiers in this force had never faced a real battle. They were used to relying on sheer numbers to plunder and capture cities. Faced with this sudden ambush, panic overwhelmed them and their minds went blank. As they watched their comrades fall one after another, fear surged through the ranks. Abandoning all thoughts of formation, they turned and fled in disorder. There was no time for coordination between the front and rear troops. The entire formation collapsed like a levee washed away by floodwaters. Just then, the sound of horns and drums erupted from both sides of the valley. Whoa, boom, boom. Amid deafening battle cries, Han soldiers charged down the slopes, weapons raised. "Attack!" The Han troops' shouts echoed throughout the valley. The already disorganized Yellow Turban army completely lost their nerve, dropping their weapons and running for their lives. Zhang Fei, eyes blazing, swept through the enemy ranks with his spear like a dragon emerging from the sea, felling Yellow Turban soldiers wherever he passed. Han Dang, Wei Yu, and the other commanders led their men, cutting through the enemy like autumn wind through fallen leaves. Zhang Liang watched helplessly as the fleeing soldiers surged toward him, dragging the rest of his troops along. The situation was now utterly out of control. His eyes burned with murderous intent as he swung his blade, stabbing two nearby soldiers to death. Blood splattered across his face. Zhang Liang let out a desperate roar. "Pick up your weapons and keep fighting. Anyone who tries to run will be executed on the spot." But the soldiers around him had already lost their will to fight. They'd been thrown into chaos by the ambush, and after the Han army's charge from both sides of the valley, their morale was shattered. All they could think about was escaping. Zhang Liang's furious shouts barely registered as they dragged their fellow soldiers with them in a panicked retreat. Seeing this, Zhang Liang gritted his teeth, swinging his blade at the fleeing men in a futile attempt to rally them and mount a defense against the Han troops. At that moment, the officers' heads sent to maintain the formation came rushing back, their faces pale with terror. "General, we have to retreat," one of them shouted. "The Han army is upon us. Our lines are broken, and we can't hold them off. Our only chance is to escape the valley and regroup with any survivors. If we stay, it's certain death." Though furious, Zhang Liang knew survival came first. He spurred his horse hard, whipping it into a swift retreat. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei, Han Dang, and other Han commanders led their troops in relentless pursuit, cutting down the enemy like wheat before a scythe. The Yellow Turban forces scattered in chaos, desperate to flee the valley. Suddenly, the ground began to rumble. Some of the Yellow Turban soldiers looked ahead and saw a mass of cavalry kicking up clouds of dust, charging toward them with unstoppable momentum. As the enemy came into view, many soldiers' legs gave out, and terror filled their eyes. Screams broke out, "Run! It's the Han cavalry!" That single cry sent panic through the ranks. No one dared pick up their weapons. These men, already broken in spirit, thought only of escape. The idea of standing against the cavalry was as hopeless as throwing eggs at a rock. Guan Yu rode at the forefront on a black horse, his great blade gleaming in his hand, his cheeks flushed, and his eyes cold and fierce. Leading 500 cavalrymen, he charged forward, shouting kill, kill, kill. The echo of his voice thundered through the valley. The leading horsemen crashed into the Yellow Turban ranks, slashing left and right. Blood sprayed, bodies fell. Those who couldn't run fast enough were trampled underhoof, reduced to pulp in a matter of moments. Screams filled the air as what remained of the enemy scattered, any will to fight utterly gone. Watching from the rear, Liu Jin's face lit up with satisfaction. With the enemy trapped between two forces and Guan Yu's cavalry charging in, the 30,000-strong Yellow Turban army was collapsing, scattering in every direction, completely incapable of mounting any resistance. Without hesitation, Liu Jin called out to the 500 militia behind him, "Take up your weapons and charge with me. Cut down these Yellow Turban rebels." With that, he spurred his horse and led his men into the fray, joining Zhang Fei and the others in encircling the enemy. In the chaos, Zhang Liang had hoped to regroup his scattered troops outside the valley for another stand against the Han army. After all, he could see the enemy numbered no more than 5,000. But suddenly, the fleeing soldiers surged back toward him in terror, as if they'd run into a wild beast. Before he could react, the ground shook beneath his feet, and a wave of cavalry charged straight at him. Zhang Liang was utterly shocked by what he saw. The sudden appearance of the Han cavalry was beyond his comprehension. After all, the imperial army was supposed to be besieging Yi City, and his scouts had been closely monitoring their every move. How could cavalry have slipped through unnoticed and launched an attack here? As Zhang Liang struggled to make sense of the situation, a towering figure charged toward him. It was Guan Yu. He rode a magnificent steed, his green dragon crescent blade gleaming coldly in his hands. Wherever he passed, enemy soldiers fell, blood splattering in his wake. Guan Yu's sharp gaze quickly settled on a thin, middle-aged man surrounded by guards beneath the Zhang family banner. He instantly recognized Zhang Liang, one of the three infamous leaders of the Yellow Turbans. Zhang Liang is right ahead. After him, Guan Yu roared. The cavalry behind him surged forward with renewed vigor, knowing well the value of Zhang Liang's head. They spurred their horses onward, crashing into the enemy ranks and scattering them in all directions. Zhang Liang trembled at Guan Yu's shout, nearly falling from his horse. He knew capture meant certain death, so he hastily ordered his personal guards, voice trembling. "Quick, get me out of here." Over 100 loyal guards immediately formed a defensive circle, escorting Zhang Liang toward the rear of the valley. Guan Yu kept his eyes fixed on Zhang Liang's retreating figure, leading his cavalry in an unstoppable charge. He had long since put aside any thought of his own safety. At this moment, only one thought filled his mind. He must slay Zhang Liang and win unparalleled merit for his eldest brother, Liu Bei. In the blink of an eye, Guan Yu was just a few dozen paces behind Zhang Liang. His phoenix eyes flashed coldly as he swung his blade, cutting down any enemy who dared block his path. Seeing this, Zhang Liang panicked even more and shouted, "Stop him! Don't let him through." Dozens of loyal warriors threw themselves in Guan Yu's way, but his thunderous shout, "Stand in my way and die," sent a chill through their hearts. Guan Yu seemed like a god descended to earth. His blade swept through the enemy ranks, carving a bloody path. The remaining soldiers, terrified by his ferocity, broke and fled in all directions. Soaked in blood, Guan Yu finally caught up to Zhang Liang. He raised his blade high and called out coldly, "Die?" Zhang Liang shuddered at the icy voice behind him. As he turned, he saw Guan Yu's blood-stained figure and the blade descending toward him. His pupils widened in terror, his eyes filled with fear. In a flash of steel and a spray of blood, Zhang Liang's consciousness was forever frozen in that final moment. Filled with unwillingness, Zhang Liang met his end on the battlefield before realizing his grand ambition to assist his elder brother in establishing a powerful dynasty and overthrowing the corrupt Han regime. He fell from his horse, blood pouring from his wounds and quickly staining the ground beneath him. Lying in a pool of blood, all life left his body. Watching Zhang Liang's body collapse, Guan Yu felt a surge of joy. He had finally slain this formidable enemy, earning a great merit for his brother. Letting out a heavy breath, his whole body suddenly felt drained, exhaustion washing over him. After all, he had just fought his way through chaos and countless enemies. Even with his strength, such a battle had taken its toll. The surrounding Yellow Turban commanders were gripped by a mix of anger and fear upon seeing Zhang Liang fall. Some eyes flashed with ferocity as they gripped their weapons tightly and shouted coldly, "Zhang Liang is dead. Let's attack together and avenge him." Several of the rebel officers charged at Guan Yu, their blades raining down. Despite the onslaught, Guan Yu did not retreat. He brandished his long blade and fiercely engaged his attackers. Though his strength was nearly spent, his composure and skill allowed him to fend off each blow with ease. Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed from afar. "Second brother, I'm here." Zhang Fei, eyes blazing with fury, charged into the fray on a black horse, moving like a tiger descending from the mountains. His spear flashed like lightning, swiftly piercing through several rebels rushing at Guan Yu. Before they could react, their bodies were run through, blood spurting as they toppled to the ground, lifeless. Raising his spear high, Zhang Fei quickly cut down all the enemies surrounding Guan Yu, their bodies falling at his horse's hooves in a spray of blood. He turned to Guan Yu, concern written all over his face. "Second brother, are you all right?" Guan Yu shook his head slightly, a broad smile on his face, and said excitedly, "I'm fine, third brother. Zhang Liang is dead, his body is right here." Hearing this, Zhang Fei's eyes lit up with excitement. He glanced quickly at the corpse on the ground and nodded. "Good. Second brother, go and rest. Leave the rest of the battle to us." He motioned for several soldiers to guard Guan Yu carefully, then led his men in a renewed assault against the enemy. Wielding his spear, Zhang Fei shouted, "Zhang Liang is dead. Surrender, and you'll be spared. Resist, and you'll be shown no mercy." His thunderous voice sent shockwaves through the Yellow Turban ranks. Surrounded by Han forces, many rebels were already terrified. Hearing of Zhang Liang's death, they dropped their weapons and knelt, begging for their lives. As the sounds of battle gradually faded, the Han army quickly began rounding up the remaining prisoners. Lu Jin arrived with the militia and, upon learning that Guan Yu had slain Zhang Liang, was overjoyed. He truly deserves his reputation as one of the Han's greatest generals. Second brother managed to cut down an enemy commander amidst thousands. Incredible, he thought to himself. With Zhang Liang's head in hand, his path to promotion was all but assured. As long as he secured Zhang Liang's head, his chance to rise to the rank of tuthels and bushels was within reach. Lu Jin made his way toward Guan Yu, his voice ringing out before he even arrived. "Yinchang." Guan Yu, who had been resting nearby, broke into a smile at the sound of his elder brother's call. He immediately stood up and waved Lu Jin over. Surrounded by his personal guards, Lu Jin hurried over. When he noticed Guan Yu was covered in blood, his brows knitted in concern and a trace of panic flashed across his face. Still, he rushed to Guan Yu's side. Ignoring the blood that stained his own robe, he steadied Guan Yu with both hands and asked gently, "Yinchang, are you all right?" Guan Yu shook his head with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, brother. I'm fine." Hearing this, Lu Jin let out a sigh of relief, though his brows remained furrowed. He quickly turned to the guards behind him and ordered, "Send for the physician at once. Check Yunchang's injuries thoroughly, leave nothing overlooked." The guards hurried off to fetch the doctor, while Guan Yu gave a wry smile. "Brother, there's really no need to trouble everyone. I'm not hurt." Lu Jin guided Guan Yu to sit down nearby, smiling as he advised, "Second brother, don't think I'm meddling. In battle, even a small slip can lead to injury. If wounds aren't treated promptly, who can guarantee there won't be trouble? I promise to share wealth and honor with you all. How could I let anyone fall behind?" Guan Yu was deeply moved and nodded solemnly. His elder brother always put his brothers first, and it truly touched him. Before long, the physician arrived with the guards and began cleaning Guan Yu's wounds, checking for any other injuries. Though Guan Yu was strong and sturdy, the fierce fighting had left him with a few minor cuts, not life-threatening, but not without risk. The doctor quickly cleaned the wounds, applied herbal medicine, and bandaged them carefully to ensure there would be no further harm. Once the wounds were tended, Lu Jin finally relaxed. His gaze shifted to a corpse lying nearby. The body was thin and sallow, with a ring of yellow beard on its face. The man wore a yellow Taoist robe, now completely stained with blood. The wound at his neck had drained him of blood, leaving his face ashen. Even so, Lu Jin's eyes burned with excitement as he stared at the corpse of one of the Yellow Turban leaders. "Zhang Liang fell by my hand," Lu Jin thought to himself. "I may not earn a marquisate just yet, but I'm sure to be promoted to the rank of Erqianshi. If I can take the heads of Zhang Jiao and Zhang Bao as well, a marquis title will be within reach." As night deepened, the other officers arrived, their faces alight with excitement. The decisive victory had clearly lifted their spirits. 30,000 Yellow Turban rebels had been utterly wiped out. Seeing that it was getting late, Lu Jin considered for a moment, then turned to his officers and gave his orders. "Pass down my command. Clean up the battlefield, bury the dead, and guard the prisoners. We'll set up camp a few li ahead, and at dawn, we'll attack Boxiang County. We'll rest after that." The officers responded in unison, bowing before heading off to their respective duties. The large number of prisoners were led away by Han's soldiers and secured one by one. Although there were many of them, none of the captives dared to resist. After all, tens of thousands had been slaughtered, and those who survived had barely escaped with their lives. Now that they had laid down their weapons and surrendered, any attempt to fight back would only be courting death. As dusk settled, the sky grew darker. In the valley, military camps had been set up, and campfires burned in clusters, their orange glow driving away the chill of the night. After a simple meal, the soldiers gathered in small groups around the fires to keep warm, their weary faces illuminated by the flickering flames. Lu Jin sat upright before a larger campfire, surrounded by his generals as they arrived and took their seats. He glanced over the group and asked, "Do we have a report on the battle's outcome?" Han Dang immediately stepped forward and answered with a salute, "Reporting to you, my lord. We have made a preliminary count. Our army suffered just over 400 casualties, while we killed more than 4,000 Yellow Turban rebels and captured nearly 20,000. The remaining rebels took advantage of the chaos to flee. With our limited numbers, we were unable to pursue them." Liu Jin nodded slightly at the report. The results matched his expectations. The battle had been a sweeping victory. The Yellow Turban soldiers were completely overwhelmed, scattered, and routed a one-sided massacre. Those who fell in battle must be properly buried, Liu Jin ordered in a low voice. As for compensation for the families, make a full record first. We'll distribute it once the fighting is completely over. The generals all nodded in agreement, understanding the reasoning. Most of the soldiers came from Zhou Commandery, which was far away, and it would be difficult to disperse compensation immediately. It made sense to wait until affairs were settled. Liu Jin then turned to Han Dang and Zhang Fei beside him, his tone firm. "At dawn tomorrow, the two of you will each lead your troops to attack Boxiang County." "Yes, sir," they answered in unison, bowing to accept the order. With these matters settled, Liu Jin gazed into the dancing flames, lost in thought. Although they had won a decisive victory, he was weighing a critical decision. Should he report the achievement to the commanding General Liu Ji, or should he send a direct report to the Grand General's office under his own name as a subordinate officer? These two choices would lead to very different outcomes. If he reported to Liu Ji, much of the credit for the victory would go to him, and Liu Jin would have to remain in his shadow. If he reported directly to the Grand General's office, the credit for slaying Zhang Liang and defeating 30,000 Yellow Turban rebels would be his alone. But the latter choice would undoubtedly offend Liu Ji and challenge his authority. As a general of the household with imperial credentials, Liu Ji had the power to execute any official below the rank of 2,000 bushels. If angered, he could easily fabricate charges and have Liu Jin punished. Even if it didn't cost him his life, he would lose his standing in the army, and any future merit would likely be out of reach. There were already examples of such consequences. If he offended Liu Ji, he would surely be ostracized by the other generals. No one wanted a subordinate who reported achievements behind his commander's back, seeking personal glory at the expense of unity. The firelight cast shifting shadows across Liu Jin's face. After a long silence, he finally made up his mind to report first to Liu Ji. He would not risk his future in the army for a moment's gain. Besides, Liu Ji was a renowned Confucian scholar of the Han, a man of status and integrity. Even if he claimed a share of the credit, he would surely leave Liu Jin with a fair portion. Moreover, this victory alone would not be enough to earn a marquisate. It was better to act straightforwardly and win Liu Ji's favor. That way, Liu Jin would have priority for good assignments in the future. Having reached this conclusion, Liu Jin felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He was no longer blinded by immediate gain. He was just a Qianshi Sima, a minor official in the eyes of the imperial court, still dependent on the favor of others for survival. Liu Jin understood this well and resolved to present himself with poise and courtesy, building strong connections with military leaders and high-ranking officials to lay a solid foundation for his future. He immediately set about compiling the records of their victory, personally overseeing the beheading of Zhang Liang and ordering messengers to deliver the head to the military camp at Yecheng without delay. He also sent a detailed report of the battle to Liu Ji. As night deepened, the camp grew quiet, with weary soldiers drifting into sleep. After a brief discussion with the other commanders, Liu Jin returned to his quarters to rest. At dawn the next day, a cloud of dust rose outside the city of Boxiang. A contingent of over 1,000 troops, bearing banners marked with the character Liu, was advancing in force. At the front rode Zhang Fei and Han Dang side by side. After receiving orders the previous night, they had rested briefly before hurrying through the night to arrive here. Zhang Fei, gripping his long spear and mounted on a tall steed, narrowed his tiger-like eyes as he surveyed the unusually quiet city ahead. "Igong," he said to Han Dang, frowning, "why does this place look like a deserted city? Could it be a trap?" Han Dang also found it suspicious, studying the empty city walls where not a single yellow turban soldier could be seen. Just as the two men were exchanging uneasy glances, the city gates creaked open. A large crowd of civilians poured out, lining up respectfully on either side. A thin-faced official in a blue robe stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Li, clerk of the county, greets the generals." Zhang Fei was momentarily taken aback. "Where are the Yellow Turban rebels in the city?" Li quickly replied, reporting to the general, "There was a major battle 10 miles from here yesterday. The rebel leader Zhang Liang was slain, and once word spread, the Yellow Turban soldiers in the city panicked and fled during the night. I gathered the townsfolk to reclaim the city and have come to welcome the generals." Zhang Fei and Han Dang immediately understood. News of Zhang Liang's death and the destruction of 30,000 troops was enough to terrify any remaining Yellow Turban forces. Zhang Fei announced in a loud voice, "We are the Han army that defeated Zhang Liang yesterday. We plan to station our troops in the city, So please inform the people that there is no need for alarm. Li, having already guessed the identity of this force, bowed respectfully. I will notify the entire city at once. With the generals here, the Yellow Turban rebels will not dare approach. Zhang Fei nodded, then led his troops into the city, quickly securing all the key districts. He also sent messengers back to the main camp in the valley to inform Liu Bei that the city had been retaken and was ready for occupation. A few hours later, a mighty army escorted a large number of prisoners, advancing toward the city of Boxiang like an endless dragon. Lu Jin rode at the head of the column on a tall horse, surrounded by generals such as Guan Yu, moving forward at a steady pace. Upon entering the city, a scene of desolation and ruin unfolded before them. The streets were uneven and pitted, crumbling walls and broken remnants of buildings lay everywhere, and now and then, bodies could be seen amid the rubble of collapsed houses. Scattered townsfolk stood on the roadside, watching in silence as the army marched in. All around were clear traces of the Yellow Turban Army's passage. Lu Jin frowned deeply. These so-called Yellow Turban rebels, who claimed to bring peace to the people and restore order to the world, behaved worse than mere bandits. Wherever they went, they plundered everything, forcing civilians to join their ranks. They neither produced nor created, only destroyed. It was no wonder their million-strong force was wiped out by the imperial court in less than a year. Relying on decades of accumulated reputation, they incited the people to rebellion, but once these followers were left cold and starving, they realized life with the Yellow Turbans was even worse than before. Disillusioned, the people abandoned the rebels and scattered, losing all will to fight. Gazing at the empty city, Lu Jin turned to Guan Yu and gave his orders. Yinchang, imprison the captives inside the city. Give them one meal a day enough to keep them alive. Select the able-bodied men among them to reinforce our losses, and when Lord Liu arrives, hand the rest over to him for further disposition. Guan Yu agreed, recognizing that holding the prisoners within the city walls would make them easier to manage. With solid fortifications, the captives wouldn't dare act recklessly. Any attempt would be met with death. This would also help address the shortage of manpower. He immediately directed his subordinates to escort the 10,000 prisoners to the western part of the city for supervision. Lu Jin then made his way to the ruined government office. Though many of the beams hung precariously, he was not deterred and ordered his personal guards to tidy up the place for use as a temporary headquarters. At that moment, Zhang Fei and Han Dang hurried over, saluted, and reported. The Yellow Turban rebels had fled the city the previous day, leaving only the local official Li behind to keep order and organize the people to open the gates and welcome them. Lu Jin nodded thoughtfully. After the Yellow Turbans overran the city, most officials either fled or became commoners. For Li to step up in such a crisis and organize the townspeople showed he was a capable man. The name sounded familiar historically. Li had served under Han Fu and had advised him not to surrender Jizhou to Yuan Shao, though his counsel was ultimately ignored and he was killed for it. The fact that he dared offer such advice indicated he held a significant position. While not as renowned as the Hebei scholars Tian Feng or Zhu Shou, he was still a rare talent. At this thought, a confident smile appeared at the corner of Lu Jin's lips. Although Li was only a minor official with little rank, it was the perfect opportunity to bring him into his service. Looking around at the generals in the tent, Lu Jin noted that Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, Han Dang, and the others were all capable commanders in their own right. Even Wei Yu, after witnessing this battle, had become convinced of Lu Jin's abilities and was eager to join him. Yet, what Lu Jin lacked was a talented strategist to offer counsel. Turning his gaze to Zhang Fei, who stood nearby, Lu Jin spoke in a deep voice. Since this Li seems capable, invite him in. Zhang Fei accepted the order with a salute and quickly left. Moments later, a lean young man in a gray robe entered the tent at a measured pace. Upon seeing the bronze seal and black sash at Lu Jin's waist, the youth immediately realized that this was the very general who had just defeated 30,000 Yellow Turban rebels with only 3,000 troops and slain Zhang Liang. The thought that someone so young could achieve such a feat filled him with respect, certain that Lu Jin would soon rise to even greater heights. I am Li, courtesy name bowed. I pay my respects, General. Li clasped his hands together in a formal salute. Lu Jin studied the thin, long-bearded scholar standing before him and spoke with authority. Bowed, let me ask you. When Boxiang County was overrun by the Yellow Turbans, as an official, why did you not flee? Instead, you stayed in the city. Were you perhaps trying to defect to the enemy? Li's body trembled slightly, but he straightened his back and replied in a clear voice. General, you have misunderstood. I am a native of Boxiang. When the Yellow Turbans arrived, I urged the county magistrate to defend the city to the end, but he refused and abandoned his post. Left with no choice, I resigned and returned home, surviving the chaos with the little grain I had stored. Yesterday, news of your victory spread, and the rebels in the city fled in fear. Only then did I step forward to organize the people and restore order, awaiting your arrival. Lu Jin nodded slightly and continued. Since you resigned your post and returned to civilian life, why did you act as an official to reassure the people? Falsely claiming to represent the court is a capital offense. Li Li showed no fear. Instead, his resolve grew stronger. General, I am indeed guilty. But at that time, the city was overrun by thugs, and the people were helpless. I had no choice but to step forward and maintain order. If I must be punished, I accept whatever you see fit. With that, he knelt on one knee, his expression calm and composed. Seeing how this minor official could remain so steady in the presence of high-ranking officers, Liu Jin was impressed. He quickly stepped forward, helped Li Li up himself, and laughed heartily. Bode, you risked your life to calm the people in the city and maintain order. As the commandant, I appreciate your actions. Li Li was overjoyed when he heard T-Sit was exactly as he had guessed. Clearly, Liu Jin would not punish him for such a minor matter. However, Liu Jin's expression suddenly darkened. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as his voice thundered through the room. But you impersonated an official without authorization, which is a violation of Han law. As a court-appointed official, how could I allow you to act so recklessly? As soon as he finished speaking, soldiers on either side quickly stepped forward, approaching like fierce beasts, ready to drag Li Li out for execution. Hearing this, Li Li's face changed dramatically, his composure vanishing. Panicked, he blurted out, General, two had my reasons. Could you spare my life? Liu Jin looked at the flustered Li Li and allowed himself a cold smile, his tone softening slightly. Spare your life? That's not difficult. But from now on, you must serve in my army. What do you say? Relief washed over Li Li, and his face lit up with delight. So, Liu Jin hadn't intended to kill him at all, wanted to recruit him. With a wry smile, Li Li chided himself. If you want me, just say so. I'm no famous scholar. No need for such theatrics. Still, it didn't matter. After all, he had already resigned from office and was now just a commoner with a title, but no real position. To have caught Liu Jin's attention was a stroke of good fortune. Without hesitation, he clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. I am willing to follow General Liu and serve at your command. Liu Jin nodded, his smile growing even broader. Very well. From this moment, I appoint you as supervisor of military provisions. You will be responsible for managing the army's supply distribution. Li Li was overjoyed. He had expected a minor role, but this was a position of real responsibility. It showed that Liu Jin truly valued him. Perhaps he had even recognized Li Li's abilities from the start. Grateful, Li Li bowed deeply and declared, Thank you for your trust, General. I will do my utmost to fulfill your expectations. With a wave of his hand, Liu Jin signaled Zhang Fei to take Li Li away and help him get acquainted with the logistics of the army's supplies. Watching Li Li's departing figure, Liu Jin's smile lingered. Whether or not this was the famous Li Li from history, his actions just now had earned Liu Jin's trust and confidence. In the study of the Grand General's residence in Luoyang, He Jin sat alone at his desk, gripping a freshly delivered battle report. His brows were tightly furrowed, his eyes burning with anger and disappointment. The report stated that Zhu Jun, the left general of the army, had barely left Luoyang before his forces were ambushed and routed by Bo Kai, a Yellow Turban commander in Yingchuan Commandery. Such a miserable defeat infuriated He Jin. Zhu Jun really is useless, not an ounce of backbone. He Jin growled, slamming his palm on the desk with a sharp crack. His anger burned fiercely not only at Zhu Jun's blunder, but at the precarious situation he now faced. The Yellow Turban Rebellion was escalating, and the crisis was deepening. As Grand General, if he could not quell the chaos and maintain control of the military, even his own position was at risk. He knew that if news of the defeat reached the court, it would surely enrage the emperor, and his own standing would be shaken. Worse still, the eunuchs, noble families, and officials were all watching his every move, questioning why he deserved command of the imperial army. Having risen from humble beginnings as a butcher, He Jin was well aware of their contempt. Once again, He Jin slammed the desk, his fury threatening to overwhelm all reason. Though he felt some anger, he had no choice but to accept the situation. Thanks to his family connections, he had become Grand General, but as a newcomer to court, it was hardly surprising that few were willing to serve him. Naturally, as Grand General, he commanded little real authority. He Jin furrowed his brow, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. If he wanted to establish himself at court, he would need to build a circle of loyal followers. Only then could his residents command respect and avoid being dismissed by the eunuchs and old aristocratic families. The question was, where should he start? Although many sought to align themselves with the Grand General in name, not everyone was suitable. At the very least, he needed people from prominent families or renowned scholars of the day, those worthy of serving as his advisors. Such talents were hard to find. Most with any reputation had already pledged themselves elsewhere. Recruiting them would take significant effort. Just then, a respectful voice called out from outside the gates. Reporting to the Grand General, Sima Liu Jin from another department has sent a military dispatch. He Jin frowned slightly, annoyance flickering in his heart. A mere departmental Sima was a minor official, hardly worth his attention. Matters like this can be handled by my staff, He Jin said coldly, his voice laced with irritation. In the future, don't trouble me with any military reports from officials below the rank of 2,000 bushels. Do they think I have nothing better to do than listen to trivial nonsense? The official at the door trembled at these words, bowing his head in regret. He wished he hadn't accepted that young man's silver. He had thought such a trivial matter could easily be handled by the staff. He hadn't expected it to reach the Grand General directly and cause offense. He quickly bent over, preparing to leave at once, anxiety gnawing at him. But as He Jin sat in his study, the name Liu Jin suddenly stirred something in his memory. After a moment's thought, his eyes lit up in realization. Wasn't it Liu Jin who had led the defeat of tens of thousands of Yellow Turban rebels in Zhou Commandery recently? The emperor himself had praised him for it. He Jin's mind raced. That battle in Zhou Commandery was the first major victory since the Yellow Turban Rebellion began, and the emperor's appreciation for Liu Jin was clear. Now, with Liu Jin's name appearing again in a report, there was a good chance he had achieved fresh military success. If that was true, He Jin could win further imperial favor and strengthen his own position as Grand General. Wait! He Jin suddenly raised his voice. The official, expecting to be reprimanded, froze in fear and hurriedly turned back. What are your orders, Grand General? The Liu Jin you mentioned, is he the same Liu Jin from Zhou Commandery? He Jin asked, narrowing his eyes. Yes, Grand General, that's him. The report came from him, the official replied quickly. A flicker of excitement appeared in He Jin's eyes. She sensed an opportunity. Good. This Liu Jin is worth paying attention to, he thought. If Liu Jin truly had new achievements, it would not only win the emperor's favor, but also help solidify his own authority. Bring the report to me, He Jin ordered, his tone urgent. The official dared not delay any further. Bowing deeply, he quickly withdrew, feeling both relieved and nervous. Report the results immediately. What exactly is the outcome of the battle? The officials dared not delay and quickly submitted their report. General, Liu Jin was ordered to head south to support Liu Ji. While passing through Wuji County in Zhongshan Commandery, he was besieged by several thousand Yellow Turban rebels. After a fierce battle, Liu Jin successfully eliminated the enemy, killing thousands and slaying the rebel leader. He Jin, seated in his study, felt a surge of joy upon hearing the news. As expected, it was a victory report. Liu Jin, that young man, truly has some talent. Since the Yellow Turban Rebellion began, this is already the second major victory. Although the enemy numbered only a few thousand, to have killed their leader is no small feat. He Jin cleared his throat, his tone slow and steady. Bring me the record of this achievement, so I can report it to His Majesty. The door opened, and an official respectfully handed over the battle report before quietly withdrawing. He Jin took the report and read it carefully. Not only was Liu Jin's name listed, but it was also jointly signed by the local officials of Wuji County. The details couldn't be falsified, it was clearly authentic. After all, those local officials wouldn't dare risk forging military merits if discovered. The entire county administration would be in serious trouble. He Jin paused in thought, a hint of caution flashing through his mind. This young man has earned another merit, and with this report submitted, he's clearly seeking a promotion. At present, Liu Jin holds the rank of Biebu Sima. If he could be promoted to commandant, that would be a significant step up, though. It's barely a tuthal position, not everyone can attain it. Without a powerful patron, it would be difficult to rise any further on merit alone. Still, He Jin had his own plans. His influence at court was not strong, and if he wanted to secure his position, he needed to recruit talented civil and military officials to his side. Liu Jin seemed a promising candidate, already showing considerable military ability. If properly cultivated, he could become a valuable asset. The only drawback was that Liu Jin was still just a low-ranking Sima, with limited status. However, this recent achievement presented an opportunity. If He Jin intervened to help Liu Jin secure a commandant's post, it wouldn't be difficult. Once Liu Jin proved himself further, he could be promoted again, gradually becoming one of He Jin's trusted aides. He Jin nodded, having made up his mind. After court convened, he would report the matter and recommend Liu Jin for the position of commandant. As for whether Liu Jin would betray him, He Jin was not concerned. Those he promoted bore his mark. Even if they left his service, it would be hard for them to win the trust of other powerful figures. In the court, no one trusted a turncoat. A single act of betrayal could ruin one's reputation forever. Just then, a voice sounded from outside the door. General, the official who delivered the battle report has brought a gift of 1,000,000 coins, said to be a token of respect from Sima Liu. He also relayed that Sima Liu admires you as endlessly as the flowing river, as unstoppable as the flooding Yellow River, and swears to follow your lead for life, obeying your every command, never betraying your trust. He Jin was greatly pleased to hear this. Although 1,000,000 coins was no small sum even for him, as Grand General, he had countless means to raise money, so this amount hardly made a difference. What mattered most was Liu Jin's attitude. He had already shown his willingness to pledge loyalty and follow his lead. Given this, the young man was certainly worth cultivating and putting to good use. 2 days later, in Yi City, Wei Commandery, after days of fierce assault, the Han army finally breached the city's formidable defenses. Inside, the Yellow Turban rebels had either fallen to the sword or been bound and taken prisoner. Corpses lay scattered across the streets, blood pooling into rivulets that snaked along the stone roads. Han soldiers moved methodically through the aftermath, some dragging bodies away, others escorting captives. The scene was both orderly and brutally grim. Liu Bei, clad in iron armor and mounted on a tall warhorse, entered the city gate at the head of his officers. His gaze swept over the carnage, a flicker of pity in his eyes. With a sigh, he murmured, "It's a pity most were decent men, but chose to join the rebels, plunging the realm into chaos. In the end, both civilians and soldiers have paid a terrible price." Standing nearby, his deputy Zhang Yuan cast a cold glance over the devastation. He felt little sympathy for the fallen. In his eyes, anyone who sided with the rebels deserved their fate. Still, he kept these thoughts to himself. After all, Liu Bei was a renowned scholar whose reputation mattered. Unlike those who spent their lives on the battlefield, Liu Bei retained a measure of compassion, but only just. If he were truly soft-hearted, he would never have been entrusted with command of this army. After his moment of reflection, Liu Bei quickly regained his composure. As the imperial general in charge of tens of thousands, his foremost duty was to quell the Yellow Turban uprising in the north and live up to the trust of the court and the hopes of the people. Turning to his officers, he called out in a commanding voice, "Once inside, calm the people and maintain order. Anyone who dares to harm the citizens will be executed without mercy." The officers immediately bowed in acknowledgement. "Yes, sir." None dared take this order lightly. They all knew their commander despised soldiers who preyed on the people. Anyone caught would be executed on the spot. Liu Bei was about to spur his horse forward when a rider galloped toward him at full speed, the shout arriving even before the man did. "Report." Liu Bei pulled on the reins and looked in the direction of the voice. A messenger rode up, swung off his horse, and knelt on one knee. "General, a battle report from Sima Liu Jin." Liu Bei's eyebrows rose in surprise. He had assumed Liu Jin had been unable to withstand Zhang Liang's 30,000-strong army and was now asking for reinforcements. It was of little concern Yi City was already taken and the rebels inside subdued, freeing up his forces. If Zhang Liang dared to press south, Liu Bei was confident he could lead his army to a decisive victory. He signaled for his aide to bring the letter. Taking it, he read carefully. After a few lines, his body tensed, and a look of shock he could not hide spread across his face. The surrounding officers immediately sensed something was wrong. Anything that could shake the usually composed Liu Bei must be serious. Deputy Zhang Yuan, in particular, looked worried. Could it be that Sima Liu Jin failed to hold Zhang Liang's army, and now they're headed our way? Zhang Yuan wondered, his hand instinctively moving to his sword. If that's the case, it might not be wise. After all, Zhang Liang's army had only just captured Yi City, and their forces had yet to regroup. The troops were still in a relaxed state. If Zhang Liang's army were to launch a sudden attack, it would catch everyone off guard, and all their achievements so far might be lost in an instant. A look of anger flashed across Liu Bei's face, and deep down, he felt a strong sense of distrust toward this commander of humble origins. He thought to himself that if this man were tasked with holding off Zhang Liang's army for 10 days, he probably couldn't even last a single day. After reading the letter, Liu Bei let out a deep sigh, but a faint smile appeared on his face. He couldn't help but remark, "Truly, heroes emerge from the young. With someone like this, the Han Dynasty will surely thrive again." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding officers were stunned, clearly caught off guard, and filled with confusion. Was this some kind of victory? Otherwise, why would Liu Bei praise someone so highly? Everyone fixed their eyes on Liu Bei, eager to learn the letter's contents. Zhang Yuan, standing nearby, rubbed his hands together and couldn't help but smile. "General, could it be that good news has arrived?" Liu Bei nodded slightly, stroked his beard, and his expression softened as he spoke slowly. Liu Wenyi led his troops on a forced march of 100 li, set an ambush in the Xiaoping Valley, wiped out 10,000 Yellow Turban rebels, captured 20,000 more, and Zhang Liang's head has already been delivered. At these words, the surrounding officers all widened their eyes in shock. Zhang Liang, the Yellow Turban leader who had once shaken the entire court, had actually been slain on the battlefield. News that left everyone stunned. Liu Jin, who commanded only 3,000 men, had somehow managed to achieve a decisive victory against an enemy force of 30,000, and even succeeded in killing Zhang Liang himself. It was almost unbelievable. As the deputy general, Zhang Yuan opened his mouth, but was left speechless. He had thought that sending Liu Jin to stop Zhang Liang's 30,000-strong army was unrealistic. After all, their troops were little more than a disorderly rabble, hardly a match for the elite Han forces. Yet reality had delivered him a harsh lesson. Not only had Liu Jin not held them back, he had utterly destroyed the enemy and personally slain Zhang Liang. The officers fell silent for a long moment, then began whispering among themselves, deeply shaken by the outcome of the battle. The scale of the victory was astonishing: 30,000 enemies destroyed and Zhang Liang slain. Either achievement alone would be enough to make Liu Jin's name known far and wide. Now, with both feats combined, it was almost unimaginable. Clearly, Liu Jin would soon rise to a higher position, at least to the rank of 2,000 sure, and with support from above, he might even be granted a marquisate. Expressions on the officers' faces grew complicated. Some were envious, others jealous. Liu Ji noticed this and frowned inwardly, then spoke in a firm, commanding tone. This victory was won by Liu Jin and his men fighting with no thought of retreat, risking everything to defeat the enemy. If they had lost, the whole army would have perished on the battlefield. Not many would have chosen to take such a risk. So, Liu Jin's achievements are truly well-deserved. There's no need for you to be envious. As long as you serve the army loyally, fight bravely, and help wipe out the Yellow Turban rebels, the court will reward you in due course. As his words settled, the envy among the officers gradually faded, and calm returned to the group. Still, only they knew how they truly felt. Incidino outsider could discern it. Liu Ji gave his horsewhip a slight wave and, surrounded by his men, headed into the city. Soon after, they arrived at the government office in Yi City. After making some arrangements, Liu Ji made it his temporary residence. Inside the government office, sunlight streamed through the carved window lattice, casting a warm glow over the desk, where wisps of steam curled up from a cup of tea. Liu Ji sat upright at the head of the room, gently lifting his teacup to take a sip of the hot brew, his gaze turning to the deputy general, Zhang Yuan, seated nearby. Liu Jin fought with remarkable bravery in this battle, capturing banners and slaying enemy generals. He truly has the makings of a renowned commander, Liu Ji said, a note of admiration in his voice as he set his cup steadily on the table. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly, his eyes showing approval. Although these officers come from county militias and lack experience in frontier warfare, since the campaign against the Yellow Turbans began, they have proven themselves to be exceptionally capable. General, Zhang Yuan continued, his tone serious, such achievements should be reported to the court without delay. It would reassure His Majesty and the ministers, boost the morale of Han forces everywhere, and deal a blow to the Yellow Turban rebels. Liu Ji nodded gently, a faint smile on his lips. You're right, we should report it quickly to put His Majesty's mind at ease, so he doesn't keep pressing us about eliminating the rebels. But Zhang Yuan hesitated. How should we report it? Should we credit your leadership, or should we truthfully report Liu Jin's accomplishments? At these words, Liu Ji's brow furrowed slightly. He understood Zhang Yuan's unspoken meaning. If he claimed the credit for himself, the glory of defeating 30,000 Yellow Turbans and slaying Zhang Liang would be his. On the other hand, if he reported the facts, the extraordinary achievement would go to Liu Jin, and as the commanding general, he would receive only a share. Liu Ji fell silent, deep in thought. With such military merit, his reputation and status would surely earn him a marquisate. The lure of high honors was hard for any official to resist. Yet, to take credit for a subordinate's deed was not only dishonorable, but would also erode his authority in the army. Boda, Liu Ji sighed after a moment, reported truthfully. I have no need to claim another's achievements. Lord Liu, Zhang Yuan stood up urgently. Such great merit cannot be given away so easily. Liu Jin is but a mere Sima. With a single command from you, who would dare object? Please reconsider. Liu Ji's expression turned cold, anger rising in his face. Boda, are you asking me to act unjustly? The credit belongs to Liu Jin, and it should be reported as such. If I steal the accomplishments of my men, how can I face the army or serve the court with honor? Seeing Liu Ji's anger, Zhang Yuan quickly lowered his head, about to continue his plea. Before the other man could finish, Liu Ji waved his hand to interrupt, his expression stern. There's no need to discuss this further. As Liu Jin's commanding general, it's my duty to report the situation truthfully to the court. The court will decide who deserves credit. If anyone keeps pressing this issue, they'll be dealt with according to military law. Seeing Liu Ji's resolute attitude and his refusal to claim all the credit, the deputy commander realized that insisting further would only anger him. With a sigh, he agreed. He had originally hoped that Liu Ji would take all the merit, so that as the deputy, he could share in the reward, perhaps even earn a noble title or at least a promotion. But now, witnessing Liu Ji's unwavering integrity, he couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. In the Han court, where ambition and self-interest ran rampant, perhaps only Liu Gong could resist such temptation. Liu Ji saw through his deputy's thoughts and considered privately. I must lead the troops to a few decisive victories soon, so that all my officers and men have a chance to distinguish themselves. These minor skirmishes are hardly worthy of recognition, and the court's rewards will be limited. If things drag on and the officers see others earning glory, restlessness, and even unrest could spread in the ranks. With this in mind, Liu Ji spoke in a deep voice. Give orders to the entire army. We'll rest in the city for 3 days. Once everyone is recovered, we'll continue our march north. We must eliminate Zhang Jiao as quickly as possible and bring peace to the people of Jizhou. At your command. The deputy officer replied, bowing and leaving to carry out the orders. 5 days later, outside the city of Buxiang, the army camp was alive with the sounds of training. Lu Jin sat on a small stool, basking in the warm sunlight, watching as Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Han Dang, and other officers drilled the troops. He felt thoroughly at ease. After many battles, this force of 3,000 had become a truly elite unit. The captured armor and fine weapons had been distributed to their own soldiers first, and now more than 1,000 were fully armored, equipped as well as the imperial frontier troops. With fierce generals like Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Han Dang leading them, morale was high and their fighting strength had never been better. Over the past 2 days, the triumph of crushing 30,000 yellow turbans and slaying Zhang Liang had kept Lu Jin too excited to sleep, leaving him tired during the day. Killing Zhang Liang was indeed a significant achievement, but he knew not to exaggerate its importance. Compared to historical figures like Huang Fusang, his own accomplishments still fell short. That imperial envoy fought campaigns across the land, undefeated wherever he went, and even the 3 Zhang brothers met their end at his hands. If Zhang Jiao hadn't died so quickly, he too would likely have been cut down by Huang Fusang. In the end, the swift suppression of the Yellow Turban Rebellion was thanks to Huang Fusang's military genius, along with Zhu Jun's impressive record. Both played major roles in restoring order to the empire. At that moment, a messenger galloped in on a sweat-soaked steed, kicking up clouds of dust in his wake. He reined in sharply before Lu Jin, breathless as he delivered his report. General Lu's army is now only 10 li away. Lu Jin instantly shook off his fatigue and straightened up. As the commanding officer, he knew the importance of proper protocol when greeting reinforcements. Without delay, he ordered the officers to assemble and personally led a group to the camp gates to welcome the arriving forces. Soon, banners appeared along the official road in the distance, with Lu's standard fluttering boldly in the wind. At the front marched a ceremonial guard over 100 soldiers in gleaming armor, standing tall with spears in hand, exuding a formidable presence. At the center of the formation, an imposing chariot rolled forward, carrying none other than Lu Ji himself. Sword at his waist and long robes billowing, Lu Ji stood calm and dignified, surrounded by his officers as he approached. Watching the impressive procession, Lu Jin couldn't help but feel a surge of envy, secretly hoping that one day he, too, would command tens of thousands as a chief general. Once the army halted outside the camp, Lu Jin quickly led Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, Han Dang, and other officers forward. They bowed deeply with fists clasped, calling out in unison, "Greetings, General." Lu Jin narrowed his eyes, studying Lu Jin carefully. He saw a young officer with a strong, resolute face and a commanding presence, every inch a future great general. What impressed him even more was Lu Jin's composure. Despite his achievements, he remained humble and steady. Stroking his beard with a smile, Lu Ji said, "Winnie, there's no need for such formality. You are a hero of this campaign. With only 3,000 men, you crushed 30,000 yellow turbans and took Zhang Liang's head. I have already recommended you to the court for your merits. Once the imperial edict reaches Luoyang, your name will be known throughout the land." Lu Jin was overjoyed, convinced that Lu Ji was indeed a man of integrity who did not covet others' achievements. He bowed again, saying, "Thank you, General, for requesting this honor on my behalf. I am truly grateful and pledge to follow you loyally, now and always." Lu Ji maintained a calm expression, but he was inwardly pleased. Lu Jin's display of loyalty would not only strengthen his own authority, but also help maintain unity among the troops. After all, with soldiers from many regions gathered here, if even a celebrated officer like Lu Jin was willing to obey, others would surely follow suit. Meanwhile, the other officers kept their eyes fixed on Lu Jin, eager to see what set this young man apart. After watching him for some time, they realized that despite his youth, Lu Jin carried himself with a maturity and steadiness far beyond his years. Lu Ji wasted no words. With a wave of his hand, he addressed the assembled officers in a clear, commanding voice. "Now that our army has reached Buxiang County, we will rest here for a day. Tomorrow, we march on Guangzhou to eliminate Zhang Jiao." All the officers bowed deeply, responding in unison, "At your command." Military orders were absolute. No one dared raise any objection. Lu Jin, wearing a respectful smile, led the way at the front. Lu Ji and the other officers followed closely behind, their steps steady and purposeful. The main force quickly sprang into action, setting up camp and pitching simple tents to prepare for the night. As they entered the camp, Lu Ji and his companions glanced at the soldiers standing on either side. These troops wore armor and carried spears, standing tall and disciplined, their bearing solemn and their ranks orderly. The officers were quietly impressed. This unit truly ranked among the elite of the Han army. It was no wonder they had managed to defeat Zhang Liang's force of 30,000. Their prowess was indeed exceptional. The main command tent had already been prepared. Lu Ji led everyone inside to take their seats. The officers were arranged on either side according to rank, each taking their appropriate position. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and the others, holding only minor titles, were not eligible to attend this council among so many high-ranking officers. Even Liu Jin, a Qianshi Sima, could only sit toward the middle to lower end of the seating order. Beside him were several other officers of the same rank, but one in particular stood out, a strikingly handsome and powerfully built man with a confident smile, who nodded at Liu Jin in a friendly manner. Liu Jin, following etiquette, returned the gesture with a polite smile, offering a simple greeting. Liu Ji sat upright at the head of the table, his sharp gaze sweeping over the officers. His voice was steady and authoritative. Now that we have arrived at Boxiang County, only 100 li remain between us and Zhang Jiao's stronghold in Guangzhou. Who among you dares to take the lead, clear the way, and besiege Guangzhou in preparation for the arrival of our main force? At these words, the officer's eyes immediately blazed with fighting spirit. No one wanted to miss this golden opportunity to earn merit. The robust man sitting next to Liu Jin suddenly stood up, his booming voice echoing through the tent. I, Gongsun Zan, am willing to lead my troops as the vanguard, clear the path for our army, and encircle Guangzhou. Liu Jin was taken aback, surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected this man to be Gongsun Zan, who would one day become famous throughout the land. In the chaotic end of the Han Dynasty, Gongsun Zan would rise as a formidable warlord, ruling Yuzhou with tens of thousands of troops, his white horse cavalry renowned far and wide. Even the illustrious Yuan Shao suffered repeated defeats at his hands in the early days, making Gongsun Zan the dominant power in northern China during the early Han decline. Unfortunately, his arrogance would eventually lead to his downfall, defeated by Yuan Shao and taking his own life by fire. Yet for now, Gongsun Zan was just a Qianshi Sima, not yet the legendary figure he would become. As Liu Jin pondered this, another Sima rose to his feet. This man had a resolute expression and radiated a powerful martial aura. In a clear voice, he declared, I, Zhang He, am also willing to lead my troops as the vanguard and clear the way for the main army. Liu Jin was once again surprised to see another future famed general of the late Han. In history, Zhang He was renowned for his skill. He first served Yuan Shao, becoming one of the 4 pillars of Hebei. After Yuan Shao's defeat, Zhang He surrendered to Cao Cao, fought in numerous campaigns, and was later named one of the 5 elite generals. His talent for commanding troops was among the best of his era, truly rare leader. A glimmer of ambition flashed in Liu Jin's eyes. He admired Zhang He greatly and would have liked to recruit him, given the chance. Unfortunately, they currently held equivalent rank, making it impossible to win him over now. It seemed he would have to wait until he rose in rank himself, build a friendship with Zhang He, and perhaps, in time, persuade him to join his cause. Soon, the generals in the tent began to rise one after another, all volunteering to lead the charge. Among them, renowned historical figures like Su Rong, Cheng Pu, and Yin Liang declared their willingness without hesitation, instantly filling the atmosphere with enthusiasm and fervor. Standing to the side, Liu Jin watched with deep, burning eyes, silently marveling to himself. This is the battlefield of Hebei, truly a place where heroes gather and famous generals are as numerous as clouds. Every commander here was someone he longed to work with, each possessing the talent of a great leader. He knew that if he could recruit even 1 or 2 of them, or even just a fellow countryman, it would yield twice the results with half the effort in the future. Moreover, the northern generals might feel a closer kinship with him. If he could win their support, it would lay a solid foundation for his own future. Liu Jin was in no rush. He took a deep breath and calmed himself. Winning over such figures would not happen overnight. It required careful planning and, above all, building good relationships before extending an olive branch. If he revealed his intentions too soon, not only would no one agree, but it might also provoke resentment. After all, these generals were all highly respected and accomplished who would easily follow someone who had just been promoted to Sima. Sitting at the head of the table, Liu Ji saw the high spirits of the generals, each eager to serve as vanguard, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. With morale soaring and the army united, they already held an invincible position against the Yellow Turban rebels. Liu Ji looked around the tent, his gaze finally landing on Liu Jin, who sat quietly without making any move to compete for the vanguard position. Stroking his beard with interest, Liu Ji smiled and asked, I see all the generals here are fired up, eager to take the lead. Why is it, Winnie, that you haven't stepped forward? Do you not wish to be the vanguard? As soon as he spoke, all eyes turned to Liu Jin, their expressions complex and thoughtful, as if weighing his reaction. If Liu Jin were to compete for the position of vanguard, it was clear that no one present could match his achievements. After all, having slain 30,000 Yellow Turban rebels and personally killed Zhang Liang, his record was nothing short of extraordinary. Even the other Simas couldn't compare, let alone those of lesser rank. Yet Liu Jin did not rush to respond. Upon hearing Liu Ji's question, he stood up immediately, without a trace of hesitation, and respectfully replied, General, I have only just arrived, and am not yet familiar with the situation in the army. I dare not compete with these esteemed commanders for the vanguard position, lest I hinder our plans. I only wish to learn from everyone here and seek guidance from the other generals." Privately, Liu Jin thought, "If I were to compete for the vanguard now, it would only provoke resentment. With my current reputation, fighting for that role would cause unnecessary trouble, making me a target and possibly leading to isolation. It would also make it harder to win over these famous generals in the future. At this moment, it's crucial to show humility and respect, to keep a low profile, and to secure my footing in the army. Building strong relationships with the other commanders and earning honors gradually is the wiser path." Hearing Liu Jin's response, the generals in the tent all breathed a sigh of relief, and their expressions softened toward him. Clearly, they understood that although Liu Jin was exceptional, he also knew how to exercise restraint and choose his moments wisely. His lack of eagerness for credit actually earned him greater respect and goodwill. Liu Ji observed this as well, nodding with a smile. He then looked over the assembled generals and said, "Since that's the case, I ask all of you to plan carefully. Once the battle is won, rewards will surely follow. Given the situation, I will allocate 5,000 troops, who will be led by Gongsun Zan as the vanguard. He is to set out immediately, clear the way, lay siege to Guangzhou City, and build fortifications there while waiting for the main army to arrive." Upon hearing this, Gongsun Zan was delighted. Although his superior had always kept a deliberate distance from him, making sure to avoid any close association, at this critical moment, he was still willing to lend a hand. Serving as the vanguard might not guarantee great military achievements, but it meant independent command and the chance to be the first to capture Guangzhou City. If he succeeded, not only could he capture Zhang Jiao, but he could also earn immense merit, paving the way for his future. With this in mind, he didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately knelt down, responding loudly, "I accept the order." With that, Gongsun Zan withdrew from the tent to prepare his troops and set out for the north. The other generals, though somewhat displeased by the decision, dared not voice their dissatisfaction and quietly took their seats. Liu Ji glanced around at them, letting his gaze rest on each one for a moment before waving his hand and saying, "The rest of you should get some rest. At dawn tomorrow, we will march north to attack Guangzhou and encircle Zhangjiao." The generals all stood, bowed to accept the order, and then left the tent to rest. Liu Jin also stepped outside, looking up at the sky, which was already tinged with yellow as the sun set behind the mountains. Suddenly, he noticed a figure passing by, preparing to leave. Liu Jin immediately recognized him. It was Zhang He. Without hesitation, Liu Jin approached him, calling out with a warm smile, "Brother Junyi, would you join me in my camp for a drink and a chat?" Zhang He was taken aback for a moment. When he turned and saw Liu Jin's friendly expression, he immediately understood his intentions. Since Liu Jin had taken the initiative to invite him, it would be impolite to refuse. Besides, Liu Jin had already distinguished himself in battle and was sure to receive a higher official rank from the court, so building a good relationship with him would be beneficial. Smiling, Zhang He replied, "Since Brother Wenyi has invited me, I would be honored." Liu Jin laughed heartily and led Zhang He to his own camp. Soon, they arrived at a tent and took their seats, with Liu Jin sitting at the head and Zhang He to his right. Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, Han Dang, Wei Yu, and other officers sat on either side. Liu Jin introduced Zhang He to everyone, saying, "This is Zhang He, styled Junyi, a renowned hero of Hebei." After the introduction, Zhang He stood up and politely greeted everyone present. The officers all rose to return the gesture, and the atmosphere was warm and friendly. Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, and the others sensed Liu Jin's intention. They could tell their elder brother valued Zhang He and wanted to form a connection, so they responded with equal respect. After the introductions, Liu Jin raised his cup and smiled at everyone. "Come, let's drink to our coming battle. May we win victory after victory and destroy the Yellow Turban rebels." Everyone raised their cups and drank, the mood growing even livelier. Liu Jin and Zhang He soon began discussing the state of the world, with Liu Jin often demonstrating his forward-looking vision and strategic insight as he spoke about the direction of future campaigns. Zhang He was deeply impressed, and his respect for Liu Jin grew even stronger. As for grand ambitions such as restoring the Han, carving out a domain, stockpiling supplies, and waiting for the world to descend into chaos before rising to power, Liu Jin naturally would not mention any of that yet. The time was not right. Although the Han court was now in turmoil, the Yellow Turbans were rampant, bandits roamed the land, and the world was unstable, the central government still held firm, and it would be unwise to act rashly. Zhang He still remained loyal to the Han Dynasty and would not act as he did years later. At that time, the Han imperial court had completely collapsed and the world had fallen into chaos. People like him were forced to seek out a wise leader to support in their quest for dominance. Only then could they reveal their ambitions and ideals to their subordinates, letting everyone know their true intentions. Otherwise, if others believed he had no aspirations and merely wished to survive, they would leave in search of a leader they truly admired. Inside the command tent, the atmosphere was lively and boisterous. After a few rounds of drinks, everyone's cheeks were flushed and their necks reddened. These tough soldiers spoke openly, never holding back their words. Since most were from Hebei, they shared a sense of camaraderie as fellow countrymen, and their laughter and conversation grew even more spirited. As night fell completely, Zhang he saw the time and staggered to his feet, letting out a drunken burp. With a smile on his face, he cupped his hands and said, "Brother Winnie, thank you for your hospitality tonight. It's getting late, and I must return to the camp to oversee the troops. We have to break camp and march out early tomorrow, and I can't afford to delay the army schedule. If the general were to blame me, I couldn't bear the responsibility. Once the campaign is over, he'll come find you again for a good drink and a long chat." Liu Jin nodded with a smile, making no attempt to keep Zhang He overnight. Since this was their first meeting, a brief encounter was enough. Being too enthusiastic would only arouse suspicion about ulterior motives. He signaled to his personal guards to escort Zhang He back to his camp. After Zhang He left, Liu Jin instructed Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, and the others to get a good rest, as they would be setting out at dawn. 2 days later, in the government office of Guangzhou City, a sudden roar of fury erupted. "Impossible! My third brother commands 30,000 troops. How could he be ambushed and killed?" The one shouting was Zhang Jiao, the great teacher. His brows were furrowed, his eyes bloodshot, and his whole body trembled violently, as if he couldn't accept the truth. All the yellow turban generals in the hall bowed their heads, not daring to meet his gaze, afraid to provoke this man who now seemed like a raging tiger ready to strike. Even the minor leader who had brought the news was shaking, terrified that Zhang Jiao would execute him in a fit of anger. After a moment of silence, tears welled in Zhang Jiao's eyes. Though he was unwilling to believe his brother had been killed, the facts were laid out before him, leaving him no choice but to face this harsh reality. His voice grew cold and heavy. "Who killed my third brother? I will crush him to dust and avenge my brother." The small leader quickly bowed and replied, reporting to the heavenly general. The one who killed the general of the people was Liu Jin, a deputy commander in the Han army. He led his troops south from the north, caught our forces off guard, and ambushed the general of the people at Zhaopingshan in Boishan County, resulting in a disastrous defeat. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiao's thin hand clenched into a fist, his eyes flashing coldly as he could no longer contain his rage. He shouted, "By my order as the great teacher, spread the word to all yellow turban forces. Whoever avenges my brother by killing Liu Jin will inherit the title of general of the people." Hearing this, the generals in the hall exchanged eager glances, many of them showing greedy expressions as their breathing quickened in anticipation. That was the position of the Rengong general, the third most powerful figure in the entire Yellow Turban army, with authority over all its divisions. For these Yellow Turban commanders, this role was an irresistible temptation. The generals in the hall reacted in various ways. Some remained expressionless. Their loyalty to the Yellow Turbans was shallow, and instead of excitement, their faces showed concern. Even the Rengong general had been killed, and tens of thousands of Han troops were marching toward them. Whether they could hold their ground was uncertain. If the city fell, they all knew they would lose their heads. At such a moment, who could care about rank or promotion? While the crowd whispered among themselves, another minor leader rushed into the hall, his face pale with panic. Spotting Zhang Jiao at the head of the room, he immediately bowed low and stammered, reporting to the heavenly general, 5,000 Han troops have arrived outside the city. They appear to be an advance force and are now setting up camp. It's clear they intend to surround Guangzhou. At these words, any remaining excitement vanished from the faces of the Yellow Turban generals. The Han army had arrived so quickly, giving them no time to catch their breath before a siege began. Many began to tremble, anxiety gripping their hearts. In the early days of the uprising, they had seized city after city while the imperial court was slow to react, winning victory after victory. But as soon as the imperial armies arrived, they were forced to retreat, shrinking their forces with each defeat. Zhang Jiao surveyed the worried faces around him and barked coldly. "There is no need to panic. Guangzhou has high walls and thick defenses, and we have 100,000 troops here. The Han army won't break through easily. Once the rest of the Yellow Turban forces arrive from other regions, the Han won't be a threat. Pass on my orders. Every commander is to defend the city diligently. Anyone who dares to show panic will be executed without mercy." His fierce gaze swept over the assembled generals. At such a critical moment, any mistake could be fatal. If the Han army breached the city, none of them would survive. The generals nodded in agreement, voicing their obedience. Though some harbored doubts, none dared show them now. As Zhang Jiao watched the commanders leave, his brow furrowed and his expression grew grim. He knew morale among the Yellow Turbans had been steadily declining. Now that they were holed up in Guangzhou, forced on the defensive and unable to fight the Han army in open battle, unrest was spreading and desertions were becoming common. Letting out a long sigh, Zhang Jiao slumped into his seat, as if all the strength had drained from him. The death of his youngest brother weighed heavily on his heart, and his chronic illness only made things worse. 3 days later, Liu Bei personally led tens of thousands of troops to the gates of Guangzhou, their arrival a show of overwhelming force. Gong Sunzan welcomed him as he entered the military camp. The Yellow Turban soldiers trapped inside Guangzhou were already anxious and demoralized. Now, seeing the arrival of even more enemy troops, many were terrified, morale plummeted even further, and some even began to flee. The Yellow Turban officers drew their swords and led their personal guards along the walls to maintain order, fearing the city would collapse from within and seal their fate. Inside the Han camp, Liu Bei, sword at his side and face stern, took his seat at the head of the assembly while the other generals lined up on either side. Turning to Gong Sunzan, he asked directly, "Bo Gui, have the Yellow Turbans made any moves these past few days? Do we have a clear picture of their defenses inside the city?" Gong Sunzan stepped out from the crowd in the command tent, clasped his fists, and bowed to the commanding general to report. His voice was loud and clear. "General, since our arrival, the Yellow Turban forces have remained holed up inside the city. They only send out small groups at night to harass us, but all have been repelled by our troops. As for the city's defenses, the enemy's numbers are significant. Every gate is guarded by over 10,000 soldiers. The southern gate, which faces our main force, is especially well defended, with tens of thousands stationed there, patrolling day and night, leaving almost no weaknesses. However, the Yellow Turban soldiers are low in morale. Many of them, intimidated by the might of the Han army, have already deserted under the cover of night." Liu Bei, seated at the head of the tent, nodded slightly. The demoralization of the Yellow Turban forces was within his expectations after Zhang Liang was killed and 30,000 of their troops were wiped out. And with the imperial armies crushing the Yellow Turbans across the land, the rebels' resolve was clearly shaken. Still, with hundreds of thousands of Yellow Turban soldiers garrisoned inside Guangzhou, and the city's high and thick walls as a natural barrier, storming the city and killing Zhang Jiao would be a daunting challenge. Liu Bei looked around at the officers gathered in the tent and asked in a deep voice, "Now that our army stands before Guangzhou, do any of you have a plan to break the enemy?" The officers began discussing in low voices, each pondering a solution. After a moment, Su Rong stepped forward from the crowd, saluted, and spoke loudly. "General, I believe that while the enemy's morale is low and their ranks are in disarray, our troops are strong and full of spirit. If we give them no chance to recover and launch continuous assaults, we can take the city and capture Zhang Jiao within days." Liu Bei frowned slightly and, after a moment's thought, replied slowly, "Although our troops are motivated, we do not have a numerical advantage. The Yellow Turbans are entrenched behind strong walls, and a direct assault would not be to our benefit. Even if we were to take Guangzhou and kill Zhang Jiao, our losses would be heavy, which would affect our ability to fight the remaining Yellow Turban forces in Hebei. Unless absolutely necessary, we should not launch a full-scale attack." He then swept his gaze across the officers again. "Does anyone have any other suggestions?" The officers fell silent, deep in thought. With the enemy's overwhelming numbers and a formidable city to defend, it was clear that without a direct assault, there were few options. Although the Yellow Turban forces were originally commoners, after half a year of warfare, their fighting strength was on par with regular garrison troops. Liu Bei looked around and saw that most of the officers were frowning, clearly unable to come up with a viable plan, and he sighed inwardly. It seemed this battle for Guangzhou would be a long and difficult one. Suddenly, he noticed Liu Jin standing calmly to the side, looking composed and untroubled, and his eyes lit up. "Winnie," Liu Bei called out, "I see you are at ease. You perhaps have a plan in mind?" Liu Jin was taken aback by the question and felt the eyes of dozens of people turn toward him, making him smile wryly. He had intended to keep a low profile, but Liu Bei had noticed him anyway. Since that was the case, there was no need to stay silent. After all, Guangzhou would not fall quickly, unless Zhang Jiao died of illness. Even doubling their forces would not make a direct assault any easier. Liu Jin slowly rose from his seat, clasped his hands in salute, and looked resolutely at General Liu Bei. The flickering candlelight in the command tent cast somber shadows on the faces of the assembled officers. "General, I believe we should not rush to attack Guangzhou," Liu Jin declared in a clear, steady voice. "Though the morale among the Yellow Turban troops inside the city is crumbling and deserters are fleeing, their leader Zhang Ju still commands great respect. As long as he remains in charge, he could easily restore order and even rally their spirits." Liu Bei stroked his beard and nodded slightly. Liu Jin's assessment echoed his own thoughts steady. Cautious progress was the wisest course. A reckless assault might actually allow the Yellow Turbans to turn the situation in their favor. "In that case, what approach do you suggest?" Liu Bei asked, his gaze sharp. Liu Jin considered for a moment before replying. "Each night, we can drum and blow horns, waving banners and shouting to disrupt the enemy's rest. If we keep this up, the defenders will assume we are merely harassing them and drop their guard. When fatigue sets in, we can launch a surprise attack and take the city in one swift move." The other officers nodded in agreement. It was not a particularly ingenious strategy, but against a city defended by hundreds of thousands of Yellow Turban soldiers, it was a sound and reliable plan. Very well. We'll go with Winnie's strategy, Liu Ji decided at once. Return to your posts, prepare your men, and let them rest. We'll begin in 3 days. The officers accepted their orders and dispersed. Liu Jin, with his personal guard, returned to his camp. 7 days later, on a hillside overlooking the city, Liu Jin sat astride his horse, his cloak billowing in the wind. Beside him stood Zhang He, Gong Sun Zan, Cheng Pu, Su Rong, and other officers, all gazing out at Guangzhou. Wenny's plan is truly brilliant. Zhang He exclaimed. Our nightly raids have left the enemy exhausted. Even during the day, the defenders are listless and demoralized. At this rate, it won't be long before Guangzhou falls. The other officers echoed his sentiments, visibly more relaxed. But Liu Jin frowned slightly. The plan is working, but it isn't foolproof. If Zhang Ju sees through our intentions, and if Zhang Bao from Tuyang brings reinforcements, we could face a prolonged battle. We must stay prepared for anything. Hearing this, the others grew more serious. They lingered on the hillside, discussing the situation. Liu Jin frequently offered his insights, each one precise and thoughtful, earning him the respect and attention of the other commanders, who now looked at this young officer with newfound admiration. Zhang He, Gongsun Zan, Cheng Pu, Su Rong, and the others all glanced at Liu Jin, their eyes unconsciously filled with respect. Although Liu Jin was slightly younger than them, his meticulous mind, broad vision, and keen insight into the situation set him apart as a true strategist capable of orchestrating success from behind the scenes. Facing the admiring gazes of the group, Liu Jin remained calm and composed. As someone with knowledge of future events, he understood the course of history all too well. As long as Zhang Jiao remained in Guangzhou, the city would be nearly impregnable in the short term. The only real opportunity would come when Zhang Jiao succumbed to illness. At that moment, panic and chaos would likely erupt within the city, potentially causing its collapse without a fight. It was now mid-June of the 7th year of the Guanghe era, a little over a month before Zhang Jiao's death. A sharp glint flashed in Liu Jin's eyes as he began to consider how best to seize this opportunity, laying the foundation for his future advancement. Just then, Guan Yu galloped over on a chestnut horse, shouting excitedly from a distance, "General, the imperial rewards have arrived." Liu Jin's heart leapt with joy. He wondered if Zhao Teng had managed to gain the favor of the Grand General, allowing the victory at Wuji County to be recognized by the court. After all, it had been less than 2 weeks since Zhang Liang was killed, and even if Liu Ji had reported it, the news might not have reached Luoyang yet. He immediately cupped his hands to Zhang He and the others, saying, "Gentlemen, the imperial rewards have arrived. I must go to greet the envoy, so will take my leave." The others nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with undisguised envy. They all understood that from now on, Liu Jin would be their superior, and casual conversation would no longer be possible. Liu Jin and Guan Yu spurred their horses and quickly returned to camp. Zhang Fei, Han Dang, Wei Yu, and Wu Xing came out to greet them. Liu Jin immediately ordered, "Ida, prepare 100,000 coins." Zhang Fei pouted in displeasure, knowing this money was meant to smooth things over with the incoming eunuch. Still, he hurried back to the camp, instructing the soldiers to carry out several large chests and wait at the entrance. Soon, more than 100 people escorted several horse-drawn carriages toward them. At the front, Zhao Teng spotted Liu Jin and the others and waved with a smile, but he remained silent, as the man in the carriage was none other than the eunuch Zhuofeng, known to be favored by the emperor himself, someone even the commander Liu Ji dared not offend. When the carriages stopped at the camp gate, 2 young eunuchs respectfully lifted the curtain. A thin, gloomy-looking man dressed in the robes of a high-ranking eunuch stepped down. His eyes swept over the crowd before finally settling on Liu Jin, standing at the very front. His cold expression softened slightly as he asked, "Are you Liu Wenny?" Liu Jin quickly stepped forward, his face filled with respect. He clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, envoy. I am Liu Wenny." Zhuofeng nodded slightly, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. "General Liu, I've heard about your recent heroic deeds. Now that I've met you in person, I see they were not exaggerated. His Majesty has praised you many times, calling you a rising star among the imperial clan. He intends to nurture you into a champion marquis, to quell chaos, restore order, and become a pillar of the Han Dynasty. Do not let His Majesty down." Hearing this, Liu Jin felt a surge of emotion, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. It was just as he had guessed. The emperor greatly valued members of the imperial clan. Anyone who showed ability would be promoted and given important responsibilities. Even as he rose to higher positions, there was no need to fear being suppressed, since Liu Hong trusted his kin and had no reservations about them. In his view, the empire should remain within the family, no matter what. That was why he relied so heavily on the imperial clan, supported Liu Yan's policy of appointing imperial kinsmen as provincial governors, and allowed them to govern their own regions and maintain order across the realm. Standing tall, Lu Jin bowed respectfully and declared, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. I will never betray your confidence. I will do my utmost to eradicate the plague and secure the Han Dynasty's rule." Zhuo Feng nodded approvingly, his gaze lingering on Lu Jin. He genuinely admired this young general's respectful attitude and humility, qualities that deeply pleased him. After all, as eunuchs, their situation at court was precarious. Civil and military officials, as well as noble families, were united in their efforts to eliminate them, treating them with open hostility and wishing them harm. Zhuo Feng took out a golden imperial edict and a silver seal with a blue ribbon from his robe, smiling as he spoke. "General Liu, since there are no outsiders here, let's dispense with the formalities. Not long ago, you led your troops to defeat thousands of bandits in Wuji County and killed their leader, a remarkable achievement. His Majesty is aware of this and, after discussion, has promoted you to commandant of 2,000 bushels under Lu Ji's command, tasked with suppressing the Yellow Turban rebels in the north." Seeing the silver seal and the imperial edict for his new rank, Lu Jin's chest tightened with excitement, his breath quickening. Though the position was just at the threshold of 2,000 bushels, it was a role countless officials dreamed of attaining. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt on one knee, raised the edict above his head, and said respectfully, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness." Zhuo Feng smiled and nodded, handing over the edict and the silver seal. Lu Jin received them with trembling hands, gripping them tightly, reluctant to let go. He had finally taken this crucial step, having reached the rank of 2,000 bushels. He was now considered a mid-level official within the bureaucracy. Behind him, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Han Dynasty, Wei Yu, and Zhao Teng all had excited looks in their eyes, their faces beaming with joy. Their elder brother's promotion thrilled them even more than if it had been their own. After standing up, Lu Jin glanced at Zhang Fei, who, understanding the signal, waved his hand and ordered several soldiers to bring out a few heavy chests. Lu Jin quickly approached Zhuo Feng and said respectfully, "Envoy, these are local specialties from Yuzhou, a small token of my appreciation. Please accept them." Zhuo Feng looked at the chests and nodded with a smile, discreetly signaling to the other eunuchs. Soon, the heavy chests were loaded onto the carriage. Lu Jin smiled and clasped his hands in greeting to Zhuo Feng. "You've come a long way, envoy. You must be exhausted. I've prepared a banquet. Would you honor us with your company?" Zhuo Feng shook his head slightly, his expression stern. "General Liu, I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline. Aside from delivering the imperial edict, I am also under orders to inspect the front lines on His Majesty's behalf. I must proceed to the main camp immediately to confer with General Liu." Lu Jin's heart skipped a beat at these words. Zhuo Feng's inspection was likely more than a simple discussion. It was probably an attempt to solicit bribes. With Lu Ji's upright character, he would never stoop to bribing a eunuch. If rumors spread that he was colluding with such men, the influential families at court would surely ostracize him, and a downfall would be inevitable. Soon, Zhuo Feng boarded his carriage, which rattled away toward the camp. Lu Jin watched the retreating wheels, hesitating to speak. As a subordinate, he was not one of Lu Ji's close confidants. If he rashly suggested bribing Zhuo Feng, he might be suspected of ill intent. He consoled himself. Even if Lu Ji were dismissed, his status would allow him to rise again. His life was not in danger. "Everyone, I'm in good spirits today. Come, let's drink in the camp." Lu Jin turned and called to the officers. Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, Han Dynasty, Zhao Teng, and the others burst out laughing, crowding around him as they entered the camp together. 2 days later, a fierce argument erupted in the central command tent. Zhuo Feng's face was livid, his breathing heavy as he glared at Lu Ji and shouted, "Lu Ji, how dare you insult me like this? I will report everything to His Majesty and see you punished." With that, he stormed out, unwilling to stay a moment longer, and drove his carriage away with even greater urgency than when he had arrived. Lu Ji's face was grim as he slid his half-drawn sword back into its sheath. He said coldly, "Traitorous scoundrel dares to demand a bribe from me." His deputy, Zhong Yuan, looked ashen and pleaded anxiously, "General, you've gone too far. Zhuo Feng is here on imperial orders. Offending him like this is unwise." Lu Ji snorted. "He's been extorting money throughout the camp these past 2 days, and I've turned a blind eye. But that cur had the nerve to come to me for a bribe. If not for the emperor's appointment, I'd have executed him on the spot." Zhong Yuan sighed. "Even so, General, you shouldn't have acted so rashly. Zhuo Feng is close to the emperor. After being humiliated like this, he'll surely exaggerate things when he returns to court. I fear for your safety." "Don't worry," Lu Ji interrupted with a wave of his hand. "Zhuo Feng's corruption and disruption of morale violate the law. I trust His Majesty will see the truth and not be swayed by slander." Zhong Yuan could only force a bitter smile, silently praying for his commander's safety. Lu Ji could only hope he could withstand the pressure and make full use of his connections at court. Otherwise, things would soon take a turn for the worse for both of them. Just then, the hurried footsteps of someone approaching echoed outside the tent. The flap was lifted, and a dust-covered soldier strode in, dropping to one knee to report. "General, there is a man outside the camp who claims to be your student. He says his name is Liu Bei Lu Xuanda." Lu Ji's brows knitted together at the news, a flicker of complicated emotion passing through his eyes before his expression returned to calm. After a brief moment of thought, he waved his hand lightly, his tone indifferent. "Bring Lu Xuanda in." The soldier bowed respectfully and withdrew, his footsteps fading into the distance. Moments later, the sound of hurried steps could be heard again. A tall man in plain, worn clothing entered. Liu Bei's rough linen robe and straw sandals were caked with dust, his hair disheveled, his face gaunt and weary from long travel. Yet, the moment he saw Liu Ji seated at the head of the tent, Liu Bei's eyes lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees, his voice thick with both grievance and emotion. Teacher, your student has finally found you." Liu Ji's face darkened at this scene, his brows knitting even tighter. It was clear he was not pleased by this form of address. He was about to rebuke Liu Bei harshly, but when his gaze fell upon Liu Bei's haggard state, a hint of sympathy softened his heart, and his tone became tinged with reluctant comfort. "Xuanda, weren't you doing well in Zhou County? Why do you look like this?" Liu Bei slowly got to his feet, wiping the dust from his face with a rough sleeve. He clasped his hands respectfully. "Teacher, I heard that you are leading the army to suppress the Yellow Turban rebels, winning battle after battle and displaying great might. I have studied under you since childhood and have always aspired to serve the Han and help the people. So I left Zhou County, traveled south through the night, and finally arrived here today. I hope you will take me in. Even if it's just as a foot soldier, I am willing." Liu Ji's expression grew even darker, and he could no longer suppress his anger. His voice suddenly rose. "Lu Xuanda, there is strict discipline in the army, and you keep calling me teacher. If word gets out, people will think I show favoritism. How can I face the troops? In the army, you must address me by my title. If you do this again, don't blame me for being harsh." Liu Bei was stunned by these words, his legs going weak as he dropped to the ground once more, his voice trembling with fear. "General, Xuanda wouldn't dare." Seeing this, Liu Ji nodded slightly, his anger subsiding a little. Standing nearby, Zhang Yuan watched the exchange, a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth and a glint of disdain in his eyes. He thought to himself that this rude fellow was surprisingly Liu Ji's disciple. What luck to have Liu Ji as a teacher. Compared to Gongsun Zan, who was dignified and imposing, Liu Bei looked pitiful and destitute. What a stark contrast. Still, Zhang Yuan knew his place and remained silent. After all, no matter how things stood, Liu Bei was still Liu Ji's student, and it wasn't his place to speak. After a moment of silence, Liu Ji looked Liu Bei up and down before speaking slowly. "Since you have such ambition, I would be remiss to turn you away. You have studied the classics, and serving as an ordinary soldier would be beneath your abilities. As it happens, there is a vacancy for a company commander in the army. You will take on this role, commanding 100 men. Obey orders at all times. If you dare to use my name to stir up trouble, don't expect me to show any favor because of our past." A bitter smile appeared on Liu Bei's face. He had resigned from his previous post and traveled all the way to Jizhou, hoping that, given their relationship and Liu Ji's authority as a general commanding tens of thousands, he might at least be appointed a staff officer, or perhaps even a minor commander, and use the chaos of the Yellow Turban Rebellion to make a name for himself. Instead, he was given a lowly post and would have to fight on the front lines, risking his life with every battle. Liu Bei was torn with indecision. He longed for greater recognition from Liu Ji, but one glance at the general's stern face made everything clear. Not daring to show any disrespect, Liu Bei immediately knelt down and bowed deeply. "Thank you for your trust, General. I will never forget your kindness." Liu Ji merely nodded, waving his hand dismissively. "You may go." After leaving the command tent, Liu Bei stood outside the camp, gazing up at the blue sky, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. He tried to encourage himself. So, what if he was just a company commander? Didn't Liu Jin also work his way up from that same position? Perhaps he could outdo those who came before him. Besides, his own mentor held the rank of General of the Household Commandant, commanding tens of thousands of troops. With that connection, even the regional commanders and staff officers would have to show him respect. On top of that, his senior fellow student, Gongsun Zan, was also in the army. If he played his cards right, acted humble, and sought some introductions or favors, he might just find a path forward. With these thoughts, Liu Bei's spirits lifted, and a newfound determination appeared on his face. He turned and headed toward the western side of the camp, where Gongsun Zan was stationed. At the same time, on the western outskirts of the military camp, Liu Jin's personal banner fluttered in the wind as 3,000 soldiers trained in strict formation. Inside the command tent, Liu Jin sat upright, frowning at the newly delivered report. As expected, Liu Ji's character was just as the historical records described, unyielding and upright, refusing to bribe his superiors like Zwafeng. It was only a matter of time before he was recalled to the capital, and then these tens of thousands of Han troops would be left without a leader, forced to remain idle. Lu Jin's breathing quickened, his eyes shining with ambition. If he could become general of the household commandant and take command of these troops to put down the Yellow Turban Rebellion in the north, his political clout would be more than enough to secure a governorship. Once chaos swept the land, he could carve out his own territory and compete for supremacy with the likes of Yuan Shao, Yuan Shushans of noble families Zhao Chao, descendant of eunuchs, and Gongsun Zan, a powerful northern warlord. But soon, a wry smile crossed Lu Jin's face. Once Lu Ji was dismissed, the position would go to Dong Zhuo, who had the support of the Yuan family. Even though Dong Zhuo would eventually be removed as well, that post would never fall to him. What's more, Huang Fusang would soon arrive with his army, capture Guangzhou and Xuyang, and end the Yellow Turban Rebellion, leaving Lu Jin with no chance to be promoted. Letting out a sigh, Lu Jin realized the truth: his foundation was too weak. To dream of becoming general of the household commandant and commanding tens of thousands was pure fantasy. At the dawn of this chaotic era, there were only a handful of such generals in the imperial court, each wielding immense power and prestige, unlike in later years, when titles became commonplace. Even a mere commandant was a figure of great importance, let alone a general of the household. Still, a sliver of hope remained in Lu Jin's heart. His achievement in slaying Zhang Liang had already been reported to the court. If the Grand General lobbied on his behalf and the Emperor took notice, perhaps he could be promoted to colonel, or at least secure a deputy command. If he could help quell the Northern Rebellion, his contributions would be significant. In that case, titles and honors would surely be within reach. Lu Jin quickly calmed his mind, pushing aside any distracting thoughts. He understood well that overthinking would do no good at this moment. In just half a year, he had risen from a minor official to a commanding officer with a salary of 2,000 Dan, a meteoric rise by any standard. If he advanced any further, he would become a true colonel of the same rank, joining the upper echelons of the imperial court. As he pondered these things, the sound of footsteps echoed outside his tent. Zhao Teng strode in and bowed, saying, "Brother, Gongsun Zan has sent someone to invite you to a banquet at the military camp." Lu Jin nodded slightly. During his time in the army, he had grown close to the other generals, forming bonds of friendship. Sharing drinks together had become a common occurrence. He immediately rose and called for Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to join him. With these two formidable warriors at his side, his presence would command respect, and if any trouble arose, he would be well protected from danger. Surrounded by his companions, the group left their quarters and made their way to the neighboring camp. At that moment in Gongsun Zan's main camp, Gongsun Zan sat at the head of the table, turning to Liu Bei beside him with a smile. "Xuanda, today I want to introduce you to a true hero. This man has achieved great military feats at a young age. His rank is even higher than mine. But he's straightforward and easygoing, never concerned with such formalities, and treats us all as brothers." Liu Bei's excitement was clear. Anyone held in such high esteem by his senior martial brother was surely extraordinary, and that carefree character made him all the more eager to meet him. "Who might this be, Brother Bugui?" he asked eagerly. Gongsun Zan stroked his beard and laughed. "Be patient, Xuanda. You'll see for yourself soon enough. By the way, this man shares the same family lineage as you, is also a descendant of the Han imperial family." Liu Bei was taken aback, and the image of Lu Jin flashed through his mind. But he quickly shook his head in disbelief. He remembered that not long ago, Lu Jin was just a minor official. It seemed impossible for him to have been promoted so rapidly. As he mulled this over, footsteps approached from outside the tent, and several figures drew near. Gongsun Zan's eyes lit up. "Xuanda, they're here. Come with me to greet them." With that, he got up and walked outside, Liu Bei following close behind. In the distance, Lu Jin was approaching with Su Rong, Zhang He, Cheng Pu, and others, chatting and laughing as they came. Gongsun Zan called out in a clear voice, "Brother Wenyi, Brother Junyi, Brother Demu, Brother Wenhun." When Liu Bei heard the words Brother Wenyi, his gaze immediately fell on the man at the front. The man had a dignified appearance and an imposing presence, and the silver seal and blue ribbon at his waist marked him as a high-ranking officer. Liu Bei stared in astonishment, mumbling to himself, "Impossible, it's only been a short time, and he's already a commander of 2,000 Dan." Seeing Gongsun Zan personally come out to greet them, Lu Jin and the others smiled and said, "Brother Bugui." Gongsun Zan smiled and nodded, then made the introduction. "Brother Wenyi, let me introduce someone to you. This is Liu Bei, courtesy named Xuanda, a fellow disciple of our teacher Master Liu, and my junior martial brother." After Gongsun Zan finished speaking, he glanced to the side and saw that Liu Bei was still standing there in a daze. He frowned slightly, then raised his voice and called out, "Xuanda, what are you doing over there? Let me introduce you. This is Lu Jin, courtesy named Wenyi, a commandant in our army. Like you, he hails from the Lu clan of Zhuo County. He's known for his boldness and loyalty, and he's someone we all hold in high regard." Lu Jin fixed his gaze on Liu Bei, a knowing smile playing at the corner of his mouth. It was he who had once recommended Liu Bei for a minor post in Zhuo County. The position wasn't high, but it was enough to make ends meet. He had assumed Liu Bei would lead an unremarkable life, but to his surprise, here he was in Jizhou. Clearly, Liu Bei wasn't content with a humble post, had grander ambitions in mind. Snapping out of his daze, Liu Bei quickly put on a flattering smile and respectfully cupped his hands. Brother Wenny, it's been a long time. I didn't expect we'd meet again here. Gong Sunzan was clearly taken aback by this and hurriedly asked, Xuanda, you know Wenny? Liu Bei straightened his back with pride and replied, Brother Boguei, Wenny and I have known each other since our days in Zhou County. We're as close as brothers. Gong Sunzan looked surprised. He hadn't expected his quiet junior to have such a connection with Liu Jin. It seemed Liu Bei truly had some ability. The other officers nearby Su Rong, Cheng Pu, Zhang He, and the rest also regarded Liu Bei with a newfound respect. Liu Jin, however, let out a cold laugh to himself. He hadn't expected Liu Bei to use his name to win favor among the officers. He wasn't about to let Liu Bei get away with it so easily. Stepping forward, his face darkened with displeasure as he demanded, Xuanda, why are you here? Back when you were just a commoner, I recommended you to the Wen family, helping you become an officer. But now you show up in the camp without a word to me. How am I supposed to explain this to Lord One? Are you trying to make me look like a man without loyalty or honor? Liu Bei trembled at the rebuke, his eyes darting in discomfort. He couldn't just admit that had looked down on the minor post and left for Jizhou in search of greater prospects with his teacher. Saying such a thing would brand him as ungrateful and dishonorable. After all, it was Liu Jin who had recommended him. If he wanted to resign, he should at least have informed him. Otherwise, people would see him as faithless, and such a reputation would ruin any future in the military. The officers around them all fixed their eyes on Liu Bei, silently cursing him. It seemed he wasn't such a good person after all, willing to burn bridges so easily. Gong Sunzan watched his junior's awkward, stammering response, and quickly understood the situation. Though Liu Bei came from humble beginnings, he was proud and harbored ambitions to help bring order to the land. Clearly, he had no interest in a minor post, and had come to seek a brighter future with his teacher. Gong Sunzan shook his head, deciding to step in and protect Liu Bei. If word of this got out, it could ruin his life. Xuanda, hurry and apologize to General Liu. Gong Sunzan barked coldly. Without hesitation, Liu Bei stepped forward, bowed deeply with his head lowered, and said in a voice full of remorse, I am truly ashamed, Brother Wenny. I owe you an apology. Liu Jin snorted without even glancing at Liu Bei, flicked his sleeve, and turned to walk back into the main tent. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei stood rooted to the spot, their eyes fixed on Liu Bei like sharp blades. Fury burned in their gaze, and inwardly they cursed Liu Bei as a faithless and untrustworthy man. Though Zhang He, Su Rong, Cheng Pu, and the others only knew the gist of what had happened, they could sense the underlying currents. At this moment, their opinion of Liu Bei hit rock bottom, and none of them wished to associate with him any longer. In silence, everyone followed Liu Jin forward. Gong Sunzan looked at Liu Bei, who stood with his head bowed, and let out a long sigh. Xuanda, you've truly lost your way this time. Since you accepted another's recommendation, you owe them a tremendous favor. Even if you wish to leave, you should at least send a letter to explain. How could you act like this? Step back for now, wait until General Liu's anger cools, and then come to apologize. With those words, Gong Sunzan turned away, no longer sparing Liu Bei a glance, and entered the command tent. Once everyone had left, Liu Bei slowly straightened, clenching his fists tightly. Regrets surged within him. Had he known things would turn out this way, he would never have accepted Liu Jin's offer to recommend him for an official post. Now, he owed a debt that would be nearly impossible to repay. Such was the way of officialdom. Since Liu Jin had become his patron, their fates were now bound together. With a powerless sigh, Liu Bei walked away, his figure forlorn. A few days later, in the imperial palace at Luoyang, Emperor Liu Hong sat on the dragon throne, holding the latest battle report. His face broke into a radiant smile. Liu Jin truly lives up to his reputation as the Qilin child of the imperial clan. With only 3,000 men, he slew the rebel leader Zhang Liang and wiped out 30,000 yellow turbans, bringing glory to the Han army. Such achievements bring me great joy. The civil and military officials in court were all stunned by the news. Since the Yellow Turban Rebellion began, Liu Jin had been undefeated in battle, and now he had slain one of the three main rebel leaders, Zhang Liang, sending his reputation soaring. Many ministers silently considered how best to win Liu Jin over to their own camps. Grand General He Jin straightened his back, feeling invigorated. Liu Jin was one of his own men, and his success only strengthened He Jin's own position. Now, who would dare to call him nothing more than a butcher and a meat seller? Liu Hong looked around at the assembled officials and asked, Liu Jin has achieved remarkable feats in battle, slaying Zhang Liang and crushing 30,000 yellow turbans. What rewards do you all believe he deserves? Without hesitation, He Jin stepped forward. Your Majesty, in light of Liu Jin's achievements, I propose that he be granted the title of Marquis, to demonstrate the might of the Han and boost the army's morale. The officials aligned with the Grand General's office quickly voiced their support. Lu Hong nodded in agreement. After all, Lu Jin was a prized member of the imperial clan and should be cultivated with care. However, the prominent families, led by Yuan Kuei and Yang Biao, frowned deeply, worried that the growing power of the imperial clan would undermine their influence at court. Yuan Kuei immediately stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I believe the time is not right. Lu Jin is still young, and though he has distinguished himself in battle, granting him a marquisate may be premature. Such news might harm the prestige of the Han Dynasty." The other aristocratic officials quickly echoed this sentiment, insisting that Lu Jin's youth made it difficult for others to accept his elevation. He Jin furrowed his brow, straightened his robes, and stepped forward, speaking loudly. "Grand Commandant Yuan, your words are mistaken. What does it matter if he is still young? Back in the day, Huizubing was only 17 or 18 when he was granted the title of Champion Marquis and became the Great Han's shield. Now, Lu Jin has done the same fighting under His Majesty's command, crushing the Yellow Turban rebels, and showing the talent of a great general. Why shouldn't he be made a marquis and become the new pillar of Han? Or do you, Grand Commandant Yuan, believe that His Majesty lacks the qualities of Emperor Wu and cannot nurture another champion marquis?" Yuan Kuei and the others paused when they heard this. Their eyes drifted toward Lu Hong, who sat on the dragon throne thin, frail, and looking every bit the sickly figure. In their hearts, they thought, He Jin really has no shame to say this out loud. Our emperor, so weak and fragile, is hardly comparable to the bold and mighty Emperor Wu. But, of course, such treasonous thoughts could never be spoken aloud otherwise. All of them would risk having their families wiped out. Yuan Kuei's eyes darted about as he quietly conferred with those around him. After some thought, he straightened up and addressed the court in a clear voice. "General-in-Chief, you misunderstand. It's not that we don't wish to grant Lu Jin a marquisate, but he is still very young and his achievements, while notable, are not yet sufficient. If we make him a marquis now, what about the other commanders? Take Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun. For instance, they have led the Han army to victory after victory, driving the rebels from Runan and Yingchuan into retreat. In the Battle of Changxi, they annihilated hundreds of thousands of Yellow Turban rebels, yet they have not been ennobled. Their deeds are merely recorded, awaiting future reward. If we promote Lu Jin ahead of them, won't it dampen the morale of the troops and destabilize the front lines, possibly giving the Yellow Turbans a chance to turn the tide? I urge the General-in-Chief and His Majesty to consider this carefully. Let's first promote Lu Jin's rank, and once the rebellion is fully suppressed, we can reward him appropriately." On the throne, Lu Hong nodded slightly, finding the argument reasonable. Granting a marquisate was no small matter. It had to be handled fairly, especially while the fighting raged on. If the commanding generals felt slighted and defected to the Yellow Turbans, his own throne would be in jeopardy. After a moment's silence, Lu Hong raised his head and declared, "We will discuss the matter of ennoblement after the war is settled. But Lu Jin has earned merit and must be rewarded to show the might of Han. Promote him to the rank of colonel and keep him under Lu Ji's command." He Jin immediately stepped forward in support. Even if he cannot be made a marquis yet, the rank of colonel is still a fine honor. In time, he may rise to general of the household, one of the highest ranks in the Han. Then, he will be a major figure in the military and a key supporter in court. Yuan Kuei and the other noble families could only nod in agreement. If Lu Jin wasn't to be made a marquis, he at least deserved a promotion otherwise. Both the general-in-chief and the emperor would be displeased. A compromise from both sides was the only way to maintain stability in the court. Once Lu Hong saw that everyone agreed, he ordered the respectful young eunuch at his side to draft the imperial edict and ensure the reward was granted promptly. With the matter settled, he looked around the hall and asked, "Are there any other matters to present? If not, court is adjourned for today." At that moment, Zhou Feng, dressed in tattered clothes with disheveled hair, stumbled into the hall. He fell to his knees with a thud and cried out in a trembling voice. Lu Hong sat on the dragon throne, his brows tightly furrowed as he saw his favorite official in such a miserable state. In a cold voice, he demanded, "What happened? I sent you to Lu Ji's camp as an inspector. Why have you returned so soon?" Zhou Feng's eyes were red with tears as he answered, his voice trembling. "Your Majesty, when I went to inspect the camp, I saw that the enemy forces at Guangzhou were scattered and morale was low. It would have been easy to take the city. But Lu Ji refused to listen to my advice. Instead, he insulted me and expelled me from the camp. I believe Lu Ji has become reckless and selfish, relying on the tens of thousands of soldiers under his command to build his own power. He is ignoring your Majesty's orders." The civil and military officials were shocked by these words, whispering among themselves. Such an accusation was no small matter. If Lu Ji was indeed amassing power for himself, it was a crime punishable by extermination of his entire clan. Lu Hong's eyes flashed with anger as he shouted, "Outrageous! How dare Lu Ji try to build his own power base? Grand General, send someone to bring Lu Ji back to the capital immediately. I will deal with him myself." At once, Liu Ji's close friends hurried forward, anxiously pleading, "Your Majesty, there must be some mistake." Liu Ji is a man of integrity and unquestionable loyalty, would never betray the court. "Please, Your Majesty, look into the matter carefully and do not act in haste." But Lu Hong paid them no heed, his gaze fierce and unyielding as he glared at those before him. Liu Ji had challenged his authority, and regardless of the truth, he had to be brought back to the capital. Lu Hong barked, "Anyone who dares speak in his defense will be thrown into prison along with him." Those who had stepped forward to plead for Liu Ji could only lower their heads, unwilling to get further involved. Although they doubted Liu Ji harbored such ambition, the situation was too sensitive. If implicated, the consequences would be dire. Some, ever calculating, saw this as a chance. If Liu Ji was removed, they could recommend their own people to replace him as acting commander and thus enhance their own standing at court. Yuan Kuei thought for a moment before stepping forward and saying, "Your Majesty, since Liu Ji is to be recalled, the tens of thousands of Han troops at the front will be left without a commander. This is manageable in the short term, but if it lasts too long, problems may arise. A new commander must be appointed to lead the army and suppress the Yellow Turban rebels. I believe Dong Zhuo is loyal and bravi, can take Liu Ji's place as commander and lead our forces to victory." He Jin's eyes lit up at this suggestion. He thought to himself that if Liu Ji was removed, his deputy Zhong Yuan would likely be recalled as well. This would be the perfect opportunity to recommend Liu Jin as deputy commander, gaining valuable political capital. He immediately stepped forward and said loudly, "I agree that Dong Zhuo should be the commander, and Liu Jin should serve as his deputy. With the two of them working together, they are sure to crush the Yellow Turban rebels." Yuan Kuei silently cursed He Jin for taking advantage of the situation. Although he wanted to oppose him, he realized that if he objected to Liu Jin's appointment, He Jin would likely oppose Dong Zhuo's as well, and neither side would benefit. It was better to support each other, as with both the influential clans and the Grand General's office in agreement, no one else would be able to stir up trouble. After some thought, Lu Hong found this arrangement satisfactory. At least the commander and deputy would not come from the same faction, which gave him peace of mind and reduced the risk of them consolidating power and threatening the court. He announced in a clear voice, "Very well. Let Dong Zhuo serve as commander and Liu Jin as deputy. The two of you will work together to lead our forces and eradicate the Yellow Turban rebels." The officials all bowed in agreement. Soon after, the military orders and imperial edicts were dispatched without delay. In the 7th year of Guangha, in mid-July, the scorching sun blazed overhead as a mighty army marched under the banner of Dong toward the Han camp at Guangzhou City in Jilu Commandery. Atop a war chariot stood Dong Zhuo, the newly appointed general of the imperial standard. Broad-shouldered and imposing, with a gleaming sword at his waist, Dong Zhuo gazed at the sprawling encampment ahead. A flicker of excitement in his eye. She had finally become a regional commander, now in charge of tens of thousands of Han troops. Yet, the thought of his deputy, Liu Jin, made Dong Zhuo frown. He turned to the slender scholarly Ru at his side and asked in a low voice, "When you, although I've been appointed by the court as general of the imperial standard, overseeing military affairs in the north, Liu Jin is a formidable opponent. He earned his reputation at a young age, is well known throughout Hebei, and holds deep influence within the army. I'm new here, competing with him won't be easy." A sharp glint flashed in Li Ru's eyes as he smiled and replied, "There's no need to worry, General. You are the court's appointed commander, no mere deputy can compare. Besides, from my observations, Liu Jin seems to be someone who understands the bigger picture. He'll surely put quelling the Yellow Turbans above personal ambition." Seeing Dong Zhuo was still troubled, Li Ru offered another suggestion. "Perhaps, General, you could test the waters first, see if Liu Jin truly intends to challenge your authority." Dong Zhuo nodded in agreement, deciding to probe Liu Jin's intentions. Outside the camp, Liu Jin stood in armor with a sword at his side, leading a group of officers as they waited. Since Liu Ji and Zhong Yuan had been escorted back to the capital, he had been acting as the chief commander. The thought that Grand General He Jin had not only granted him the rank of colonel, but also made him deputy commander, brought a faint smile to Liu Jin's lips. Though he now served under Dong Zhuo, this position was more than satisfactory. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose in the distance as Dong Zhuo's entourage halted. A messenger dashed over and respectfully reported to Liu Jin, "General Dong's chariot has broken down. He requests that you lead the officers to greet him." At these words, the officers began whispering among themselves. Zhang Fei at the back complained, "How could the chariot break down for no reason? He's obviously trying to put Big Brother in his place." Guan Yu, Han Dang, Zhao Teng, and the others all nodded in agreement, their expressions turning grim. Liu Jin simply smiled. It seemed the new commander truly intended to make his authority known. Still, it made sense. Although Dong Zhuo had just arrived and held the prestigious title of Zhonglong General, his footing within the army was still shaky. If he truly wanted to seize power, his greatest obstacle would be Liu Jin, the deputy general. Liu Jin considered his position carefully. He had no intention of competing with Dong Zhu after all. Dong Zhuo was the commander, and he himself was ultimately subordinate. If they clashed, it would only give the Yellow Turban rebels an opening to exploit, a mistake no true strategist would allow. Liu Jin raised his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down, then led the officers toward the honor guard. Dong Zhuo, standing atop his chariot, watched as the group of dozens approached. Stroking his beard, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. When you were right, Liu Jin truly has no intention of challenging me. Li Ru nodded slightly, though a trace of wariness flickered in his eyes. Men who could be both humble and ambitious were often far more difficult to deal with than those who acted rashly. When Liu Jin reached the chariot, he looked Dong Zhuo up and down. Before him stood the future warlord of a chaotic era, tall and imposing, with a piercing gaze and the air of a seasoned commander. Liu Jin immediately bowed deeply and announced in a clear voice, "Your subordinate greets General Dong." The dozens of officers behind him followed suit, bowing in unison. "We greet General Dong." Dong Zhuo looked down at Liu Jin, openly appraising him. This young deputy appeared barely of age, yet had already accomplished so much truly remarkable. After a moment's thought, Dong Zhuo smiled. "Wenny, rise. I've heard much of your reputation, and now that I've met you, I see it's well deserved. You are indeed a prodigy of the Han." Liu Jin straightened and replied respectfully, "Thank you for your praise, General. My small achievements are not worth mentioning. I would never dare compare myself to you. I only wish to follow your lead and do my part for the cause." Dong Zhuo laughed heartily at these words, then stepped down from the chariot and took Liu Jin's hand warmly. "With such loyalty, I am truly pleased. As long as you help me put down the Yellow Turbans, I will surely reward you handsomely." He then turned and addressed the assembled officers in a loud voice. "There's no need for any of you to worry. As long as you follow my orders, titles and honors await you. I've brought the finest wine tonight. We'll celebrate together." The officers were visibly excited, each one clasping their fists and pledging their loyalty. Liu Jin thought to himself, this old fox truly knows how to win people over, making grand promises right from the start. But for now, Dong Zhuo hadn't revealed the ruthless side he would become known for. Still seemed a loyal general serving the Han. Soon after, Dong Zhuo, surrounded by the officers, entered the main tent. He ordered fine wine to be distributed so the entire camp would know the new commander had arrived. Inside the tent, Dong Zhuo sat at the head, Liu Jin just below him, and the other officers arranged according to rank on either side. Dong Zhuo raised his cup, looked around at the 20 or so generals gathered in the tent, and laughed heartily. "I, Dong Zhuo, am just a rough man from Liangzhou, not one for too many formalities. But today, I must say this: we have to rely on everyone here working together. Only then can we wipe out the Yellow Turbans in the north, bring peace to the land, and gladden His Majesty. Let's drink to that." Hearing this, the officers around him felt Dong Zhuo's bold and generous spirit. Unlike Liu Ji, who had been stern and imposing, Dong Zhuo seemed much more open and approachable. The atmosphere instantly relaxed, and everyone lowered their guard. The tent quickly filled with laughter and lively chatter as the men raised their cups and drank alongside Dong Zhuo, the mood growing ever more cheerful. As the banquet wore on and the wine flowed, Dong Zhuo let out a burp, wiped his mouth, and turned to Liu Jin. His expression turned serious as he said, "Winnie, His Majesty has already ordered us to crush the Yellow Turbans in Jizhou as soon as possible. We can't afford any more delays. If we drag this out, we might end up like Liu Zai, hauled back to the capital, stripped of rank, and perhaps even losing our lives." Liu Jin nodded, fully aware of the urgency of the situation. Though the Yellow Turbans had been pushed back and there had been progress in Jizhou, the emperor remained anxious, pressing all the armies to swiftly suppress the rebels and stabilize the Han Dynasty. After a moment's thought, Liu Jin looked at Dong Zhuo and asked, "General, there are tens of thousands of Yellow Turban soldiers holed up in Guangzhou City, and they're putting up a fierce defense. With our limited forces, we can't take the city quickly. Do you have any good strategies?" Dong Zhuo smiled slightly, glancing at Li Ru beside him. Seeing Li Ru give a subtle nod, Dong Zhuo began, "Winnie, I do have a plan. I wonder what you think of it." Liu Jin quietly observed the understanding between Dong Zhuo and Li Ru, and quickly guessed at Li Ru's identity. This cold, sharp-eyed scholar was none other than Li Ru, one of the most notorious strategists at the end of the Han Dynasty. Realizing how much Dong Zhuo relied on him, Liu Jin became more cautious, knowing how dangerous it could be to deal with such a cunning old fox. On his guard, Liu Jin asked, "I'd like to hear your thoughts, General." Dong Zhuo stroked his beard thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. "Since there are so many enemy troops in Guangzhou and the city is tightly held, it will be difficult to take it by force in the short term. Instead, we might try a different approach: attack Ziyang first, defeat Zhang Bao, and destroy his tens of thousands of troops. That would boost our army's morale while striking fear into the enemy, causing their spirit to collapse. Then we can press the advantage and attack Guangzhou, take down Zhang Jiao, and the Yellow Turbans in Jizhou will fall apart." Liu Jin smiled inwardly. Dong Zhuo was acting true to his historical reputation. If he followed this plan, their forces would be spread thin, and the outcome would be uncertain. In history, Dong Zhuo had tried to attack from Ziyang but accomplished nothing, earning Emperor Lu Hong's displeasure and eventually being dismissed and recalled to the capital. After a moment's silence, Lu Jin replied, "General, your plan makes sense. However, whether this path will succeed depends on how the situation unfolds." "The general has a point," Lu Jin said in a low voice, his gaze sweeping over the gathered commanders. "But we've been besieging Guangzhou for a long time now. Our troops' morale is waning and anxiety is spreading. If we simply withdraw, the Yellow Turbans will regain their confidence, making it much harder for us to capture the city later." He paused, tapping his finger on the map. "Besides, if we march on Ziyang to attack Zhang Bao, Zhang Jiao, who's holding Guangzhou, will surely send reinforcements. If we're caught between them, we risk being defeated from both sides." At this point, Lu Jin fell silent. He had made his meaning perfectly clear. If anyone insisted on pushing forward, there was nothing more he could say. After listening, Dong Zhuo's eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction, though he feigned hesitation and slowly shook his head. "Sigh, when he makes a fair point. But with so many yellow turbans inside the city, we can't break through in a short time. Dragging this out isn't a solution either." Suddenly, he looked up, his eyes sharp. "Why don't we split our forces? I'll lead the main army to attack Ziyang, while you continue besieging Guangzhou and block any reinforcements Zhang Jiao might send. Make sure they can't support Ziyang. Once I take Ziyang and defeat Zhang Bao, I'll bring my troops here to join you, and together we'll launch an all-out assault on Zhang Jiao. Wouldn't that be the perfect plan?" Hearing this, Lu Jin's eyelid twitched. He immediately saw through Dong Zhuo's scheme, leaving him behind at Guangzhou, while Dong Zhuo led the main force to Ziyang. Clearly, Dong Zhuo intended to keep the credit for himself and sideline Lu Jin, reducing his influence in the army. Worse still, Lu Jin would be left to face Zhang Jiao's main force. If he lost, he'd likely end up imprisoned, if not dead. It was a ruthless plan with several aims. But inwardly, Lu Jin smirked. This proposal suited him perfectly. What Dong Zhuo didn't know was that Zhang Jiao in Guangzhou was gravely ill and would probably die within days. When that happened, chaos would break out in the city, and it might fall without a fight. Lu Jin could then take all the credit for capturing it. Meanwhile, Dong Zhuo's campaign against Ziyang would almost certainly fail, possibly costing him men and earning him a reprimand from the court. If Dong Zhuo stayed, they'd have to share the glory, and Lu Jin would likely get only a small share. Lu Jin didn't agree right away. Instead, he frowned and looked troubled, as if hesitating. Dong Zhuo noticed and smirked, taunting. "What? Winnie, do you think this plan is flawed? Or are you afraid to lead your troops and stop Zhang Jiao's reinforcements? Maybe the rumors are wrong, and the famed young Lu Jin is actually afraid of the Yellow Turbans?" Lu Jin clenched his jaw at these words. He looked Dong Zhuo straight in the eye and responded loudly. "It's not that I lack courage, but I have one request. I only have 3,000 men at my command. Stopping Zhang Jiao's reinforcements might be difficult. I hope the general will let me keep 3 more units." Dong Zhuo was secretly delighted, thinking Lu Jin was young and easily provoked. 3 more units would only amount to a few thousand men, hardly a real demand. He nodded without hesitation. "That's not a problem. Since you're to stop Zhang Jiao's reinforcements, I won't send you to your death. You'll have enough troops. Which 3 units do you want?" Lu Jin smiled inwardly and answered in a clear voice. "Zhang He's unit, Su Rong's unit, and Cheng Pu's unit." Dong Zhuo showed no hesitation. His gaze swept over the generals in the hall as he asked in a deep voice, "Zhang He, Su Rong, Cheng Pu, are the 3 of you willing to stay behind at the Guangzhou camp with Deputy General Liu and continue the siege against the Yellow Turban rebels inside the city?" The 3 men sitting on either side of the hall exchanged a glance before responding in unison, "We are willing to stay." Upon hearing this, Dong Zhuo raised an eyebrow, giving them a faint, dismissive look. He had already made up his mind. With a sneer, he said, "Since you're all so close to Lu Jin, then stay here. Better that than causing trouble in Ziyang." He then turned to Lu Jin, his tone growing more serious. "Winnie, after 3 days of rest, you'll lead the main army to Ziyang. The affairs here will be in your hands. You must prevent Zhang Jiao from sending reinforcements. If he does, our forces will be caught between 2 fronts, and neither of us can afford the consequences." Lu Jin nodded solemnly to show his understanding. With that, the banquet continued. The generals began to toast and mingle, and the mood grew increasingly lively. Many officers made a point of approaching Dong Zhuo, hoping to curry favor and secure greater merit in the future. In contrast, Lu Jin was largely ignored. From the earlier conversation, it was clear to many that Dong Zhuo intended to sideline him. Despite this, Lu Jin's expression remained unchanged. He calmly raised his cup and drank it down in one go. Sitting beside him, Zhang Fei and Guan Yu exchanged angry glances. They recalled how, when Lu Ji was dismissed, many of these same people had flocked to their elder brother, eager for a chance to prove themselves. Now that Dong Zhuo was in charge, they immediately switched allegiances, desperate to win the new commander's favor. Such fickle opportunists, blowing with the wind. As the banquet drew to a close, the generals gradually took their leave and returned to their camps. Dong Zhuo remained at the head of the hall, stroking his beard as he turned to Li Ru with a satisfied smile. Guan Yu, that kid was easier to deal with than I expected. I thought it would take more effort to put him in his place, but it turned out to be simple. A glint flashed in Li Ru's eyes as he nodded slightly, and replied coolly, Lu Jin may be of imperial blood, but he lost his influence long ago. Now, he's just another man without connection. She wouldn't dare challenge you. Besides, you were appointed by His Majesty. He has no choice but to obey. Dong Zhuo burst out laughing, looking invigorated and thoroughly pleased with himself. 3 days later, the camp echoed with the sound of drums and blaring horns. Each unit assembled in neat formations, ready for deployment. Led by Dong Zhuo, the army marched north toward Xuyang. Lu Jin, clad in armor and mounted on a fine steed, watched with his officers as Dong Zhuo's forces departed. Beside him, Zhang Fei fumed. Brother, Dong Zhuo is truly shameless. You've always treated him with sincerity, yet he's gone out of his way to push you aside. Guan Yu, Han Dang, and Zhao Teng all wore grim expressions, their eyes cold with anger. Clearly, they too were dissatisfied with Dong Zhuo's actions. It was infuriating. Dong Zhuo had barely taken command and already made a show of putting Lu Jin in his place, stripping him of most of his authority. Seeing their outrage, Lu Jin gently waved his hand, signaling for calm. In a soft voice, he said, Don't worry. Our chance will come. It's nothing to worry about. Lu Jin stood in the tent, meeting the eyes of the assembled generals with unwavering resolve. Though Dong Zhuo is the supreme commander and leads tens of thousands of Han troops, as his deputy, I am bound by his authority. Rather than being constrained at his side, I'd rather remain here where I can act independently. Besides, Dong Zhuo's attack on Xuyang may not be a good thing, and our siege of Guangzhou might not be a bad thing either. Hearing these words, the generals nodded silently, though suppressed anger flickered in their eyes. Lu Jin turned to Cheng Pu, Su Rong, and Zhang He, his tone tinged with regret. It's just a pity that the three of you must stay behind instead of following Dong Zhuo to Xuyang to make your mark. The three immediately cupped their fists and bowed. General, don't say that. After spending these days with you, we have come to recognize your abilities and character. Following you may bring us just as much glory. There's no need to chase it in Xuyang. Lu Jin laughed heartily at their words, straightening his back, confidence radiating from him. Excellent. Since you trust me, Lu Wenyi, so deeply, I will not let you down. Within 10 days, I will take Guangzhou and win all of you a chance for promotion. These bold words stirred the entire assembly, filling every soldier with excitement and passion. Though the promise sounded somewhat boastful, they couldn't help but believe that this young commandant of 2,000 could accomplish it. After all, his string of victories was the best proof. We believe in you, General. The generals responded in unison, bowing deeply. Lu Jin nodded with satisfaction and began to lay out his plans. We have 7,000 troops, which is barely enough to fully encircle Guangzhou. Therefore, I've decided we'll withdraw 30 li and set up camp in the mountain valley. The west is near water, the south backed by steep terrain, easy to defend, hard to attack. Meanwhile, send scouts to keep a close watch on the city. The moment the Yellow Turbans make a move, report back immediately. Though the generals didn't quite understand what opportunity Lu Jin was referring to, they placed their trust in him without question. Only Zhang Fei, unable to contain his curiosity, blurted out, Big brother, what exactly is this opportunity you're talking about? Can't you tell us? Lu Jin looked at his inquisitive brother and smiled mysteriously. Some things can't be revealed just yet. Give it a few days, and you'll see for yourself. Zhang Fei pouted in frustration, making Guan Yu, Han Dang, Zhao Teng, and the others chuckle. Soon, the camp was packed up and on the move. Under Lu Jin's command, the 7,000 troops withdrew 30 li and set up camp in the valley. When the Yellow Turban soldiers atop the city walls saw the Han army retreat, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, the anxiety that had plagued them day after day suddenly lifting. News of the retreat quickly reached the rear courtyard of the General of Heaven's residence. At this moment, Zhang Jiao lay sick in bed, his face gaunt and pale, his appearance haggard like a dying man at death's door. Standing nearby were several Yellow Turban generals, all with their heads bowed in silence, casting a gloomy atmosphere over the tent. Inside Zhang Jiao's command tent, the air felt heavy and still, broken only by the occasional cough. Since Zhang Liang's execution, Zhang Jiao's health had rapidly declined. In recent days, he had become bedridden, unable to walk. His once spirited face was now gaunt and haggard, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead and soaking the bedding beneath him. Outside the city, the banners of the Han army snapped in the wind, ready to launch a full assault at any moment. This crisis, both internal and external, left the generals in utter despair. They stood by the sickbed, their eyes filled with fear and uncertainty, as if they could see no path forward. Zhang Jiao slowly opened his clouded eyes and glanced around at the gathered generals. He let out a weak cough, his voice frail but still carrying a hint of authority. You need not worry. Even if I am gone, there are still hundreds of thousands of Yellow Turban soldiers in the city. We can hold the walls. The Han army will not break through. Hearing this, the generals all sighed in unison. Their concerns had gone far beyond simply defending the city. If Zhang Jiao died, who would take charge? An army without a leader was like a headless fly, aimlessly waiting for the Han army to breach the gates, at which point their own heads would be taken as trophies, their bodies left unburied. Amid this oppressive mood, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the courtyard, followed by an excited shout. General, good news. Everyone inside frowned, irritation written on their faces. How could anyone make such a commotion at a time like this? The door burst open and a yellow turban officer rushed in, his face alight with excitement. He dropped to his knees before Zhang Jiao's bed and announced respectfully, General of Heaven, I bring great news. The Han army outside the city has withdrawn, leaving only a few thousand troops behind. The main force has retreated to a valley 30 li away. The threat to us is gone. The room instantly erupted. The generals' eyes shone with excitement, their breaths quickening and their bodies trembling with exhilaration. It was like a gift from the heavens. After days of siege, the Han army had suddenly withdrawn, and lively discussion filled the tent. However, Zhang Jiao showed no sign of joy upon hearing the news. Instead, a look of concern appeared on his face. His eyes grew sharp as he considered the situation. On the battlefield in Jizhou, only Ziyang remained besides Guangzhou. Why had the Han army suddenly pulled back? Could they be turning to attack his second brother, Zhang Bao? The thought filled Zhang Jiao with anxiety. He tried to push himself up, but his strength failed, and he collapsed back onto the bed. The generals rushed to his side, carefully helping him sit up. Barely managing to sit, Zhang Jiao's eyes flashed with urgency. His voice, though weak, was filled with concern. Where has the main force of the Han army gone? The messenger hesitated before replying. After leaving here, the Han army marched north along the main road. It appears they are heading towards Xiyang. At these words, Zhang Jiao trembled, his eyes full of worry. Just as he had suspected, the Han army, finding Guangzhou unbreakable, had shifted its focus to Xiyang. That city was guarded by his second brother, Zhang Bao, who had only a few tens of thousands of soldiers. If the city fell, he would surely die. With his younger brother already lost in battle, Zhang Jiao could not bear to see his second brother meet the same fate. Forcing himself to sit upright, Zhang Jiao looked around at the generals and raised his voice. Who among you will lead troops to reinforce Ziyang? As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding officers all lowered their heads, and not a single one dared to step forward and accept the command. Having just escaped the encirclement of the Han army, everyone felt a sense of relief, as if they had finally glimpsed a ray of hope. But now, to personally lead troops to reinforce Ziyang would be nothing short of walking into a trap certain death. Deep down, everyone understood. Faced with the might of the Han army, who would willingly throw their life away? Zhang Jiao looked at the silent, downcast faces before him and immediately understood their thoughts. They were simply too afraid of the Han army to dare risk supporting Ziyang. After a moment's thought, his gaze hardened, and he pressed on. Whoever can lead troops to reinforce Ziyang will be immediately appointed as general of the people. After my death, all the soldiers in Guangzhou will be under his command. Does anyone dare to step up? As soon as he finished speaking, the officers around him began to breathe more heavily. Greed flickered in the eyes of many. Such a position was not something to be easily passed up. After all, the title of general of the people came with the promise of commanding tens of thousands of yellow turban soldiers once Zhang Jiao was gone. Yet most remained hesitant, unwilling to accept a mission that seemed like a death sentence. Leaving the city would likely mean never returning. After a brief silence, a burly man finally stepped out from the crowd, his gaze resolute as he declared loudly, Heavenly General, I, Zhang Youjiao, am willing to lead troops to reinforce Ziyang. Zhang Jiao looked Zhang Youjiao over and nodded slightly, his voice deep and solemn. Very well. From this moment on, you are general of the people. When I am gone, all yellow turban soldiers in Guangzhou will be under your command. If anyone dares to disobey, you have my leave to deal with them as you see fit. Delighted, Zhang Youjiao immediately bowed and said respectfully, Rest assured, General. I will follow your orders and do my utmost to save Ziyang. The surrounding officers exchanged glances, each with their own thoughts. Although Zhang Youjiao had stepped forward, he was not among the highest-ranking leaders, just a mid-level commander. Even with the title of General of the People, it was doubtful he would win much support. Besides, with Zhang Jiao gravely ill and unlikely to last much longer, chaos was sure to erupt in Guangzhou after his death. Who would really take Zhang Youjiao seriously then? Meanwhile, in a military camp elsewhere in Guangzhou, a sudden shout rang out. Big brother, are we really going to support Ziyang? The main force of the Han army is gathered there. With our numbers, it's almost certain death. The speaker was Chu Fian, a burly subordinate of Zhang Youjiao. His eyes were filled with worry and panic as he looked at his leader. Hearing this, Zhang Youjiao couldn't help but sneer. Don't worry, brother. Do you really think I'd be that foolish? The Yellow Turban cause is finished, and Zhang Jiao is gravely ill won't last much longer. Once he's gone, chaos will break out in Guangzhou, and the city could fall without a fight. If we stay with the Yellow Turbans, we're as good as dead. Chu Fian looked confused. Then why did you accept the command? Zhang Youjiao smiled faintly and waved his hand. It's precisely because I accepted the order that we have a legitimate reason to leave the city. We can use this chance to escape to some remote place, set up our own stronghold, and live freely. There's no need to keep fighting the Han army and throw our lives away. Chu Fian nodded, a trace of agreement in his eyes. Indeed, most of the Yellow Turban rebels in the south had already been crushed, and the Imperial army was moving north, preparing to encircle the Hebei Yellow Turbans. If they didn't run now, they'd be wiped out by the Han army for sure. Zhang Youjiao said no more. He waved his hand and ordered, there's no time to lose. Gather the brothers, we're leaving the city now. Head west, cross the Taiying Mountains. Even if the Han army pursues us, they'll have a hard time finding us. Chu Fian received the order and immediately went off to assemble the troops and prepare for their escape. Soon, the city gates swung open and more than 10,000 soldiers wearing yellow turbans marched out in an orderly line. Without the slightest pause, they headed swiftly westward. Although they tried to move discreetly, their movements were still spotted by scouts hiding nearby, who quickly rode back to report the news to the main camp. Inside the Han army's command tent at the foot of the valley, Liu Jin sat upright at the head of the table, carefully reading the intelligence just delivered by the scouts. Noticing that the enemy troops carried banners bearing the character Zhang, he frowned. Could Zhang Jiao be personally leading reinforcements to Ziyang? He wondered aloud, but quickly shook his head to dismiss the idea. This unit numbered just over 10,000. If Zhang Jiao himself were leading, he would command a much larger force. Besides, judging by the timeline, even if Zhang Jiao were still alive, he would likely be gravely ill and unable to lead troops in person. Clearly, this must be another general surnamed Zhang, sent to support Ziyang. A cold glint flashed in Liu Jin's eyes as he promptly issued orders to the officers in the tent. Guan Yu, take 500 cavalry to intercept them and make sure to cut off their retreat. Zhang He, Su Rong, Han Dang, and Zhang Fei, each of you will lead 1,000 men to pursue from behind. You must completely wipe out these Yellow Turban rebels. The rest of the troops will stay with me to hold the camp and guard against a surprise attack from the city. The officers accepted their orders, excitement shining in their eyes. They immediately turned to organize their troops and set out in pursuit of the enemy. Several hours later, Zhang Youjiao rode at the front of his forces, hurrying down the official road. He knew well that Han troops were still stationed outside Guangzhou City and dared not pause for even a moment. Suddenly, a scout came rushing up in a panic, shouting from a distance, "General, bad news. Han cavalry are pursuing us from behind." Zhang Youjiao was visibly shocked. Impossible. Dongzhuo has already sent the main Han force to Ziyang. How could there be cavalry here? Beside him, Chu Fian spoke quietly. Brother, according to our scouts, the commander of the garrison outside the city is Liu Jin. He does have cavalry at his disposal. It's likely he sent them after us. At the mention of Liu Jin, a flicker of fear crossed Zhang Youjiao's face. This name had become widely known throughout Hebei in recent days. Liu Jin had marched south from Zhuojuan, sweeping aside all opposition, and even Zhang Liang, the mighty Rengong general, had been killed by him. Was he, the new Rengong general, about to suffer the same fate as Zhang Liang? Seeing his brother's anxious expression, Chu Fian sighed. Ever since Zhang Liang's death, Liu Jin's reputation had truly struck fear into the hearts of the Yellow Turban soldiers. He turned to the scout and pressed, "Tell us Wo is leading the enemy troops? As for who was leading the army, I'm not sure." But the pursuing cavalry were flying banners with the character Guan, and the dust clouds rising in the rear clearly showed that a large force was following close behind. Hearing this, Chu Fian frowned deeply. Her mind racing, she realized the cavalry must be led by Guan Yu, one of Liu Jin's fiercest generals. It seemed Liu Jin had mistaken them for reinforcements heading to Ziyang, which was why he was giving chase. After a moment of silence, Chu Fian suddenly looked up and said to Zhang Youjiao beside her, "Brother, there's no time to lose. We must split our forces, leave some troops behind to cover the retreat, and have the rest withdraw west as quickly as possible. As long as we get out of this region, the Han army will realize we're not heading to Ziyang and might let us go." Zhang Youjiao's eyes lit up at her words, and he nodded quickly. Yes, you're right. Let's split up and retreat at once." No sooner had he spoken than he began to organize the troops. 3,000 Yellow Turban soldiers stayed behind to hold off the enemy, while the rest followed Zhang Youjiao and Chu Fian, racing westward. The two of them fled like startled rabbits, afraid to slow for even a moment, the sound of approaching hoofbeats behind them a constant reminder of death drawing near. The 3,000 left to cover the retreat saw their commanders fleeing and were thrown into panic, unable to form any kind of defensive line. On the battlefield, many terrified soldiers broke ranks and scattered, fleeing into the woods on either side. Guan Yu led 500 cavalry in pursuit. Seeing the disorderly ranks of the Yellow Turban rebels ahead, his eyes flashed coldly as he barked, "Kill them!" At his command, the 500 cavalry charged like unleashed tigers, the thunder of hooves deafening. The Yellow Turban troops barely had time to react before they were trampled underfoot, blood spraying and screams filling the air. Guan Yu swung his long blade. Its flashed like lightning, cutting down several rebels in an instant, blood splattering through the air. The battlefield was immediately engulfed in chaos and bloodshed. The remaining Yellow Turban rebels could barely fight back, throwing down their weapons and fleeing for their lives. Guan Yu's cavalry chased them relentlessly, and soon the blood-soaked ground was crowded with rebels fleeing in all directions. Moments later, Su Rong, Zhang He, Zhang Fei, Han Dang, and others arrived with their troops, surrounding the remaining Yellow Turban rebels and beginning a full-scale assault. As time passed, the fighting gradually died down, the sounds of battle fading until silence returned. Corpses piled high on the ground, blood staining the earth, while Han soldiers rounded up the surviving prisoners and marched them to the rear. From the prisoners, Guan Yu and the other commanders learned that this Yellow Turban force hadn't been heading to Ziyang to reinforce it, but had planned to escape. So, Guan Yu decided to call off the pursuit and led the 1,000 or so prisoners back toward the main camp. In the Han army's command tent in the valley, Liu Bei sat at his desk, a satisfied smile on his face. He asked his generals, so, Zhang Youjiao wasn't heading to Ziyang to reinforce it, but was trying to escape? Guan Yu nodded. Yes, General Liu. That's what some of the captured officers said. Zhang Youjiao was leading his troops west, clearly with no intention of aiding Ziyang. We didn't continue the pursuit. Liu Bei nodded slightly, unconcerned. He knew that Zhang Youjiao was never a true Yellow Turban member, and with defeat looming, it was only natural for him to try to run. Perhaps, like the later Black Mountain Army, he would turn to banditry in the Taiying Mountains, raiding and harassing the region. After a moment's thought, Liu Bei said slowly, if that's the case, it looks like Zhang Jiao and the city won't be able to hold out much longer. His commanders are already starting to flee. The fall of the city shouldn't be far off. He paused for a moment, then gave his orders. Everyone, be ready. Continue sending out scouts to keep a close watch on Guangzhou City, especially on what's happening inside. If anything unusual happens, report it immediately. The generals all bowed and took their leave, and soon the command tent was quiet once more. 3 days later, outside the city of Ziyang, more than 10,000 Han troops marched in with an overwhelming presence. The banners of Dong's army snapped in the fierce wind, radiating an unstoppable momentum. Atop his war chariot, Dong Zhuo was clad in fine armor, the sword at his waist gleaming with a cold light. Narrowing his fierce eyes, he looked down at the panicked Yellow Turban soldiers on the city wall, a trace of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. These Yellow Turban rebels truly are no match for us, Dong Zhuo said with a sneer. Just the sight of my army at their doorstep has thrown them into chaos. Attacking Ziyang was indeed a masterstroke. He stroked his beard and glanced around. The surrounding generals quickly echoed his words. General Dong, your might is unmatched. With you leading our elite troops, how could these rebels not lose heart? In my opinion, we'll break through this city within 3 days. Pleased by their flattery, Dong Zhuo was silently resolved to reward these perceptive subordinates in the future. He suddenly drew his sword, its murderous aura palpable, and shouted, the enemy is already in disarray now, is our chance. All troops, attack Ziyang with everything you have. When Zhang Bao is captured, I will personally request rewards for you all from the court. With a thunderous response, the generals led their troops into formation, quickly surrounding Ziyang on all sides. As the drums and horns roared, Han soldiers pushed their siege engines forward, surging toward the city walls like a tidal wave. On the battlements, Zhang Bao watched the Han army's relentless advance, his eyes flashing coldly with murderous intent. Ever since the tragic death of his younger brother, his hatred for the Han had burned fiercely. Loose the arrows, he commanded harshly. In an instant, countless arrows rained down like a storm. Han soldiers fell by the dozens, their blood staining the earth and their screams filling the air. Yet wave after wave pressed forward, and soon a team reached the walls, setting up ladders to climb. At the same time, hundreds of soldiers drove battering rams against the gate, the thunderous crashes shaking the very ground. Brandishing his gleaming blade, Zhang Bao shouted, heaven is dead, let the yellow heaven rise. The Yellow Turban soldiers rallied, their spirits soaring as they echoed, heaven is dead, let the yellow heaven rise. Fearless in the face of death, they hurled logs and stones down at the climbing Han troops. Cries of pain rang out as bodies fell, the ground beneath the city turning crimson with blood. A brutal siege had begun. As the sun set in the west, the sky turned dusky and the sun slowly disappeared behind the mountains. On his chariot, Dong Zhuo gazed across the battlefield, his brows gradually knitting together. The morale of the Han army was rapidly declining. The once mighty formation now seemed weak and powerless. His expression shifted from indifference to grave concern. The resistance from the Yellow Turban forces far exceeded expectations, especially with their thunderous battle cries that instantly rallied their troops to a fever pitch. Standing beside Dong Zhuo, Liu keenly sensed the unfavorable turn of the battle. He stepped forward and advised in a low voice, "General, the Yellow Turban forces are only growing fiercer as the fight drags on, while our own troops are losing heart. In my opinion, it would be wise to sound the retreat for now, give the soldiers a chance to rest, and reconsider our strategy." Dong Zhuo felt a surge of frustration at these words. When he first arrived on the battlefield, he had led his troops with overwhelming momentum, and the rebels on the city walls had cowered in fear. Yet in the heat of real combat, these bandits were not only unafraid, but seemed to fight with even greater ferocity. Seeing the bodies strewn across the ramparts and the blood staining the city walls, he had no choice but to swallow his bitterness and bark an order to his guards, "Sound the drums and call the retreat. All forces withdraw." With the thunder of drums and the blaring of horns, the Han army, which had been pressing the assault, began to fall back like a receding tide. Under the direction of their officers, the troops withdrew several miles before setting up camp. On the city walls, Zhang Bao watched coldly, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. He immediately ordered his men to clear the battlefield and maintain strict vigilance in case of a Han counterattack. Inside a hastily erected command tent, Dong Zhuo sat at the head of the assembly, his face clouded with gloom. The other officers sat in silence, heads bowed, their spirits low. After a long pause, Dong Zhuo suddenly broke into a hearty laugh. "No matter. Though we failed to take Ziyang today, we've at least learned the true strength of the Yellow Turbans. They are not just a rabble. We'll need to deal with them carefully from now on." The officers straightened up, their spirits somewhat lifted by his words. Dong Zhuo then turned to Li Ru and asked, "Guan Yu, the Yellow Turbans in Xuyang are formidable and a direct assault will be difficult. Do you have any suggestions?" Li Ru thought for a moment before replying, "General, we must not rush the siege. I recommend surrounding Xuyang and cutting off their supply lines to weaken their resolve. At the same time, we can secretly try to win over some of the city's commanders and look for an inside man. Once the time is right, we'll coordinate an attack from both within and without, and Xuyang will surely fall." When Dong Zhuo received the battle report, his brow furrowed in concern. The siege of Xuyang was proving far more difficult than he had anticipated. He had assumed Zhang Bao would be an easy opponent, but once the fighting began, he realized that this brother of Zhang Jiao was every bit as formidable as his elder sibling. To make matters worse, the Yellow Turban forces seemed to grow braver with each clash, their morale soaring, while his own troops' fighting spirit dwindled over time. The generals gathered to discuss strategies, but none could come up with a viable plan. Left with no better option, Dong Zhuo accepted Li Ru's advice and ordered the troops to focus on maintaining the siege and allow the soldiers to rest and recover. Meanwhile, in the rear courtyard of the general's mansion in Guangzhou, a sudden panic erupted. Something terrible has happened. The great teacher has passed away. A maidservant who had been caring for Zhang Jiao burst out of the residence, screaming at the top of her lungs. Before her cries could stir the crowd, a flash of cold steel pierced the air. A sharp blade plunged into her abdomen. Blood spurted as she collapsed in agony and quickly died. Gao Sheng, a Yellow Turban commander gripping the bloodied blade, glared around fiercely. "Anyone who causes a commotion will be executed without mercy," he barked. With that, he rushed inside. There, Zhang Jiao lay on his bed, his face ashen, his breath stilled. Gao Sheng was shaken, stumbling back several steps. Other Yellow Turban leaders soon arrived, each harboring different thoughts as they took in the scene. Some were gripped by fear, worried that with Zhang Jiao dead, the Han army would soon storm the city. Others felt a secret thrill, already calculating how they might benefit from a shift in power. The murmurs quickly grew. "The great teacher is dead. We should escape before the Han army finds out." A few timid commanders urged in panic, but many others' eyes gleamed with a predatory light. "There are still over 100,000 troops in the city, and these walls are strong. Why should we run? What we need now is to choose a new leader to carry on the great teacher's cause." At these words, greed flickered in more than a few eyes. Wu Yi, a thin, middle-aged commander, was the first to step forward. "I have always treated you all generously. I am the rightful successor to the great teacher." Before he could finish, the burly Li Dang scoffed. "With only 3 or 5,000 men under your command, you think you deserve to lead? I have 20,000 soldiers, and the great teacher trusted me most. Who dares oppose me?" Gao Sheng merely snorted at this, stepping forward. "I, Gao Sheng, refuse to accept this," he shouted angrily. "You may have the numbers, but I am the personal disciple of our great teacher. I should be the one to inherit his position." A cold glint flashed in Li Dang's eyes as he curled his lips into a mocking smile. "So what if you refuse? You may be the master's disciple, but we fought by his side to build this empire. How could you possibly compare to us?" Before he finished speaking, the room erupted into chaos. Voices shouted over one another, curses flew, and the sounds of fists and feet striking flesh echoed through the air. In the confusion, some even started to brawl, and the whole scene spun out of control. Meanwhile, in the corners of the room, several people slipped away quietly, already plotting how to escape the turmoil. All the while, Zhang Jiao's body lay unnoticed on the bed. Even though he had been dead for half a day, no one paid any attention to his corpse. News of Zhang Jiao's death spread through Guangzhou City like wildfire. As soon as word got out, panic swept through the tens of thousands of Yellow Turban soldiers, sending them scattering in every direction. If Zhang Jiao were still alive, they might have maintained some order, but with their leader gone, fear and uncertainty surged through the ranks. Worse yet, some of the Yellow Turban generals began fighting among themselves for power, killing each other and shattering what little stability remained. The entire city plunged into chaos. Many of the Yellow Turban rebels fled in groups, not daring to linger for fear of being caught up in the disaster. In a military camp nestled in the valley, Liu Jin sat cross-legged on the ground, engrossed in reading the spring and autumn annals he had borrowed from Guan Yu. Occasionally, he would murmur in admiration, "No wonder it's my second brother's copy of the spring and autumn annals. His commentary really brings something special to it." Absorbed in the text, he almost forgot the commotion outside. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside the tent. Zhao Teng burst in, excitement written all over his face. "Big brother, great news." Liu Jin looked up, putting down the book, his gaze sharpening. "What's the matter?" Unable to contain himself, Zhao Teng replied. "Big brother, our spies in the city report that Zhang Jiao is dead. Many Yellow Turban generals are fighting each other for his position, and the city is in complete chaos. On top of that, lots of Yellow Turban soldiers are taking advantage of the situation to open the gates and escape. Now is the perfect time for us to attack Guangzhou." Liu Jin's eyes lit up with excitement. After waiting so long, Zhang Jiao is finally dead, and the chaos in the city is even worse than I expected, he thought to himself. I have that battle to thank for killing Zhang Liang without him. This power vacuum has drawn all the opportunists out to fight for control. Without hesitation, Liu Jin gave his orders. "Dihu, summon all the officers to the command tent for a council of war." Zhao Teng bowed deeply and hurried out. Liu Jin began to pace back and forth, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. With the current situation, capturing Guangzhou was within reach, and such an achievement would surely bring him a noble title. The thought filled him with excitement. Soon, the sound of footsteps grew louder outside the tent as Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, Han Dang, Su Rong, Zhang He, and other officers arrived. Their faces alight with excitement, they had clearly already heard the news from Zhao Teng. Seeing this, Liu Jin's enthusiasm only grew. He immediately gave his orders. "Zhang Jiao is dead, and the city is in chaos. Now is our moment to strike. Zhang Fei and Han Dang, take 2,000 men and attack the west gate. Su Rong and Zhang He, take 2,000 to assault the south gate. Cheng Pu and Wei Yu, lead 2,000 to storm the east gate. As for the north gate, leave it open as an escape route. Guan Yu, take 500 cavalry and wait 10 miles outside the city. If any Yellow Turban rebels try to flee, lead your men and cut them down." Liu Jin's gaze swept over each officer as he spoke. "Does everyone understand my orders?" The generals in the tent were filled with fervor, their blood boiling with excitement. They bowed deeply and shouted in unison, "We will follow your orders, General, and take Guangzhou City no matter what." As the drums and horns thundered, the officers left the command tent one after another. Under their leadership, the troops quickly assembled. Thousands of soldiers surged out of the camp like a tide, forming groups to surround Guangzhou City. Zhang Fei and Han Dang led 2,000 elite troops and swiftly arrived at the west gate. The city gate was wide open. A large number of Yellow Turban soldiers, their heads wrapped in yellow scarves, were fleeing in panic with their families, pushing carts laden with supplies. Seeing this, Zhang Fei's eyes widened with rage. He roared, "Soldiers, attack!" The Yellow Turban soldiers, terrified at the sight of the Han army approaching, abandoned their belongings and scattered in all directions. Screams rang out, "The Han army is here! Run!" Chaos erupted at the gate. Zhang Fei spurred his horse forward, his spear darting like a venomous snake, skewering several fleeing enemies in quick succession. Blood splattered as cries of pain echoed, bodies falling one after another. The Han soldiers followed closely behind, slashing through the enemy ranks. The Yellow Turban forces, made up mostly of peasants, were no match for the elite Han troops and could only flee in panic. After Zhang Fei and Han Dang wiped out the enemy outside the west gate, they led their forces straight into the city. Inside the city, chaos reigned. Many Yellow Turban leaders had turned on each other in desperation, fighting without any order or strategy. A few tried to organize a defense, but their efforts were quickly crushed by the advancing Han troops. Meanwhile, the east and south gates also fell. The Han army poured in from all sides, their battle cries shaking the sky. Blades flashed and fires raged throughout Guangzhou city. Realizing the situation was hopeless, the once power-hungry Yellow Turban leaders now tried to break out with their remaining forces. With the south, east, and west gates lost, the Yellow Turban soldiers inside the city could only flee toward the north gate. As the last group of Yellow Turban soldiers escaped through the north gate and breathed a sigh of relief, the ground suddenly trembled beneath their feet. Looking up, they saw Han cavalry covering the hills, descending upon them like a rolling black cloud, ready to surround them completely. Guan Yu gripped his broadsword tightly, its blade flashing coldly like a meteor streaking across the night sky. The oppressive aura he exuded made the Yellow Turban rebels before him shrink back instinctively. His phoenix-shaped eyes narrowed, a chilling intent to kill glinting within them, as he commanded in a powerful voice, "Soldiers, charge!" 500 cavalrymen responded in unison, moving as one, sharp and unstoppable like a spear thrusting into the enemy ranks. Horses thundered forward, trampling the Yellow Turban soldiers like straw, crushing bodies beneath iron hooves. Blood sprayed into the air, and mangled flesh was shattered by the force of the charge. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of rebels fell dead, their corpses pressed deep into the mud, blood dyeing the earth a deep red. Those who tried to flee, seeing Guan Yu's cavalry charging down like tigers from the mountains, were filled with terror. They threw away their weapons and armor, dropping to their knees and begging for mercy. Across the vast battlefield, Guan Yu led his cavalry personally, cutting through the enemy ranks. The glint of his blade flashed in all directions as the horsemen swept through like a storm, unstoppable and overwhelming. Meanwhile, outside the northern gate, the sounds of fierce fighting and blazing fires lit up the ruined scene of Guangzhou city. The chaos lasted the entire afternoon before gradually subsiding. At the southern gate, Liu Jin rode into the city, clad in armor with a sword at his waist and a long cloak flowing behind him. Over 100 personal guards followed close behind. His eyes took in the devastation on the streets, severed limbs, flowing blood everywhere. Most of the bodies wore the yellow scarves of the rebels. Far fewer belonged to the Han army. As prisoners were marched away under guard, Liu Jin watched in silence, feeling a trace of emotion. This battle truly embodied the saying, "A general's success is built on 1,000 bones." With a shift in his gaze, he composed himself, setting aside any lingering pity. Though these people were originally commoners, they had been incited by the Yellow Turbans to take up arms and become bandits, staining their hands with the blood of innocents. Their deaths were well-deserved and unworthy of sympathy. More importantly, if these rebels were not eliminated, the people would continue to suffer at their hands. Taking Guangzhou city and destroying these outlaws was, above all, to protect the safety of countless innocents. His expression resolute, Liu Jin led his guards toward the residence of the Celestial Master. Soon, soldiers emerged carrying a corpse. The man was thin and pale, his eyes lifeless, clearly dead for some time. A squad leader reported respectfully, "General, this is Zhang Jiao's body." Liu Jin glanced at the corpse, a hint of regret in his eyes. The great teacher, to die so alone, it's a pity. He shook his head with a sigh. Once he commanded hundreds of thousands and shook the Han Empire, only to die at the hands of this rabble with no discipline at all. After a moment, he instructed Zhao Tong, "Behead him, preserve the head in salt, and send it to Luoyang. Inform the emperor that the rebel leader Zhang Jiao is dead and Guangzhou city has been taken." He paused, then looked at the headless body. "As for the remains, just bury them outside the city. It's the least we can do for someone of his status." Zhao Ting acknowledged the order and quickly set about carrying it out. Liu Jin entered the residence and sat in the main hall, finally able to relax. With Guangzhou city taken, he had earned enough merit to stand alongside generals like Huang Fusang and Zhu Jun. Not long after, hurried footsteps sounded outside. Zhang Fei, Han Dang, Su Rong, Cheng Pu, and Zhang He entered one after another. Though their clothes were torn and bloodstained, excitement and exhilaration lit up their faces. They bowed together and greeted him, "General." Liu Jin smiled and nodded, gesturing for everyone to take their seats on either side. After a brief pause, he asked, "Has the Yellow Turban Rebellion in the city been put down?" Zhang He immediately stepped forward and replied respectfully, "General, the Yellow Turban rebels in the city have been completely wiped out. Those who resisted have all been executed, and the rest have surrendered. However, our forces are limited, so we couldn't capture every last one of them. Quite a few rebels managed to escape in the chaos." Liu Jin wasn't surprised by this. With only 7,000 troops under his command, breaking into Guangzhou and securing victory was already a major achievement. He never expected to capture every last rebel, especially with tens of thousands of civilians in the city, most of whom had little fighting ability. If any rebels were determined to escape, his small force wouldn't be able to catch them all. As long as Guangzhou was secured and Zhang Ju was dead, the situation was no longer dangerous. Even if some rebels got away, they would no longer pose a real threat. Once news of Zhang Ju's death spread, the remaining rebels would scatter, either surrendering or fleeing into the mountains to become bandits, ultimately unable to threaten the Han court. At that moment, Guan Yu entered the hall with a squad of soldiers, escorting 4 yellow turban commanders. The 4 men were tightly bound, looking particularly disheveled. Guan Yu cupped his hands and said with a smile, "General, I captured these fleeing yellow turban leaders outside the north gate. They've been brought here for your order. Should we deal with them?" The assembled officers all turned their gaze to the 4 prisoners, eyes filled with contempt. Lu Jin glanced at them and spoke coldly. "Since they are enemy commanders, take them out and execute them. Collect their heads and send them to Luoyang." As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 prisoners turned pale, their legs trembling as they fell to their knees, pleading, "General, we have surrendered. Please spare our lives. Besides, the Han army is known for not killing prisoners. If word gets out, it will damage your reputation." Lu Jin sneered, his tone growing harsher. "You traitors rose in rebellion, burned, looted, and killed, bringing disaster to the people and countless deaths. Surrendering now does not absolve you of your crimes. You still deserve to die." At his command, Guan Yu motioned to the soldiers to drag the men out for execution. One of the prisoners, a burly man, looked terrified and unwilling to die. Suddenly, he shouted, "General, spare me. I can atone for my crimes and render great service." Lu Jin's eyes turned cold as he signaled for the soldiers to stop. He asked icily, "How do you plan to atone for your crimes?" Sensing a glimmer of hope, the man dropped to his knees and said urgently, "General, I have important information. If I may report it to you, I can help the Han army achieve a great victory." Lu Jin fixed him with a steely gaze and barked, "Speak plainly. No need for secrecy." The yellow turban officer hesitated, glancing nervously around, then lowered his voice. "General, I know a secret about Zhang Ju's death. If you let me live, I can help you achieve great merit. This matter is far from simple, General. The fewer people who know, the better. If word gets out, you stand to gain nothing from it," the yellow turban officer said quietly, his tone cautious. The generals in the hall frowned at his secretive attitude. Though they were displeased, they prepared to leave as suggested. Just then, Lu Jin suddenly raised his hand, stopping them in their tracks. "You are all my sworn brothers, men I've lived and died with on the battlefield. There is nothing you cannot know," Lu Jin declared, his voice ringing with authority. Zhang He, Cheng Pu, and Su Rong were visibly moved by his words. Lu Jin's gaze was sharp as he stared down the yellow turban officer. "If you utter another word of nonsense, they'll have your head right here and now." The officer trembled and quickly said, "General, during Zhang Jiao's uprising, he hoarded vast amounts of wealth, gold, silver, and jewels offered by the various commanders. He hid it all away in a secret place. I happen to know where it is and am willing to offer it to you, if you'll spare my life." A heavy silence fell over the hall. The officers finally understood why the yellow turban wanted everyone else gone. Zhang Jiao's treasure was likely a mountain of riches, amassed when the yellow turbans controlled half the realm and looted countless treasuries. More importantly, if no one else knew, this fortune could become Lu Jin's private reserve, never needing to be reported to the court. Lu Jin hesitated for a moment, a flash of greed in his eyes. If he could claim this treasure for himself, it would fuel his ambitions, allowing him to build his own power before chaos engulfed the land. It was a tempting opportunity. Meanwhile, Zhang He, Cheng Pu, and Su Rong grew increasingly uneasy. Although they respected Lu Jin and were considering pledging loyalty, they had not yet formally joined him and could not be considered trusted confidants. Now that they knew such a secret, they couldn't help but worry Lu Jin might silence them to protect it. After a brief silence, Lu Jin suddenly threw his head back and laughed. "Very well. If you lead us to the treasure, they'll spare your life and see that you live in comfort and safety." The yellow turban officer was overjoyed, bowing repeatedly. "Thank you, General. Thank you." Lu Jin then ordered Zhao Teng to escort the officer in search of the treasure. Once they had left, the atmosphere in the hall grew even more tense. Seeing the unease on the 3 men's faces, Lu Jin smiled reassuringly. "Junyi, Demu, Zhongya, the 3 of you are my brothers. You have nothing to fear. If Zhang Jiao's treasure is real, you'll each have your share." Zhang He, Su Rong, and Cheng Pu were visibly relieved. Just moments ago, they had feared Lu Jin might kill them to keep the secret. After all, as Sima in the army, if they were reported as casualties in battle, the truth would be nearly impossible for the court to discover. The court would clearly not be too harsh on Lu Jin, given his outstanding achievements in suppressing the Yellow Turban Rebellion. In these troubled times, a hero like him would not only be spared punishment, but would be carefully protected. Zhang He stared intently at Lu Jin, his eyes shining with determination. Without hesitation, he dropped to one knee, clasped his hands, and declared in a loud, clear voice, "General, I am willing to follow you. I will serve faithfully at your side and pledge my life to your cause." This display seemed to inspire the others. Su Rong and Cheng Pu exchanged a glance, then knelt down together and declared in unison, "We, too, wish to follow you. We pledge our loyalty, to serve by your side and never betray you." After spending time together recently, All three had been deeply impressed by Liu Jin's abilities. Though still young, he had already shown remarkable military talent, and what was even rarer was his humility and genuine care for his officers. In a chaotic era filled with ambitious leaders, such a master was hard to come by. If they missed this chance, it would be far more difficult to join him once he achieved greater fame and power. Seeing these three formidable generals pledge their loyalty, Liu Jin was filled with excitement. He quickly stepped down from the platform and personally helped them to their feet, saying enthusiastically, "Excellent. With the three of you by my side, I'll be as strong as if I commanded an army of 100,000. The three men cupped their fists and called out in unison, "We greet you, my lord." Liu Jin burst out laughing and immediately ordered the entire army to rest and recover in Guangzhou City. 3 days later, order gradually returned to the city, though it felt somewhat empty since most of the original inhabitants had joined the Yellow Turban Army. In the prison camp, Liu Jin, dressed in a long robe and accompanied by his officers, inspected the rows of prisoners. Seeing the sheer number of captives, he frowned deeply. In this battle, over 10,000 had been killed, and nearly 50,000 Yellow Turban rebels had been captured. Managing so many prisoners was a daunting task. Any mistake could lead to a riot. Even more pressing, feeding them would consume vast amounts of grain and supplies. He recalled that, in history, after Huang Fusang captured Guangzhou, he executed all the prisoners and built a mound of skulls outside the city to intimidate others. But if he followed that example, he would surely be branded as ruthless, which would harm his future prospects. After a moment's thought, Liu Jin turned to his officers and asked, "Gentlemen, we have a great many prisoners in the city. How should we deal with them?" The officers murmured among themselves, all aware that executing them all was out of the question, but keeping them would drain their resources. At that moment, Zhang he stepped forward after some consideration and respectfully said, "My lord, in my opinion, it would be best to execute all the ringleaders among the crowd to serve as a warning to others." One general stepped forward and suggested, "As for the common people who were forced to join, we can release them and have the governors of each prefecture resettle them. Let them return to their fields and resume farming." This would both solve the problem of prisoners and help replenish the population lost in Jizhou. As the others nodded in agreement, Li, who stood at the back of the crowd, frowned deeply. This thin young man in a gray robe quickly stepped forward and spoke in a clear voice, "I believe this is not the right approach. These Yellow Turban rebels have plundered, killed, and brought disaster upon the people. Their crimes are so great that even exterminating their entire families would not be excessive. When it comes to ringleaders, which among them is not guilty? If we let them off lightly, even if we calm things for now, it won't be long before they rise up again at the slightest encouragement. They'll think there's little punishment for rebellion. Why should they hesitate to do it again? I urge the general to deal with them severely." Everyone turned to look and recognized him as Li, who managed the army's provisions. Although his rank was not high, being in charge of supplies showed that Liu Jin trusted him greatly. Liu Jin gazed up at the sky, pondering, then said, "Boda makes a good point. These men have the blood of the people on their hands, and letting them go easily would indeed be wrong. But if we slaughter all these tens of thousands, wouldn't that make us no different from Bai Qi of old? That legendary general was reviled by the world for burying too many prisoners alive. General, you mustn't." The other officers quickly urged. "The Han Dynasty values filial piety and righteousness above all. If word spreads that we have massacred prisoners, we will be condemned." Li was silent for a moment before he spoke again. "My lord, I have a suggestion. We don't need to kill them all, just execute one in every 10. Do it in front of the other prisoners, and it will be enough to strike fear into the rest, ensuring they won't dare act rashly in the future." At these words, a chill ran through the assembled officers. With 50,000 prisoners, that meant at least 5,000 would be executed, a harsh and ruthless measure. But Liu Jin nodded in approval. "We'll proceed as Boda suggests. Execute 1 in 10 as a warning, and hand the survivors over to the counties and prefectures for resettlement." Soon, the drawing of lots began in the prisoner camp. Those who were spared breathed sighs of relief, while those chosen fell to their knees, weeping and begging for mercy. But the executioner's blades showed no mercy. Heads fell and blood spattered the ground. The surrounding prisoners trembled in terror, their legs giving way, some even losing control of their bowels. Under such a display, even the boldest among them would never dare rebel again. Liu Jin stood at a distance, watching the execution before him with an unwavering gaze. There was no trace of mercy in his eyes. He looked on coldly as the executioner's blade fell, severed heads rolling one after another onto the ground, their blood soaking into the earth. Throughout history, which great leader hasn't had blood on their hands? Take Cao Cao, for example. Did he not slaughter entire cities and surrendering enemies, with tens of thousands of innocent lives lost by his command? Yet when he established his dynasty, did anyone criticize him? On the contrary, he was praised for his talent and vision, for his ability to govern and bring stability. Compared to that, killing a few thousand rebel prisoners seemed almost merciful. As Liu Jin pondered these thoughts, Zhao Teng approached quickly, unable to hide the excitement on his face. He carefully avoided the pools of blood as he hurried over, bowed deeply, and lowered his voice. Brother, we found Zhang Jiao's treasure. It's hidden in a valley 30 miles outside the city. There are piles of gold, silver, and jewels enough to form a small mountain. The amount is so great we can't even count it all right now. Lu Jin's eyes flickered with excitement, but he quickly composed himself. He glanced around to make sure no one was listening, then spoke quietly. We're still at war. I have no use for that wealth at the moment. If word gets out, the court will confiscate everything, and he'll be left with nothing. I have to wait until the war is over, until I receive my rewards and secure a commandery as my base of power. Only then will that money be useful. After a moment of silence, Lu Jin gave his orders. Don't spread the news. Seal up the treasury for now, and take out a portion to reward the troops. Once the Yellow Turban Rebellion is completely suppressed, we'll figure out how to handle the rest. Zhao Ting nodded quickly and hurried off to take care of the matter, moving with both urgency and caution, careful not to draw any unwanted attention. Meanwhile, outside Xuyang, in the Han army camp, lanterns flickered inside the command tent. Dong was sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed in worry. He gripped a cup of wine, his expression clouded. He had led his army to Xuyang days ago, but after repeated assaults, not only had he failed to take the city, he had suffered heavy losses. The setback weighed heavily on his ambitions. Dong drained his cup in one gulp, his face still troubled. He sighed. When you, I'm just a rough soldier from the frontiers of Liangzhou. The only reason I'm in command of this army is because of the Yuan family's support. That's why I have so much to worry about. I have to prove myself, to show the Yuan family that I'm someone they can rely on. If I accomplish nothing, they'll be abandoned soon enough, and the court will send someone to strip me of my command. If that happens, it'll be nearly impossible for me to rise again. Li Ru, seated nearby, quickly leaned in to reassure him. General, there's no need to be anxious. Kuaiying's defenses may be strong, but after our siege and attacks, the Yellow Turban morale inside the city has clearly dropped. Also, the spies I sent to contact their leaders are starting to make progress. When the time is right, and we have help from inside, the city will surely fall. Dong's eyes lit up with urgency. He leaned forward and said quickly, send more men to win them over, don't be stingy with the money. As long as someone is willing to open the gates for us, they'll reward them handsomely. Li Ru nodded slightly, well aware of Dong's character and his willingness to spend money when necessary. Just as the two were plotting, urgent footsteps sounded outside the tent. A dust-covered soldier lifted the flap and hurried in to report. General. A messenger hurried into the tent, bowing as he reported. General, Deputy Commander Liu from Guangzhou has sent a letter. Hearing this, Dong raised an eyebrow, suspicion flickering in his eyes. What could be so urgent in Guangzhou that it required a special message? Could it be that Zhang Jiao's army had already reached Xuyang, and Lu Jin was unable to hold them back? The thought made Dong's face darken with anger. If that was truly the case, Lu Jin was utterly incompetent. How could he fail to stop the Yellow Turban rebels with several thousand troops? He resolved to report this to the court. Bring it here, Dong ordered with a wave of his hand. He snatched the letter eagerly, tore it open, and read it. As he finished, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. His hands trembled, and the letter slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground with a sharp snap. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Dong's face turned crimson as he roared. How could Lu Jin, with just a few thousand men, possibly capture Guangzhou? Strategist Li Ru, standing nearby, was equally stunned by the news. There were hundreds of thousands of Yellow Turban soldiers inside Guangzhou, with Zhang Jiao himself commanding them. Their morale far surpassed any other force. Even with 10 times as many troops, it would be nearly impossible to take the city in a short time. Li Ru quickly stepped forward, picked up the letter, and read it carefully. Though still shocked, he soon understood the reason Zhang Jiao was dead. Chaos had erupted in the city, and Lu Jin had seized the opportunity to break through. It was a stroke of incredible luck, and Lu Jin had capitalized on it. Dong Zhuo, now furious, kicked over the table, smashing wine jugs and cups to the floor. The heavens are unjust, he howled. This victory should have been mine. Li Ru could only sigh inwardly. Such as fate, timing, and fortune are beyond human control. Once Dong Zhuo had calmed down somewhat, he turned to Li Ru, his voice hoarse. When you, now that Guangzhou has fallen and Zhang Jiao is dead, all the credit will go to Lu Jin. I am the commanding general, yet because I am stationed in Xuyang, I fear I will earn little merit. The south has already been swept clean by Huang Fusang and Zhu Jun, and they are marching north. Only Xuyang remains as a battlefield. If we cannot quickly take Xuyang and kill Zhang Bao, we will make no progress. You are absolutely right, General, Li Ru replied at once. Only by capturing Xuyang and killing Zhang Bao can you stand alongside Lu Jin, Huang Fusang, and Zhu Jun, and receive great rewards from the court. But Xuyang cannot be taken in a day, Dong was said, frowning. The longer we delay, the more likely Huang Fusang and Zhu Jun will arrive, and then the credit will be shared. In the end, I will never surpass them. When you, Do you have a plan to quickly capture Ziyang? Li Ru frowned deeply, lost in thought for a moment, a glint flashing in his eyes. At last, a satisfied smile appeared on his face as he spoke up. General, now is the perfect opportunity. Guangzhong has fallen, and Zhang Jiao is dead. If we spread this news in Xuyang, it will surely throw the Yellow Turban rebels into panic. Those wavering commanders, desperate to save their own lives, will surely surrender to us and become our inside men. When that happens, Xuyang will inevitably fall. Hearing this, Dong Zhuo's eyes showed a hint of approval as he nodded immediately. Good, we'll go with Wenya's plan. Send someone to deliver the news inside the city right away and shake their morale. We'll attack while they're in disarray. Xuyang will be ours, and Zhang Bao will fall. Li Ru bowed respectfully, then withdrew to make the necessary arrangements. Soon, the message reached Xuyang. When the Yellow Turban rebels inside the city learned that Guangzhong had been captured and Zhang Jiao was dead, they were thrown into chaos. Already demoralized by the Han army's siege, this news was a crushing blow. Many no longer dared to resist the Han forces, discarding their yellow scarves or slipping away into the city, completely losing the will to fight. At this moment, in the general's mansion in Xuyang, Zhang Bao received the news of his elder brother Zhang Jiao's death and the utter defeat of tens of thousands of Yellow Turban rebels in Guangzhou. His eyes reddened, fury surging within him until he coughed up blood, nearly collapsing as rage overtook his reason. He let out a guttural, anguished howl. Lu Jin, I will never forgive you. The Yellow Turban commanders around him couldn't help but feel a chill at Zhang Bao's fury. He seemed like a cornered tiger, eyes blazing, the tension in the room suffocating. The Yellow Turban army's morale had already collapsed, and many commanders were secretly plotting how to save themselves. With their spiritual leader Zhang Jiao gone, their hopes had been dashed. The Yellow Turban forces across the land were all but wiped out, with only Xuyang holding out, and even that was only a matter of time. Even if they fought to the death, how long could they last? The Han army would surely surround the city and break through eventually. Hatred burned in Zhang Bao's eyes. His whole body trembled, blood at the corners of his mouth, his teeth nearly shattering from the force of his anger. Lu Jin, you caused my third brother Zhang Liang's death and drove my elder brother Zhang Jiao to his grave. You destroyed the Yellow Turban cause. Today, I will make you pay in blood. Though his voice was hoarse, Zhang Bao's words were still filled with rage. Hold the city no matter what. Even if we die, we must make the Han army pay dearly. They will not take this city easily. The commanders outwardly echoed his determination, vowing to fight to the death. But deep down, they all understood how hopeless the situation was. Zhang Bao's outburst brought them little comfort. Most were preoccupied with their own survival. 3 days later, as dusk fell over the Han army's main camp, Dong Zhuo stood in front of his tent, fully armored and sword in hand, his gaze intense, his voice thunderous. Soldiers, fight bravely, take Xuyang and slay Zhang Bao. When this battle is won, I will petition the court for rewards and honors for all our commanders. The assembled officers' eyes burned with excitement as they bowed in unison. After all, Lu Jin had already led the army to capture Guangzhou and wipe out tens of thousands of Yellow Turban rebels. This victory promised promotions and rewards for all involved. Naturally, they were unwilling to fall behind others and were determined to take Xuyang and earn merit. As Dong Zhuo glanced around at the spirited faces of his generals, he saw the hunger for glory shining in their eyes and couldn't help but smile. In a deep voice, he ordered, "Go and mobilize your troops. Station them outside the East City Gate and wait for the right moment." Soon, the generals withdrew one after another. Outside the East Gate, the various forces had already assembled. Among them, Gong Sunzan stood tall in gleaming armor, his sword at his waist catching the light. He turned to Liu Bei beside him, his tone full of expectation. "Xuanda, in today's battle, you must fight bravely. If you distinguish yourself, I will be sure to recommend you to General Dong for the title of Marquis of Zhujian. It's as good as done." Liu Bei was overjoyed at these words and patted his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, brother Bugue. With the help of my 2 brothers, we will fight valiantly tonight and win glory for the army." Gong Sunzan's gaze fell on the 2 burly men standing behind Liu Bei, and he couldn't help but feel skeptical. So, Liu Bei has started forging brotherhoods like Lu Jin, but who knows where he found these 2? They looked imposing enough, but compared to Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, they were probably still lacking. After all, those 2 were giants, unmatched in strength and fearsome on the battlefield. As night fell, thick clouds blotted out the moonlight, and the land was shrouded in silence. Suddenly, the city gates swung open, and the glow of torches pierced the darkness, signaling the start of the assault. Dong Zhuo, stationed at this post, brightened at the sight, his breath quickening. He shouted, "The gates are open. Soldiers, attack. Whoever captures Zhang Bao will be richly rewarded." At his command, the officers sprang into action, their morale soaring as they led their troops in a surging wave toward the city gate. In no time, the Han army broke into the city and began their onslaught in the streets. The Yellow Turban rebels, jolted awake, barely had time to react before chaos engulfed them. The clash of weapons, flashes of fire, and cries of pain filled the night air. Liu Bei, mounted on a fine steed and wielding two swords, charged through the enemy ranks with impressive might. The two strong men behind him kept close, working seamlessly together to cut down the disorganized Yellow Turban soldiers. The Han army swept through the city with unstoppable force, so fierce that the enemy threw down their arms and fled in panic. In this way, the Han forces quickly took control of Ziyang without resistance. Inside the general's residence, Zhang Bao was awakened by the sounds of battle. When he learned that someone had betrayed the city and opened the gates, he panicked. Gathering his personal guards, he tried to escape, but as soon as he left the mansion, he ran straight into a Han army unit on the street. At the front of the group was Liu Bei, gripping his sword tightly. The firelight reflected in his eyes, revealing a glimmer of excitement. Not far ahead stood Zhang Bao, one of the three main leaders of the Yellow Turban army. If Liu Bei could take him down, the achievement would surely propel him to greater heights. Second brother, third brother, follow me. We must cut down the guards around Zhang Bao. Liu Bei commanded loudly. His brothers responded without hesitation, charging forward with determination. Sensing the danger, Zhang Bao hurriedly ordered his personal guards to hold off the attackers while he retreated further into the darkness. Although the two burly men at Liu Bei's side fought valiantly, they were soon entangled by the enemy soldiers in the narrow street, making it impossible to advance. Watching this, Liu Bei gritted his teeth, inwardly frustrated that his brothers could not compare to Guan Yu and Zhang Fei under Liu Jin's command. He could almost see the glory slipping through his fingers. Just as Zhang Bao was about to disappear into the night, a sharp arrow whistled through the air, striking him squarely in the back. With a heavy thud, Zhang Bao felt a searing pain and collapsed to the ground. A young general rode up, casting a mocking glance at Liu Bei before urging his horse forward, spear in hand. Without hesitation, he thrust his weapon into Zhang Bao, silencing him instantly as blood poured forth. Zhang Xiu of Shiliang is here. Zhang Bao, the traitor, has been executed. Surrender now, or face the same fate. The young general shouted, swiftly cutting off Zhang Bao's head and wrapping it in cloth before hanging it from his saddle. Without another look at Liu Bei, he led his troops in pursuit of the fleeing enemy. Liu Bei sat on his horse, watching his hard-earned victory snatched away. He glanced at his brothers, let out a resigned sigh, and led his men to continue the pursuit, hoping to gain more merit in battle. With Zhang Bao's death, the Yellow Turban soldiers inside the city lost all morale, throwing down their weapons and scattering in every direction. Soon, the sounds of fighting faded, and the Han army officers began rounding up prisoners. Draped in a long robe and riding a tall steed, Dong Zhuo entered Ziyang city, surrounded by his generals. Seeing the city conquered, he beamed with satisfaction and turned to Li Ru at his side, feeling an even greater respect for his strategist. This city fell so quickly thanks to your wise counsel and solutions. Guan Yu, I see you're no longer young when this campaign ends. I would be honored to offer you my daughter's hand in marriage. What do you say? Li Ru paused, recognizing that Dong Zhuo was seeking to secure his loyalty completely. After a moment, he bowed and replied. Li Ru had served the general for many years and always followed his lead. Hearing this, Dong Zhuo threw his head back and laughed heartily, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself that if Li Ru became his son-in-law, he would have a brilliant strategist by his side, and his path to greater power would be assured. At that moment, a cloud of dust rose as Zhang Xiu galloped over on a sweat-drenched, prized horse, his spear still dripping with blood. He reined in before Dong Zhuo, raised a bloody head high with both hands, and bowed deeply. General, I have slain Zhang Bao. Here is his head. Dong Zhuo's gaze lingered on the still bleeding head, the corners of his mouth lifting in immense satisfaction. He declared loudly, excellent. Truly a fierce warrior of Shiliang. Since you have killed Zhang Bao, I will personally petition the court to reward you. Hearing this, Zhang Xiu's face lit up with joy. He quickly stepped over to a middle-aged officer standing nearby, respectfully greeted him as uncle, and then stood aside, awaiting further orders. Dong Zhuo surveyed the surroundings and, seeing that order had been restored within the city, waved his hand and commanded, clear all the corpses from the city and imprison the captives. We will rest and reorganize for 3 days within the city, reward the troops, and report this victory to the court so all may receive their due honors. The officers nearby were visibly excited, their eyes shining and bodies trembling with anticipation. They all bowed deeply and exclaimed, Thank you, General. Dong Zhuo nodded in satisfaction, then raised his horsewhip and led the group slowly into the city, a trail of dust rising behind them. 3 days later, outside the military camp at Guangzhou, Liu Jin stepped out of his tent and stretched in the warm sunlight. After several days of rest and reward, morale throughout the army was high. The prisoners who had survived the decimation had settled down and were handed over to Guidian, the prefect of Julu Commandery, 2 days earlier. Liu Jin squinted into the bright sunlight, his mind racing with thoughts. The Yellow Turban Rebellion was nearing its end. With only the stronghold at Xuyang remaining, it would likely fall soon. With his military achievements, a title and promotion were all but guaranteed. However, he now had to carefully consider where to establish his base of power. Although the end of the rebellion would bring a brief period of peace to the Han Dynasty, it was merely an illusion. The chaos had already shaken the foundations of the court, and local governors were growing ever more powerful, with ambitious men emerging everywhere. Before long, the new provincial system would give rise to warlords carving out their own territories, and widespread turmoil would become inevitable. Especially once Emperor Liu Hong passed away, Dongzhuo would seize control, plunging the land into chaos and division. Liu Jin knew he had to make preparations early and be ready to compete with the other warlords for control of the realm. To rise to power and command his own army, the frontier regions were the best choice. They offered the advantage of raising troops and enjoying greater autonomy, with the court less vigilant toward the borderlands. After all, defending the frontiers required a strong military presence, and the court would tacitly allow the recruitment of soldiers. If he chose the interior, it would be much harder to expand his forces or hold military power, and any misstep could lead to suspicion of treason. He would have no choice but to wait patiently for Dongzhuo's usurpation to create a chance to rise, wasting precious time and putting himself at a disadvantage in the coming struggle for supremacy. Therefore, to amass troops and build strength, the frontier was the only viable option. Although Xiliang was a border region, it was not suitable as a foundation. First, Liu Jin was not a native of Xiliang, making it difficult to establish a foothold. Second, Xiliang was plagued by frequent uprisings. Within a year, Han Sui, Beigong Boyu, and others would revolt, commanding tens of thousands of troops and threatening the court. It was a chaotic mess, entirely unsuitable as a base for his ambitions. The only remaining options were Bingzhou, Yuzhou, or Jiaozhou. Jiaozhou was sparsely populated, plagued by miasma, inhabited by many foreign tribes, with treacherous terrain and poor roads. The region was divided and ruled by local warlords who proclaimed themselves kings for years. While it managed to survive, the prospect of conquering the world from there was nearly impossible. Yuzhou, on the other hand, was rife with powerful clans and noble families. Even if he managed to take control, he would have to face Yuan Shao, whose family had held high office for generations, making victory highly unlikely and difficult to secure. In comparison, Bingzhou, though remote and thinly populated with its own threats from outside tribes, had relatively few influential families, making it easier to control. If he could establish his own power base there, gradually uniting the 9 commanderies of Bingzhou and using it as a stronghold, he could even raise and maintain a powerful cavalry force, slowly amassing strength to annex surrounding regions and rise to prominence. Bingzhou was naturally fortified, the Taiying Mountains to the east, the Yellow River to the south, vast grasslands to the north, and the Hetao region to the west. The terrain was defensible and difficult to attack, making it an ideal location to establish an independent power base. Historically, the Li Tang dynasty had risen from this very land to sweep across the realm. There was no reason he could not follow a similar path, waiting patiently for the right moment to send his troops and vie for supremacy. Having thought this through, Liu Jin set aside his contemplations, deciding not to dwell on it for now. The most pressing matter at hand was to quell the Yellow Turban Rebellion, and only then could he consider long-term plans. Just then, he noticed 2 figures approaching from a distance. One of them was Li, who was chatting and laughing with a young man beside him, the atmosphere light and cheerful. The 2 soon reached Liu Jin. Li respectfully introduced, "My lord, allow me to present my friend, Min Chun, courtesy named Bodian. He once served as a clerk in Wei Commandery, but resigned and returned home when the Yellow Turban Rebellion broke out. Recently, I wrote to Bodian, hoping he could join us to help with some affairs. Today he has arrived, so I brought him to meet you." Liu Jin was taken aback, his gaze naturally falling on Min Chun, and he felt a hint of surprise. The name was not unfamiliar. In history, Min Chun had served as a strategist for Han Fu, the governor of Jizhou, acting as his chief secretary, managing affairs, and offering counsel on numerous occasions. He was known as a rare and talented advisor. Now, Li was recommending him. Min Chun was a slender man dressed in a gray robe, exuding the air of a scholar. He studied Liu Jin attentively, clearly interested in the young general before him. Liu Jin's aura of elite experience, especially the calm steadiness of one who had seen battle, made him someone not to be underestimated. His exploits slaying Zhang Liang, defeating enemies at Guangzhong had already spread far and wide, earning Min Chun's respect. Min Chun clasped his hands and greeted respectfully, "I pay my respects, General." Liu Jin responded with a hearty laugh. "Bodian, there's no need for such formalities. Since you're a friend of Bode, you're a friend of Liu Wenyi as well. Come, let's talk inside the tent." With that, Liu Jin led them into the command tent. He immediately ordered the cook to prepare a few dishes and several jars of fine wine, and had a banquet laid out. Seated at the head of the table, Liu Jin raised his cup with a smile and said, Odian, now that you're here, let's share a drink together. Min Chun did not hesitate. He picked up his cup and took a hearty gulp. The liquor burned as it went down, spreading warmth through his body. After a moment, he exhaled, his eyes flashing as he looked at Liu Jin. Stroking his beard, he smiled and said, General, you truly live up to your reputation as a talented young leader. Remarkable indeed. Watching Min Chun's actions, Liu Jin couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration and burst out laughing with delight. General, your reputation has been spreading far and wide lately. Even in Wei Commandery, I've heard tales of your valor. Now that I finally meet you in person, I see that your fame is truly well-deserved. You have the bearing of a great general of this era. Min Chun sat upright at the table, his eyes shining with admiration and his voice full of genuine respect. Liu Jin smiled modestly at the compliment and waved his hand in humility. Please, Bo Jian, don't tease me. Whatever little reputation I have is hardly worth mentioning. Besides, any achievements I have are thanks to the bravery of the officers and soldiers under my command. I could never claim all the credit for myself, it wouldn't be right. Hearing this, Min Chun was secretly impressed. Liu Jin was neither arrogant nor impatient, but instead humble and courteous. If it were anyone else who had achieved such remarkable feats, they would surely have become conceited by now. Maintaining a gentle smile, Min Chun asked softly, now that the Yellow Turban Rebellion has been quelled, do you intend to serve at court as a close advisor to His Majesty, or will you remain in the provinces to keep the peace and care for the people? Liu Jin let out a thoughtful, oh, and didn't answer immediately. He studied Min Chun's face for a moment, his gaze probing, before replying with a smile, what are your thoughts on the matter, Bo Jian? Min Chun was in no hurry. He picked up his cup and drained it in one go. Setting the cup down, he stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, since the Yellow Turbans rose in revolt, the people have suffered and chaos has swept the land. Although the rebellion is nearly suppressed, bandits and outlaws are still rampant everywhere, threatening the peace. To deal with them, the court has resorted to desperate measures, giving local governors the authority to raise their own troops. Isn't this fueling their ambitions? Sooner or later, this will lead to warlords carving up the land and plunging the country into turmoil. It's a path to ruin. Liu Jin was taken aback. He hadn't expected Min Chun to see so clearly into the future. The fracturing of the Han Dynasty did indeed begin with the Yellow Turban Rebellion, and the court's decision to let local governors raise armies only hastened its downfall. His brow furrowed, and his tone turned colder. What are you suggesting, Bo Jian? The orders of His Majesty and the ministers of the court are not for us to question lightly. Li, who was sitting nearby, looked nervous at these words. He couldn't believe Min Chun would speak so boldly. Liu Jin was a member of the imperial clan, and Min Chun's words seemed to hint at the fall of the Han. Wasn't that treasonous? But Min Chun remained unruffled and even smiled as he replied, General, there's no need to be upset. What I've said is not unfounded. Within 3 to 5 years, you will see this age of chaos arrive. Whether you believe it or not, you will have to face this reality. Liu Jin stared at Min Chun, growing more and more astonished. This man truly was a sage, not only foresaw impending chaos, but could even predict when it would happen. Calmly stroking his beard, Min Chun continued, you asked for my opinion, General. In my view, staying at court will do you little good and only bind your hands. Yes, you are of imperial blood, but your branch of the family has no real foundation or support. If you had powerful backers, you wouldn't have had to rise from the rank of a mere garrison commander, repeatedly risking your life like any commoner. With no one to support you, gaining a foothold at court will be nearly impossible. And if you do find a patron, you may simply become their pawn, swept up in the dangerous currents of court politics, with disaster waiting at every turn. After a brief pause, Min Chun went on. If you ask me, it would be better to remain in the provinces, command a strong force, and ensure stability in your region. In a few years, when the situation across the land becomes clearer, you can decide your next move. What do you think, General? Having finished, Min Chun narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Liu Jin at the head of the table, smiling calmly and at ease. The more Liu Jin listened, the more shocked he became. He kept his eyes fixed on Min Chun, who was smiling serenely, and only one thought echoed in his mind: this person was truly an extraordinary genius. Sitting nearby, Li broke out in a cold sweat, his hands clenching and unclenching unconsciously as waves of regret crashed over him. If he had known Min Chun was this bold and reckless, he would never have brought him into the military camp, not even for his life. If Liu Jin became enraged, he might strike Min Chun down with a single sword, and Li himself would hardly escape blame. The atmosphere in the main hall was tense, as if time itself had frozen. Suddenly, Liu Jin burst into hearty laughter, his voice echoing through the hall. Ha ha, Bodian, your words truly speak to my heart. I have long suspected turmoil is brewing in the land, but as a mere soldier, my words carry little weight in court, so all I can do is follow the tide as it rises. Hearing this, Min Chun finally felt the weight in his chest lift, relief washing over him as his shoulders relaxed. He had to admit, He had been holding his breath just moments before. It would have been impossible not to be nervous after all. His words bordered on treason, and if they reached the imperial court, he might not survive. But deep down, he was certain Lu Jin was no ordinary man. This general had risen from the lowest ranks, fighting his way up through countless deadly battles, especially when he led 3,000 troops deep into the Yellow Turban territory to ambush Zhang Liang, risking everything for a chance to climb higher. These feats convinced Min Chun that Lu Jin was not simply motivated by rank or title, but by ambition and ideals. His eagerness to rise showed he sensed chaos on the horizon and wanted to build enough strength to survive it. Min Chun's guess was confirmed by Lu Jin's reaction. Lu Jin slowly stood up and walked steadily over to Min Chun, his face full of respect. He clasped his hands together and said sincerely, "Sir, my army lacks a strategist to help guide us. Would you be willing to take on this role? If so, I will treat you with the honor reserved for the greatest of statesmen." Min Chun was overjoyed at these words, his composed expression instantly replaced by excitement. He quickly knelt on one knee, clasped his hands, and replied with firm respect, "Since the general values me so highly, I will give my all to help you realize your ambitions. I am honored to serve you, my lord." Delighted, Lu Jin hurriedly reached out to help Min Chun to his feet, grinning from ear to ear. To have Bodian's help is like the Emperor Gaozu having Zhang Zifang at his side. Ha! Li watched from the side, utterly stunned. He never expected his friend would be so highly regarded by the general, even being compared to Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang was one of the founding heroes of the Han Dynasty. If the general saw Min Chun as Zhang Liang, didn't that hint at ambitions like those of Liu Bei himself? At the thought, Li quickly suppressed such dangerous speculation, not daring to think further. Soon, the atmosphere in the tent grew even more lively. Lu Jin could barely contain his excitement. The man before him, Min Chun, might not have been a dazzling figure in history, likely because he died too soon to show his true abilities. Yet he could see through the coming years, understand the great affairs of the world, and even read Lu Jin's own mind. There was no way he was a fool. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside the tent. Zhao Tong rushed in, clasped his hands, and said anxiously, "Brother, there's news from Cuyang." Lu Jin frowned slightly at these words, silently speculating to himself. Could something have happened with Dongjua? After all, Zhang Bao held tens of thousands of troops within the fortified city of Cuyang, making it nearly impossible to capture in a short time. However, Zhao Tang's next words caught him completely off guard. 3 days ago, Dongjua broke through Cuyang, killed Zhang Bao, and wiped out tens of thousands of enemy soldiers. His reputation now echoes throughout Hebei. This news gave Lu Jin a jolt. It was completely at odds with the history he read in his recollection. Dongjua had not only failed to take Cuyang, but was punished by the court for his failures, and was even dismissed from his post for a time. It seems my rise has already changed many events in history, Lu Jin thought to himself, growing even more wary of Dongjua. In the original timeline, Dongjua had not achieved any success against the Yellow Turbans and was left idle for years, only regaining power after quelling the rebellion in Liangzhou, which allowed him to amass his own forces. Still, Lu Jin was not overly concerned. Although achieving such merit would certainly fuel Dongjua's ambitions, with the current state of the court, he would not dare make any rash moves. After a moment's thought, Min Chun spoke up. "My lord, since General Dong has already pacified Cuyang and executed Zhang Bao, the Yellow Turban Rebellion must be nearing its end. He will surely be summoned to the capital to receive his rewards. Have you considered where you might establish your own base?" "Bodian, what about Bingzhou?" Lu Jin voiced his thoughts directly. Min Chun stroked his beard and smiled. "Excellent idea. Bingzhou is a natural stronghold. If you can hold this region, you'll have access to elite troops and fine horses, and you can use the opportunity to engage the steppe tribes, sustaining your army through battle. The court's control over this area is also relatively loose." With the decision made, Lu Jin immediately ordered his army to set out for Cuyang to join forces with Dongjua's troops. 3 days later, outside the Han army camp near Cuyang, Lu Jin arrived with his men, banners flying proudly in the wind. Gongsun Zan and Liu Bei were already waiting respectfully outside the camp. "We greet you, General," the two said in unison, bowing. Lu Jin smiled and nodded. "No need for such formalities, Brother Bugui, Brother Xuanda." He noticed that Liu Bei now held the title of Marquis of the Chu army, with a rank equivalent to 600 shi, wearing a bronze seal and a yellow ribbon. Beside him stood 2 imposing figures, clearly not ordinary men. "Xuanda, your 2 brothers here seem quite extraordinary. Why not introduce them?" Liu Bei straightened up, pride shining on his face as he clasped his fists and said, "General, this is my 2nd brother Pan Feng, and my 3rd brother Lu Sandao." Lu Jin's cheeks flushed at these words, barely able to suppress a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. If not for his self-control, he might have burst out laughing. He couldn't help but think to himself, no wonder he's a master of persuasion. Even talents like these can be recruited. Pan Feng and Lu Sandao were both renowned warriors heroes bold enough to challenge Liu Bei at Hulao Pass. Famous and imposing figures, each one as formidable as Xingdao. Now, Liu Bei had managed to recruit both at once, which was truly impressive. He looked at Liu Bei with a more probing gaze, his expression complicated, but in the end, he nodded in praise. Xuanda, your luck is extraordinary. With these two exceptional warriors at your side, your success is only a matter of time. Liu Bei grinned broadly at the compliment, a self-satisfied look on his face as if to say, of course. Glancing back at Pan Feng and Lu Sandao standing beside him, he felt quite pleased having these two as allies. The famed Guan Yu and Zhang Fei seemed little more than empty names, mere mediocrities. Standing nearby, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were naturally displeased to hear their elder brother lavish praise on others. Their pride stung. Both turned simultaneously, casting sharp, challenging looks at the two newcomers, a hint of competitive spirit flashing in their eyes, eager to test their skills. Surprisingly, Pan Feng and Lu Sandao didn't shy away from the challenge. Instead, they met Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's gazes heated, their eyes as sharp as blades. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense, as if sparks were about to fly and a clash could break out at any moment. Gong Sun, standing to the side, noticed the shift in mood and felt a pang of anxiety. No matter who won or lost between Liu Bei's brothers and the newcomers, the outcome wouldn't be good. A loss would be humiliating, while a win might offend Liu Ji. Neither was wise. He quickly stepped forward, trying to smooth things over with a smile. General Dong has already prepared a banquet in the main tent. If we delay any longer, it would be discourteous. Liu Jin couldn't help but laugh at this and said loudly, since General Dong has invited us, let's not keep him waiting, let's head to the camp. After arranging for his troops to be stationed beside the camp, he led the group toward the main tent. Liu Jin pushed open the tent door and was greeted by the sight of a hall packed with guests. The benches between the tables were filled with armored officers, the atmosphere lively. At the head of the table sat Dong Zhuo, who, upon seeing Liu Jin enter, immediately stood up with a beaming smile and called out, Winnie, please, come and sit. I've saved a spot just for you. Smiling and unreserved, Liu Jin nodded and made his way over, taking a prominent seat just below Dong Zhuo. Once everyone was seated, Dong Zhuo, full of energy and good spirits, raised his cup and said, Winnie, the only reason I was able to take Xuyang, defeat Zhang Bao, and destroy tens of thousands of enemies was thanks to your victory at Guangzhou, which greatly boosted our morale. Liu Jin clasped his hands in a humble salute. General Dong, you give me too much credit. The victory at Xuyang was entirely due to your brilliant command and tireless leadership. I merely did my humble part. Dong Zhuo nodded in satisfaction. Then, changing the subject with a smile, said, the Yellow Turban Rebellion has been quelled. All that's left are scattered remnants, hardly worth worrying about. The court will soon reclaim military authority. Winnie, what are your plans from here? At these words, Liu Jin glanced at Dong Zhuo's face and caught the hidden sharpness behind his smile. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this old fox was already thinking of keeping control of the army? After a brief pause, Liu Jin replied, I have no other ambitions. I am but a soldier of the court. Whatever His Majesty commands, I will obey. Dong Zhuo stroked his beard, smiling and nodding, his eyes glinting with an unreadable expression. When he makes a good point. We're just borderland soldiers who've made our names during the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Already more luck than we could have hoped for. Whatever arrangements the court makes, well, follow them without question. At this, Dong Zhuo paused, his eyes sweeping over the gathered generals. Then, in his hearty voice, he continued, when he distinguished himself in this campaign, his reputation resounds throughout the land. To be so young and already a pillar of the Han is no small feat. If he takes a position at court, His Majesty will surely value his talents. We may all have to rely on him in the future. Hearing this, Liu Jin's brow furrowed slightly. Dong Zhuo's words carried an undertone. Was he deliberately steering him toward the capital? Liu Jin wondered to himself. Could Dong Zhuo be trying to send me away so he can tighten his grip on this army? But then again, after the rebellion is put down, command of the troops will return to the court anyway. Even if I leave, Dong Zhuo can't hold power alone. After a brief moment of thought, Liu Jin forced a polite smile and replied, General, your praise is too generous. However His Majesty decides, I will obey without question. I haven't given the matter any other thought. Dong Zhuo's expression froze for a split second, but he quickly recovered and laughed heartily. The Yellow Turban Rebellion is finally over. We can all enjoy a few days' rest. Let's not talk business tonight. Let's drink our fill and celebrate. He raised his cup high, inviting all the generals to join him. The atmosphere grew lively. Officers clustered together, talking quietly, arms slung over each other's shoulders. Cups clinked in a display of camaraderie found only in the army. As the night wore on, the feast drew to a close and the generals took their leave one by one. Liu Jin led his trusted officers out of Dong Zhuo's tent and made his way back to his own camp. Once everyone had left, the trace of drunkenness vanished instantly from Dong Zhuo's face. He turned to Li Ru, who stood nearby, and said in a low voice, "Wen Yu, this Lu Wenyi is remarkably so young, yet he's achieved so much. He remains calm and humble, nothing like an ordinary man." Li Ru nodded, a hint of caution in his eyes. He's certainly no simple character. When it comes to dealing with people, he's as cunning as a fox with decades of experience. Dong Yu's eyes flashed coldly. "Looks like I'll have to find a way to get this young man out of my army. As long as he's here, it'll be next to impossible for me to take full control." Li Ru frowned, urging caution. "General, you shouldn't rush this. If you act too hastily, it could backfire." Dong Zhuo sighed, his tone tinged with frustration. "It's not that I'm impatient. News has come from Liangzhou Begon Boyu is joining forces with the tribal leaders and various rebels, apparently plotting a revolt. This won't stay secret for long. Once word reaches Luoyang, there will be chaos at court, and His Majesty will surely send troops to put down the uprising." He stood and paced to the center of the tent. "As a man from Shiliang, with great merit from this campaign and the support of the Yuan clan behind me, there's a good chance the court will assign me and my troops to suppress the rebellion. That would be the perfect opportunity to tighten my grip on the army and build enough political capital to answer to no one." Dong Zhuo lowered his voice. "But if Lu Wenyi comes along, there's no way I can take full control. In fact, he might even undermine me. That's why I'm so eager to remove him, either have him serve at court, or at least keep him out of the army." Li Ru nodded thoughtfully, clearly understanding his father-in-law's intentions. After a moment, he suggested, "General, in my opinion, the Shiliang rebellion won't erupt immediately. That gives the Yuan clan time to work behind the scenes and find a way to have Lu Wenyi reassigned either to a court position or as a regional governor, as long as he's not in the army. That way, you'll have no obstacles to command." Dong Zhuo gave a slight nod. "That's all we can do for now." Meanwhile, in another part of the camp, Lu Jin and his officers returned to their quarters. Seated alone at the head of the tent, Lu Jin replayed every word of his earlier conversation with Dong Zhuo. He frowned, unable to shake the feeling that something was off. Dong Zhuo seemed reluctant to let him remain in the army. Though Dong Zhuo hadn't shown it outright, Lu Jin's years of political experience told him something was amiss. Although Lu Jin had long suspected that Dong Zhuo's ambitions were growing, he still didn't believe Dong Zhuo would dare to openly rebel. After all, the Han Dynasty's military was still formidable, and Dong Zhuo only commanded a few tens of thousands of troops. Going against the imperial court would be suicide. So, Lu Jin lazily lay on his bed, picked up his copy of the Spring and Autumn Annals, and continued reading, hoping to pick up a few clever strategies. It wasn't until late at night that he finally drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Lu Jin was still lost in his dreams when Zhang Fei's booming voice suddenly echoed from outside. "Big brother! Big brother!" The unexpected shouting jolted Lu Jin awake. He hurriedly threw off his thin blanket, revealing a sleep-deprived face with heavy dark circles under his eyes. Grumbling in annoyance, he muttered, "Who's pounding on the door so early? Don't they know I barely slept last night because I was engrossed in the Spring and Autumn Annals?" He quickly got up, dressed, and pulled open the curtain. Outside, Zhang Fei's dark, beaming face greeted him, brimming with excitement. "Big brother, I've got great news for you." Lu Jin yawned, still groggy, and replied without much interest, "Third brother, just spit it out. I want to catch a bit more sleep after this." Zhang Fei, still full of energy, continued, "Big brother, do you remember how I made friends with all sorts of heroes in Zhuo County? Back then, I met two horse traders, Zhang Shiping and Su Shuang. Recently, they heard of your growing reputation, how you defeated the Yellow Turbans and brought peace to the region. They were so impressed, they've sent 500 warhorses from the grasslands as a gesture of respect." Lu Jin's sleepy expression instantly changed. His eyes lit up, and he grabbed Zhang Fei's hand in excitement. "Is this true, third brother?" Seeing his brother's reaction, Zhang Fei grinned even wider and scratched his head. "Of course. Zhang Shiping and Su Shuang are waiting outside the camp right now." All traces of sleep vanished from Lu Jin's face, replaced by excitement. He knew just how significant Zhang Shiping and Su Shuang were historically. It was their gift of horses, weapons, and funds that allowed Liu Bei to organize a militia and rise to prominence after the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Their generosity was truly a timely blessing. Without hesitation, Lu Jin told Zhang Fei to lead the way, and together they headed for the camp's entrance. There, over 100 people stood, each holding a powerful, imposing warhorsey, obviously elite stock. At the front, two men dressed in fine robes and bearing dignified expressions waited. When they saw Zhang Fei approach, they immediately stepped forward and greeted him respectfully. "General Zhang." "General Zhang." Zhang Fei broke into an even broader smile. "This is my elder brother, Lu Jin Lu Wenyu." At these words, Zhang Shiping and Su Shuang turned their attention to Lu Jin. He was tall and striking, with an imposing presence that radiated strength, just as Zhang Fei had described, a true warrior. The two men exchanged a glance, then bowed deeply in unison. "We pay our respects to General Lu." A warm smile spread across Lu Jin's face as he stepped forward and personally helped them up. "Please, both of you, There's no need for such formality. Zhang Shiping and Su Shuang could feel the genuine respect and poise in Lu Jin's manner, and their admiration for him grew. Though they were wealthy horse traders, they rarely encountered officials who treated them with such honor. Their brief meeting with Lu Jin only strengthened their respect for his character. His reputation for grace and humility was clearly well-deserved. No one had ever received such an honor before, being personally greeted outside the military camp and helped to their feet. Zhang Shiping and Su Shuang cupped their hands respectfully and said, "General Liu, I'm sure General Zhang has already mentioned it to you. The two of us are willing to present you with 500 warhorses, 500,000 coins, and 1,000 caddies of refined steel." Lu Jin was stunned by their words, his breathing quickening with excitement. These two truly lived up to their reputation as wealthy merchants. Their generosity knew no bounds. The 500 warhorses were impressive enough, but it was the 1,000 caddies of refined steel that truly astonished him. This steel was extremely rare and highly prized for forging weapons of the highest quality. Lu Jin thought to himself that, according to unofficial histories, the weapons of Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei were all forged from this very steel: the green dragon crescent blade, the serpent spear, and the twin swords, all legendary arms. With this steel, he could now have powerful weapons made for Zhang Fei and Guan Yu, and perhaps even arm his own officers, giving his troops a decisive edge in battle. His eyes shining with excitement, Lu Jin quickly grasped their hands and said sincerely, "Thank you both for your incredible generosity. I will never forget this. If you ever need anything from me in the future, just say the word, and I will do all I can." Zhang Shiping and Su Shuang were deeply moved by Lu Jin's humility. As merchants, they had never before been treated with such respect by a high-ranking official. All they could think about was how they might earn even more money to repay Lu Jin's kindness in the future. Lu Jin immediately instructed Zhang Fei to bring all the supplies into the camp. The 500 warhorses were organized into a cavalry unit under Guan Yu's command, bringing his total cavalry force to 1,000, his own personal army, independent of the imperial court. As for the 1,000 caddies of refined steel, he ordered the blacksmiths to begin forging weapons at once, determined to see the green dragon crescent blade, the serpent spear, and other legendary arms brought to life. After making all the necessary arrangements, Lu Jin invited Zhang Shiping and Su Shuang into his tent, where he laid out a grand feast and welcomed them warmly. This display of friendship left the two merchants deeply touched, and they silently resolved to send Lu Jin even more valuable gifts in the future. Time passed quickly, and before long, it was late October of the 7th year of the Guanghe era. After deliberation, the imperial court sent numerous eunuchs to deliver imperial edicts, bestowing rewards upon the middle and high-ranking officers. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Han Dynasty, Wei Yu, Zhao Teng, and Wu Xing were each promoted to the rank of senior commandant. Su Rong, Zhang He, and Sheng Pu were also commended by the court and promoted to commandant. However, the officers were assigned to different posts. Su Rong was stationed in Dai Commandery of Yuzhou, Sheng Pu in Changshan Commandery of Jizhou, Zhang He in Yunzhong Commandery of Bingzhou, Wei Yu in Shang Commandery of Bingzhou, Han Dynasty in Weiyuan Commandery of Bingzhou, and Zhang Fei in Dingshan Commandery of Bingzhou. As for Guan Yu, Zhao Teng, Wu Xing, Min Chun, and Li Li, they remained under Lu Jin's command. Meanwhile, Gong Sunzan was also appointed commandant, tasked with guarding Yu Beiping. Liu Bei was named county commandant of Anxi County, a modest post of local authority. The heroes who had distinguished themselves in quelling the Yellow Turban Rebellion were to travel to Luoyang in person to receive their rewards, to be determined by the court. According to rumors, the four leading figures credited with suppressing the Yellow Turbans were Lu Jin, Dong Zhuo, Huang Fusong, and Zhu Jun. All four had been listed for marquisates, and further promotions seemed likely. As soon as they arrived in Luoyang and were received by the emperor, their new titles and positions would be formally granted. In the military camp outside Tuyang City, Lu Jin sat at the head of the hall, surrounded by his gathered officers. The atmosphere was heavy with unspoken tension. The recent orders meant generals like Zhang He, Su Rong, Cheng Pu, Zhang Fei, Han Dynasty, and Wei Yu would soon be stationed in different places, making it unlikely they would see each other again anytime soon. Lu Jin glanced around at the silent gathering and offered a gentle smile. "There's no need for concern, everyone. Today is a day of celebration. Each of you has received a promotion. That's something to be happy about." His words brought a few nods, and though their faces relaxed a little, a sense of loss still lingered in everyone's hearts. In recent days, they had fought side by side like brothers, forging deep bonds. Now, with parting upon them, no one could say wiener if they would meet again. Lu Jin continued to smile. "All good things must come to an end. This parting is only so that we may meet again under better circumstances. Stay strong, and look forward to our next reunion." Zhang Fei put down his wine jar and lifted his head with a hearty laugh. "You're right, brother. United in purpose, we may be apart for now, but we'll come together again before long. Why dwell on sadness? Let's drink to our next meeting instead." Han Dynasty echoed his sentiment, raising his own jar. "Well said, Ida. We're men of the army, no need for flowery words. Let's drink heartily tonight and say our farewells tomorrow." As soon as he spoke, the hall erupted into a lively toast. Cups clinked, laughter rang out, and the air was filled with warmth and camaraderie, as if they were trying to bottle up every last drop of their friendship in each round of drinks. They slapped each other on the back, arms slung over shoulders, but as the night wore on, a few quietly lowered their heads, eyes shining with unshed tears. Zhang Fei, Han Dang, and others could no longer hold back, their tears streaming down and soaking their temples. In that moment, all the emotions they had held back surged to the surface. They recalled the days they had fought side by side, overcoming countless trials together. Those moments of life and death, those unbreakable promises, now seemed to blur in the face of this farewell. Seeing this, Liu Jin felt his own eyes well up, a dull ache settling in his chest. The court had ordered them to be stationed across distant regions. There would be no more fighting together as one. He understood well that dispersing military power was meant to prevent any one person from becoming too powerful and threatening the Han court's rule. Such was the custom of the Han Dynasty. Liu Jin clenched his fists, his resolve only growing stronger. He knew that today's parting would only make tomorrow's reunion all the sweeter, and when that day came, they would gather again, never to be separated. The next morning, Liu Jin woke slowly from his dreams, dressed in his armor, and stepped outside his tent. The camp was empty, and a wave of loneliness washed over him. The echoes of last night's laughter still lingered in his ears, but the camp had changed overnight. The others had already received their orders and left for their new posts. Standing alone in the deserted camp, Liu Jin felt something missing, a hollow in his heart he couldn't ignore. Would those who fought by his side remember the oaths they had sworn? Would Zhang He, Su Rong, Cheng Pu, Wei Yu, Zhang Fei, and Han Dang remain true, or would distance and the lure of power change their hearts? They had pledged loyalty to him, their bonds deep, but no one could predict how outside forces or the temptations of authority might sway them. He let out a long sigh, thinking to himself that those who are destined to betray will do so, but those who remain loyal will never lose their resolve, no matter the hardship. Shaking his head, Liu Jin pushed these thoughts aside. All he could do was focus on the responsibilities before him. At that moment, Guan Yu walked over slowly. Noticing Liu Jin's silent expression, he offered a quiet reassurance. "Big brother, I believe that Ida, Junyi, Igong, and the others would never forget you." Hearing this, Liu Jin nodded, feeling a bit of relief. He understood well that in these chaotic times, once someone pledged themselves as a retainer, they became part of the family, and few dared to betray that bond. Betrayal meant not only losing one's reputation, but also being abandoned by allies and supporters. Liu Bu was the most obvious example. He first surrendered to Ding Yuan, then betrayed him, and ultimately became infamous as a turncoat. After being defeated by Cao Cao, Liu Bu begged for mercy and swore allegiance, but no one trusted him any longer, and in the end, he lost his life to Cao Cao's sword. Taking a deep breath, Liu Jin gradually regained his composure, determination shining in his eyes. The path ahead would take him to Luoyang to receive his new appointment, a turning point that would dramatically change his status and identity. He would no longer be just a commoner. He turned to Guan Yu and spoke firmly. "Yin Chang, I'm heading to Luoyang this time. Our cavalry force is too large to enter the city together. Let's split them up for now, and once I receive my commission, I'll reorganize them to join me at my new post." Guan Yu nodded immediately. "Of course, General Liu. I understand. Bringing so many cavalry into Luoyang might cause misunderstandings and raise suspicions of rebellion." With everything settled, Liu Jin, accompanied by a few close followers and 100 cavalry, set out towards Luoyang. Days passed quickly, and they finally arrived at Huai County, the seat of Henei Commandery. Outside the city, the cavalry moved in an impressive column, and a welcoming party was already waiting. Guan Yu, the prefect of Henei, had personally led officials to greet them at the city gates. Riding at the front, Liu Jin scanned the welcoming formation and couldn't help but smile. Ever since the Yellow Turban Rebellion had been subdued, his reputation had spread far and wide. Wherever he went, local officials would come out to greet him respectfully. Even as a high-ranking official himself, Liu Jin was always accorded this honor at city gates. Of course, such courtesy was not always heartfelt. It was a recognition of his remarkable achievements at a young age and his promising future. No one dared take him lightly. Soon, Liu Jin's party reached the city gate. Guan Yu, smiling broadly, walked forward and called out from a distance, "General Liu." Liu Jin looked up at the sound. Guan Yu appeared to be around 40, with a full face, glossy black hair, and dressed in long robes with a silver seal and blue sash at his waist, a clear sign of his high rank. What impressed Liu Jin even more was Guan Yu's powerful background. The Guo family of Bingzhou was one of the most prominent clans in the region. Liu Jin did not delay, quickly dismounting and greeting him with a cupped fist. "Greetings, Prefect Guo." Guan Yu beamed, nodding repeatedly. His eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Liu Jin. "General Liu, To have achieved such great feats at such a young age truly. Heroes are born early. Lu Jin smiled and stepped forward to shake Guan Yun's hand. You honor me, Prefect Guan. Having you come out to greet me personally is a great privilege. Guan Yun laughed heartily and waved his hand. General Liu, you're too modest. You are the great hero who subdued the Yellow Turbans and saved countless lives. As a local official, it's only right that I come in person to thank you and welcome you. Hearing these words, Lu Jin couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for Guan Yun. The two stood outside the city gates, chatting and laughing in a warm and friendly atmosphere. The officials standing nearby watched respectfully, their faces beaming with bright smiles as they observed the casual conversation between the two high-ranking figures. None dared to interrupt, fully aware that they were not in a position to engage so freely with such important people. Guan Yun, smiling, said, General Liu, please come inside. I've already had a banquet prepared to welcome you. Lu Jin nodded slightly in response. Thank you, Governor Guan. He then followed Guan Yun toward the carriage, heading into the city. Outside the window, the streets bustled with people. Crowds moved along the roadside, vendors called out their wares, and the whole scene was alive with activity. Lu Jin couldn't help but praise, since I arrived in Henei, I've seen the people living in peace and prosperity, with no sign of bandits or troublemakers. The praise for you among the people is widespread, and seeing this prosperity today, I can truly say your reputation is well-deserved. Guan Yun, hearing the compliment, smiled as he stroked his beard and replied modestly, You flatter me, General. Henei is close to the capital, Luoyang, so naturally it's prosperous. This isn't solely due to my efforts. Besides, as the governor of Henei, managing hundreds of thousands of people, maintaining order and safety is simply my duty. It's nothing worth mentioning. Lu Jin smiled and waved a hand. Governor Guan, you're too modest. There are many wealthy and prosperous regions in the land, but how many can boast of such peace, free from banditry, where the people truly live in security and comfort? That alone shows your capable leadership truly admirable. Guan Yun nodded, smiling with quiet pride, though he refrained from further false modesty. He knew well that the stability of Henei was indeed a result of his own hard work. Before long, the carriage stopped at the governor's residence. After stepping down, Guan Yun gestured invitingly. This way, General. Lu Jin nodded in return and entered the residence with several officials in tow. Soon, they arrived at the main hall. Guan Yun took the central seat, with Lu Jin sitting just below him. Guan Yu, Zhao Tong, Min Shun, Li Li, and others also took their seats, lending the gathering an air of both solemnity and warmth. As the wine was poured, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly convivial. Raising his cup with a smile, Guan Yun said, General, I hope you won't mind today's humble fare. Lu Jin also raised his cup, returning the gesture with a smile. Governor Guan, you're too kind. There's no need for such formality. Everyone raised their cups together, drinking heartily as the mood became ever more lively. After a few rounds, Guan Yun let out a small burp and laughed, asking, General Liu, your trip to Luoyang must be to receive an imperial reward, am I right? Lu Jin didn't shy away and nodded. Yes, I've been summoned to Luoyang by the court, most likely for a reward. Hearing this, a trace of envy flashed in Guan Yun's eyes. To be summoned to Luoyang by the imperial court was at least the rank of marquis or general. For Lu Jin to achieve such a status at such a young age meant his future was limitless. With his experience and accomplishments, if the emperor chose to favor him, he could very well become a pillar of the state, perhaps even inheriting the glory of the champion marquis. Guan Yun's respect for Lu Jin deepened. He knew that a man like this was someone to befriend, not to offend. He raised his cup again, continuing to drink and laugh with Lu Jin. As they toasted back and forth, their camaraderie quickly grew, and before long, the formalities faded away, replaced by the easy familiarity of calling each other old friend and brother. After several rounds of wine and a delicious meal, Guan Yun's cheeks took on a rosy flush, evidence of his growing tipsiness. He seemed more relaxed than ever, his hearty laughter echoing through the room. Brother Liu, since you're heading to Luoyang, could I trouble you with a favor? Guan Yun's tone was warm and affectionate. Lu Jin immediately patted his chest and replied with a laugh, Brother Guan, you don't even need to ask. Whether it's bringing one person or 100, as long as you ask, I'll do everything I can. Guan Yun let out a booming laugh, his voice growing even more cheerful. Good. Brother Liu, you truly are a man of character. It's a shame we didn't meet sooner. We could have been lifelong friends. Lu Jin chuckled and said, There's no need to say that, brother. We're both still in our prime. I'm sure we'll have plenty of chances to meet again and catch up properly. Guan Yun's smile grew even brighter. Haha, well said, Brother Liu. As the banquet gradually quieted down, Lu Jin and his companions were shown to their quarters in the governor's residence. The next morning, at the city gates of Henei Commandery, officials began to gather. Guan Yun sighed with emotion. Last night's conversation was so enjoyable, but time is short. You need to head to Luoyang for your appointment, so I can't persuade you to stay a few more days. Lu Jin smiled politely. Don't worry, brother. We'll definitely meet again, and when we do, We'll have plenty of time to reminisce. Guan Yu nodded, then brought forward a young boy who had just begun to wear his hair tied up, and introduced him with a smile. Brother, this is my eldest son, Guan. He just turned 10 and has only recently begun to wear his hair up, not yet coming of age. He's heading to Luoyang to study, and our elders hope he can become a disciple of the great scholar Zhang Xian, which will help his future career. Lu Jin was momentarily surprised as he looked at the boy in fine robes, with his hair tied up, fair-skinned and slender. He thought to himself, so this is the future Guo, the famous general of Chao Wei. He became a great commander, held the title of General of Chariots and Cavalry, and after his death was honored as Grand General. He repeatedly checked Zhuge Liang's northern campaigns and defeated Jiang Wei several times. He truly was a pillar of Chao Wei. But the boy before him was still so young, barely 10 years old, showing no sign yet of the great general he would become. Guan Yun nudged Guo forward and said sternly, "Aren't you going to greet your Uncle Liu? You'd better behave yourself on the road and not cause any trouble. When you get to Luoyang, make sure you study under Zhang Xian. If you don't listen, just wait till you get home and see what happens." Hearing his father's words, Guo shivered slightly, a hint of fear crossing his face, but the cleverness in his eyes did not fade. He cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Guo greets Uncle Liu." Lu Jin laughed heartily and reached out to ruffle the boy's hair, already making up his mind. This kid is sure to become a formidable general one day. I must bring him under my wing. I can't let such talent slip away. Guan Yun smiled and added, "Brother, my son is a bit mischievous and not too fond of studying. He loves to play around, so I'm counting on you to keep an eye on him and take care of him along the way." Lu Jin waved his hand with a gentle smile. It's perfectly normal for a 10-year-old to be playful, no need to be too harsh. This boy is full of energy and spirit, with a broad forehead and strong features. He's destined for great things. One day, he'll be a marquis or a minister, and a pillar of the state before long. These words immediately softened Guan Yun's stern expression, and excitement sparkled in his eyes. For Lu Jin to give his son such high praise, even predicting he would one day surpass their ancestors and lead the Guo family to glory, was beyond his expectations. Although he still had some doubts, anticipation for his eldest son's future began to well up in his heart, and he could only hope that the boy would live up to the family's hopes. After taking their leave, Lu Jin took Guo with him and boarded the carriage. Surrounded by more than 100 attendants, they set out along the official road toward Luoyang. Inside the carriage, Guo showed no sign of shyness at all. His keen eyes kept studying Lu Jin before he suddenly asked, "Uncle Liu, are you the Liu Wenyi who killed Zhang Liang on the Hebei battlefield and pacified Guangzhou?" Lu Jin smiled at the question, amused that even a 10-year-old knew of his fame from the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Straightening his robes, he replied with pride, "That's right, I am Liu Wenyi. With just 3,000 men, I slew Zhang Liang and led my troops to break through Guangzhou. My name struck fear into the Yellow Turban rebels across Hebei." Guo's eyes shone even brighter. After a moment's thought, he said, "Uncle Liu, I don't want to study. Can I learn martial arts from you?" Lu Jin couldn't help but smile wryly. He had intended to impress the boy with his achievements, but hadn't expected to inspire a desire to practice martial arts instead. If the boy's father found out, had probably come after him with a blade. Gently patting Guo's head, he asked, "Why do you want to learn martial arts? Isn't becoming an official through study a good path? Serving in the court is much safer than risking your life on the battlefield." Guo shook his head vigorously, pouting, "I don't want to be like a girl, weak and bookish, unable to even lift a chicken. I want to learn martial arts from you, Uncle Liu. I want to serve the Han Dynasty, lead troops into battle, and defend our lands. That's what a real man should do." His big eyes sparkled with anticipation. Seeing this, Lu Jin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such ambition at a young age, no wonder he would one day become a renowned general. Yet, coming from a noble family, Guo didn't need to rely on military achievements to gain status. Lu Jin also recalled that, historically, Guo never became a student of Zhang Xian, and this trip to Luoyang would likely be fruitless. It was only later, through family recommendation, that he entered officialdom and earned his fame on the battlefield. Clearly, this boy wasn't meant for scholarly pursuits. Lu Jin made up his mind to help him would introduce Guo early to military affairs, laying the groundwork for his future as a great general. Perhaps, one day, he could be of use to him as well. With that thought, a smile appeared on Lu Jin's face as he began to speak. "I'm afraid I can't teach you martial arts. After all, your father wants you to focus on your studies, and I wouldn't dare interfere. However, I can give you a military strategy book to study. Once your father agrees to let you learn martial arts from me, we can start your training. There's no rush." Hearing this, Guo couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. But when he heard the second half of the sentence, his eyes lit up. He quickly said, "Uncle Liu, please give it to me. I promise I'll study hard. When we get back to Luoyang, I'll make sure my father agrees. If he doesn't, I'll jump off a building and leave him all alone." Lu Jin paused for a moment, his hand halfway into his robe, and an odd expression appeared on his face. He glanced at Guo with a smile, thinking to himself, this kid is wild so determined. Seeing Guo Huai's anxious look, Lu Jin finally took out the treasured spring and autumn annals that had been kept safe by Guan Yu for years. He handed it over carefully and said in a serious tone, you'd better study this thoroughly and understand everything inside. Once you've mastered the knowledge and built a solid foundation, after some experience, you might just become a great general one day. Guo Huai accepted the yellowed spring and autumn annals with excitement in his eyes, as if he had received a priceless treasure. He couldn't wait to open the book and began to read intently, his eyes burning with passion, as if the pages might catch fire. It felt like a new world was opening up before him, drawing him in completely. Seeing this, Lu Jin couldn't help but grin. He then pulled out another copy of the spring and autumn annals from his robe and began reading himself. The caravan continued along the official road, heading toward Luoyang. 3 days later, the convoy finally reached the banks of the Yellow River and stopped at a ferry crossing. Guan Yu rode over slowly, his voice booming like thunder. Brother, we've arrived at the Yellow River. To cross, we'll need to line up and wait our turn. Lu Jin lifted the curtain of the carriage and stepped out. Before him was a bustling scene at the ferry. Merchants, nobles, officials, and powerful families crowded together, coming and going in waves. Even with over 100 people in his group, Lu Jin's party seemed insignificant amid the busy crowd. He turned to Guan Yu and instructed, Yinchang, send someone to notify the officers stationed here. Let them know who we are so they can prepare in advance. Otherwise, if we wait in line, who knows how long it will take to cross the river. At his command, Guan Yu immediately sent someone to communicate with the local garrison. Soon, the officer in charge of the crossing learned of Lu Jin's arrival and came personally to greet him. Duan Wei, about 30 years old, with a strong build and a sturdy face, approached Lu Jin and said respectfully, General Lu, I am Duan Wei. It's an honor to meet you. Lu Jin nodded slightly, offering a faint smile. So it's General Duan. I've heard of you. I understand you've held Kyoto and defended against bandits. Meeting you today, I see your reputation is well deserved. A hint of pride appeared on Duan Wei's face, clearly pleased by Lu Jin's words. He clasped his fists and replied even more respectfully, You're too kind, General. I don't deserve such praise. Duan Wei was pleasantly surprised to hear this. He hadn't expected Lu Jin to have heard of his reputation. He quickly raised his hands in a respectful salute and replied modestly, General, you flatter me. My humble reputation is hardly worth mentioning. It is you who pacified the Yellow Turban Rebellion and earned the admiration of everyone in Hebei. People speak highly of your virtue and valor. Even here at the Yellow River crossing, I often hear locals praise your deeds. Lu Jin burst out laughing at these words, showing no sign of modesty. Suppressing the Yellow Turban Rebellion was indeed his proudest achievement, and this was a good opportunity to further establish his renown. The two soon found themselves deep in pleasant conversation, quickly growing acquainted. With a smile, Duan Wei gestured invitingly. General, the boats are ready. We can cross the river now. If we travel for another day, we'll reach Luoyang by dawn tomorrow just in time to enter the city as the curfew lifts. Lu Jin nodded in agreement, not wanting to delay. After all, he was on his way to Luoyang to receive a reward. Arriving late might make him appear arrogant and risk displeasing the emperor. Led by the soldiers, more than 100 attendants made their way to the riverbank, where several tower ships waited on the muddy waters of the Yellow River. Once the horses and supplies were loaded, everyone boarded, and the boats set off. As the vessels moved steadily through the surging yellow waters, Lu Jin stood on the deck, unmoving, as if he were standing on solid ground. The river before them carried thick silt, turning the entire flow a muddy yellow. The current at this crossing was calm, with no crashing waves, and they soon reached the opposite bank. The group mounted their horses again and continued toward Luoyang along the official road. The day's journey passed quickly. By early the next morning, the party had arrived outside Luoyang. Lifting the curtain of his carriage, Lu Jin gazed at the vast city before him. Towering walls reached into the clouds, their massive foundations anchored solidly into the earth. It was truly worthy of being the capital of the Han Empire, a center of power, and rightfully the greatest city under heaven. For dozens of miles outside the city, densely packed villages stretched as far as the eye could see, teeming with people. There were nearly 1 million residents inside and outside the city. The official road bustled with carts and carriages, and countless citizens drove their ox carts and horse-drawn wagons to and from the city. Such prosperity was unmatched even in Zhuo Commandery or the wealthy province of Jizhou. Snapping out of his awe, Lu Jin saw that the group had reached the city gate. A long line had formed outside, filled with people waiting to enter. Lu Jin felt no impatience. It didn't matter if he entered the city a little sooner or later. Under the soldiers' inspection, the crowd slowly passed through the gate. When Lu Jin and his entourage reached the checkpoint, the gate commander eyed their well-equipped ranks. Seeing that each man was armed with sharp blades and looked imposing and disciplined, the commander frowned, growing wary. At once, Guan Yu led several dozen soldiers toward the city of Luoyang. Before anyone could question him, he pulled out a command token from his saddle and declared loudly, "By order of His Majesty, I am here on special assignment." The officer at the city gate was visibly startled by these words. When he saw the golden token, a look of respect flashed in his eyes. He quickly bowed deeply and greeted him with reverence, his voice solemn and respectful. "General, please enter without delay." Guan Yu nodded, put away the token, and guided his men slowly into the city. The soldiers nearby stepped aside, showing deference. They all knew this was no ordinary group. These men had played a pivotal role in quelling the Yellow Turban Rebellion and had been summoned by the imperial court in recognition of their achievements. Nonetheless, some wondered which general these men served under. After all, now that the rebellion was over, many commanders who had distinguished themselves had also been called to the capital to receive their rewards and honors. Upon entering Luoyang, they found the streets broad and grand, wide enough for dozens of carriages to pass side by side, making for an impressive sight. The curtain of one carriage lifted slightly, and Lu Jin's voice came from inside. "Dio, you've been to Luoyang before and know the city better than we do. Find us a nearby inn to rest." Zhao Teng responded with a smile. "Brother, let's go to the inn where I stayed last time. It's comfortable, and the food is good." Lu Jin nodded and let the curtain fall, as Zhao Teng led the group down the street. Before long, they arrived at an elegant inn. After a brief discussion, Zhao Teng decided to rent out the entire establishment so their group of over 100 could stay together. Everyone disembarked and began to assign rooms. Meanwhile, Guo Huai, who had accompanied them, took his leave as soon as they arrived in Luoyang, leading a group of guards toward the Guo family residence. The Guo family was influential and well-connected at court, so naturally, they had a home in the city. Before leaving, Guo Huai had invited Lu Jin and the others to stay with his family, but Lu Jin politely declined. With so many people in their party and no idea how long they would be staying, it seemed inappropriate to impose on the Guo household. Later, in a private dining room at the inn, Lu Jin, Guan Yu, Zhao Teng, Min Chun, Li Li, and a few others were eating ravenously. After days on the road with nothing but dry rations and flatbread, they were eager to finally enjoy a proper meal in Luoyang. As the wine flowed and the dishes were nearly finished, Lu Jin glanced at Zhao Teng and said, "Diho, now that we're in Luoyang, we should pay our respects to Grand General He Jin and pledge our loyalty. That way, we'll have some support at court. Prepare some valuable gifts of gold and jewels, and come with me to the general's residence." Zhao Teng nodded at once, understanding Lu Jin's intent. Although their elder brother had not come to Luoyang in person, now that they were here, making a formal visit to He Jin would show respect and likely please the Grand General, a chance not to be missed. "Yes, brother, he'll take care of it right away." Lu Jin then looked to Min Chun and Li Li, his expression calm. Bodian, do you have anything to add?" Li Li considered for a moment before responding. "My lord, this is a sound plan. With the Grand General's support, we'll have a firm foothold here. But keep in mind, being backed by the General's office will also attract the attention of the influential families and the eunuchs. If we ever try to seize power or turn against the General, we'll face their opposition, and our future could become very difficult." Lu Jin listened quietly, then smiled. "You make a good point. I'm well aware of the risks. But for now, securing the Grand General's support is our top priority. We'll see what happens after that." That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.